Ascension, Chapter 1. Oh, how I yearn for those soul-torn days of pallid complexion, angled cheek, and cali black lipstick. They were amongst the happiest of my lives. Imagine, if you will, the erstwhile fans of our band, Magicore, drifting knots of smear-eyed, sharp-toothed teens, hormone-blurry backswamps of sexuality, gator-haunted, draped with hair like Spanish moss, like weeping willow, shantytowns of teenage shade, of 20s angst, the lost, the pariah, the discontented fledgling poet and his feckless muse, the seekers after spirit. These were our audience. We crowd-surfed the globe on their seeing hands, exulted and exulting in almost equal measure. While our musical peers raved until dawn in bubble-filled warehouses, designer water in one hand and fluorescent plastic wand in the other, we of Magicore were focusing on a very different branch of the tree of life. Forget the candy high of group love, the beat-pumped serotonin rush of artificial light and chemically energized endocrines. Magicore provided marrowbones and cleavers and spiritual self-immolation on the pyre of meaningful ritual cacophony. Our tarot-tongued words were the very wands, cups, and swords of spiritual willpower. I think it's fair to say, we really rocked. We weren't everyone's cup of tea, but then, neither's vapid trance dance or pithy jingle pop, and the results of attending a Magicore gig were of far greater significance than any pseudo-ecstatic neon rave could offer. A major influence was the Bhagavad Gita, and music was our yoga. Communion with it was intended to inspire connection with the dark divine. Note well the word dark, my friend. We were all about the flip side, the roads less travelled, the sinistral, one might say, and they certainly did. For we were a band made up of dedicants to the deities of pain and death, and to transmogrification through individual annihilation into higher being, or ascension, as we termed it. Pray don't confuse us with any white lighter, angels and masters brigade. There is more than one way for a young apophis to shed their skin. And that's who we were there for the teens, the disenfranchised, the weirdos, the fabulous rejects. There were already ample mystical routes available to those roused by solar, male imagery, by consensus reality, traditional values and orthodox obedience. Abrahamic absurdity we deemed it, arcane tribal taboo, and duty habit with no relevance to the Western world of the 1990s and beyond, to spiritual freedom. All paths may lead to the same essential source, but not every path befits every gate. So Magicore sought to offer sublimation through the intuitive and sometimes the counter-intuitive, and certainly the counter-cultural. Our musical workouts required rigorous self-scrutiny, immaculate surrender to the creatrix, and purification in psychic fire, alchemical refinement, the befitting of one's soul to rejoin stars eternal. And we practiced what we preached, most of the time. Our punkish pujas, our cacophonous kirtans, were primarily to Kali and Chinnamasta, most fierce forms of Devi, Divine Mother. These had a tendency to blow the brain. We also invoked Shiva Bhairava, with ponderous thundering of drum and bass, Isis as mourner o'er the torn and scattered flesh that is this humanity, dark Hecate by resinous pine light, Persephone, whose lips drip with pomegranate juice and pain, the triple spindle-fingered sisters Moirai, and the roaring, blood-fangled Morrigan, depending on the mood of the moment and our geographical whereabouts. Predominantly, however, Magicore was a Hindu ensemble operating largely in Sanskrit. We cranked out our pleas, our praises and hymns at soul-shattering volume and spine-melting vibration, submerging all present in an emetic of the mundane and refilling that vacuum with the living mystical. It was an unholy racket to the untrained ear and chaotic eclecticism to the educated critic. But to the well-honed soul, it was quite obvious that this incineration of the senses was deliberate, exquisitely concocted indeed. Each note and delicately filigreed caterwauling, every deafening was electric with subtle import, each individual mythos tectonically potent. The movements, for they could barely be called songs, became a funnel for a specific god form, a mantric spell to dissolve the ego. Our audience became a joyous sea of dissolution, of starlight and tears. The self within me now is dead, and thou enthroned in its stead. This I, Chandra, testify, no longer now is me or my, we proclaimed, for example, with the aid of mystic poet Tukaram. A cool concept indeed, and a worthy, but possibly a little ambitious, in retrospect. Then again, this pinpoint of consciousness abides here now, in the crystal dome of the latter-day Aquarians, does it not? We must have done something right. I only wish I could say the same of the others, my beloveds of the band. Did I ever mention that I miss them? Only about once every millisecond, chuckled the companion, referring to the fact that, in the rarefied spiritual atmosphere of the dome, concept and conclusion meet very swiftly indeed. But you can tell me again if you like. Well, as you know, here in the dome kindness is mere common sense, and spirit pervades all. We are self-realized. We understand that we are each sacrosanct. Not so on Gaia in Magicore days, I can tell you, but we certainly got our kicks. My tribe disgorged their psyches on stage every time we played. Estelle on bass guitar and clashing, harmonizing vocals, her fingers fluid as the Saraswati River, and her voice as dark as Smashankali herself. Shade on the devil's own violin, cyberitic and sly with his bow, and indecipherably fast, so that the effect was that of the ululation of some mythic, chthonic creature caught in a trap and beautifully dying. Spike-haired, spike-tongued Morag on drums, a six-armed goddess of all things percussive, as violent as she looked, for she saved all her kindness for animals. She thumped and clashed to destroy the meat and dairy industries, to counter the captivity of any creature other than man. And wolfish, omnivorous Aspen, keyboarding, biting, pulling, tearing at whatever felt right to him at the time. And of course me, Chandra, on Indian pipes and electric sitar, Sanskrit psalmist of the band, wild witch knots and scraggy wished-on wishbones and beaded Indian bells in my then thigh-length, hip-wide sadhu's hair. Happiest of nights of Brahma we had, stirring up the dissolution of all existences. Indeed, you surely can't indulge in that here, sympathized the friend. I see you grow nostalgic, and I empathize. Do carry on. We all keened and we all chanted. Sometimes together, sometimes deliberately in opposition. We aimed to provoke gods into communion, if they would not come willingly. But come they did, in Shiva fierce frenzies of veil-tearing reality, gathering the souls of the living like Diwali candy as they paraded through whichever venue we were in at the time. Waves of dark spiritual passion, of blissful epiphany, swept through the swooning darklings who flocked to hear us play, and to participate in a living spirituality with which no contemporary Orthodox church could compete, because we were raw, religiously syncretic, and spiritually hardcore. Hence, partly that appendage to our name. Oh, don't get me wrong, we were far from perfect, either personally or musically. We were young, still in our 20s, and there was an inevitable element of the gauche in our proceedings. Thus the kore suffix was partly for Persephone as stumbling maiden, a memento mori for the precise instant that Demeter's slender little girl was abducted and forced to become bride of Hades and queen of the underworld. An accident, a fall that left her wedded to death, just as is physical life itself. To quote the Bhagavad Gita, for the one who is born, only death is certain. Plus, we were undeniably hardcore, a silly little play on words, as is typical of band names. Some aspiring music journos spotted the Magi core, as in CORPS, possible E, connotation too, implying rather unkindly that we were peddling in death and creating some sort of money-making cult. But the very opposite was true. We really were all about the Gita, and about deity in its many manifestations. Abandon all purpose and mortify ego. The fruits of thy labors belong to the cosmos, and all we call ours is her cosmic mind stuff. Ran our lyrics, and chariot the body, charioteer the buddhi, horses of the senses, reins of mind and will. Arjuna guide us through battle, as though through fields of flowers. Our standard is justice, our war cry is Om. Estelle and I would very rhythmically sing, whisper, shout and scream such lines, such sentiments, over and over, meditating as we so did, deliberately invoking a hypnotic state in ourselves and our audience. But most of them were younger and purer than we, so I suppose it's only natural that they seemed to ascend in droves, while we remained pitifully grounded, chanting away about bodies of armor and steeds of the senses and such battleground palaver. For life down there really is testy, you know, and Lord Krishna got it right when he pointed out to Arjuna, that there's no sane choice but to fight. We considered ourselves to be warrior magi, pale and unsatisfied, with all their ancient faces like rain-beaten stones. As Yeats had it, playing out the uncontrollable mystery on the bestial floor. That phrase was consummately us, we thought. To return briefly to our band name, for such things are important in the world of the word made flesh, the magic prefix is perhaps self-explanatory. It was briefly vaunted to include a C in the spelling, but what we wished to achieve together was so unprecedented, so epiphanic, so wholly transcendental, that a pristine new form of the word seemed apt. The ore was to be that of alchemical gold, the distillation of the spirit, all psychological and sociological homunculi destroyed. Perfect purity of sorts, as we have here now, in the Aquarian dome. But in those days, and on the earth level as it was then, such an aim was truly ambitious. Together, we sought to recycle Europe's filthy vibrations of industrialized Victoriana, of cruelty and child exploitation and premature death, renovating the psychic engine of each city and turning it into a soul retrieval machine par excellence and utterly beyond parallel. Our crew got their hands grave-digged dirty in order to cleanse the world. What we sought to purge it of was the constraint of human flesh, that vessel of cruelty and corruption, that absurd, cranium-corked encapsulation of individual suffering. Untethered, the gentle ones would surely ascend, and the spiritually insane would be revealed, power-drunk in multiple arenas. For every micro-farm has its pigs at the top. Morag, to whom pigs are as estimable as any other quadruped, always hated that illusion, but she accepted that Orwell had to use something for his analogy. How did we all meet, you may well ask? Well, our malnourished students' bodies collided for the first time in the mid-1980s at a Birmingham Uni lecture on Aldous Huxley. Morag, Aspen, and Shade were all at various stages of a degree in anthropology. Estelle was embarking upon a PhD in literature, which she never completed, but that's another story. And I, Chandra, was in the final year of an MA in comparative religion. Following an impassioned debate on Huxley's Island, we 5 sent our fellow students fleeing when we agreed that we would kill Murugan and his vile theosophist mother. In a trice, in order to preserve the spiritual advancement of the island of Pala. Indeed, Aspen got rather carried away regarding the finer details, much to Morag's anarchic excitement. Soon after that, our newly reformed soul group retired to the nearest alternative pub. There were quite a few of those dark dives to pick from in those lovely, lugubrious days, and with Bauhaus and Christian death and crass throbbing in the background, ensconced in the heavenly fumes of patchouli, cigarette smoke, and Jack Daniels, we contrived together to experiment in inducing with chant and mantra, and with every tool imaginable, that which was logically, utterly impossible. Magicor soon vaunted the modest aim to reconnect spirit with source, and to fold the multiverse back into its pre-division state. Through music, we hope to lead our listeners like cattle through the bellfire, through the illusory anguish of death, and forward to the ultimate cleansing and spiritual vulcanization. Well, what do they say? Shoot for the moon and you might hit a star. We aimed, and we hit the kind of compelling black hole that lands you somewhere else, somewhere better. Blissfully levitating inside Mount Kailash, for example. Or so we could but hope, as we infamous 5 remained firmly rooted in the third dimension. No matter how madly we meditated, or how frantically we chanted, or how perpetually we quired our willingness to become a part of the infinite. Clearly, we were still too mired in human concerns and complex karmas to benefit from the service we ourselves provided. Brilliant. We soldiered on, however. On stage, we formed an equilateral cross, rather than the inverted pentagram that many seemed to expect. I, Chandra, was honoured to represent spirit at its very centre. Braids and natty dreadlocks flying, doing my best to conduct the flock unto a truer light than the flashing spots that pinned us to the stage. Estelle abided in the east, fingers on strings, mind in the wind, our thanatologist of lexicons, connoisseur of the word, wine-dark-lipped degustateur of language whose hissing, spitting voice passed like cosmic shining ether, clean through any obstacle, creating whirlpool-bottomed squalls in the Bina Sea. Her pulmonary powers were legendary. She was both bard and pranic ballast of the band, whose soul moved whale solid through the ocean of syllable sounds and spoken semiotics. Seed sounds, bijas, a garland of letters falling from her lips then became living matrikas, creatrix matrices, fractals of consciousness like vast hallucinogenic ferns grown from primordial waters. When she stopped, you could hear a pin drop. Her voice was both aeration and monsoon, yet airless, like the voice of the soul that whispers steadily in the vacuum of despair. In the presence of her sea breath, you caught ions positive, negative, and even Greek tragic, beginning oh so gently, with sibilant Pythian oracular senses rising, predictably, as serpents from fumes supersensory, much-used semiotics that crash on the mind shores because the astral sea is made of them and will always rebirth them. Then, listening, you saw vistas of Ama, of Mara, of Maya, and of Maya, fluctuant, compelling, salt-bitter, silver-black flashing beneath soul-shining Sothis, her voice and lyrics tidal and multi-pitched, catching us all up in her flow, floating worlds on her words, her wailings. Images emerged like wet Lakshmi, rising from the ocean of churning Amrita, voluptuous and pearlescent, and dripping with potential. Everything we did was synesthetic, words and colour, sound and sensation, all mixed with taste and image, and a personal spectrum of mood and connotation. It brought magical things to pass. "I can hear it now, and feel it," quoth the kindly companion. I recall witnessing Black Mother doling out primal soup at some of our concerts, side order of human flesh. For Kronos, only kin will do, but Kali will chew even you. That lyric went, if memory serves. And true to form, Estelle is Maya now. Another name, another body altogether, a whole new epoch, yet still her serene soul shines within. Holy moly. The lyrics that she and Chandra, the old me, came up with. Dig this. Insufflation of the soul, penetration of the whole. Catchy sing-along stuff, don't you think? And always open to interpretation. Everything was multi-leveled, you see. It had to be. Life is. The IQs of the audience quantum leaped simply by being there, bathing in the sanctifying intelligence created by these conjunctions. As you know, however, this was no simple elevatory love fest such as was enjoyed by our contemporaries, the neon-bubbled ravers. Ours was communion with death as much as with life. It was empowering, but not in the realms of what would commonly be termed good. We'd had enough of the simplistic dualisms of prevalent religions, and the point of Magicor was to give something else a go. I feel it's safe to say that we managed that. As any search engine could still affirm, Magicor's major albums of what we proudly entitled Advanced Advaitic Musical Metaphysics, and then we wondered why we weren't ascending. You live and learn. Were Philosophia Perennis Persephone, the best-selling hymns to Hecate, the post-punk poetic prose explosion Sadashiva Namostate, our most conceptual Evohi Bina, and the thrash-tastic Kali Yuga. The latter was par tribute to a sister band, Mother Destruction, whose hypnotic Kalamaya was one of very few contemporaneous tracks to inspire us. Listening to it still evokes the living roots of Magicor, if you're ever interested in hearing such a thing, my friend. Estelle in the east thus lit the torch. Next to catch was Aspen, trollstone child of fire, always instated to the south, smouldering there like Lucifer benighted, crow-horse of voice, dressed in streaming clouties of shaggy crepe like prayers of morning, scorching his guitars with volcanic gusto, or eliciting pyrrhic glories from his myrrh-smoking pianoforte, furiously bathetic, sometimes balmy, sometimes dense with heat, not of flower-kindling summer, but of the unventilated scorching desert, like being cremated alive. Almost, one might say, an auto-da-fe, tinderbox stuff. Carboniferous fuels had nearly run out by then, miners unemployed all over the world, industrial wastelands of chemical spills and sulfur-stinking poorgrass decisions made by money grubbers long gone. May the goddess crush their bones to dust. They'd be turning soon to fracking, the swear word of the future after the now infamous collapses and explosions. The big frack was always bound to cause catastrophe. No coal-black smith to forge our future, as the balladic she became a salmon salamander, hiding all in the fire. But at that point, the eco-crisis had barely even begun. There were still snow-kissed winters, real woolen gloves, hoary fractals of window frost. There were still chilly stone circles conducting the solstice tides, ones that had not yet been vandalized or dismantled. But I digress. Magicor's primary audience was, naturally, and as previously mentioned, made up of hormone-smeary, stewing, tear-stained teens who sought redemption in the music and in the concomitant lifestyle and co-strangelings. Lewd and socially insulated, from their brackish beds they rose, mordant in the magicoric finery that hereby defined their own taste. I am one of you now, a leader even. Oh, my tribe of young inculted sibling souls. From callow youth through alchemical glow to volcanic, seething ascension in one finesse of mantric pyrexia, and coming soon to a stage near you is Satan's smoking sin, or so said the parents, alarmed by children in black drag, third eyes wide open. Scared of their potential, and rightly so, if foursquare homesteads are deemed of value and the keeping of feet sensibly on the ground. No terra firma with us, but in the north. And that balanced by the other elements. It's everything at once with Magicor, up to youth to forge and melt and forge again. Elders mostly hens of habit, scrabbling for grain and daylight, seeing Baphomet goats where ideas are. Aspen's torrid fingers spelled out their plight, and his florid lyrics rendered the child martyrs ornate, ponder-worthy, though it all sizzled up so fast. Living alchemy it was, but I wax lyrical. Oh, don't stop doing that, encouraged the companion. I can actually see the images in your fancy words. That's what poetry's for, isn't it? The onomatopoeic effect. Anyway, pray continue, Chandra. So, these gig rituals, which everyone referred to as sabbats, were enjoyed by attendees of all spiritual persuasions, along with the inevitable avid youngsters, their hair and clothes adhering to certain laws of elfin geometry, simultaneously defying mode and monde, the seekers, the discontented, the longing to be free. Also, we attracted posers and maniacs of all ages. Giddy ridercock sabbats, white winter stars reeling wildly above us, splashed and shattered across a breaking sea sky, and lo, the cackling moon was dangling witches, even in summer and at Christmas. The children raised their eyes and arms, enchanted. Their scraped-out pumpkin heads, all saw-toothed, slant-eyed grizzle-gape, worked beautifully for the purposes of Magicor, becoming instant cauldrons for the spirits, which might be inhabited and stirred up long and hard, their bodies full of psychic stamina, being so young and strong. These latter we termed the enculted, for not only did they lend themselves instantly to trance, but soon they became physiologically addicted to flesh-thinning ritual. Those who could maintain their own personalities in the onslaught were nicknamed Birds of Rhiannon, characters transformed, yet not beyond individual soul voice. Many an enculted believed themselves a bird, of course, but the gods and the spirits knew better. Such is human ego arrogance in the face of annihilation. The companion nodded sagely. The younger the soul, the greater the self-pedestaling, generally speaking. Exactly. Yet the whole point of the exercise was to help us and others shed the negative aspect of ego, so it is entirely debatable which position was better. Certainly the enculted struck us as very encouraging manifestations and symptoms of the disease we hoped to spread, like super punky horsemen of the apocalypse. Let me tell you a little more about this music, this alchemy of sound. Indescribable is the first adjective one must use, ironically, but truly, it has no peers or parallels. Original then, yet not, for it was ancient, very ancient indeed, composed of the oldest carbon and stardust in the universe, and its pitches were blacker than Shiva Kalabhairava himself, and its incinerations left nothing, not even ashes. It was the sound of the moon-slit abyss, encountered as one walks the tightrope above it, be-robed and discalced, balancing perilously, but driven by the rhythm to continue putting one bare foot ahead of the other. Some fell, others levitated. The music was, of course, initiation itself. The protean polymorphous psyches of Morag, Aspen, Shade, Estelle, and me as was, Chandra Biswas. I've often lived and loved that name. These gateways enabled gods to enter the network in a joyous spirit of discordia, playful, yet intent on the sacrificial crowd they were being offered. A crashing cantata combined with the sawing, grating jangle of a death dirge has a wondrously reviving effect on even the most elderly, long forgotten, greatly maligned of deities. It became an orchestrated dithyrambic, melding together of disenfranchised divine with disgruntled living youth. Of course, not all of our fans were as young as they seemed. The band enjoyed the adulation of many an older intellectual, occultist, thrash metal fan, and a fair smattering of the elderly insane. These latter were to us the wise fools, the infantiles beloved of Bacchus, those grown-ups who had shamelessly reclaimed their liberty. By mundane human standards they were demented, and therefore, in the terms of magicore philosophy, of a higher caliber than the norm. Thus were the echelons of birds arranged, with the Aleph Fool Zero as king, and a diminishing down the ladder in accordance with the density of matter in the constitutions of the inculted. After all, the entire aim of this musical pogrom, this syncopated sati of the flesh of delusion, or, as New Musical Express magazine charmingly put it, of the unlistenably dissonant, pretentious pseudo-mayhem of the so-called Kabbalistic spheres and Hindu scriptures that emanates from these demented moralists. Kerrang was much friendlier. The aim of these things, however they may have been perceived, was to attain liberty from material illusion. If the fool would persist in his folly, he would become wise, encapsulates early magicore philosophy in a Blaken nutshell. To make a lasting marriage between hell and heaven, to realize spirit while still on earth. For the existentialist, man is left to his own resources, mused the friend. While the teacher of spiritual truth indicates a way out of the transitoriness of things by taking refuge in the divine. Quite so, quite so. Our own feats of mystical prowess, if I may call them that, were made especially possible by the band's primary anthem, the track that broke us like a rotten egg over the syrup pancakes of pop and sent the spiritually sweet-toothed running, pinching their noses. Concocted in fumes of asafoetida and despair, this was our ultimate anthem of dissolution, Evohi Bina. Dark vortices punctured the screen of reality when Evohi Bina was performed, and people vanished. As we had hoped, the music triggered the defenestration of their souls through their ears and eyes, and off they popped. A new genre of fan was created, the ascended. Others called them missing, especially the press. Missing in the waters of the West, where shade, wet with sweat, played violin and laterally caused a magical liquid bass effect, oral moirade and mercurial, deftly employing kettle drums and other echo-wedded percussives. Sometimes he manifested bird-twittering summer scenes and subtle fleeing shades and glimmering sylvan echoes as he batted his beaded lashes and smiled at the boys. Sometimes the big freeze. Water does all of these things, liquid, solid, gas, a threefold tease. Boil the kettle drum. Strum up the wave crash of 1,000 white horses, their Trojan melodies carrying nativity, seed sounds strung, violin harried like a rosary noose around the listeners' necks, life married to death in transformative darkness. Irrigation of the soul, rainbowed, chakric conduits shining and flowing newly undammed, sometimes swamping, saturating with sound, sometimes hair-splitting cascades of shrill, fast Irish tap-foot flying. Then quivering lakes of chill lamentation, as if the cat's knowing guts were lubricated by the tears of Tzafkiel himself. Dark angel and perfect emo poster host, the holiest of enthroned Aralim. Lost in the terrain of the north, where earthborn Morag thumped and beat her drums to death and beyond. Clod-heavy, brutal, sneering Morag, later to be Astridia, growls beneath her scarlet snood. She always did insist on being different. She has to stand out like a sore blood-throbbing thumb. Her soul, a deadbeat, solipsistic tom-tom. Silly sod she was, but we needed her landlocked senses for our five-pointed balance. Morag red in tooth, claw and cowl, her spirit howling against the captivity of Gaia's animals. That was her saving grace, her one compassion. The subsoil of her expanse was rationed out, not much to spare, and her soul itself was like a circus master's, but with humans in captivity and grinning beasties at the helm. The earthly realm tipped on its head. Morag was a beast. We needed her shape-shifting savvy and her salt-real tears that she shed like blood and which were sanctifying to us. Or follow the Pied Piper into the Temple of Spirit, where I, Chandra, representing Akasha, was always placed at center stage, as is only right and good and perfectly to the point of magicore. I was different then, although the same, so will desist from first person. Spirit Walker Chandra treads the light-spun arc from one life to the next. Even her name endures. Yet, dark paradox, she sings a song for 666 pence, her pipes aeolian with the smoky breath of spirit. A snuff sampler of the soul, she has tried most cultures in most eras, in most mandalas of the possible. Reincarnation will do that. A great burden and a great delight of unity. Now she knows we all are one, but channels still are needed. And in her cadences and chosen bijas and illuminant crescendos, she would connect with the gods, and through these elevated ones, with all that is. The great Om, never or always. Caustic, penetrating, her vocals sear away the mundane. The Magicore ship's figurehead, siren calling but only to transcendental Kali rocks, breaking the ghosts of bones only, ripping up the idea of a body merely, bringing a more permanent vessel into being. Igniter of portfire, deliberate vessel wrecker, returning all to source. So many people evaporated at the Magicore Sabbats that the police investigated. Thoroughly, though of course their search was confined to the physical plane, where they could find nothing. It broke the back of the band, eventually, with Shade and Aspen incarcerated under false pretenses for purported abduction, murder, even religious terrorism. And then Chandra, so riled by this low-level injustice that she dissolved into a nervous breakdown, which was actually a dark synthesis and elevated her inwardly, even if she allowed her mind and body to disintegrate. The white lighters called it karma, and the born-agains carped about demons, but all of this was very far from the truth. Morag, meanwhile, was discovered to be a threat to the animal exploitation industries, and was likewise taken legal hostage under charges unprovable because they were false, materially speaking, anyway. The intent was spot on, and the police furnished their case, as they had Shade and Aspen's, with evidence based on that. Morag continued to fuse electric fences and to open the battery doors from inside her cell, for, although she would gladly stab a butcher or break the face of an unkind farmer, she had never actually indulged in vandalism or sabotage, knowing this to be but a drop in the ocean to what she could achieve using the techniques and rapidly growing infamy of Magicore. The missing fans had been reabsorbed into the cosmos, had in fact ascended out of the Earth plane to somewhere greatly superior and more fitting to their innate nature. But try explaining that to your average cop. Try explaining it to the grieving families who suddenly manifested, though many of the ascended had been friendless during life. But the human beast loves melodrama, and nothing attracts it more than the scent of death, though they profess to despise it. The kith and kin of these victims were secretly titillated, appearing on breakfast television, describing the dire effects of listening to Magicore they'd observed in their child, conjecturing about the grisly ends their offspring or ex-partner may have met. Being featured on the national news, attending memorials, and visiting high schools and colleges, warning about the dangers of our music, heads held high and spines stiff with sanctimony. And that was just the atheists. Naturally, the orthodox religions virulently condemned the band as evil, and revelled in the vanishings as proof of their point. Aspen was framed. Shade, similarly entrapped, committed suicide. Aspen was physically stronger and psychologically harder, and died much later, in the infamous prison Wormwood Scrubs, where it is near impossible to be spiritual, so he threw his soul into very different pursuits, the dubious repercussions of which we observe in his current incarnation. Eventually, of course, all of us rejoined the great cosmic alembic which we'd so often convoked. For this was before the times of longevity, when living to just 100 was considered to be an achievement worthy of a letter from the Queen. Chandra decided to vocalize this final part of her description, to solidify it as it were. Nobody needed to speak in the Aquarian dome. Telepathy was easy, but Chandra had more anachronistic tastes than most. The cat gasped. "Even my kind lasts longer than that," he remarked, eyebrows high, gazing up at Chandra in fascination. "Barely time enough to learn the alphabets, I should imagine." "Oh, we only used 1 to 3 languages per soul then, generally speaking. For many folk, it was just 1. The companion looked confused, then scandalized. "But how did you express all the subtleties?" "Well, That's just it. We couldn't. We were always misunderstanding one another, even our closest soul kindred, and taking umbrage or falling flat. A well-meant discussion could become an emotional mess within moments, lack of sensitivity combining with sparsity of vocabulary. A veritable babble, even for the intellectual, no subtleties of nuance, just big gross concepts, entire philosophies and oceans of feeling summed up by one mere word, love, for example. And hardly anyone spoke Sanskrit. Can you imagine? That's why we had to keep on coming back to Earth after just a short reprise in the cosmic laboratory. Our lives were too short, and we had this thing called financial pressure, which I won't bore you with, but it's a bit like Sisyphus eternally pushing the boulder uphill, for most, while a tiny minority, finding themselves already at life's material summit, hire others to elevate their loads while they lord it from the top of the mountain, shouting down orders. And all these rich folk wanted was ego semiotics, showy transportation devices, costly jewels and garments, fame, anything considered to be enviable, believe it or not. Long story short, we didn't have the time to indulge in accurate self-expression and comprehension of others, and we never knew if we were going to survive this financial maelstrom or when we might die. That's the main reason the band and I turned to music, the indescribable sort that I couldn't possibly recreate in here. There wasn't enough scope in our mutual understanding to approach our goals merely linguistically. We needed something cross-dimensional and available to all. Oral yantras, verbal mantras, transcendental pitches, and levitational rhythms. I'd telepath it to you, but the angels wouldn't like it. Nor would I, by the sound of it. Your descriptions are tempting, but I could live without the drums and volume. And the guitar feedback, addended Chandra. You wouldn't enjoy that, I'll wager. Quite. It might ruin my fur style, quipped the kitty. Chandra laughed and stroked him. I reckon it'd do just that. She sighed heavily. Seriously, though, now that they've made the announcement, I have to find them. They're my soul clan, my Atman group, whatever the racial angels say. I can't face Ascension without them. The cat companion eyed her with curiosity. Even though they'll weigh you down? It's difficult to explain, but it's partly the weight and the darkness that I crave. Honestly, I'm not sure that I belong in the Aquarian Dome at all. Well, none of us would be here if we weren't supposed to be. It's metaphysically impossible. Besides, I'd miss you if you went. You'd have no trouble without me, seeing as how everyone loves one another so very much in here. There was only a soupçon of sarcasm in Chandra's voice. I know it, mused the Mog, but I think I understand what you mean about needing that indecipherable something that almost hurts. Apparently those of my form used to have claws and teeth and low IQs. Bizarre. Anyway, that's why I like rubbing up to you so much. You have edge. The others here are silky soft. It doesn't do it for me in the same way. Ah, you fur-faced flatterer, grinned the eternal girl. For the record, though, as you well know, you're only currently a cat because I imagined it so. Everything possible to be believed is an image of truth, recited the astral companion jauntily before he evaporated and left Chandra alone in her dimension of the dome of the latter-day Aquarians. Again, she took out her scrying mirror and gazed disconsolately into the depths of reality. The Tatvic tides, which had always fallen thick and fast, had already merged into one gargantuan element melding tsunami, speeding up time and threatening to obliterate all that denotes separation. It would be possible to maintain core individuality, thus not wasting desirable character traits and hard-won soul evolution. One's sense of humor, for example, and personal memories, particularly of love. Chandra had been taught the relevant techniques, but her 4 errant friends had not, never having perfected them in the past and not having encountered them in their diverse current incarnations. The mundane world in which they were trapped was dying, as the Kali Yuga folded itself back up, and her imperfect soulmates were cast like dice on the playing board of the modern. Their vices had kept them attached to earthly things. They could be helped, but only if Chandra could locate and reunite the group. Estelle, now known as Maya, was the most progressed, but pride of intellect had snared her. She had forgotten the divine in favor of the great divide. Secretly, she considered herself of a higher caste to others, because she was clever and kind and conscientious. All of these things were good, of course, excepting her conceit in them. She had forgotten that true giving occurs without an audience, and that the reward is not the aim, the compassion is. She was inclined also to criticize others when she would be better off working on her own imperfections, most of which she could easily justify with sophistry. Chandra knew that the gods had been having a gentle laugh when they renamed Estelle as Maya, Sanskrit for illusion, and that she currently lived in one of the UK's many sprawling anachronist zones on the outskirts of West London. The finer details, however, were a blur. For Morag, currently incarnate as a Stridia, the vice had long been hatred, which she cultivated under the guise of motivation, and in this she had a point. But when your primary impulse is to punish the vivisector rather than free the animal, something has gone seriously awry. Like Maya, she had begun this current life in the evolutionist stream, but was now cast away with the clapped-out anachronists. But where, exactly, Chandra could not deduce. There was too much interference in the mind waves. At least she knew where the other two were and why, though they were very far from her own catchment area. Shade, now Lenoir, had suffered since time immemorial from extreme sentimentality about his own predicaments. In other words, he was myopic and self-obsessed. His was essentially a sweet soul, but mired in ego. Like Oscar Wilde and Baudelaire and others at the altar of whose genius he worshipped, Lenoir was a terminal aesthete and decadent. Aspen, now Meredith, in his turn, was thoroughly hoodwinked by ill-constrained lust. He had no self-control except in the most sadistic of senses. He and Lenoir currently lived in the same Pandrogyne commune on the outskirts of what used to be London's Hackney. All had to some extent exchanged the refines of compassion for the confines of passion. And the only thing Chandra seemed able to do was watch from a great spiritual height, self-attained, yet now become a hindrance, a perfidy. The Buddhists had been right, she realized. Nobody could or should progress until every single soul has been gathered up, including animal, and all earthly suffering has ceased. How did Huxley put it in Ireland? Every good Buddhist knows that begetting is merely postponed assassination. Do your best to get off the wheel of birth and death, and for heaven's sake, don't go putting any superfluous victims onto the wheel. Each and every one of Magicor had been respun and cast out again, reincarnated in the world at this most difficult of times. Of course, there were plenty of arguments as to why this should be so, and doubtless it was down to karma of the soul group, but how much easier it would all be if they were all a little less, physical at present. Mired in matter, and in Maya's case, in mind, it was going to be a real challenge to find them in any meaningful sense. Being face-to-face would not be enough. The inner light must be contacted, the personality demolished, their individual vices challenged and surmounted, something which only they could do, one by painful one. What a drag, and not in the good way. Yet, she could never attain Mahasamadhi without the essences of all those she loved and even hated. The closing of the lotus requires every petal for completion. They were of the same Atman, the same essence, separate limbs of one body. She remembered all too well the centuries of missing one or two or all of them over many lives. The abject aloneness of consciousness she underwent in so many obscure and rigid childhoods, every lesson learned contradicted by the next set of rules for life and socio-cultural mores. For such is human hypocrisy, the interminable, anguished adolescences, the painstaking praying, and the complex reunions, often under circumstantial duress. And caught suddenly by the nightmare weariness and despair of so very much travelling and so very little arriving, Chandra felt herself to be nothing but a random speck of consciousness, a tiny, time-worn mote shaken off by one of the gods, and her spirit sank like a rock. Perceiving this blasphemy, the alarm nearest to her in the Aquarian dome began to blare. Chapter 2. In the Biomuseum of London, the elephant crashed sideways to the ground. He had hoped to storm Whitehall before his time came, though in some areas the city's straining stilts would not have supported his weight, but now he had given up the ghost. This place was a graveyard. He would far rather catch up with the rest of his species and die. The full-blood finale? The very zero-hero memento? Beltane laughed uproariously and overspilled his tankard of Amrita. I'll raise a Liebernacht to that. He spooned a dollop of opiate ice cream into his glass, where it fizzed through the chakric spectrum, melting rapidly to purple-green. Several of the others, glad of an excuse to party harder, faster, held their drinks aloft and helped themselves to the lotus ice. Lenoir, however, remained static, head buried, peripheral hair extensions spilling like black flames about his arms. Succor, Kinderzis, soothed Sana, moving across to stroke Lenoir's cranial sculpture, today a small black ziggurat surmounted by a vicious-looking metal stud, though its fixatives no doubt eliminated any sensation before it reached the scalp. Is not the end of the... Beltane let rip another mighty laugh, Zeus-like. Is not the optimal suppress we were going to posit, persisted Sana, squeezing out her zizlang, the cultic vernacular of the polygender ghettos, through slightly pursed, very green lips. She had the aquatic look of an Aralim angel about her mer-maidenly self. We are blessed, we're clanned, must be balderdrab for others, frackish, so many now incarcerate, or flea-footing, bloodshod or hermiting, desolate. We have our sympathies, our splendiferos, co-nested, most. She smiled at the thought of dying with such beloveds, as in Pompeii, in one another's arms and possibly orifices. It was a great comfort and privilege, she knew. Sana had read some histories and her stories of humanity, and was under no delusion that their life here was hard, compared to so many pit and pendulum others. Lenoir shrugged slightly. He lacked the art of gratitude, gazing with deliquescent eyes into one of the thousands of mirrors in the dive. They gave back his quixotic optics pleasingly, made his breasts look svelte. The place was alive with these beams of half-caste being, a shabby Versailles filled with junk shop baroque, shining flashes of ephemeral humanity caught in a frame for a reflected second. Of looking-glasses there were plain ones, wonderland ones, mirrors that magnified every atom of one's being, and flattering ones, the popular mirrors that lied. Lenoir draped himself like a half-drowned Narcissus upon a candy-striped settee and deftly assessed his aesthetics. His chosen style icon for today was Diane Pernay during her Black Widow phase, way back in the 20-teens. That towering black hair, elegant headscarf, flatteringly dark glasses, white skin, and blood-red lipstick were simply timeless. A foot-high beehive wig awaited insertion over his stepped triangular topiary. He'd even had his right eyebrow raised temporarily higher than his left in her honor, sublimely wry. His sole idiosyncrasy was the Ajna chakra, which years ago had been surgically opened, a vertical glass eyeball inserted between his brows. This was long and sleek and elongated by smoky coal, like the faunish eyes of the Vishnu-worshipping Hindu Bishnoi sect. The color of its iris changed with his mood and was usually purple, indicating depression, religious sentiment, and self-indulgence, or emerald green, emotional, creative, aspirational. At present, it was all black. Here, imbibe, for deity's sake, snorted Tenebris, impatiently shoving a glass of Amrita spliced with who knows what at Lenoir. No forfeit now, but thou's heart bane. But, the length of 3 satellite passes, I jinxed, bewailed Lenoir through the gritted teeth of his resolve, recalling the efforts he had made to detox over the past few months. It had been a heinous struggle, but he was finally beginning to rid himself of the more obvious psychoses caused by obsessive drug and Amrita abuse. This fact was well known in the pangender community. A couple of the pout-lipped, hollow-cheeked beings in the abandoned theatre raised their eyes and pointedly shook their heads at the suggestion. Most of them smiled, though, either stoically or lasciviously. Holographic shrines studded the walls, their animated inhabitants ranging from last-century artiste Auria X Soma in her various phases, from amoeba to zebra, her body modifications exaggerated by the post-ironic cosmetics she used in her performances, to a super-sassy Shantae You Stay Jinx Monsoon, shimmying her dragwin blondly with the eternally revered Saint RuPaul. Another shrine was devoted to the super-antiquated Virgin de los Dolores and her lurid congregation of martyrs. Their blood, a very fetching lipstick red, and to a Derek Jarman-inspired statue of Saint Sebastian. Infinite soul pain. La grande misère, Lenoir moaned into his silver-skirted lap, matching eyelids fluttering up to reveal tear-filled emerald eyes today. Like most of the community, he'd had iris implants that allowed him to change his eye color according to his mood. Such time I could have spent with Meredith, decanted all to dune dust. His voice was the very ghost of melancholia. We might have madcapped the game, run grim amok, amoral in final distillation. We'd be together now if I had blunted care, and now we're all abyss despite, I could scream. I dare say we all have our regrets, snapped Lofty Viola, flicking her silver synth dreads back from an aquiline proboscis, batting her purple-feathered lashes at Beltane over cliffs of extended horizontal cheekbone. As the Pandro pageant judges like to vaunt, her head measured an impressive 6-inch temple, 13-inch cheekbone, 0.5-inch chin. Like having to convive one's grand finale with prissy Miss Sana. Bitch frack, Sana snapped back. She had perpetually eschewed Viola's sexual advances, and was consequently always under attack for being a prude. Selective promiscuity did not go down well in the pangender community. Anachronistic guising we vouch, hissed Viola. Doppelbitcher, Viola smiled, flattered. Attaining the popular concept of femme fatalité, which, for reasons unknown, remained as much a parody of a psychopath with PMT as it had been in the early days of liberation, had been Viola's lifelong ambition. This was because she was the eldest son of a particularly sexist evolutionist father. Not even born an hermaphrodite, she had always been jealous of the many who were designed right. She blew a ring of cinnamon-scented smoke at Sana's lime-green locks and laughed. Perchance I willed the wrong faux crumbs. Viola, one of the few of them who could afford extravagances, was clad in a colour-sensitive skin suit that visually scintillated all 8 foot 2 inches of her. She needed it, being so petite compared to most queens of the landed elite. Stem cell implants had allowed not just for longer faces, noses, cheekbones, but for legs longer than even the most stretched and racked of early queer imaginings could ever have wet dreamed. Unfortunately, the latter had been developed too late for Viola, who at 276 was one of the community elders. The youth, however, were inbred and self-bred to perfection and had the living wardrobe to match. Cranially operated body cladding that reproduced any garment the controller could conceive, in a wide variety of thermo-adjusted textures, shapes and colors, including negative black, which proffered a see-through effect by mimicking the backdrop. Some costumes extended to the skin itself, thereby creating actual invisibility, though these had been banned for obvious reasons, and now cost beyond even Viola's inherited reach. Still, why be invisible when one could be an ever-changing butterfly of Buddha possibility, as the community's mystical mouthpiece, drag queen and high priestess Gala Kabbalah often reminded them? Promptly, Viola flashed her sartorial imagination through a complex spectrum of reds and pinks and oranges and a geometria of shapes and hairstyles, from jagged to amoebic, each one manifesting at the flick of the switch of her will. Observing Sana as she did so, as if to ask, "Which attracts you the most, dear?" "Nonsense, my angel," conjoined Cookie, Viola's longest-term lover and live-with therapist. "Magentan black suits you to perfection. You look just like Solange Delanque in Passion and the Necrologue of Love." "Doesn't he?" Sana remarked innocently, more in an attempt to amuse Lenoir than through personal angst. But this ultimate grammatical insult did not even make teary Lenoir twitch. "Covey kinder," reprimanded Beltane from the king armchair, which was covered in the same material as Lenoir's skirt, leftovers from a backdrop they'd used in theatre. "Let us not self-embattle. Enemies enough, maleficents aplenty outside the nest. We should help, not hinder one another through this." His voice rumbled through the group, comfortingly paternal, earthy. He boasted a holographic implant that allowed him to dress in anything he imagined, or rather, to give the impression of being dressed. It was actually an illusion created by a network of heat and light rays, loosely based on astral physics and involving soul salt, a living cocoon, a different and considerably cheaper conjuration of couture to the sartorial skin suit which was favoured by the core femmes. Often Beltane appeared in the more fantastical men's outfits of the past: ruffs and pantaloons, breeches and tall riding boots, cloaks and daggers, or knightly array. But catch him from the wrong angle and light cast, and kingly Beltane was bollock naked. Not that anybody minded, but his pride. The emperor's new clothes. Timeless parable. Today he'd opted for an elegant ensemble, popular with well-heeled chaps for several centuries: a sharp-cut black suit, long tie, and bowler hat. The Churchillian air of the latter was subconsciously comforting to his embattled people. "Help one another through it?" wailed Lenoir despite this atavistic succour, resting his white point of a chin on his hands and gazing up at the four-square frame of Beltane through a haze of eyeshadow and tears. "Surely should be into it," he began to sob. "Shh," Sana consoled. "Dolce, Candasis, is merely monomore." Sana was fond of imagining such last millennial sentiments, even when they were wildly inappropriate. Everybody knew what Lenoir and Meredith's exclusive little game had led to, and it was hardly honeymoon material, or the one-person crush usually implied by that phrase. "Listen, Lenoir," Cookie butted in. "You're being uber-hypocrite, as per fracking usual. You've spent a demi-life in wine and self-deletion mode, but when terror offers to cull you, you wax Greek tragic. We would have thought that you of all beings would be pleased." "Belated anagnorisis," mumbled Lenoir miserably. Emphasis on the Isis. "I've been refining my psyche with the goddess via my Aquarian therapist. I was finally becoming the true Lenoir. The light, as they say, was beginning to dawn, but now fleeing, or rather being forcibly fled, I find I'm bleeding Lovelight's bright beams as randomly as Aurora herself." He stared at his feet, which he'd had bound antique Chinese style as a child to keep them tiny, in their Victorian Oxford-heeled button-up booties, contemplatively cradling the black lace parasol that he carried at all times. His third eye flickered green now. Sana glared at mean-mouthed Cookie, and skyscraper-tall Viola flitted forth to the silvery Victorian chaise longue, phantom of pleasures past, put her arms around Lenoir's skinny shoulders, and gently rested her cheek against his. His left hand hovered over the glass. The draught, the asp of Cleopatra, perchance. This hand was very white and slender, with a small black skull inked on its back. The skull was actually a natural birthmark, which Lenoir had suffered to be enhanced. Meredith Mathers had one just the same. It was this bizarre twinning of birthmarks that had brought them together in the first place. He cherished that indelible black skull, and gazed at it now as if it might at any moment open its Cimmerian jaw and tell him how to find his lover, apocalypse or no apocalypse. Meredith had shaved his once red locks sheer off last time they jousted. It showed the cranial tattoos that sigillized his skull. These were mostly designs he had seen in his dreams, images downloaded in snatches and transcribed from pillow to sketchbook to skin. Because the universe is vast and complex, and because souls reach out over time and will not be walled, even in eras of peace, even in pleasant placement, and even with semi-adequate language that, however, does not satisfy soul draft deep enough. Several of these nocturnally delivered blueprints had turned out to be real Sanskrit. So he had the repeated mantra, Om Namah Shivaya, spiraling from the nape of his neck and around his head, crossing back and front twice each, and coming to rest at his own Ajna chakra, between his eyebrows. The line at the top of the letters created a pleasing, conjoined spiral, and where it finally dropped down onto his forehead, the artist had created a liquid effect, very realistic looking, like a black teardrop eternally about to fall. Lenoir's head gravitated into his hands as he thought of his beloved. Several of the ravishing creatures there gathered, observed in despair and sometimes anger, the flailing self-sustenance of the tragically self-aware Lenoir. "If co-care be fantasy, I suggest we split." Tenebrous' tone was grim. "I have no desire to greet oblivion, or whatever actually pens, with bitter lips." His level of fluorescence pulsated with disdain. He was one of several in the community whose forebears had been caught in the craze of adding octopus genes to their DNA. Apparently, the offer of nocturnally road-safe grandchildren had been too good to miss. "As kingly regent, I command," We frenzy, Sparagmos, bellowed Beltane, causing the usual flutter of giggles and hair-tossing amongst his pleasure-seeking groupies. Kick ass, he continued anachronistically. Ass carried arc, all said. Big bang exit, pronto, return to route. Amen and and hallelujah, twittered his girlies and boysies and many neither this nor thatsies. Lenoir shook his head, and with it Sana's. Strands of her seaweed locks tickled his nostrils. Partying was not what he was here for, not any more. Excess had led him only to emptiness, not the pertinent void of Zen or the camouflaged palace of wisdom, but to a liminal, vacuous whitewash usually encountered during hangover and before hair of the dog, or entre fixe fixe, as Meredith delicately put it. This, to Lenoir, was the state of ordinary consciousness, a boredom alleviated only by the depravities of which he was capable in the pursuit of pleasure and experience. And here in the ghetto, it was always the ultimate experience, albeit not one you could really write home about. He managed a faint smile. They'd had their moments, to be sure. Sana sensed her friend's change of mood and kissed him on the cheek. Imbibe now from Graal, baby doll, she ordered, passing him the hypertoxic punch. Its mere scent made his eyes water. If annihilate, at least we go as one. Lenoir obeyed, at first tentatively, and then, suddenly, he had drained the goblet and was raising it above his head in the manner of a high priestess consecrating the chalice wine as blood divine. Sana obliged with a refill, looking, he thought, more than ever like the absinthe fairy of ancient lore. A gaggle of elderly queens waddled into the theatre, giantly bewigged, all pointy or puff-tastic of shoulder, sneering opalescent lips popping forth phrases as exquisite and empty as Fabergé eggs, or fussing over fripperies, hen-bright and sharp-beaked, real mother-cluckers brooding on their bright hoard of nihil. After all, where there is no futurity, the chicken comes only after the egg, then vanishes forevermore. Long before the announcement, all remaining eggs on Earth had been smashed and scrambled, along with the ecosystem. Somebody produced a music system, and a blast of very danceable panpipes kicked in, played by a goat-redolent, translucent satyr whose right side was missing. I found it on a dump, yelled its owner in explanation, his antiquated syntax making it plain that he was a refugee. They accepted every hopeful incomer here, so long as they came in acceptance and beauty. Most picked up Zizlang very fast, a patois as rich in gender courtesy as an oriental court in kowtowing, frilled by adjectives poetic and beatnik, syntactically fluid. Others disdained to employ a parlance, either entirely or in part, whose equivalent to Chaucer was Polari. Sonata errata, cantata non-starter, bewailed a wannabe dancer. Press on, diva, the sound quality's fine, except that part of the treble is missing, encouraged the other. The satyr continued to pogo palely, panning out his available chemimones as best he could. Wait till you see Lady Macbeth, added the finder-keeper, referring to the lofty, taloned singer, probably an alien, whose spine-chilling guttural and aquatic emissions were popular in the omnigender ghettos. Chanteuse cold as fabled Candlemas, faint hint of survival in flickering chords, in meandering andantes. Face tattered at the edges, only half there. Spook-tastica. The Amrita began to flow with an irony of abundance. The 10 in the theatre became 20, which in turn attracted another 20. It was an average night by all appearances. Nobody wanted to be the first to crack. Lenoir could be excused. He was naturally morose, and besides, he had been on the wagon. Air kisses filled the room like a flock of low-flying tropical birds netted in the pandemonium of parrot-bright hormones. Pouting lips and glittering quatrains colluded with the comforting perpetuity of the superficial. The smell of artificial scent and ambivalent pheromones grew thicker as the chimerical throng heated up, loosened up, and limbered up, leaving the outside world to do as it would. Amnesia set in, as it habitually does at such gatherings. Lenoir, dug into the antiquated settee with Sana's head in his lap, watched the aesthete's assembly line of male and female anime as it passed, and sighing as deeply as his damaged lungs and the ghetto's oxygen ration would allow, wondered once more what it had all been about. Not everyone was as blithe as his favoured companions, however. Had he surfed the tidal wave of hermaphroditic splendour to its lowest ebb, he would have discovered Klim, DeLorean, and Kathmandu in pained debate in the glowweed-lit cemetery beyond the desiccated theatre lawns. The memorials here were as unique as the Pandrogynes they represented had been in life, but all were smothered by the luminous yellow foliage of the mile-a-millisecond creeper, the sole remaining plant able to thrive without photosynthesis. Instead, its microscopically fanged stomas chewed up the chemical cocktail that now passed for terrestrial air and spat it out detoxed, providing free illumination as it so did, hence it being tolerated by the government. Not to mention that it grew as fast as it was reaped. The solar filter screen arched half a mile above them, shining reddish and spilling cloying pools of sanguine heat from the chemical sunset. Several satellites glittered near the heavily laden moon, low and massive in the sweltering October heat. It was nearly All Hallows. The Pangenda community liked to celebrate outwardly what the Aquarians honoured inwardly. Sometimes there was a great parade of grisly glam, internal organs made up and displayed through transparent skin panels. There was stiff competition for the prettiest intestines and loveliest liver, the most vari-coloured and exquisitely textured. Other years they opted for romantic ghostly legend, each participant becoming an immaculately resurrected figure of the past, palely loitering until the fairy dance kicked in and all was colour and blood and passion again. Different moody tides and tidal moods, for this community was nothing if not emotional, brought salty, shanty-rough ballads and memories of weather crones and bonfires and ducking for apples in the old style. Probably none of these to be, however, this year. What exactly did they say was going to happen? Probed Kathmandu in exasperation. I missed the frackin' announcement. 1 minute I was splash-happy in the hormone bath with Lorelei. We craved a touch more pan. You know how quickly it can fade in these outrageous estrogen levels. And next thing, you two are banging down the door in highest vaunt, keening that organic matter is about to cease to exist. Explain. Where is Lorelei anyway? Inquired Klim, who, like most of them, craved unity in the midst of dissolution. Still embowered, having reactions to the Amrita. You know what it's like for us new-hatched, so sensitive. But what? Twitching fingers, twitter in voice, nervous prink and preen. That's all they said. Sorry, Darkling. They know it's going to happen, and the Greens and Evos are working on figuring out when and what precisely, but they weren't specific. Tall DeLorean was Idola grim, the surrounding evening aswarm with singles craft, people panicking to be with their beloveds, or trying to outpace the end. He gazed giddily at his ghetto mates in their dazzlement of raiments. So, we starburst, vanish, dissolve to dust, into those infamous ashes of Bowie Bible song. 'Tis possible, encouraged DeLorean, or perchance a freak storm or face-melting cosmic inferno. They all shuddered. Should get your image grab prepared, Klim. We might survive. We may be Caffords or Scorpions of happen chance, chemically immune. Could be eye-deep in roadside gems. Religious cults zealing, claiming their own gods are pending naturally. She allowed her slightly round, totally gender-free face a small smile, for hope really does spring eternal, this being the easiest trick of the gods. We hope they do arrive, bristling divine glories, sartorial heaven, saris of the sublime, Jehovah in a toga, green Tara in emerald eternity, brightest silked kimono, fashion battle of divinities probable. Imagine. But we are newly hatched. It's so unfair, so long pretending to be elsewise, finally here, and now this, keened Klim, voicing their mutual frustration. Probably not even true at all, she snapped grumpily, very scared of dying before she'd lived. Likely just another ruse by government to cull our numbers, betting high stake they haven't announced in evolutionist zones, just get as many ghettoids as possible to suicide. Sublime. Oh, real check, Klim. They could have poisoned our waters long since if that was their intent. Kathmandu was frustrated by their ill-informed pessimism. We're too many for that, argued Klim. They're trying to weaken us with lies, I intuit it. Well, you fell full duped at the time. DeLorean would never forget the look of panic, the mortal fear on her prime partner's face when they'd heard the announcement. She deduced denial. Well, we'll adapt, as Gala Kabbalah always says. We're all ever-changing butterflies of Buddha possibility, recited Kathmandu for comfort, frowning as much as a snap-tight skin will allow, and thus creating a headache with no visible symptoms of distemper. Klim emitted an angsty click of the tongue and stared sideways out of the triangle. Fluorescent forms and silhouettes of bulging muscles belonging to plumage-clad sirens danced before his eyes. All of this beauty and effort down the drain. Centuries to bring the surgeon's skill into perfect attunement with the human psyche, and all for what? Behind their shimmering shamanic ambivalence, the secret of annihilation. At least some got to enjoy it, mused DeLorean, tuning into her muse courtesy of empathy and Amrita. She was beginning to feel quite euphoric now. After all, the crisis was not entirely immediate. You see Lenoir, fluff-handed and forlorn, hatch-born to fail, so Viola says, life-lust frail. They perked up, entertained by the gossip. Slinks all stray cat now that Meredith's foiled. Sana weaves him round her shapely legs, Candy kinder, mother milks him, sanctuaries. They whispered on, happily encovened. Already they were forgetting threat and remembering pleasure. Funnily enough, almost everyone in the omnigender ghetto was feeling much the same way. Back in the heaving theatre, the banshee keenings of a semi-materialized Lady Macbeth were posing a serious threat to their glasses and sanity. Gender sorcière extraordinaire, Gala Kabbalah, was about to take the stage, grand dame of transsexual mysticism. 50% femme, 50% homme, 200% queer. And most of the community was crammed into the theatre to receive the sacramental black pearls of their oyster pythoness, pre-apocalyptic wisdom. Glib and skitterish as this hissing, prancing kitty cat audience frequently was, there were deep wells of spirit hidden within, and the Pandrokavi craved timely guidance from their paradisically painted priestess of spiritual realness. Gala Kabbalah in a Sephiroth tiara. She'd been their mystical mentor for decades now, and was the main reason the Pandro Palace hadn't deteriorated entirely into a witched-out bitch-fest of a war zone. She encouraged love for all, and knew how to tap into the innate goodness in each and every one of them. She was, in short, their spiritual Mater Dolorosa, and Queen Lilith rolled into one. When they were being bad, she referred to them as my little Clipoth demons. When they were good, they were various types of cake, especially, of course, pan. Meredith, religiously irreverent even unto the very end of the world, referred to her as trala blah la la, and he was pointedly absent from her epiphanic curtain call tonight. Sure, he practiced meditation, mantra, and feats of extreme asceticism on the sly, but he loathed anything even faintly populist. It made him sick to his wormy gut. Beltane, bold and bluff and bristling with testosterone, was regaling his personal posse with tales of his times as a nun. He had been forced into the sisterhood by a religious zealot of a mother, and had spent 8 apocryphal years in a Calvary convent, where he swiftly acquired several converts of his own. Of those who came with him when he eventually escaped, having amassed the funds required by not entirely honest means, but then, what is a poor helpless nun to do? Most elected to remain plain female, and became independent oracles and most excellent hedonists. But he and one other, Meredith Mathers, had decided to have their bodies altered. At the time there had been some tension between those born pandrogynous and those who required an operation to become so. Just as in old times some woman-born women had reacted against women-born men, and some men against their trans brethren. But World Crisis had helped form a united front in the omnigender ghettos. They were likewise omniracial and non-ageist, especially easy now that age itself barely showed, and race didn't have to. Soul essence, the perfume of the psyche, was the only qualifier here, underlined by a basic tenet of love. And if not that, then at least respect for all. Had Beltane only realized that with every mention of Meredith, he was driving a stake further into Lenoir's somber and hitherto sober heart, he would instantly have shut up. Instead, Lenoir reached with a lover's sigh again and again for the chalice, each sip bringing Meredith further back into his body, or so he imagined, fanciful flibbertigibbet that he forever had been. Gala Kabbalah emerged at last, relatively petite at 9 feet tall, but packing an auric punch and gleaming with charisma. and the theatre exploded into whoops and claps and shrieking cheers. Her hair today was flame red, long and loose, serpentine, her skin dark blue, while Ajna chakra and dual optics radiated deepest purple. She wore a skirt of bleeding human limbs, possibly prosthetic, possibly not, and a necklace of life-sized monkey skulls. Had she pillaged a museum, as well as a mortuary? And squatted primitively at the center of the stage, tongue extending to the quivering pulse point on her throat, her bare feet trampling some invisible opponent. It was certainly a new look for the normally elegant entertainer. From triple eyes, hugely black-fringed, beamed rays of akashic violet, containing everything possible to be dreamed by a goddess. Her hair, body and words came all in a torrent. Greetings, my pretty pancakes of the apocalypse, my exquisite children of the gods themselves, all hail and welcome. They hollered reciprocal greetings in tones of wildest fandom and sweet relief. She in turn thundered, in the immortal words of Lord Storm Fairywolf of the venerable fairy tradition, "Y'all motherfuckers need a radia." They cheered wildly in invocation of the Strega goddess queen of Leyland gospel lore. Because if life ain't a witch, y'all can't fly. We gotta make good times out of the bad, do we not? Her tone grew more confidential. Many of us feel that today's announcement, our final dawn and wake-up call if you will, is more of a cockle-doodle-don't, a don't even bother because it's all over already. But I am here today, beloved fairy cakes, my cherished sprinkles on the icing of the god's own feast, to assure you that what we are about to experience together is actually the blissful reality of becoming true butterflies of Buddha possibility. You mean we're all gonna get our wings burned, right? Heckled Viola, her voice like the shattering of a silver glass bauble. Frowning, Sana picked a shard out of her hair. On the contrary, my dears, soon we shall again become gleaming fractals of divine consciousness, our experiences melding together into one glorious stream of evolution. Nothing shall be lost. All efforts ever made will count. I know you all too well to ask whether this life has ever treated you unjustly. Of course it has. We have all suffered for the way we are. And having found one another, we are the lucky ones. Many have suffered far worse fates than ours today. Beloveds all, prepare for the playing fields, for the killing fields, to be levelled, kinders, and not just amongst humans. There will be justice too for animal kingdoms and kin, for the sacred plants and trees that for so long gave our ancestors their shelter, food, air, their very survival, and likewise for the plundered queendoms of mineral and so-called stone. Stone being consciousness petrified, frozen music as Plato perceived of yore. But you know this already, my peyote pancakes. What perhaps you don't yet know or fully appreciate is that everything, everyone, every blade of grass ever to be conceived of or created, every iota that existed or that par existed in all epochs of all these local galaxies, all of this is about to be sublimated into something so fine, so entirely magnificent, something so very extraordinary, that it makes even Fluff the magic drag queen look dull. The anxious audience bubbled over with soul-relieving laughter, glancing over at said Fluff, one of their most aesthetically extravagant denizens. But Gala pressed on. Seriously, my cosmic cupcakes, the time has come for us to commit the very best of ourselves to eternity. We shall walk forward together, hand in hand, proud and tall, our spiritual keynote being, as ever, acceptance for all. Together we shall face whatever the universe wishes to throw at us. And together, our spirit will not just survive, but on some greater level, we will thrive. This, I promise to you. This is my troth. Gala's voice was rising, slowly but surely, to some sublime crescendo. So, I entreat each and every one of you to be as brave, as bold, and as jaw-droppingly beautiful in Ascension as you ever have been in life. Do not fear. The future is near. The goddess is here. Let us raise our hands and lift up our hearts with one of the all-time greatest priests of the people, Saint Allen Ginsberg. They all began to chant with Gala, "Holy, holy, holy, the world is holy, the soul is holy, the skin is holy, the bum's as holy as the seraphim, the madman is holy as you my soul are holy." She smiled into the mirrored ceilings, beatific. Now, can I get an om in here? The theatre dissolved into the thrumming hum of the holy syllable. For many minutes she let it ride and rise, and then, Sappho wrote that death is an evil. She figured that the gods have so judged, as had it been good, they too would die. Perchance they have, piped up the voice of somebody immune to hope. When did you last see a living god, Miss Gala? Gala Kabbalah just shook her fiery locks that snaked over her slender blue shoulders. The gods themselves are with us now, Kindersies. They abide within us, in our hearts and our souls, as well as without. And hell, they won't want to be missing out on this last fandango in Paris, Rome, and our own lovely London town. No, they will materialize in their fullest glory, dripping and sparkling with their very best astral drag for everyone who has eyes to see them. Just you watch that cosmic catwalk, my fragrant pancakes fresh from the hob of Hestia herself. And never forget, where there's a magical will, there's a way. Creation is continuous. And so mote it be. So mote it be, they thundered in blissed-out assent. After the show, after the interpretive dancing and the freestyle yoga and general hugging and forgiving that always went on after a Gala Kabbalah gig, the blue-skinned Shekinah Suprema milled and lingered with the crowd, arms entwined with those sturdier ones of Fluff the Magic Drag Queen, her long-term partner, both of them spreading as much peace and love as could be managed under the cirques. A fractionally uplifted Lenoir abandoned Sana to the advances of some boyish girl or girlish boy, and traipsed off in search of his much-missed lover, knowing all along that Meredith would be hidden well out of his reach, and besides, he would not show up until he had thoroughly punished Lenoir. After all, it was his turn. Even the word Meredith made him want to take another swig of something potent, and his newly cleansed body was being hit hard by the crashing, crushingly sweet and sick, ellipsed onslaught of alcohol, drugs, and emotion. His mood was beginning to spiral downwards again. He battled his way tremulously through the beautiful bodies with inanities on his lips and a leaking heart chakra. He explained to everyone who had the patience to listen that he had never meant to do it, that the drugs and drink had caused it, but most of them knew about Meredith's missing arm, and their compassion was limited. The stupid thing was that Meredith himself didn't give a toss about the arm. He was only angry with Lenoir for backing out just when the game was getting interesting, or, as he put it, quitting while you're ahead. He seemed immune to the fact that Lenoir loved him and had been revolted by his own capacity for sadism. So now they weren't talking. And it really was the end of the world. And there certainly were not plenty more fish in the sea. Ascension, Chapter 3. The final wild fish was in fact a flatfish, and it was at that very moment gasping its last on the far-flung shores of Morocco. The onslaught of refugees from Europe, whose native lineage fell short of 7 generations, had poisoned it with displaced sewage. Many of the refugees, themselves treated like shit in the countries from which they had been forcibly ejected, were also gasping their last. Following what population control had just put them through, most found this quite a relief. The serrated shadow of Astridia Spark, her short black hair spiked like the fur of an angry cat, was skewed by a moonbeam as she manhandled her mood control and rammed a plastic toothpick inside her ear. Of course it did no good. The chip was implanted deep inside her head, and the gesture defied all logic. But she had to make an attempt. The instinct to attack the intruder was a constant itch, even though her ear was bleeding and painful. She swore, "Some way to spend your 93rd birthday." While her sisters were no doubt celebrating in syncopated style up there in the sky, shooting from star to star with a cocktail in one hand and a lover in the other, here was she, alone in stinking Antonova, her entire organism bucking and rearing at the mechanical whim of a faulty device. Her cutthroat curses slashed the external silence, but did nothing to alleviate the death rattle of her skull. She jiggled and prodded, her blue lips pursed, glancing sideways into the mirror where the taut white skin of her reflection, blissfully insensate, was streaked from ear to jaw by a single livid stream of blood. Not much to show for so much noise and madness, was it? Her sulky eyes flashed as the infernal device peaked once more, sending her shadow swaying across the room. The mood control slipped sweatily from a nausea-lank hand, rattling redundantly. Summoning a fleeting burst of strength, she moved towards it and stopped. Her foot hovered irresistibly over the sole key to her psyche in its brittle plastic box. More sophisticated, modern versions featured virtually indestructible controls, but Astridia's op had been on the cheap, and didn't she know it now? For 45 years, it had allowed her full control of her own state of mind. Not a bad innings compared to normal human physiology, but time always flies when you're having fun, and then came the slow slide as the device ceased to obey her will. And finally, here she was, crash-bang-wallop, utterly abject, entirely at the mercy of the faulty metronome of her intercepted psychometry. To boot, no control whatsoever of the telluric currents that ran beneath the seas of her subconscious, or of the delinquent pulses affecting her mantle, her body itself. No control of the rhythms that pumped the very blood through her fortified veins. Insaned by machinery, insane in every living membrane. With a fiendish smile, she brought her foot crashing down on the blasted box, thereby negating any possibility of further command over the sounds in her head. No more control of her own emotions. Happy birthday, bitch. It shattered like a cockroach beneath her self-contempt. She had truly done it now. She had flung her consciousness into a lifelong stream of chaos, and the knowledge of this spread like indelible black ink through her synapses, scrawling itself all over the confines of her inner body. The situation was so extreme that it almost cheered her up. Scraping together her remaining analgesics, she washed them down with Amrita, the potent and bittersweet drink of the day. Like liquid paradise, the advertisements said, and they were right. From the deepest recesses of her memory, a song welled up, as they tend to at times of loneliness and trauma, and as she swayed beneath the sweet-necked bottle, she vocalized it, choppily, but with feeling. Avatars of synthesis, Babaji and Yogi Christ, Kuthumi and Jwal Kul, Mahatma Gandhi, Sitting Bull, freedom fighters, Palaborns, Antakarana made of thorns. We raise the physical to thee, and Theogens shall set us free. Theoretically, appended Astridia loudly and sarcastically, once again playing to her mysterious, invisible audience. It was peculiar how often she felt that her every random thought was being somehow absorbed by onlookers, or at least by one very attentive observer. But then, there was little about Astridia nowadays that wasn't peculiar, and how very sad of her to have to go imagining that anybody cared about the endless ramblings of her inner narrative. She hissed with hatred for herself, and spat on the floor in rebellion. She had no idea from whence emanated these haunting delusions of grandeur. She would suspect the trance enhancer had such lyrics, and that sense of being somehow on stage, not been amongst her earliest memories. Long, long before the implant. "Evo Bina!" she screamed, quite against her volition. Such words and phrases left her nonplussed, although they did stir certain images and emotions, and that was why she'd never tried to block them. Yet the plight of the soul trapped in flesh was as indubitable as ever it had been. Brilliant. Couldn't her subconscious be a little more helpful? Why have one at all, if it merely throws more obstacles across one's path? Weren't these organisms in which we live and move and have our being supposed to be a bonus? Then why so fickle? Or was it really the fault of the device? No, she had thought like this since birth. Forget it. Swallow. Forget. All about her, dolphins frolicked in an amnesia of eco-crisis. These were ray-printed onto the walls and were absolutely lifelike, though entirely posthumous, marine life being long extinct. Modernity had instead angled shards of pointed and rounded light, depicting the silvers and blues of water in motion, and the joyous pod surfacing, then nosediving back into its welcoming depths. Well, who needs reality anyway? The mere flick of a switch brought her their song, the smell and sibilance of the sea, and a hint of gull cry to the room. The 5 or 6 main revelers circuited into eternity, finding the sudden gaps of window and screen to be no obstacle. Astridia hated them today for their feeling nothing when she felt so much, for flouncing and splashing so flippantly. Most of all, she loathed them for being mere ghosts. The extinction of the creatures from which their image had been generated was a continual spear in her side. This was largely why she had kept them there. The music in her head brought her to her feet, and around she span like a helicopter blade, her violet eyes closed against reality, her mouth upturned as if awaiting celestial rain. Her soul was parched. "Strange images of myself the gods create," wailed she, oblivious to the perceptions of her neighbours, most of whom cowered in fear of her crotchety evolutionist self. A fleet of unreal selves, some cast in hate, others in love. Pale and unsatisfied I lurch, ancient-souled, from death to birth, and round again. The jewel in the lotus has evaded me again, the sadhu's promises forsaken me again. She could even hear the chorusing descants. She knew the musical geometry of the anonymous track. Her nerves and subconscious were being played like a fiddle. But by whom, and to what end? From her soul's fountain, these sentences and sentiments bubbled up, confoundingly, for one who rarely, and then barely, believes she has a soul. Sewn together like some cosmic cradle coverlet, and each embroidered patch with its own particular texture and tone, colour, smell, its unique history and its numerous unique Ariadne threads. As she unconsciously evoked, as she span her arms hot fast and tipped dangerously in the tiny space of her abode, she saw diverse images rising up, and some of these were dark and sacerdotal, Egyptian effigies and strange Assyrian writings on stone, Aramaic, dissonant with peculiar desires, bewitching obliquities, half-seen faces, people she felt she loved but could neither picture nor quite feel, beckoned forth and downward like the tremendous whirlpool the dolphins would have known better than to approach. But she was led onward by these coruscating, dark-glittering fantasy realities that kept her spinning, one arm in weird, the other in Antonova. Ah, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The floor was covered in comfy blue chemifoam carpet, at once continuing the oceanic theme and resembling the sole of a self-massage sandal. Such materials had been popular with dancers as practice padding once upon a daydream, when bodies were still considered a reasonable investment. Astridia had scavenged from one of the skips she regularly patrolled, a roll big enough to furnish her flat. This bio-indestructible matter made for an excellently soft landing when she was Amrita-addled, or merely drunk on her inner rhythms. The other features of the apartment were of similar homely garbage origin, mostly painted silver, blue and black, her three favourite colours when she had any choice in the matter, matching the clever fake ocean mammals circling her room, which pleased her sense of style. Behind this convulsing womanly form, tins of nukeable nutrients stood in rows like robots lining up for an upgrade in consciousness. Wonton noodle soup, chili non carne, black soybeans, nighttime cocoa, all to be translated into the human organism that currently represented Astridia. The tins were not many. She favoured liquid breakfast, lunch and tea, a little something to help deaden the pain and distract her from the death march in her head. Amrita and its sister cocktail, Nectar, stood in a plethora of incarnations on the dumb waiter, held in tall, clear bottles, squat, self-freeze cans, plastic packets of potent mixers. Above them, sharp knives and cleavers stuck to a magnetic strip glistened in the cold blue light. These were extremely clean. A subcutaneous torment pitched, and she half screamed, half sang. I sent my soul through the invisible, some letter of that afterlife to spell, and by my soul returned to me, and answered, I myself am heaven, and am hell. She fell into the single armchair, reeling and sweatily exhausted, 1,000 memories dwelling on the threshold of her consciousness, at once prematurely nascent and ancient. Her intrinsic being welcomed these, while her struggling individual consciousness wanted to block out the madness. This was impossible now. Maniacal, somnambulistic, she stared into a poky frondescence of memories, her mind frowsy, her tongue a living arcana of the sigils of her most secret and ancient soul. She surely was not your average evolutionist. As this improbable woman span, networks of intimacy manifested, as they will in any much-inhabited room. Various recent memories replayed themselves in her mind's eye, were registered and dismissed. Echoes were not her favourite thing right now. She flexed her claws and fired up a wraith, one of the few brands of cigarette which had never been responsible for the premature death of a beagle or vivisected simian by lung damage or worse. All of her luxuries were heavily vetted, right down the centuries, for traces of animal cruelty. She inhaled the relatively karma-free smoke, tabacno by Spiritus Americano, deep and long. The artificial leaf was even more damaging than the original, but she didn't care one iota about her own choked alveoli. An early exit from this cacophony would be welcome and self-chosen. But chances were she would live to see the end, the law of sod being much in evidence in Antonova. Besides, the end was now officially nigh, and she felt annoyingly resilient. 93 and counting, and still her only physical compromise was self-imposed. Whatever happened to the art of dying? Modern medicine and evolutionist genetic engineering are the ultimate anti-Buddha. Life impaled upon the wheel until the next merciful megavirus hits. Children born with no choice but to live until the bitter end. Chemically fortified against corruption of the flesh. Like it or lump it. Lump and thump for Astridia, dragging her heels recalcitrantly, messily, through the earth plane Malkuth, with its awesome holies and its even more awesome holy evils. It has always been this way, forever and forever. Forever, this endless fatigue upon the wheel. Need more smokes. The faintly ferrous smell of her own blood was wiring her up like the coil of a fell cutter waiting to snap shut. She chained 4 wraiths from stub to tip, her eyes flashing a warning in the nicotine mist. The dolphins ignored it as they would the ghostly dervish of a lighthouse glimpsed through fog. Such signals are for humans to heed. She stood with her pale forehead pressed against the 33rd story window, slanted eyes cast down to where the latest strains of British cacti grew blackened from heat-cracked fissures, and the moonlight made the drainage vapours into weird shapes which lingered by the sidewalk like the disconsolate ghosts of roadkill. Her violet gaze slid away from these phantoms to their artful sorceress, remembering. Her stomach slid with it. The moon hung huge and low over Antonova, looking like its own reflection in troubled waters. Through Astridia's pain-addled mind, black magic, black Hindu Buddhism, black psychology ran a shadow marathon, a race of tribes empty of empirical information, simply shapes and sentiments of Samadhi Satori illumination and of desire, belief, will and faith, rising to her mind and tongue like various barbarous names of evocation, and escaping her as "I." Humanity, sinking into the pit of convention. Hail, the trance of the age is nearing its limit, and with it, a resurrection of the primitive woman. London's Austin Osman, who never spared himself pain, living sparsely as a skeleton in a broken-down gentleman's suit, because the gods that bring us forth enjoy sometimes a pun, especially of naming, and especially if that pun is a cruel one. Austin Osman Spare, who was auto-brutal, who lived by the brush, who died by his florid, unpopular truth, well-measured, well-meted out in Ma'at. A brilliant, a tortured draftsman, surviving in a war-sapped, drafty hole. He looked a bit like Hitler, a bad coincidence of moustache aesthetics. His paintings moved. While being Morag, Astridia had been to an expo, Red Lion Square in London, 1999 perhaps. Stay, what was that? Something had flickered at the edge of her consciousness, some well-woven memory. Morag feels familiar. And London, fine low buildings, squares of green, they created sounds and smells and pictures in her addled cranium. She ran her fingers through her hair. The rug of my soul is becoming threadbare. Too sparse, too thin I become. Nuked, like everything else. Look at the skyscape instead. Look at the buildings, and the flashing, trailing vehicles, and the detritus of mankind entrainant. These are more real, more consensual, reality-wise. This is reality. Obeying the dictates of her redemptive ego, Astridia promptly observed the lunar ripples, silver and black acid rapids, and felt the miasma of heat pushing up from the street, forcing her back into her body, her 93rd set of annual statistics, her indubitable senses. Heat waves, heat wavering all around. Perhaps some of it would get out tonight. Usually the clouds stretched across the sky like thick fiberglass wool, muffling the town in its own exhalations, dangling the industrial chimneys from their dirty, coiling skeins. The heat came down diffused, itching with rashes and asthma, slapping a gag on the besieged populace. By night, it seethed up from the concrete, trampled and vilified, blocked in by the chemical cover which habitually concealed the moon. Tonight, however, parts of the sky had coagulated, with vivid clots of cloud gorged red and purple on their moonward sides, and between them, darksome gaps. A streak of jaundiced light ran across the horizon, invisible in high-rise Antonova, as if actively challenging the invasion of clean light. Around the moon itself, a fresher sky shimmered, almost as of old. This was not the only unusual thing. All up and down the smog-stained streets, pale faces were poking out between blinds, or in the houses of the bold, bathing openly in the ghostly light. Bearded men who professed atheism by day appeared at their windows like prophets awaiting instruction. Their cuckoo clock heads were made even more ugly by the sterile light. Women, bald or bewigged, exposed their soiled, boil-ridden bodies to the moon. In ancient times, moonbathing was said to make one beautiful, if it did not first turn you into a vampire or a loon. Not much chance of Selene providing a beauty shower now, though the undesirable side effects were undoubtedly on offer. So, what in all the names of all the gods were these people doing? Astridia might have turned her mood control to curiosity, had she not willfully destroyed it. As it was, the synapses that recognized the community behavior as unusual did not connect with the need to know why. She took another big slug of her chemical cocktail, Paradise Lost and Repending, and continued to stare blankly, yet full of pain, at the world below. 3 or 4 artificial trees, remnants of the area's more ornate days, stood with their boughs to the sky, spilling and dripping silver and shadow through shining, latticed branches. Their trunks were devoid of memory, except for the regular dull thud of foot or wheel on concrete. Nothing, not even light, could adhere to their sterile surfaces. Unlike their ancestral prototypes, they were still at home outside the domes. The atmosphere was stiff with intent, though its nature was impossible to define. The oxygen machines stood like poker-backed sentinels on the street corners, one red electric eye alert to the world. Nothing was articulated, except by Astridia in her psychosomatic frenzy. Sometimes one is the only conscious living thing in the world, even when surrounded chock-a-block by others. Long, long had she been lost, and only sometimes found. But when? A thin stream of sound leaking from somebody's system broke the general spell of silence, the droning nasal tones of a newsreader announcing yet another mutilation. On screen, the automated woman was momentarily replaced by the image of the smiling victim, more animated in photographic stillness than her eulogist was in motion. The program had been pre-recorded. Following the announcement earlier in the evening, nobody cared. The birthday girl took a series of impatient gulps from the can, opened the window, and threw it out. Eventually it fell with a clatter that sent mutant cats and rats scuttling, but nobody paid any attention. Usually, such a gesture would attract at least a flutter of concern, but tonight, Antonova was in trance. Beneath all the stillness and moon-gazing, everyone was thinking of only one thing. In the turmoil of Astridia's mind, the strains of a tune called Kali Yuga began to make themselves known. Her body took up the rhythm, and the marionette danced helplessly beneath the cranial confines of her multi-storied roof. Happy birthday to me. Chapter 4. The world's last butterfly battled its way out of its beleaguered cocoon. As its wings touched the air, their colours shrank and shriveled instantaneously. It descended from the guttering, silently screaming, spinning in the wind, a flake of ash, the dreaming sheen of its flight lost forever. In the crystal dome of the latter-day Aquarians, the mood was one of high elation. The 9,333 meditating mantrics who girded its circumference and guarded against low-level thought forms were of one mind. The date was set, and it would not be long. True, the details were vague, and a large number of outcomes were distinctly possible, but the crystal dome boasted so many options in consciousness that at least one of them was going to be right, wasn't it? And many of these were idyllic, truth-serving. There was hope on the horizon, certainly, and a great deal for which to be grateful. Flowers were scattered in the green-skirted lap of the earth, where milky white cows grazed, garlanded and entranced, their golden bells tolling on the scented breeze. a sound barely audible over the lake where Chandra sat. The peacock's mew she could hear, the mystical bird displaying its glimmering fan, the key to many kingdoms. Flashing blue and green eyes, brought to light by the magic of the flute, caught in their own mesmerization. Everything here was reared on the purest, most subtle matter available, and their forms reflected it. The snake charmer, for peacocks are serpents with feathers, the angels said, was a blue-skinned priest, an immortal, one of many avatars who visited or lived inside the dome. He stood beneath a giant jasmine, vivid with butterflies, casually ushering in the eon, his saffron-clad legs crossed at the ankle. Lord Krishna was a familiar figure to her tutor in dance, music, and love. He had helped nurture her from the earliest stage, gathering children and adolescents about him like possessive bees to an exquisite honeycomb. They wanted to work for him. His praise was 1,000 mothers' kisses to them. He taught them the multiple spiritual meanings of Sanskrit, the urge to aspire to the Godhead, the beauty of being. To the child, last incarnated in 1970s industrial Birmingham, England, he represented attainment itself. Chandra had felt the first stirrings of celestial love in his presence, and, like everyone else who came to bathe in his sweet blue aura, had developed a massive crush on him. This had been just what she needed to propel her spiritual intellect into action, and indeed, the whole class developed in quantum leaps just to please him. All lessons were meant to be this way, the angels attested. Observe the greatest painters, writers, and musicians the human world can offer. Each is inspired by Eros, by Kama, either sublimated or operating directly. This is meaningful use of love. Creation is not merely that of the flesh. The muse is an evolutionary device born of desire and hope. Sexual desire is only superficial when overly dense, when mired in matter. It is in fact a means of expanding beyond the individual, of connecting with the divine. Used wisely or adeptly unspent, it becomes cosmic rocket fuel. Love and sex are entheogens, doorways to the divine. This is how we planned it to be, all along. Learn and grow through love, not fear. Paramahansa Yogananda and Sri Yukeshwar had it right, as did your one-time mentor Aldous Huxley in his fictional parlor. Much that is evolutionary begins as fiction. Chandra stared in the direction of her first transcendental passion, smiling the smile of experience. From here, amongst the shifting emerald glades, he was nothing but a blip of dark light with a yellow corona, a distant blue match, burning. The lesson learned, the ego curtailed, everything possible to be believed is an image of truth. Right across the dome, the story was the same. The ululations of a tribal cult barked and roared on the shamanic wind flying westward. Spirit of coyote, spirit of panther passed her by, brought forth from ancient bone-bag grounds and bitter herbs. Chandra thought of her friends Umai and Red Eagle, swarthy soulmates raised in the same kindergarten group as her, different but equal. She had felt a little left out when, of the three of them, those two were placed in a different racial stream. They told her tales of astral ecological tribes and animals when they returned to the Unidorm, in return for hers of veiled priestesses, pomegranates and peppermint and ergot barley water sipped from silver chalices, ghosts and purgatories and eternal penances. Sometimes the shamanic world seemed kindlier. But then they all swapped over. For it is essential to soak one's soul in every philosophy, with all its initiations and nuances. Reincarnation does this, in a dense matter way. In the Aquarian Dome, one can jump from stream to stream without the fuss of death and birth, and parents, gender, nationality, and other shackles. A reward for lives well spent, and infinitely easier than being cast onto the brutal steps of the flesh. Makes sense. Angels are immaculately efficient. Again, the flute, musical Sanskrit, a love letter to the first cause. Krishna's one true obsession and stimulus. Chandra had been shocked, in her pure but uninhibited Aquarian teens, to find herself therefore jealous of God, with whom she could never compete for the attentions of her beloved teacher. Jealous like Lucifer, like a dark one. Don't worry about it, smiled the angels, keen detectives of such thoughts. It's natural to you poor base, par-human souls. The most important thing is to transcend these passions. Strive, child. And so, she tried. Mantras to Krishna were replaced by impersonal oms, but still his perfect androgynous face lurked behind the godlike void of her arrested consciousness, and a passion most definitely not spiritual glinted in her dark Aquarian Hindu eyes. "You've given me an inspired emotional and physical body," she thought. "Now let me use it, before the whole shithouse goes up in flames." She had been fond of the music and lyrics of Jim Morrison during her latter-day earthly incarnation. Krishna's celestial consort, Radha, was evoked to help Chandra transmute her feelings into selfless love. The deity arrived, the very image of Indian voluptuousness, smiling decorously in her concealing yet revealing sari, gracefully demonstrative with her slender, glitter-bangled arms and bird-like hands. But Radha was just as human as Chandra in a longer-term sense. Her pupil detected envy in the interceptor from the beginning. "So how come you're a goddess and I'm not?" the girl wondered. "Aren't you simply hyperhuman?" And thus she learned, in time, the difference between archetype and aspirant. The gods in themselves are parable and simile because many of the pantheons are man-made, although the ancient ones themselves obviously are not. It's a bit of a mind-boggler, that one, when you're a kid, but she could never help but notice how blatantly fallible many of the god forms seemed to be. She learned that sometimes, as below, so above. She'd thought similarly when, as a neophyte, she visited the Greek and Egyptian deities to whose clans she at that time belonged. Zeus and Hera, for example, with their jealousies and revenges and petty tricks played on innocent mortals and fellow Olympians. She understood them in a visceral sense, which, though she bore them great respect, did not fulfill her need for something greater. What was that thing, exactly, though? Surely not the patriarchal gods featured in the Dome Museum's numerous mosques and cathedrals. For Chandra to fully engage, it had to be feminine. A feisty, blood-real goddess she had revered in the past. A passionate deity who would crush the petty whims of ego like so many eggshells. But here, her mind went blank. In other places, Druidic bards crafted pagan psalms of metrical magic in a rural vernacular, smilingly swigging mead as aromatic fires were lit and danced around, and virgins wreathed in mistletoe were escorted to the altar stone. Picture postcard druidry it seemed. She wondered how accurate it really was, historically speaking. She suspected it may be what the angels called a distillation. They were not opposed to censorship when it came to their charges. Far from it. In the next chamber, Inca masters boldly expanded their soul bubbles in accordance with the dictates of nature and reached God that way. While pale, shy Catholic nuns to the back of the crystal dome devoted themselves to a tortured image and ascended like doves, dripping blood as they flew. Or so it seemed. Chandra held in her hand one image of truth, the only one to which she really adhered. The convex black mirror through which beloved figures passed when she willed them. Divination was not angelically approved, far from it, but she did not let this inconvenience stop her. There was no time for any such niceties. Looking now, she saw a familiar lady pace in perfumed leisure the obnoxious streets of Antonova. Behind her hung a shadow not her own, and beyond that, the criminal one skulked, thoughts burning mordant, eyes malign with boredom. Estelle and Morag, as were, now translated into the bodies and circumstances of Maya Dolon and Astridia Spark, a short time in the future. She could see, she could not touch or contact. Like most things in the dome, she found it frustrating. She wasn't supposed to feel anger or impatience, yet she did. Cuckoo child, nesting all aloft in golden ether, ought to be down in the stinking valley of smoke and meat and bone with the others, her soul clan. Sitting amongst the concealing grasses, she encouraged the snakes of dissatisfaction to penetrate her aura. Their illicit poison vivified her, made the many dimensions of the crystal dome seem flat and ultra-reality seem virtual. Chandra didn't know how she had ever been born here. She broke all the rules, slyly. True, she had worked hard in other lives in small or significant ways, but that didn't make her unique of Magicor. All of them had slogged towards Ascension over the centuries, either on the right-hand path or the left. They were a unit. She had pleaded with the angels. Surely all 5 should go forward together. They were of the same sweaty, patchouli-tinged black cloth, her friends and she. They belonged to the same Atman, and therefore surely ought to merge together in the ultimate crucible, before the powers that be revealed the next stage of the plan. With Chandra added to the mix, the spiritual mean average would be a lot more promising. She was happy to become a sort of selective avatar to help raise them up to a suitable level. Instead, they were scattered across the deserts of Albion, and, to top it all, no fewer than 4 of them were spiritually amnesiac. This was of course considered by the angels to be deserved, and was the natural result of their individual and group karma. She was so very exhausted with the calculations of multi-life minutiae, yet Chandra did not want to lose entirely that which she had attained before or after she was ensouled here in the dome. She was saved. As an Aquarian, she could never fall. In the ultimate cosmic cradle, she would be rocked into blissful oblivion. She would become God. It was all anybody ever needed, she was told. There is no greater goal. Indeed, it was all that Magicor had ever aspired to, for all sentient beings, animals included. Why, then, did she crave the company of those 4 flawed and disgruntled others? Why did she feel elevated by danger, by memories of that foolish, intoxicating thing called sex, by human love, by the numerous constrictive blights of the earth plane? She belonged on the outside with the others, though her elevated guides and the angels refuted this. She knew it mattered not a jot what the reasons were. It is, as she'd learned in kindergarten Zen. The Aquarian dome contained, they said, every tool she needed to attain ascension. Her karma could be nullified and samadhi reached, if only she would entirely try. They were patient with her, coaxing. 330 Aquarian years down the line, and she was still at the sickly stage, because recalcitrant, training in lessons of love, healing with benevolent guides, accepting all as the dictate of inner truth. We are the beloved, we walk in joy and peace towards the light, a step forward, and then a yearning for the past and for her friends, resulting in half a step back, and sometimes 2. Of course, it was a type of purgatory. She read poetry in Arcadian seclusion, and small animals approached her to be stroked. She could never tell whether they were being polite, or had been asked to do so, or whether they were genuinely keen on her. This uncertainty about the dome's intelligent critters caused her great embarrassment and angst, and ruined her moment. She meditated on being a pure channel of universal compassion, but her heart was not in it. It was testy. She tried to act it and think it out, but guiltily she acknowledged that her real bent was sinister, and with the level of telepathy in the dome, you may as well broadcast your thoughts through a loudhailer. She dissimulated. She was cloistered in white love. Chandra's hand moved through the grass as she glided, and it rippled and moirayed like water. She was lazily skimming the surface, the patterns of motion reflecting her presence. The swishing was pleasing, the grasses a sibilant green sea in the breeze, like the hissing of grass snakes. She felt an angel drawing near and cradled the dark mirror in the pocket of her cloak. She tried to adjust her thoughts to something apt, the Empress Demeter perhaps, and to look optimistic. Following the announcement, this was not easy. Strength and beauty, Chandra muttered to herself. Nature, nurture. The angel's gaze sliced right through her. Better a sincere bad thought than a hollow good one, it declared, and departed. Frack you, thought Chandra, pulling her illicit mirror out in defiance. Its sheen was cracked. A whole plethora of faces looked out from between the hair-breadth fissures. Androgynous, unclean, strangely serene. Maybe the angel was right. She stared hard at the 2 that she knew, and a guitar string of guilt twanged at her solar plexus. She put it away. Despite all appearances, she really wanted to be saved. She hadn't slogged so long in the mines of redemption to go blowing it now. But if it came to leaving the other 4 and progressing alone, she was damned well going to stay. Or to be more precise, she was going to descend. Resolve began to form in her veins. She would escape, reunite the band, and save all 5 of their sick black souls. What are good friends for, anyway? She laughed aloud, and the edge of dark hysteria in her coyote yelp caused ruffled feathers among several peripheral angels. Chandra had always been a major concern, a bone of contention, the rebel kid that none of the Aquarian angels was entirely sure who had allowed to be birthed here in the first place. For, as above so below, and vice versa. The angels provided therapeutic workshops for questionable or troubled inhabitants. Everything from Reiki to past life counseling to finding the gods, goddesses within, should the inhabitants require group support. Everything pleasantly imaginable was on offer to aid the ascension of goodly Aquarian souls. You're a herd animal, they were constantly told, and fundamentally flawed. It's nothing for which to be ashamed. Still, for the solitary practitioner, special effects were easy, the dome being designed to enable contact with any energy the moment it was contemplated. Thus, daydreaming of, say, Anubis was likely to bring you nose to muzzle with the jackal-headed deity and to entail a reeking guided tour of the Egyptian underworld. Musing on a pretty bloom could suck you straight to the Flora Phantasmagoria world of Fae. And pondering upon something unpleasant was traumatic. Aquarians learned fast to think positive. The meditating mantrics and the angels never let the terrors go irreversibly far, however, allowing one to become scared on a sort of Pavlovian principle, but removing the potential of actual manifestation. They understood the human mind far too well to enable all fantasies to manifest, particularly most of Chandra's. The blue of the dome roof caught her eye. A fabulous gem refraction of filtered sapphire. The mere belief in being transferred to a higher frequency had increased the light in the dome, which was ether-generated, and the colours within, already captivating, had augmented in potency. Some of them were too much to bear at present. She missed her Magic-Era Ray-Bans. Chandra stared fiercely into the essence of ultra-blue. She had experienced a muted form of that colour many centuries ago, when she was a priestess of Persephone. Not in the literal sense, for the era was the 1980s and the place Birmingham, England. But there she had performed the role of tacit teenager wrapped in religion, stasher of secrets, cold-hearted queen on the surface, her feet dipped in the Styx with apparent indifference, while all the time she longed for the light, a return to the corn goddess's domain. Ironically, she had been far more spiritual then than she ever felt now. She knew the lesson learned, the veil of solitude lifted, the Eternal Mother revealed, but it meant nothing to her, not without the others. Still, she deduced that the feelings of unity caused by the announcement had produced this vibrant new shade. She had walked for miles but reached nowhere because her mood was insular and her thought processes aimless. If you did not deliberately set out for somewhere in the dome, you created your own landscape. Everything here was allegorical. This felt more real, but was usually less interesting, or much more scary. Chandra often sat for days tasting the colours, smelling and touching the light. There were infinite different textures of illumination in the dome, many of them physically tangible. It was infancy all over again, only vastly elevated. Much that was on offer here was quite literally irresistible. Was she living on memories, negating the future? She looked into the mirror, tracing the story. The others, her friends, they were moving. They would get nowhere without her, but with them, she too would be annihilated, perhaps? She looked around herself and felt retarded, retrograde. Everything else was happily befitting itself for the shift. The rolling hills, many of which were transdimensional, had phased from earthly emerald to angelica green under its influence. The flowers in the Davik gardens had become bigger, brighter, more precisely evocative. Some of the children raised on their essences were becoming physically translucent. Still, there was nothing she could do about it. The date was set, and that was that. Everybody everywhere knew it now, each in their own peculiar way. The world over, the tribes were gathering for their final ascension or obliteration. Across the face of the perishing earth, people were struggling for that last kick, that ultimate redemption. Or simply curling up with a bottle of Amrita, a tub of mixed pills, a syringe of the popular euthanasia hit, Nihil. Many would flock to the crystal dome of the latter-day Aquarians, hordes of flesh heavy enough to tip the world off its axis. Lingering earth lovers would be swept away by tides of Muslims, begging Allah to be merciful to his only faithful, backwashed by seas of Orthodox Jews convinced of their unique rectitude, buoyed upward by floods of Hindus brightly smeared and chanting, by oceans of eclectics convoking, invoking, provoking. Christians, bearing aloft the Roman torture device selected to represent their Messiah. Sisters of the second son, awaiting instruction from their actually incarnate little prophet, Le Fils Cadet. Oracles, penitents, speakers in tongues, and floating like driftwood in this sea of surety would be the earnest agnostics, seeking to colour in their blank-faced God, the mutants, ghettoids, and untouchables too tired, too ill to care, the infinite flotsam fractals and bad juju jetsam of a humanity cursed with too many options in consciousness. Not to mention the gurus and godforms themselves, touting for trade. The biggest of festivals, the most manic of psychic fairs in all living history, the final Highland Fling. The minutes would tick down, a millennial celebration in reverse. Countdown to death, to transference, to whatever you prefer. All hail Muhammad, Armageddon, Krishna, the new Ice Age. I always said it would be you. And for the Aquarians? Ecstasy, ascension, perfect union, like it or lump it. Chapter 5. For as long as she could remember, Maya Dolon had enjoyed frequent out-of-body experiences. However, being educated and rational, she viewed these usually nocturnal episodes as psychological escapism at best, and at worst, as symptoms of a faulty constitution. This did not prevent her in any way from relishing them, especially as she was somehow able to maintain consciousness and thus to steer herself anywhere she fancied experiencing. If she set her will upon the moon, for example, she would promptly find herself being fast-funneled into violet silvery lunar realms, encountering all manner of concomitant spirits and beings. But because these were so unlike the people and places she knew, actually did abide up there, she was able to reasonably conclude that her astral travel was mere fantasy. This made it all the more fun, as she could explore with logical impunity. Maya had developed regular nocturnal haunts, and was pleasantly surprised by the consistency these offered over the course of her life. She congratulated herself, therefore, on having a very organized and reliable subconscious mind. Thus, it came as a great shock when, on the night of the announcement, she found herself propelled in lotus posture to a complex and unfamiliar locale. Alarmingly, for the very first time, she'd had no choice regarding her destination. Of course, she'd heard of the Aquarian domes, but she thought them to be run by crackpots, and she knew nothing of their inner workings. This ruffled her rationalist's feathers and made her feel vulnerable, another new sensation for evolutionist-raised Maya. She suspected her psyche was bucking against the idea of the end, creating alternatives by way of comfort. This seemed especially likely as the most recent dream voyage included a character purporting to be an old friend, possibly even lover. The encounter with her apparent guide, one dark, alluring Chandra Biswas, brought ineffable joy unto her soul. Under normal circumstances, her psyche, her diurnal mood, remained unaffected by these astral travels. Today, she'd awoken ecstatic. The dome in which she found herself that night was par physical, par etheric. It was tongue-lollingly beautiful. Many on the outside did not believe it to be real. Maya had been one herself. Its geographical neighbour was dubbed the City of Mockers, a community founded solely on disbelief and derision of Aquarians. She travelled over this as fast as one would over any war zone, fueled by forces beyond her own volition. The Mockers had terrorists, snipers, the lot, though most were merely Amrita-soaked pacifist cynics. These latter were by far the most dangerous, sharp of wit and sophistry, insidiously reasoning with pilgrims. Maya had met some of these hard-drinking cynics in Antonova, and she liked their style. Left to her own devices, she would have visited the Mockers to study the verbal ammunition that targeted those delusional pilgrims, those wannabe gurus and disciples. Many were turned away on the brink of enlightenment by their superb bullshit filters of sincere and educated debate. But such are dreams. Maya was propelled beyond that compelling city, drawn by a mellifluous feminine voice. She passed through layers of multidimensional sound and color, far too swiftly for analysis, then suddenly found herself drowsily exploring sanguine caves of primal infancy, cradled in some Pachamama's loving embrace, whose warm heartbeat thrummingly informed her that her body was actually still in bed, until the sudden shock of a lucid female voice brought her to her senses. Namaste, dearest sister, and welcome to the crystal dome of the Latter-day Aquarians. The astral guest observed uneasily the other new inmates in their multifarious postures of bawling, mewling, crying, hysterical release. Symbolic rebirth, Chandra winked. Then, welcome to my world, Estelle. At that moment, Maya knew herself and Chandra for who they really were. She sunk into the patchouli-scented outstretched arms of her sister in spirit. We haven't long. Chandra reluctantly disentangled herself, gazing on Maya's new but familiar face. Still that same peaches and cream complexion, only this time unconcealed by white and black powders, and those eternal Irish blue eyes. Maya, meanwhile, was enraptured by the emerald optics of the Indian goddess, who stirred a million memories. She turned in her sleep, the joy overspilling into her distant limbs. We need to focus on the here and now, while we have it. Remember that, from Huxley? The minor birds, here and now, boys, here and now. They wake us from sleep, on every level. And this is real, Estelle, Maya. Maya barely cared whether it was real or not. Love and beauty seemed everywhere. Her entire being enchanted by an indescribable feeling of redemption, of actual eternity, of every little thing being, genuinely, for a purpose. Religious intoxication at its most potent, she wanted to cling to Chandra forever, to never let go of this cosmic completion. It's real, Chandra repeated, tentatively gesturing towards the dome and all that it contained. It's really real, and so is Ascension, and some will fade, and some will merge, but there are certain soul groups that have another purpose. You and I are part of one of these, Maya. The emotion in Chandra's ancient voice touched her soul. Maya, in her dream trance, knew instantly. The other three, the vicious ones, and our sweet echo-hollow boy, Aspen and Morag and Shade, now named Meredith, Astridia and Lenoir, chanted Chandra, clearly a mantric rote she'd long harboured in her head. Not as vapid and raw as they used to be. They've all been through a great deal since, as have you and I. Together, we are Magicor. The words rang in Maya's consciousness, a carillon of memories and emotions threatening to overwhelm her. Instinctively, she covered her ears. No, Maya, we need you to hear this, to see it, to take it in, to remember it. We're out of time. The end is here. Your mind has lost its transcendental skills. You've blunted it with logic. Remember how we used to meditate every day, and chant together, and work eco-spiritual magics? Do you recall the sacred musics we created, the five of us? The mantric mechanizations and kick-ass living prayers that could raise the dead and send a good soul into the higher light? Maya actually thought she did. You must re-access those skills. You have to, Maya. At the moment, your skepticism is creating evolutionary blockages, barriers. It's pretty tragic, considering your psychic pedigree, but the Asura demons have been hard at work, taking out as many of us as they can manage. The evolutionist eyed her companion questioningly. Asuras sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. Chandra continued. Sorry, never mind that. I'm just looking forward to when you're less amnesiac. Here, this should help you remember. And she took Maya's hand and dipped it in a vibrant yellow substance, golden and luxuriant as ghee. A bright, dense light, which fed her layered body's health and vitality, made her mind open out like a sea anemone. Just by touching, smelling this buttery manna, Maya was divinely nourished, treated to a sublimated feast of the senses. Its texture, infinitely comforting, reminded her of soul food she'd eaten on the outside long ago. All around them, accompanied by various ribbons of scent, rose here, sandalwood there, were strange, supernatural shapes, beings floating, dividing into 2 or 3 identical selves, and merging with one another, creating human chimerae. Chandra shrugged. Owing to the density of power concentrated in these glowing places, Siddhi feats are easy. The tricks some Hindu saints and Muslim fakirs used to perform, So people come here to wrestle tigers, levitate, and to perform other pointless but enjoyable feats of will. So your time's infinite, not legislated? Asked Dream Maya, beginning to cotton on. Well, there's a lot of leisure time in the dome, but heaps of discipline too. It's believed that a little of what you like goes a long way towards ascension. Chandra let slip a little laugh, though my own particular preferences are well off the menu. Maya thought she might remember, and Magikor's sabbats? She ejaculated without thinking. Then, on reflection, she couldn't recall what that meant. She felt demented. That type of thing, murmured Chandra regardless. What are those folk doing? Maya inquired, bemused to observe people queuing as if for a gig, amidst towering, garlanded statues of Hindu Ganesha and Egyptian Hathor. Saffron, crumpled notes of human money, and resins sweet and musky were unfurling at their lotus feet. Gurus and oracles manifest here from the causal planes, proffering advice to the professional, family types, those who were autodidacts or eccentrics on Earth and now need to experience routine. You see, Maya, how the opposite is always required. We're not whole or spiritually useful until we've experienced just about everything that it's possible to be, know, or do. Just about? Maya's voice was tentative. There are some exceptions, but that'll have to do you for now, I'm afraid. We don't have long. Right now, what we most need is for you to wrap your synapses around as many alternative realities as you can handle. Otherwise, you won't be fit for purpose when it comes to our long-sought ascension. She stared deeply into Maya's eyes, making her feel very queer indeed. Are you remembering anything yet? Kinda. Maya blinked, gazed around, turned in her sleep, really trying. She shook herself and tried to chase the memories. If she allowed herself to second-guess it all, the dream would flee. She took a deep breath, let her mind float like one of the dome's lotuses, and her hand to script her memories. She showed me how, with Pachamama, they mourned the past, their ancient childhoods, the state of separation from the creatrix, most fundamental of sorrows. Then, having fouled their emotional bodies with ultra-indulgent catharsis, they're washed clean by this goddess's loving tears. I have ever been with you. I have never left you. This was the essence of the message. Then her children were voluntarily expelled from the cave with their sense of strength and belonging greatly renewed. Chandra laughed and called it Oprah Winfrey on acid, prompting me re our shared past, adding, but it works. Oh, her mellifluous voice. I ache in her absence. How cruel the human psyche is, even when the illusion was supposed to bring me joy. Now, I am cast out of the dream into the grey bleaks of Antonova. I am unwillingly reborn into drab loneliness. Maya was, however, entirely ambivalent now as to whether or not this was an illusion. The more she thought about it and wrote it all down, the more comprehensible the metaphysics became, like learning a new language which at first appears nonsensical. And, gradually, she found herself able to think laterally, to extrapolate. Chandra's objective reality was increasing by the moment, making Maya's heart sing in her sturdy evolutionist chest. So she jotted on. Near to this simulated South America rose the Aquarian pyramids, allegedly identical to those of ancient Egypt. Only, these were unplundered, sharp fresh as frankincense, enabling the intrepid explorer to experience the original sanctified, sphinx-whispering secrecy of their ambience in an interactive and imaginative manner. Wonder if me, got that idea from VR. Her hand clenched with cramp, but fear of forgetting the precious fleeting images kept her scribbling. The participant could ride with Ra, the solar bark depicted on the tomb walls, fly as a kite with Isis seeking her lover's scattered remnants. Indeed, become any living archetype from Howard Carter himself, intrepid explorer and bombast, to fire-eyed set of ill repute. In the dream projection, whatever it was, Chandra explained that the angels, who apparently designed the crystal dome, had served their time peering over the shoulders of fantasy-obsessed techno-geeks in order to program a careful selection of their Asperger's intricate thoughts into the ether. Or perhaps she was having me on, which came first. It all makes sense if as above, so below. The principles each entailed were quite similar. In respect of this, there was an Aquarian gamer's wing. a sort of thank you heaven for their former charges to dwell in. She laughed. Her laugh was beautiful. She was beautiful. I miss her. I've always missed her. Okay, I need to take a deep breath. In this zone, a soul could practice acting out an initiation without actually being hauled through it spiritually. Plus, they could enjoy teamwork without becoming an actual cult. Alternatively, one could mix and match and use the magic of geometry to facilitate Tantra, Reiki, or etheric hands-on brain repatterning. I thought she was joking here, but apparently, it's really a thing, or rather, in the dream it was. I suppose, everything possible to be believed. Where does this stuff come from? The collective unconscious has grown exponentially, I suppose. So many ramifications in the cross-referential modern world. On a physical level, or representing it, Gaia was remembered in the dome for all of her most sacred sites. Chandra showed me around this part too. It was awesome. Truly, I feel as if I've travelled the globe in a few hours. How can I know so much detail about these places I've never even heard of before? Later I'll study, see whether the details are correct. If they're not, I'll know I am indeed simply going insane. And if they are, well, it's a total game changer. A hot, dusty Hampi represented the Hindu contingent. Static stone chariot, dark, flower-strewn caves, astral fantastic temples and paint-daubed carvings. Shiva and Govinda, and a bug-eyed creature called, I think, Urga Narasimha, all hidden amidst the giant boulders of the Vijayanagara kingdom. Each scorching, pungent detail was reproduced in painstaking detail. Amongst it roamed scarlet and orange bindied, sun-withered priests in brilliant white dhotis, smiling skinny children in dire need of soap, hands outstretched for baksheesh, and 1,000 scruffy bell-bottomed travellers in embroidered waistcoats and ill-conceived tie-dye. Everybody foreign seemed stuck in the late 1960s, I remember thinking. Elsewhere, the luminous Ganges meandered its way through stinking hellhole towns, walled with dirt-stiff cloth and recycled plastics, yet which seemed, for this, merely to provide a more flattering backdrop for the brilliant sunrise of garlands and paintings that bedecked the holy statues. Colour leapt from every crack, describing itself on the immaculate saris of the slum-dwelling women. The dirtier the abode, the more exquisite the lady of the slum. I felt that I was time-travelling at this point. It was intoxicating. The sacred river ran through irrigated fields ploughed by buffalo in ornate floral harnesses, tended by sharp-cheeked gleaners whose arms flashed with multiple coloured bangles, into the respectful bodies of bathing sadhus and devotees. Also into the personal laundry of many, many women. The angels were proud of their realism, Chandra said, though it was sensual only. In the dome there were no parasitic ticks, no cholera, malaria or leprosy, no E. coli, poverty or despair. There was, however, gleaming lashings of karma. These sites were hit on mostly by those who on the outside had been trapped in parochial lives or poverty job traps, and who, owing to circumstance, had thus failed to travel in any of their lives. I guess I'm sarcastic even unto my subconscious. As for their benefit, the angels had created an area known as Traveller's Paradise, in which it was possible to experience the sensation of being an empty-headed 19-year-old called Crispin, Jeremy, or Tamsin, to be given lots of money to enhance one's holes, to don a sarong and find out what it's like living on a Thai beach, or in an ashram being devout for a month, or in a Goan B&B learning yoga, or training from a chalet in black-sanded Lovina, Bali, to be a deep-sea diving instructor. International equivalents were offered, Dutch, German, Italian, you name it. The angels had intended all real-life terrestrial travel to be a tool of consciousness expansion, Chandra told me, and they were flummoxed when so many remained inside their individual bubbles of faux reality whatever they went, or worse, refused to cross boundaries when they could. Here was an opportunity to remedy the lazy life spent travelling inward only. The more a man knows about himself in relation to every kind of experience, the greater his chance of suddenly one fine morning realizing who in fact he is. Again Chandra cited Aldous Huxley's Island. Maya shook herself and scribbled. Note to self, look up this book and see whether the apparent quotes are correct. I don't recall reading it, but I suppose I must have long ago. Maybe Gargi left it at home. If the citations are accurate, then I apparently have at least some degree of photographic memory, as well as an insanely active, detailed imagination. Chandra said that a kind of knowing humour, a good-natured self-parody, was considered an essential quality in the Aquarian dome. She told me that the ability to laugh at a situation, no matter how black, is a key gift of the gods and, as she put it, an indispensable tool for ascension. She said that taking oneself too seriously is death by ego. God knows what this episode was about, if really just imagination. If so, it's the most jaw-dropping, exquisitely wrought bit of self-trickery of which I can conceive. In its aftermath, I feel, what's the word? Maybe liminal, lighter than that, even, as if I no longer entirely belong to the material world. Which is ridiculous, wishful thinking at its most transparent, yet so very convoluted. I wonder if anyone else is undergoing similar psychological repercussions from the announcement. Insanely arrogant to assume I'm the only one. And behold how much pleasure and dynamic realism I concocted. In this dream abode, this Aquarian Xanadu, there were full moon raves, ashrams and trash rams for ardent freaky deeks, police who planted drugs on you, game over, false gurus, buzzing hawkers, arrogant Germans, posing Spaniards, Italians barefoot on Royal Enfield motorbikes, more buzzing hawkers, fabulous scenery, and shocking cups of tea, condensed milk. There was the semblance of sunburn, diarrhea, and terrible mosquito-plagued hangovers. There were sociable Teflites travelling after a year of slog in some obscure nook, long-legged young women tip-tapping at laptops in Zeerzekend, bitchy sick language, boozy sunset cocktails, 89% proof, dehydrated hippie relics, and forever the same hawker you told to lay off 5 minutes ago. Amidst all of this hassle and the mutual resentment and cultural chaos, it was, apparently, possible to have a meaningful spiritual experience. At least, the angels and the virtual travelers liked to think so. After all, every sacred site that ever existed was there for the visiting. And as Chandra pointed out to me, thank goodness they'd taken the prototypes of the pyramids and Sphinx before these were destroyed by fundamentalists. Likewise, the trees and forests, the cairns, long barrows and henges, the hills, the sacred groves and wells, the Buddhist Wats, the ancient Hindu shrines, 1,000 unique temples. These had been replicated, preserved with as much attention to accuracy as was transcendentally possible, because, of course, such places are eternal, even when their material roots, spires and sculptures lie in ruins. A place invested with prayer and devotion and sacred sensibility can never truly be destroyed. All one had to do in my dream dome was don those travel-glad rags and get out there, but the icky heat, the screeching mozzie bites, the hilarious hungover banging head, maybe later on when it gets cooler, huh? Most of the virtual travelers, in the final analysis, wanted nothing more than to curl up with Pachamama, soak in her chthonic shadows, and dream of serene green Avalon. In other words, to go home. For the more conventionally inclined, every Orthodox religion was represented in full, along with every single religion which may have become Orthodox had the climate been ripe for it. Chandra showed me her favourite of these, an area known simply as Locus. This was Europe's Never-Never Land, dominated by the Eastern-style philosophies, which would have influenced it had Jesus not been so popular an option in medieval consciousness, and had a certain British magical lodge in the 1950s not radically altered Occidental reality levels by destroying Christianity's most powerful rivals. Little did the Christian Church know how indebted it was to certain dark masters of the inner planes, but any stray ex-priest or vicar visiting Locus was left in no doubt as to the original alternatives. The repercussions were vast. I became privy to some of these, and yes, my rational mind is officially boggled. So surreal, the brain sometimes. Maybe I have radiation poisoning. Must look up latest leaks. Or does this denote the beginning of the end? Are we all simply going insane? A few last bits about the dream before my hand gives in. It fracking hurts. There were also splendid orb-like mosques worthy of any poet's rubaiyat, gloomy Gothic cathedrals and stony Jesuit basilicas, plain clean synagogues in which the Star of David never sets, temples humming with Om, and saffron-bedecked Buddhist retreats. On and on it went. Chandra's heavenly hand in my own. How can I miss a woman who most probably never existed? She feels like part of my own soul, or would do if such things were real. She said she was that, along with the other three, whom I also seemed to remember. Morag, Aspen, and Shade, now Astridia, Meredith, and Lenoir. She kept on repeating the names like a spell, which reminds me, she talked of some band we'd apparently been in together, Magicore. It all seemed so real. At times I could actually hear the purported music, if you could call it that. Must look them up, see if they even existed. Obviously my physical organism is trying to comfort me after the announcement, by making me feel I'm not alone, and that life is eternal. How desperately we cling to life. Anyway, we'll look it up, as soon as I've fed Arch and had a bit more sleep. Feel like I've just run a marathon around the globe. Mind spinning out of control now. Am left bedazzled, bereft of a ghost, constant dull bereavement blighting me. Fabulous. The pain in her hand became too much to withstand more note-making. Even the skull-shaped birthmark on its back seemed to throb with fatigue. Her pet chimera, Arch, named for his undulating body and bouts of roguish humour, was kneading the radiation blanket, and she threw the pen down, stroking him instead. "You're not so alone, you know, Maya," he remarked in tones softly fictive. "Oh, I know I have you, little one. And very grateful I am too." They smiled at one another, trying to keep emotion at bay. It was embarrassing for them both when they got soppy. She gave him his breakfast and attempted to drift back to sleep. It'd be murder in the streets today, what with the news, and there was nothing out there she needed, except for one particular woman, and she had a shortcut. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, she willed herself back to the Aquarian dome and to the beautiful, imaginary Chandra Biswas, divine dreaming Dakini, urban yogini, eternal friend. Everything possible to be believed is an image of truth, she repeated in her head, as a lullaby. Everything possible. Chapter 6. Astridia was on the prowl. She sniffed the air haughtily, Alpha Cat assured of landing upright despite the trance enhancer wreaking havoc with her balance. She needed a change of scene more than safety. The walls of her apartment were closing in on her to form a padded cell. At least in the streets, she could attempt to distract herself from claustrophobic misery by focusing on the collective. And what a sorry state of a collective it was. So shoddy, she gazed around in contempt, rueing that humankind had ever seen fit to procreate at all. How she loathed the animal-exploiting, ecology-wrecking bastards. Her anger fed her pace until the cranial music peaked to a crashing crescendo of Tibetan-style horns and percussion, bringing bleak Himalayan visions and nearly knocking her off her feet once more. She steadied herself against a red brick wall, assessing the surrounds. An anachronist dump. Antonova housed what had once been the British middle class, though the respectability implied by that title had long since vanished. This tawdry, tightly packed hub of human life was home to the educated rebel, the socially aware autodidact, as they like to be termed, and those intent on leading normal lives despite the continual onslaughts of so-called evolution. It considered itself a university town, though the only legal interactive learning centres were in the evolutionist zones. Still they educated, secretly and with passion. O tu sei per questo inferno tratto, they would murmur to one another, a sort of Masonic handshake intended to invoke, thou that might conduct us through this hell. The appeal was intellectual rather than religious. Most of the inhabitants here were staunch atheists. Antonova also housed a generous scattering of musical and arty types, and a rapidly expanding cabaret of evolutionist refugees, of which Astridia was one, and whose presence was tolerated on humanitarian grounds only. These had been banished for multifarious sins of nonconformity. The alternative to them being granted sanctuary in Antonova was their execution, hence the anachronist clemency. Physically and materially, evolutionists were super resilient. Genetically engineered to resist all known disease, environmental blight, almost all forms of aging. No wonder some anachronists resented their blithe presence at their own slow execution. The Evo-Hes, so called by the anacro-intelligentsia as an echo of their ability to indulge in bacchanalia eternal with no visible ill effects, These fortunates hung around observing, their faces perfect, ageless, if rather strained, the only ones who could afford to buy sweet Nearly chestnuts and multi-flavored real fruit tonics from the sad and hungry vendors, observing the demise by pesticide rain and food-induced gut rot of their compatriots. Even when their trust funds ran out, their strong bodies scored them work of many kinds. A decade ago, the Green government had begun to train the nation's metabolism back to acceptance of natural grains and proteins. When they lost to the evolutionists, 2 years back, the glut of affordable vid-enhanced meat and tasty faux grains from the evolutionist farms was like holiday candy to a diabetic child. The populace ate it with relish, savouring the magic of its arrival, giving thanks to the Santa Claus who had brought it. And then they became sick, very sick. Astridia smiled. They deserved it. Although their liberal attitude had saved her own immaculate skin, the socio-cultural microclimate of Antonova bugged the hell out of her, with its animal-eating hypocrisy, its precious crisp pedantry, intellectual libertarianism with a goose in its step. They claimed to disrespect the mindless authorities, the Evo armies, police and other official hoodlums who held the fort at their toll gates, extricating fees entitled road tax, even though the roads in these parts had degenerated to pre-Roman conditions and most traffic was airborne, light singles craft which, being evolutionist, did not need to apply to these third-rate extortionists for admittance. They claimed independence, but when it came to the crunch, when a charity worker was humiliated at laser point by a resentful space waster or a shop owner, for anachronists still resisted the megamart and online ordering, suddenly found his stock disappearing into the hands of local micro-gangsters, their instant recourse was to the hated authorities theoretically available to inflict justice on their kind. A necessary evil, claimed the bleeding-hearted social worker in every anachronist, handing the criminal to the big boys and refusing to think further. Treat him carefully, they might add to appease their own conscience. He's obviously from a very challenging background. A skinny, smog-coloured cat emerged from behind a parked-up drone and slunk towards the crazy woman. She rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, bending down to attract it, wishing she'd brought some tasty morsel with her. But a few feet away, watching her violet eyes with its yellow ones, it halted, turned on its heels, and bolted away. She felt affronted. A little hurt, even. She attempted to brush the incident off, furiously reverting her thoughts to anachro scum and their attitude to so-called lawlessness. Was that sweet kitty really afraid of me? How deftly they analysed, how wholly they empathized. Yuck. They might even cry a little over these degenerate specimens and return home in need of a hug from their partners to help ease their part in the incarceration. But practical aid was out of the question. I only wanted to stroke her. Now I feel like frackin' Satan incarnate. Is the trance enhancer emitting a wavelength painful to her ears? Besides, there were no real dolphins left for the abused abusers to swim with, and no funding was at hand to psychologically rehabilitate them. Out-of-bounds mental reorientation courses were available only virtually. They passed the buck to the richer evolutionists. Then, the dysfunctional branch moved in and eliminated the problem. A knackered-looking pigeon was sitting on a nearby wall. As she approached, it panicked visibly, unable to fly, one of its wings being malformed. Black bead eyes fixed on Astridia, it actually backed off the wall, choosing to fall rather than to allow her near. Crushed and confused, she turned and fled back to her den as fast as her punch-drunk feet could carry her. Her emotions were tidal, all-consuming, and she at once wanted to cry, scream, sleep forever. Basically, what the birthday girl wanted most of all was to die. Instead, she lit her umpteenth cigarette, thinking, anachronists are children testing themselves in the urban jungle, knowing all along that their parents are behind the scenes waiting to help when they holler. They are the underclass, infinitely cleverer than the top dogs, but too weak to use their weakness positively, i.e., aggressively. Fight fire with fire was her own motto, despite her early conditioning in the Evo labs. Anachronist recreation time was spent picking smarmy little holes in the mindsets of their financial superiors. Sterling strength, they called it, even though the map of currency had long been staked out in abstract unidollars. Come to our workshops and learn how to intellectualize to the most gratuitous degree. Not that Astridia could give a flying pheromone anymore. Her random mood control had rotated back to academic. The animals caught her, though. The animals hurt. In people, she found little but skin-deep charm, if that. They entranced her only for as long as their mystery held out, which, as every sexual compulsive knows, is rarely post-coitally. A person might seem beautiful as they lyricize their ideals. The utopian in each of us is sexually beguiling, and as the slowly itching Antonovian night settled into its fleece of greyish darkness, she would love them thoroughly, as if her physical attentions were personally nurturing that bud of almost spiritual idealism, encouraging it to grow. Sometimes, once in an indigo moon, they wouldn't disappoint her in the morning, and might seem equally bright, until the veneer grew thin with hunger, spent lust, whatever. More often she would awake with an amrita husk by her side. "Hello," it would say. "I'm sorry I spouted so much bullshit last night." She hated them sober. Where had the magic gone? The enthusiasm, the rancor of intelligent dissatisfaction. "The exploitation of animals disgusts me," one skinny Don Juan vigorously agreed, pensively stroking his chartreuse goatee beard, dark eyes wide, a sexy refutation of the disingenuous, between cascades of glossy turquoise revolutionist hair. In the morning, his amethyst lips requested bacon and eggs. "Meat-eating is gynocidal gluttony," she was informed by a beautiful sapphic who wanted nothing more, she said, than to abide in the Pandrogony ghettos, which she felt were her natural abode. They shared Aquarian grape wine and delicious chunks of vegelate in bed, licking it off one another's fingers in the dearly bought real wax candlelight. But when Astridia asked to see her again, she prissily confessed that she'd have to ask her husband first. "He's such a lovely person," she crooned, "very tolerant of my needs. The least he deserves is a little say in what's going on. He wouldn't have to participate, but maybe he could direct, yes?" "Bye," spat Astridia, gynoglutton to an uncompromising degree, more disappointed than she cared to show. "Been nice eatin' ya." The local reactionaries and unlayably uglies hated the switch-hitting Evo whore on 33. Most of them were decades younger than she, sometimes more than half a century her junior, and she wiped the physical floor with them in a trice. No aggressor ever returned for more. Most anachronists, aging uncontrollably, were in a parlous state looks-wise. Sheets of Revive, plastered to their privately festering faces, and a bought veneer of freshness brushed onto its surface. But those parts of their bodies, which were glimpsed au naturel, provided a damning antithesis to any quiet improvements they had tried to make. They wore wigs, their hair having abandoned them in protest to the chemicals which coursed their bodies when they breathed, washed, walked, ate. They required weekly injections just to digest the synth foods they were forced to eat, because real food was infinitely too expensive for the average budget. The only vegetables and fruits were grown in the ecodomes and sold extortionately at the megamarts or by bandit shopkeepers. The outside environment no longer enabled photosynthesis, and the air and soil were full of toxins. Occasionally, the credit would be stretched to encompass a bag of mixed veg, but only on special occasions, such as Govind Day, the festival and birthday of the founder of the Green Zones and preserver of their own beloved anachronist reservations, which the evolutionists had hoped to exterminate. Gabriel Govind had been staunchly vegan, and Astridia admired him. More than this, she had worked for him in the sweet optimism of her salad days. That the culinary philosophies of their founding member were adhered to only on his birthday was another reason Astridia hated the flaky fake motherfrackers. Their argument, meat is cheap. Yes, meat is cheap, and it always will be, so long as farms are government-funded. We intend to bring to every household, however humble, the science-given right to live long and healthy lives, despite the eco-crisis, the evolutionists had vaunted prior to being voted in. The Green government, headed by Govind and struggling with ethical long-term prognoses, suddenly found itself defunct. Decades of research, followed by 8 years of impeccable application thereof, flowed down the Evo sewers, deposed by high-grade chemical crop enhancers. The biofarms, previously banned, were ingloriously reborn. Animals were again generated, forced to suffer in despicable silence unto agonized culling for the sake of all-consuming, all-destroying humankind. Astridia's trance enhancer fluctuated, and again she found herself on her feet, the rhythms and harmonies of eternity bellowing in her inner ear, her perfect blue lips issuing the words, each at its own specific pitch. I myself am heaven and am hell, until fatigue took her over, curled her like a sea snail on the blue foam floor, and ex corpus ab aether etheris eternus, into the eternal shining aether shot she. Evo he bina, I myself am heaven and am hell. I myself am. The repetition saturated Astridia's consciousness while it was in progress. She even knew it to be based upon the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, but in a trice, the soliloquy and the sense behind it evaporated. Her thoughts miscarried, and she was returned, albeit briefly, to academic mode. Her soul reeled beneath the continual oral vacillations. She felt nauseous, but there was nothing she could do except to cling to the heaving sea of styrofoam while her mind wandered uncontrollably. Green days, they had been hard, very hard indeed. Pan-Europe had grown thin with the effort of deflecting global apocalypse to a later date. The fat fell off the populace and fed the land. Grass began to reappear in the parched mudlands, its yellowy resurrection channeled in strange bright images onto the screens of surreal urban bars. Small flowers emerged. Lakes were cleansed and rehabilitated to befit their bio-friendly policies. In specially guarded areas, fish were reintroduced. Air was filtered, fuel consumed to eco-friendly specifications. In the planet's opinion, things were looking up. Energy-inefficient vehicles and heating devices were banned, chemical household products illegalized. Synth-bred ghettos found themselves consuming healthy eco-proteins and actual salad. Socially and self-inflicted eating disorders became a thing of the past. Everyone was too busy surviving. The sky began to look a little bit blue, with a hint of oxygen on the breeze. A couple of struggling species reproduced, then reproduced again. Man will become extinct, proclaimed the evolutionist shadow government. We need our meat, our full array of dairy. The animals whose mute appeals had been heeded by the Greens lived out the remnants of their lives in compassionate conditions, and when they died naturally, their usable resources were recycled. It is true that wool, leather, chew candy, and glue were very expensive at this time. In the anachrozones, the price of bookbinding rocketed, and thus, so did literature. Astridia had long rebuked these byproducts. Not even the ghost of animal exploitation was going to get near her skin, mouth, or scrapbook, but for others, less austere, the changes rankled. Albion began to readjust itself. Spring was in the air for the first time in decades, the premonition of a bluebell, the déjà vu of a lonely daffodil growing near a newly cleansed reservoir. We need our meat, cried the impatient populace. They were hallucinating flowers anyway, entire wreaths of them. They were suddenly slim and infinitely healthier than they had been previously. They didn't like it. Catwalk models became vast. The visual ideals of 18th century France again took reign. The perfect woman was large of buttock, they announced, well-rounded, prime steak, thick and succulent. Down the runway wobbled the Venus of Willendorf, each quivering butt cheek 7 times the size of her head. The superwaif slipped down the crack in the paving on which the uber femme now stomped her solid troth, pudgy, rotund, and massively assed, top breeding stock, if you had a permit for that. The visual image was a turn-on either way. Then eating disorders returned reversed. Women took pills to keep the fat on their bones, to grow an extra chin, to develop jowls, this being not just sexy, but indicative of wealth and modernity. The poorer ones padded their clothes and injected cheek-swelling allergens derived from stinging insects on illegal pest farms. Once the media had dictated the specifications, hefty was the new thin. We'll give you meat and lard, promised the evolutionists, to build you up again, get your heft on, rebuild your strength, vote red. The next election proved a landslide evolutionist victory. The little fledgling of futurity, so delicately tended by the Greens, was pumped full of supergrow, and slaughtered in an instant. Gabriel Govind overdosed on homegrown hemlock, and unbeknown both to his friends and enemies, was instantly reincarnated in the Aquarian Dome in order to continue his work. But that's another story. His crestfallen disciples retreated to the Anachronist and Aquarian quarters to await their punishment. It came for them all, in unstoppable waves of eco-crisis. The tide was turned, and there was nothing any of them could do about it. At least the people had their mega-burgers, their private sugar endorphin rushes. The smoke of another wraith billowed around Astridia's black-clad form, the sensually pumped lower lip, the caustic arch of her eyebrows, the elegant neck and tiny waist. She glanced around, looking for nothing, checking out her Grimalkin's den. Intracranial cue, nostalgic romance. A sudden upswelling of violins wailed and sobbed in her eustachian tubes, dragging at her solar plexus and bringing tears to her eyes. She was helpless against the compulsion to reminisce, with feeling. In short, she had temporarily become a typical natural woman. In this lair, she had ravished many bodies, young and old and in between, seeking soul connection, craving redemption. Beautiful, bewitching types who had promised the world in a perfumed ritual gesture, in a compassionate connection, kissing her into compassion and delivering some poignant orgasm of life-lust, followed perhaps by one desultory conclusion, and then split. They always let her down. "Nobody ever stays," she muttered. "Frack them." Her lover's escaped thinking, strange, dangerous creature, who combines a carnivorous arrogance with that much-vaunted detestation of meat. Well, some of them never got as far as to think that. Some were too hungover or too busy wondering what the hell it was all about to go probing into Astridia's gastro-philosophies. They complained that in her sleep she yabbered about Hecate, whatever that was, sounded like a maniacal hen, about Calica and Kalki, that she chunted about pariahs and prostitutes, mendicants and pimps, sacerdotal or sacrilegious something or others, breaking their post-coital sleep, disturbing the oxytocin rush, the hormone-blessed euphoria they were there for. Red-eyed by the side of a thrashing, par-possessed obelisk of weird, they resented the invasion of their dearly bought pleasure time and made a mental note to avoid Astridia in the future. Sometimes, indestructible youth and beauty simply aren't worth the cost in personal equilibrium. After all, she was twice, thrice, sometimes quadruple their age. This was not unusual in cross-caste relationships, but most Evos were a much easier ride than Astridia, whose intensity verged on the insane. Her conquests wondered why they'd handed themselves over to her like that. They hadn't had much fun in exchange for their surrender. Astridia had always been able to pull literally anyone she set her desire upon. Had it been injected into her in utero, like so much else, or was it a soul-given enchantment? Nobody knows, thought Astridia angrily. Nobody cares. The thin Don Juan, however, did actually get as far as to speculate on why, oh why, she had reacted so badly to his suggestion of bacon and eggs for breakfast. He had scars on his body to prove it. He recalled precious little of the night before, but he knew that he'd liked Astridia a lot. Her uncompromising seduction had amused him. Their eyes met, and she was out for the kill. Anachronist girls were too busy worrying about their hives and thin hair and strange lumps to be so confident. Astridia's arrogance, her knowledge of her own perfection, these things were appealing when most people were flunking it through physiological insecurity and cosmic fear. Still, he knew that through his thoughtless suggestion of bacon, he had lost her. Her scathing stare had told him so beyond all doubt, as had the slashings, still tender 10 years on. Healing took a long time nowadays. Astridia, stuck now on retro mode, could see the impressions of her lovers on the orgone ether in her room. Hundreds of them, flocking in by ones and twos or even threes, then flocking out again, never staying. None of them ever stayed. What the frack's it all about? She probed the dolphins on the wall, voyeurs who had seen so much action. They continued to splash merrily in remembrance of their ancestors. This mythology entranced her for a moment, as did the fact that they, like whales, had been monogamous. How do you do that? She wanted to ask. But of course, they were only visual memories implanting themselves on her ultra-modern retinas, and could not respond. "How do you do that?" she asked aloud anyway. The dolphins continued their oblivious circumnavigations. In their light-pinned atavism pulsated the sure knowledge that the opposite of humane is humankind. Humankind is what destroys pure, clean, beautiful nature. The end. She sighed, staring suddenly up at the moon as the stethoscope of her attention adjusted its gauge from the laboured stomp in her inner ear to the rampant beat of the industrialized planet. Her vision, secondary sense now, and slave to the caprices of perceived sound, zooming dutifully in on its dark iron lung of a capital. She rested her head on the sill, respiring in time to the throb of the distant citadel, or so it seemed. It was many years since she had ventured lunar-side where her only biological kin were lodged, but she was no longer capable of Aquarian-style emotion. She considered herself soul-dead, or more specifically, soul-deaf, the half-remembered rhythms of intimacy eradicated by the unregulated thudding in her ear. Moloch, whose factories dream and croak in the fog, Moloch, whose smokestacks and antennae crown the cities. The breeze-block-poxed face of the moon had been full, but much smaller than tonight's, when she had her personal trance enhancer fitted. She had celebrated effusively on the silver-lit astroturf, dipping in and out of the shadows to avoid the cops, but the Amrita and excitement had got the better of her, and she was subsequently arrested. Despite this inauspicious start, the idea of controllable cranial music had elated the individualist in Astridia. She was one of 5 physically identical sisters, the result of estrogen concentration in the water supplies just before they illegalized procreation in all but the evolutionist zones. The ecstatic parents had infi-lifed them all on receipt, ensuring their identical long-term immunity to all of the major erosions of physical existence. She loathed the peas-in-a-pod syndrome with which she was lumbered. She detested the trendy clone culture to which her sisters adhered. Pairs and pairs and pairs of identical couples doing identical line dances, foursomes and eightsomes, and multiple marriages between quadruplets, octuplets, a brave new world Delta nightmare made manifest. She supposed it had to happen eventually. As early as the 1990s, IVF was initiating such scenarios. But what she resented most was that people, even her sisters, seemed to think that they shared the same soul. Ingridia, Davidia, Astridia, Levidia, Vividia, all little sparks of the same eternal flame. They had indeed shared the same life-elongating injections and treatments. It would be very difficult for any of them to die now, but as to sharing the same ultimate essence, Astridia absolutely knew that she did not. On the back of her left hand, for example, there was a black birthmark, which none of the others shared. It looked like a skull, and she loved it. She drew fluorescent rings around it and flaunted it in public. Her sisters were mortified. Whatever she thought, learned, or discovered on her own, and she made sure that this was a great deal, she stored it as secret data in the hard drive of her personality, coded against hackers during the day, and assimilated at night, while her sisters slept their quadruple sleep. They became foursquare, their views based on quarter angles, while she plotted in the cunningly contrived privacy of her own physiology. Getting the device fitted had seemed like the ideal full stop to the long sentence of her multi-copied childhood. At the time, she looked again in the mirror. Her slender body, fluid as a cat's, drew nearer, and then vanished as she gazed into the dark gulfs of her own eyes. The pupils themselves flecked as by the drifting embers of internal fire. At first, the mood control had exhilarated her. She could visit her personal underworld at the flick of a switch, dredging up her most unique neuroses and flinging them at the dull screen of objective reality, easing her boredom. Fear had been infinitely preferable than that old killer ennui, as had pain. She was a firm believer in scaffolds, epiphanies. She had probed every aspect of her psyche with a surgical laser of sound, stoking it here and cauterizing it there until she was self-sculpted, a soul alone. Likewise had she known the extremes of pleasure and pleasure-pain, interchangeable, all but the same. They may as well be. She no longer knew. There was nothing she could do. A fresh trickle of liquid dribbled from her ear, red as a butcher's rag, as if to confirm the fact. The knives bristled on the wall, attracted by the blood. She very rarely used them. Mostly they were there for special effect, the flip side of the real dolphins in her nature. She had no need of such primitive equipment. Her father's stun gun was still hidden beneath her shower unit, stolen long ago by a naughty little girl, one of 5 identical sweethearts whom nobody suspected. Naturally, Mr. Spark did not use them personally. He paid others to do that for him. There lay his glittering gut rippers, bone pinchers and muscle tearers, the delightful tools of his trade on the disassembly lines, all of them designed to minimize human contact with the produce of the rearing, bucking, straining abattoirs. Long, long ago, the pretty little Sparks were taken on a tour of Daddy's factories, intended to impress on them his powerful position over so many animals and human animals, their own eventual legacy, if all went well. Her sisters had sailed through the experience as delineated for them, living dolls of immune daughterly admiration, not even the faintest whiff of an absent referent troubling their nostrils. Astridia's own senses had been clogged with blood and fear. To her, the referents were so blatantly absent that she saw them in her dreams by day and by gruesome night for months. Cows whose moribund lows were silenced forever in tight, transparent plastic wrapped across their saleable portions. Pigs and cows disguised as eyeless burgers, sausage chains, mincemeat. She got the drift, the clammy terror floating round the farm, despite the scent vents emitting, on this occasion, essences of peach and apricot, to cover up the smells of blood, shit, pain, and terror. Astridia had been unable to face those fruits ever since. Her sisters ate peaches and cream that very night. She hated her sisters almost as much as she hated the man who had combined his semen with her mother's hyperactive egg cell to produce them all in the first place. When Gabriel Govin's government got in a flurry of greenness and last-ditch popular desperation, Daddy lost his job. Meat, if produced, was grown in petri dishes, more expensively, but harming no sentient creature. The aim of the Greens was to remove as many souls as possible, both animal and human, from the wheel of suffering, thus facilitating eventual ascension. Without humankind, planet Earth might actually regenerate. Like the Buddha, Govind believed it immoral, maybe impossible, to attain ascension while there was so much as a single creature in pain, so he began eliminating the most obvious and unnecessary causes of this. As well as introducing worldwide legislations against excessive procreation, he dismantled the abattoirs. Astridia was over the moon colonies about it, infinitely elated, especially as those living hells for animals, the farms, were outlawed. Her family left the planet in abject disgust, but Astridia insisted, at just 16, that she was old enough to stay on alone. They were not sorry to abandon her father and sisters anyhow. Her mother shed a tear or two, but mostly out of shame. At least she had 4 much sweeter, saner versions to keep her company. Astridia moved to Antonova to work for Gabriel Govind in any capacity he deemed fit. He was a true hero to her, and she would offer her services for free if he would accept them. He did, almost, but insisted on paying her a minimum living wage. "I cannot afford the karmic debt, my dear," he would smile, "and besides, I want my workers to be well." Working for the Greens had been the happiest epoch of her life. Days lush with intelligent conversation, positive action, with clear-skinned, glossy-haired lovers whose heads weren't more fucked than their bodies on her feather-free futon. Millions of animals relieved of their suffering. Fabulous times. She returned to the evolutionist zones with the Green crew, there to inflict open spaces, chemical-free compost and tentative seeds, crops and even wild flowers, on land previously dedicated to plastic fantastic shopping malls and golf courses and fried chicken outlets. A great deal of progress was made. Bees were reintroduced. Butterflies were spotted. But then their 8 years were suddenly up, and Greens lost all power. It was back to Antonova, with Astridia and her thudding resentment, and then her murderous instincts, and then her cravings for human blood. Like the anachronists, she had fallen from economic grace and was dependent on her wits to survive. Difficult, with a ritual drumbeat regressing you to the caves from which evolution extended its first dank tendril. Difficult, with co-species bloodlust as your bedmate at night. Though it had its rewards. Antonova was, in Astridia's considered opinion, up its own colostomized arse, which is one reason she enjoyed removing some of its more irritating citizens from circulation. She was also jealous of their silence, their rhythm, natural. She stared down at the desolate street, the perpetual throb beating her brain. Her violet eyes narrowed as she noted once again the hypocrisy of her neighbours, fawning over the moon when they spent all day denouncing group focus as unsafe. Some of the faces, sated on silver light, had turned away now, but their collective attention remained in the ether. It was a sickening spectacle. Anachronists prided themselves on not doing anything in synchronicity. Flock behaviour facilitates sheepdogs, one of their slogans sang. Especially obnoxious as its cause was evidently a broadcast made by a body in which they claimed not to believe. The announcement, ah well, she smiled. They're only flesh and blood after all. She observed the phenomenon breaking up, the bemused somnambulists lurching back to whatever they last remembered doing. In the morning, they would perform their mind protection meditations and advocate rebellion as if nothing had gone on tonight. But she had seen them. Protected by the helmet of her private cacophony, she had witnessed their souls etherized upon the table, their secret selves laid out with anatomical precision by the anonymous hands of a faceless surgeon. Or maybe a surgeon with a round face, mild as milk, a pitted skin. She had peered at the connecting tendons and synapses of their fear. Despite their talk of independent thought and freedom from influence, the anachronists most definitely had the fear. So, better to be a crazy no-hoper with a trance enhancer stuck in your ear and a broken mood control than a sane, conscientious objector. Brilliant. Astridia laughed aloud, then felt violently sick. Her chin was stuck to the sill, and she was shaking. The moon was in her face, a surgical spotlight, too bright by far. Suddenly, it was she who was stretched out upon the table as they honed in on her head and inserted the small disc just there, inside her ear cavity. They were tall and clinical, sterile priests to whom she was just another waxy orifice, another lucrative set of eustachian tubes. Her skin slicked with self-pity, but across her face flashed something darker. She awoke about an hour later in a pool of her own vomit. Purged, and with the trance enhancer flipping her into high-energy mode, she was suddenly feisty, indomitable. Neighbours were silhouetted in their windows up and down the adjacent blocks, insomniac, but trying to act normally. Jericho Boaz and old Leo Lam playing cards next door, murmuring platitudes through fluoride-crumbled teeth. Arizona and Atlanta rivers opposite scrying one another's faces for those first telltale wrinkles after 240 years in the evolutionist vacuum. And, far below amongst the phantasms, a woman clad in cross-dimensional mauve slinking down the sidewalk, shadow-shifting as she went and looking good. In Antonova, such temerity was shocking. Astridia licked her lips. The cleavers glistened. Only when she reached the road did Astridia realize that she was not the woman's only stalker. Something else was on the scent, something incalculably ancient. Chapter 7. The peacock gate opened. The bird spread its dilapidated tail one final time, then keeled over and died. It was the last of its kind. Maya was smiling as she strolled the midnight streets of Antonova, eating a peach. Maya loved peaches, difficult to come by, but well worth the effort. Only yesterday she had haggled the last of her technical equipment with the drooling grocer for a bag of the Aquarian Dome's finest. And now she was blessed with a fresh fruit glow. She was smiling partly because she knew that she'd got the better deal. Nobody would be buying now. What timing? What luck? She was following a star. Usually anything more than 100 meters above the Earth's surface was obscured by industrial wastage and chemical interplays so complex and unpredictable that even science labelled them chaotic. Tonight, however, not only could she see the moon, but over in the direction of the ghettos where light pollution was unaffordable, her star could be observed, patiently throbbing. This was a rare sight indeed, a relic of the old world far beyond the interfering bustle of satellite and space station, and it appeared to be winking straight at her. Under normal circumstances, she would put this down to the Amrita and ignore it. But tonight, she had no doubt and little left to lose. So she fed Arch a double dose of his special fodder and a plate of sliced peach, and ventured out in its pursuit. Arch found this infinitely depressing. Like all hybrids, he was programmed with a fatal flaw. They were considered more exotic this way, his being that if you did not feed him frequently enough, he ate himself. He buried his head in the long fur of his serpentine tail and prayed for his mistress's safe return. Usually Maya would be asleep now, or at least reading in bed, but since the dream of Chandra and the Aquarian dome, a fidgety insomnia had hounded her. The harder she tried to get back to her beloved, she corrected herself, to her imaginary friend, the less able she became to nod off. It was infuriating. The penalties for stepping out at night were both legal and personal. They ranged from arrest for cruising for sex, from which the only extrication was the production of a sterility card, government or green, followed by an exorbitant fine, to being accosted by vagrant genetic mutants, or, much worse, the nuns, who had become even scarier since the announcement. Of these, there were two major, warring factions: the Children of Calvary, whose Messiah was still Jesus, as in Christ Classic, versus the Sisters of the Second Son, who worshipped the adolescent prophet they called Le Fils Cadet, Jesu Novo. The governments had made a series of attempts at weakening these formidable armies of pro-life activists, undermining ecclesiastical finance and illegalizing the orders, but many of their followers were wealthy, and besides, the nuns had become adept at ambushing passers-by in the uncertain light of global smog and scaring them into giving a donation. If the wrath of Jehovah didn't do the trick, then the nuns' withered features and claw-like grip surely would. Maya tensed as she noticed Cadet's symbol spray-painted on the acid-ravaged surface of a nearby wall. It featured the intertwining snakes of the caduceus wound around a crucifix instead of a staff, and it was omnipresent, even in the anachronist zones. A creak behind her made her wonder whether its perpetrator was still at large, but when she turned, the street was empty. Another sound, and a hot flush on the back of her neck. She swung around, this time grazing the back of her hand against the wall. A corona of blood welled up, and she instinctively put her mouth to it. Arch turned in his pen. It tasted delicious. How utterly weird, as in WYRD, and weirder still, where had the word weird come from? From her extensive studies of history, she knew it to be Anglo-Saxon for fate, but why had it popped into her mind just then? It could barely be less appropriate. Even if it pertained to Chandra, assuming the woman from the dream was even worth considering, it would make no sense at all, as Chandra was nothing if she wasn't Hindu. Okay, so a Hindu from Birmingham, England, but still. Maya came to a halt in the street. Where had she got Birmingham from? As far as she knew, that dive had gone to the gunslinging mutants moons ago, and she had certainly never been there, nor would she ever wish to. Oh, it was all too tiring and confusing, really. Maya experienced a crushing existential angst as she forced herself to continue walking, frog marching more like. Nothing made any sense, although she could crack 1,000 linguistic jokes and academic cross-references about it all. Despite this solipsistic trick, which she even recognized as such, she felt incomplete, abandoned, enfeebled. A visible wind sloughed through the exhausted sky. Comprised of dust and dirt, its starlit swirling shape made it beautiful. It curled and unfurled at the ends like a squid, its tentacles briefly drawn towards the star, the heavy moon, then saturating the permasmog with its own inky blackness. As she pressed on, Maya could feel the exhalations of struggling humanity in her throat, the burdened oxygen being heavily recycled and stickily thick, even at night. Following the announcement, Antonova had been strangely still. She had perceived as much from her box room, though its attic window contained only sky, but now the news was being actively digested. The confidence of its atheist populace was certainly not aided by the bouts of sulfuric rain, the sudden falls of rock like hard-burned clinker, the biblical blood-red skies, which broiled daily above the stricken city. From every compartment in the 1,000-story tower blocks, there came a sigh of despair, as the rebel professor put head to pillow The exhausted oxygen tank attendant plucked pointlessly at his guitar. The unhappy couple lay down to sleep in the home that would never hear the patter of tiny feet. The muffled exhalations of thwarted desire were rivaled only by the soft and childlike gurglings of the clogged-up sewage system. Astridia's spiteful intrigue spiked as she crept down the street in pursuit of the woman and the shadow that had peeked around about the wall, and now she was fatigued. At least, she had tried to creep. What with the trance enhancer and, she suspected, her perforated eardrum, it was impossible not to falter. A complex civil war was going on between the cells and synapses of her organism. This confusion was exacerbated by the fact that the star seemed to be staring straight at her, commanding her to follow. Stilling her breath, she tried to focus. The effect that the cowled and vicious shape was likely to have on its intended victim would probably prove well worth the effort. A battered evolutionist food rap blew incongruously through the sociologically aware streets of Antonova, eventually coming to rest beneath the sole of Maya's Teflon stealth boots, just outside a dental business. Here in Antonova, they still had dentists and doctors and the like, much to the hilarity of the evolutionists. The gap-toothed, rancid, bewigged, real-flesh humans provided an inexhaustible source of fun and self-congratulation to the science-savvy, as well as a thrilling touch of fear and revulsion. Maya was still beautiful. She had been reared in the evolutionist quarters of the capital, when money still meant liberation from most of the snags of environmental crisis, and the upper echelons were still permitted to reproduce at will, drive, and escape to fresh air sanctuaries on a rotation basis. Science had brought them fortified lungs to replace their own shattered organs, slow-aging skin, an infinity of transplants and vaccinations to protect them against the numerous viruses concocted in their own laboratories, and longevity of up to 300 years apiece. It was still a wonderful, wonderful world for the wealthy, from Kensington to Kew. Of course, things had changed a lot since then. Despite the availability of such life-extending devices, few had been wasted on Maya. Her parents' one concession to her futurity had been her skin, treated in infancy at her mother's insistence, and as clear and immaculate today as it had been way back when it could actually breathe. Her grandmother, Gargi, had disapproved altogether. The nickname Gargi, incidentally, was short for both Garcia and Granny, and had evolved sometime in the 15th century, denoting a reincarnational post rather than a person. The role was habitually and usually unconsciously split between the two most spiritual women of the family. Anyhow, Maya's mother's husband, who held no truck with such insanities, was not about to go wasting his hard-earned unidollars on frivolities for a silly little girl. Consequently, she and her wondrous epidermis were in the same boat as all the other anachronists, that is, one which was sinking fast. Beset by a sudden fit of vanity, or paranoia, she felt a compulsion to check herself in the mirror. Something in the atmosphere was making her nervous, something she could not quite define, like shadows falling in the wrong direction. Was she even still here? Her skin was a sort of psychological touchstone to Maya. No matter what happened, come violent upheaval, pestilence, or death, if her complexion was okay, she presumed, quite illogically of course, that she would be too. When it came to her body, she was not a person over-endowed with the powers of the rational, despite the logos that generally ruled her roost. She had something much better. She rummaged amongst the peaches in her pocket until she found the little black mirror, an heirloom from Gargi. Now there was a woman. Not many people could lay claim to a grandmother who was convinced that she was your own great-granddaughter from another incarnation. Inevitably, she had been whisked away by the dysfunctional branch before Maya hit her teens, but she had bequeathed her two things. 1. The magic mirror. 2. What she considered to be proof of her point. Back at the flat, Arch was flicking through that very scrapbook, poring with an air of peckish interest over the strange pictures displayed within. These were painstakingly chronicled in the neat black script of Gargi. The band play their first gig, Camden Underworld, 1989. Newcastle City Hall, 1993. And for all the colour vaunted by these arcane entertainers, they may as well have been shot in black and white. They looked like gravediggers, ghosts, the lot of them, and if their appearance was any indication of their music, Arch was personally very glad to have missed it. These photos and flyers were juxtaposed with images of Maya's face, computer-generated to bring her to a parallel age and style as the bassist in the band, one Estelle Lamb. Gargi's study went much further than the physical, but it was true, there was a resemblance, not so much in feature, but in expression, and the likeness of the eyes was uncanny. Maya's gaze alighted on the dark center of the mirror. She jolted and gasped with shock, staring over her reflected shoulder, not wanting to see, but physiologically compelled to look. Something lurked there, like an ombrous ancient witch with eyes of flame. At first she thought, a nun in hellfire contact lenses, but when she turned, the thing had vanished. No living crone could move that fast. She leant against a wall, needing the support, shaking and trying not to panic, peachy euphoria shattered. Astridia watched on with renewed interest. That was one nifty stalker, vanishing like that. Even she, the unperceived observer, was unable to deduce how it had managed to disappear so fast. She clung closer to the shadows, wondering what the woman would do next. Even from here, she could see her hyperventilating, her long auburn hair swept protectively over her heaving chest, arms folded, eyes wide. She looked a treat. Astridia felt a pang of disappointment as the woman's rhythm steadied and she began, ever so gradually, to become more confident. She was probably doing one of those mind protection meditations they taught in Aquarian workshops around Antonova. Astridia considered making a move to scare the sexy lady back out of it, but she had no wish to attract the attentions of the other pursuer. She would bide her time. In their brief but poignant time together, Gargi had taught Maya many things, always saying that one day, unlikely though it may seem now, she might need them. One of these was the art of self-control when frightened. Maya envisaged roots growing from the soles of her feet into soft, clean soil, ramifying and drinking in the water and nutrients she needed, bringing her renewed strength and stability and the knowledge that all things pass, like the wind through the branches. Until she felt herself grounded and refreshed, and pushed all of the remaining fear out of her lungs with an audible huff. She was calm. Methodically, she trampled the ground beneath her feet, the way one does to warm up when cold. The adrenaline in her veins lessened. She was safe. She scanned the ramshackle streets, assessing her situation. It looked lugubrious, but there were people behind every shuttered window. They would help her if she yelled. Probably. One good thing about anachronists is that they don't avoid the afflicted. They're forever rescuing people from the nuns. The mutants, too, were less of a liability here, as many of the anachronists took pity on them and fed them by day. In the ghettos, they would be scavenging the bins and looking for a feed, dead or alive, but not in kind-hearted Antonova. The nuns, who had infiltrated the labs and set them free over the years, claimed poverty in the face of their upkeep, a papal prerogative that left society to deal with them as best they might. Nobody knows how many of these pitiful aberrations skulk in the side streets, but very few denizens have escaped the blood-curdling sight of a drooling, legless being lolling in the garbage, or a cackling, multi-limbed ogre, often a semi-human chimera, dragging itself to the drains for a drink. Such tales made Arch cry. He knew what it was like. Arch was 1/3 human, 1/3 cat, 1/3 snake. The cunning implied by this combination had been programmed out. He had been left with a sharp, trapped intelligence and an even sharper, more trapping appetite. He polished off his peaches nervously. Meanwhile, the moon hung huge and low, looking like its own reflection in rushing waters. The atmospheric heat haze brought it closer all the time, the size of the ripples at its purplish circumference, indicative of the ever-worsening condition of the environment. Behind this backdrop, the machinery of the universe turned its multifarious cogs. It came to the hunter as a low, dull roar, which she imagined to be inside her own head, and to the hunted as a sudden whoosh, which she presumed, without thinking, to be distant sky traffic. Had Arch been present, he would have recognized this predator who was trapped inside her own drum machine, or at least have thought that there was something very familiar about her. His mind would have flashed back to the pictures in the scrapbook, particularly to those of the snarling drummer, Morag, and wondered where the connection lay. However, as he was essentially as rational as his friend and mistress, he probably would have put it all down to hallucinatory hunger and too much exposure to the obsessive rantings of that senile old woman, Gargi. Hecate laughed. On the side of the moon invisible to Antonova, another colony was struck down by an obscure, incurable virus. Maya winced for a moment as a primal pang zigzagged its way through her lower gut. She presumed it to be the peaches. As if she had caught this discomfort on the breeze, Astridia sniggered. Her voice had the creaking, metallic quality of a rusted pump, and the hairs on the back of Maya's neck rose to the occasion. She peered around for its owner, no one to be seen. She thought again of Arch, of their tiny but comfortable sky den, and wondered whether she should return. He would be anxious. Though the graze was only superficial, her hand was throbbing, and following the incident earlier, the disembodied laugh had unnerved her. "Hello?" she ventured. "Is anybody there?" Astridia put her fist to her mouth to stifle her sniggers. This was more her kind of thing, a bit of action, the foxy scent of female fear. The hag shadow had not reappeared, and Astridia felt powerful, sensual, strong. Nothing. Maya continued walking. Several cockroaches the size of scorpions scuttled across the starlit path in front of her. She heard something go crunch beneath her foam-packed sole, and looked down to find a lurid yellow substance oozing out on either side of her foot. It radiated, it glowed in the dark. Much of the sewage was radioactive, and bubbled in the broken pipes, with a luminescence reminiscent of the witch's cauldron, the insane alchemist's laboratory. Maya recalled her grandmother saying that Malkuth, the earth plane, is the laboratory of the Holy Ghost, but there was nothing sacrosanct about the exploded cockroach. Its fetid scent reminded her of a just-opened grave. The memory was so strong that she momentarily forgot that everyone these days was compulsorily cremated, and that she had never even so much as seen a graveyard. Too preoccupied to wonder where the comparison had come from, she scraped the shattered crustacean off her foot in a chronological daze, suppressing her fear, but subliminally spooked by the too familiar stench. Hecate raised a hoary eyebrow and stroked her beard, weaving it through her loom-like fingers with professional dexterity. Chapter 8. The world's last natural horse rolled its eyes back in a dementia of solitude. In its singularity, it felt the weight of all human dominion straddling its long-serving back, crushingly masterful, cracking the air with the thin, stinging snake which hissed and flickered at the edge of its vision. It felt it could not die without permission. It waited, alone. It was no good. Chandra had employed every iota of her psychic skill in order to bring Maya across, the one to whom she had always been closest, the one who she knew was least likely to resist her call. And lo, it had worked. Temporarily. Only, by failing to fully believe, Maya had subsequently trashed the energy exchange. To everything its equal and opposite reaction, look at the city of mockers, an entire colony set up with the specific aim of deriding Aquarian truth. Chandra would have to step up Maya's belief, stimulate her long-term memory if she were to win Maya over to Magicor rather than the mockers. The comparison lit a spark in Chandra's imagination. If she spent a little time in the same vibrational level as the mockers, perhaps absorbing some up-to-date intuitions as to how a spiritual cynic operates, she might garner some clue as to communicating meaningfully with her needful counterparts: Maya, Lenore, Meredith, Astridia. Scarily, Maya was positively transcendental compared with the final three. In the dome, Chandra couldn't even consider formulating a plan. It was too dangerous. Alarms were everywhere, hypersensitive to cynicism, which, it's true, is a great obstacle to the moving of mountains, to walking on water and so on, like the angels themselves, literally guardian ones, these being very much opposed to seeing all their good work go down the cosmic drain. She needed to think. But how? Since the announcement, all Aquarians were required to remain in the dome. Once, when she was little, she had spotted a secret exit. It was employed by the spirit runners and other inhabitants who needed to spread their messages via miracle and so on. It was also kept unlocked as a sign of trust. She could still remember where it was. Gads, it was hot outside. Chandra's legs were leaden, and her body was instantly sheened with acidic sweat. By the time she reached the sprawling outskirts of the city of mockers, the tops of her legs were rubbed raw by the friction of movement, combined with the biting acid that filled the air. The earth was biblical, smitten and blighted and salted and plagued, certainly a suitable global training ranch for the horses of the apocalypse. Her lungs felt shredded, her head as if it might at any moment explode. Following the refined atmosphere of the dome, the landscape and gravitational pressure were hellish. But at least when she found an oasis, they surely must have climate conditioning inside their buildings, she could plot in privacy. Chandra had dressed herself in the least remarkable garments she could manage. A black ensemble of Teflon leggings, plain tee, and a UVF cape that resembled a 1970s kaftan. She hoped this unflattering protective coverage would allow her to pass without too much unwanted attention. She adjusted her face, attempting to crank it down from what she knew to be sublimely beautiful. All in the dome were such, their spirit light beamed from every pore, to grumpy frump, to which she aspired by focusing as much as possible on minor irritations, ages-old envies, possible slights. Well, it works for the rest of the world. Great was her joy when she found herself entering the city via an alleyway chock-a-block with bars. And by the looks of the foggy, sawdust-trampled streets, it was a place that actively specialized in licensed dumps and dives, moonshine watering holes, pubs and taverns, speakeasies, and perchance, those fabled gin palaces of yore. Nostalgia clenched her by the throat. Even the fumes were making her sentimental. The first few establishments featured scantily clad staff, faux wanton boys and girls, and a dull fluttering of desultory pandrogynes lolling against walls, sucking on cigarettes or joints or lollipops and drawling lasciviously, yelping invites and insults at the long-coated men and bulldykes that patrolled the area, hatted heads downward, as if in a Philip Marlowe-based comic strip. Chandra felt their defensive sneers before she even caught their eyes, and pressed on, scanning for somewhere with a more general clientele. The serious thinker's boozer was what she really needed. She felt sure they must have such an area, at the very least for the waylaying of pilgrims on their way to or from the Crystal Dome. One of the many satellites visible even by day shone above her. Just as she noticed its flashing green presence through the smog, she spotted what she was looking for, the stable beneath her Magi star, an apparently Arthurian-themed alehouse named Excalibur. Such a venue was likely to be more family-orientated, and if the staff wore fancy dress, Chandra would stand out a whole lot less. She might be able to don a disguise if her spiritual glow became too great. As camouflages went, Morgan Le Fay would be ideal. As confidently as she could, she pushed open the door of the plastic, crenellated fortress and sauntered in. The smell of alcohol and dirt and tobacco, actually no bacco, wrought a powerful magic upon this maiden dark. She was instantly, euphorically transported back to Magicore days and nights. Ah, those glorious benders and gigs and utterly depraved times of bliss with the others. All she needed now was a good blast of the right music to really tune her back in. Trembling with joyous nostalgia, she moved into the main body of the pub, which was designed as a banqueting hall and was ideally moderately busy, and attempted to locate a jukebox along its perfectly insalubrious walls. The windows, she noticed, were Gothic style, with a cheap and cheerful stained glass effect within, sticky-backed plastic by the looks of it. Might they have the tracks to match the attempted mood? Some Velvet Underground or Sisters of Mercy would go down a storm in her soul right now. The alcohol would hit her hard after such a lengthy abstinence, so she wanted to perform any tasks that necessitated even minor dexterity before she took the plunge. "Can I help you, ma'am?" A server dressed as Friar Tuck, brown monkish robes and apple-cheeked face, appeared from behind the counter nearest to her, the gaps in his wonky yellow teeth reaffirming the British theme. How well she recalled toothache and clove oil and needing to see the dentist. Waiting in anguish amidst those terrible TV magazines with their hyperbolic headlines screaming celebrity breakup, weight fluctuation, fad diet, the latest form of child autism. Endless size zeros, bitchy paparazzi shots of C to Z listers looking fractionally bulky on the beach. Soap operatic brides snapped from sneaky arbors, famous mourners stalked at the graveside, privacy invaded at every juncture, and, bizarrely, an apparently insatiable market for it. Chandra recalled poor Amy Winehouse in the early 2000s, her youthful dead-hedonisms and fear of fame driving the slavering paps to pursue her like a pack of rabid wolves, mauling her every time she set foot outside her Camden home, even when just putting out her trash. The blood-footed pain, the betrayal, the rolling horse-eyed fright of it all. Chandra had seen Amy around town several times and longed to offer a spell of protection, an amulet for secret strength, to wrap her auric arms around that slight and vulnerable frame. But she always had hangers-on, and usually that feral, uncivil husband of hers, and Chandra didn't wish to impose. That had been centuries ago. How could she still feel so sad about it now? And why nostalgic over something as daft and objectionable as trips to the dentist? Laughing inwardly at her own idiocy, she knew that it was because it was all so very human. Chandra, smiling dimly at the barkeep and switching her focus to the present, casually remarked, "Hey, wasn't Friar Tuck related to Robin Hood rather than King Arthur?" The apple face became instantly rotten. "Ooh, I am sorry, Miss La-da-da," he mocked in the bizarre, sharp accent of the zone, shaking his head resentfully. "Perhaps Excalibur isn't quite the right venue for you, if historical accuracy is what you're after." Chandra could have kicked herself. Tempers were of course short in the post-announcement, pre-apocalyptic service industry, mildness of manner hardly its strongest suit at the best of times. It was difficult to descend from being psychologically at the bottom of a great height to being infinitely superior by nature. She had got off on precisely the wrong foot. She opened her palms to him in a gesture of guilelessness. "I apologize," she responded, as gracefully as she could manage. "I'm not perfect." She was so used to saying this to the angels, it just slipped off her tongue. "I'll say," grumped the bartender, slightly appeased, and thus choosing to remain at her service. "I was looking for a jukebox, to play some tunes." "I know what a jukebox is, lady," he growled. "It kinda goes with the territory." Chandra shook herself again. "Gads, of course you do. I'm sorry. It's the first time I've been out. In a bar for quite some time," she stammered. "And it's great to see how little has changed," she appended brightly, her voice just a fraction too high. He viewed her now with suspicion. She didn't look old enough to recall that much, unless of course she was Aquarian or evolutionist scum. Plus she was avoiding his eyes for some reason. Sensing his doubts, Chandra perceived at once that she had made yet another faux pas. She'd better get a drink in, or several, before she made even more of a hash of it. "I'll take a double whiskey with Coke and ice, and—" She stopped herself just short of automatically asking for a slice of lime or lemon. What once was commonplace was now rare and costly. And a packet of rolling tobacco, and some licorice papers and a lighter, please. And the music, she gabbled. But it did the trick. Beyond the round table. He gestured to the far right-hand corner of the bar, where a circular table was set with numerous gold-burnished chalices, presumably for its pending nights to sup from. At least at weekends. "Plus we got Personify," he added proudly. "If you fancy company, feel free to use the round table if you like. It's all set up." She had no idea what this Personify might be, so, paying for her drink and leaving a far heftier tip than a person wishing to remain anonymous ought to, accustomed as she was to viewing money merely as a means to make others happy, she folded her fingers around the cool, ice-clinking drink and conveyed it to that area in order to investigate. The cunning black box, embellished with the Personify logo, turned out to feature, instead of music, a perplexingly long list of names. Many she recognized as famous writers, artists, and performers from the past. The plastic flipboards inside the machine lay open at Al Pacino to Blaise Pascal. She grazed her fingertips over its innocuous-seeming surface, heart-thumping, and tried to turn it back to A, the very beginning. It must be some sort of necromantic device. But the mockers didn't believe in such things, surely? Maybe she emanated her confusion as a desiccated man of about 40, clad in filthy, faded denim shirt and trews, and whose very aura carried enough alcohol to make her feel woozy, slid up, fag clasped between yellow fingers, and leeringly, slurringly informed her. It's one of 'em Personify consoles, that is, aka the old resurrection machine. It's programmed with, every work, by every person it as inside it, all their diaries and legal records and letters and stuff, and every known fact and loads of footage and photos, so you get a pretty good representation. Realistic. It's a scream when you're in the right mood, and when you got the dosh I've had some truly wild nights with Marilyn and Cleopatra, and that Jim Morrison's a blast too. I like me a good dead drunk poet to get slaughtered with. Honestly love you'd think they was real. They're as real as they can be, only them's always at their best. There's something for everyone in there. By the look of the fellow's body language, he was rather hoping to affect her choice, if she was going to make one. Gads, it was tempting. Just to try. In the dome, of course they got some of these spirits coming through, the real, authentic ones, but they were also pure and refined by then. Not exactly slamming down tequilas and answering impertinent questions about their past. Wow, it's like a kind of one-life Akashic record, murmured Chandra, intrigued, then berated herself for using such giveaway language. It was a serious lure, but she'd escaped here in order to formulate a plan to reunite her soul group, to think freely, not to get pissed up with holograms, however beguiling these might be. But by gads, she'd love to raise Christian Death's suicided singer Ros Williams to the table. Her heart skipped a beat. What a weird tendril of karma this is. Oh my giddy aunt, is Aldous Huxley in this thing too? She flipped through more of the menu pages. Homer, really? Ted Hughes, Joris Karl Huysmans, wow. Aldous Huxley, the god of Magickor himself. This was severely tempting. Thinking about it, love? Cut in the beery mister beside her. Maybe later, she sighed, moving reluctantly away. It was important to avoid looking anybody directly in the eye. She'd been formed à la Venus Noire, her skin most definitely Indian, but emanating a coppery, polished glow, eyes Himalayan green-blue. Imagine having a pair of eyes like ancient stained glass. Imagine having the effect on everyone you meet, of melting them to the core, of them wanting to kneel at the altar of your soul, not knowing whether what assails them is lust, or inspiration, or some strain of viral madness. She may have been sent to inspire, she may have been a living muse, but this had benefited her sparsely over the aeons, especially as far as her own day-to-day safety and happiness went. And in a venue such as this, it placed her in definite danger. So, fixing her gaze instead at the screen, she admitted longingly, "I'm certainly tempted. This thing's got seriously good taste." "Can't argue with you there, love. Let me know if you want to go for it, all right?" He commanded hopefully. "I'd pay for one of 'em myself, it's more fun with a few of us," he added. "Name's Dave, by the way." He held out a grubby hand, and she shook it, looking at his scruffy hobo shoes, shocked at the first human contact she'd had in centuries. He felt so porcine, so acrid. "Dave the Rave, that's what Morrison calls me anyway." There was definite humor in his voice. The man was multi-leveled. He gazed at her curiously. "You look kind of familiar," he continued. "We ain't met in here before, have we?" "I've never been in here before." "For reals?" "Strange, I ain't one to get faces mixed up, normally Especially one what's got a face as beautiful as yours is, love. No offense, I ain't the sort to impose. I'm a proper gent but..." As he waffled on, she wondered whether Magickor was in the machine. There had been endless footage of them taken in the 1990s and 2000s, owing to the vanishings, as well as to their unprecedented cult following. She'd check it out once Dave had beat a retreat. She didn't want to give him any more clues. "I'll be propping up the bar as usual," he added wryly. "If you change your mind, I'm always ready to play." And he promptly left her to it. Nice. She well recalled the days when shaking off unwanted male company, and sometimes female, was almost impossible. Clearly, manners had improved, in at least some senses anyway, over the eras. Little did she know at that point of the armed nuns that patrolled the streets, and of their remarkable effect on the lives and manners of men. Cradling her fortified fizzy drink and rolling herself an antiquarian cigarette, she settled down to think. The pub was suddenly flooded by the combo organ Wurlitzer groove of Ray Manzarek, swiftly followed by the unmistakable vocals of Mr. Morrison breaking on through to the other side. A wave of joy broke over her. She swung instinctively toward the bartender and discovered him and Dave smiling back at her. Dave waved. She grinned, genuinely now. She forgot to keep her eyes down. At the bar, the men visibly reeled, shielding their eyes as if from the beams of some emerald-flashing meteor. Whoops. She turned her back and flicked through the 1980 to 2000 section of the machine, hoping her casual behavior would make them forget what they'd just seen. And sure enough, there she was, Chandra Biswas, along with all her old Magicore muckers. Her fingers trembled and her heart raced. Did she really dare? Better be careful to keep Dave away, though, lest he make the connection. That could be awkward indeed, though immeasurable was her longing to see the others. A band reunion. It might give her some clues or ideas as how to conduct the real version. Talk about risks, though, and attracting unwanted attention, and giving the game away. She shook her head, annoyed at her own inability to focus. To work. The whiskey and tobacco infused her system with blissful reminiscence. Soon she was lit up like Diwali, her cheeks suffused with holy bright crimson, and the edges of the worlds were fringed and frilly festooned rather than sharp. Euphoria engulfed her soul. Think. Most of the latter-day Aquarians had spent the last few hundred Earth years meditating and ascending, an accumulation of good karma, raising them high above the struggling humanity outside the dome. All of them, including Chandra and the other slight laggers, had served their time in self-sacrifice, painful learning processes, and climbing laboriously up the auto-scarped surfaces of self-belief, eventually reaching the peak in their pre-dome existence. They had won their spurs and were well in control of the horse of physicality, and it could only get better. So, why was she fighting it? You know why. Why was she craving Magicore to this extent? Not a mystery either, dearie. And, most importantly, how might she reunite them all? Now you're asking. She puffed the smoke in and out, loving the clench and grit of it, the way it hurt as it assaulted her too long, cosseted lungs. She'd abided in the Aquarian dome for the last 3.5 centuries, for what those mattered, except that they do, when your 4 soulmates are out there being born and killed and reborn maniacally, forgetting more and more about their key selves, their Magicore aspirations and successes, as they go round and around the wheel. She, however, had been incarnated into self-knowledge and safety and evolution. Her first memories are of a blazing pine torch held by a taut huntress, and the face of a hag merging with that of the silver disc above her. No subconscious symbolism, this. The gods themselves attended every ritual occasion in the dome, and their own strength grew with that of their initiate. Chandra was one of thousands to benefit from their extra attention to detail now that the grand finale was drawing near. The gods had been building themselves up for quite some millennia for this event, and never had prayers been so attentively hearkened, or boons so generously lavished, both on the inside and the out. Because she was recreated in full spiritual awareness, her recollections are acute. She recalls in detail how she was compelled out of a beautiful astral dream and into pink air undulating with recycled whale song, delivered into hands that smelled of herbs and protection, and cradled against a bosom promising unconditional love. The prototype of every child's experience, the angels said, their original aim long failed. Nowadays, such a birth denoted a being of high karmic caliber, higher than those who immigrated into the dome. Once initiated, however, the immigrants were of the same rank as the natives, theoretically at least. Everything is different, but equal. One of the first lessons Chandra had learned. Psyches were designed to be protean, all-encompassing, so long as this all did not contradict cosmic love. And it was indeed preferable to what she recalled from a parallel childhood on the outside, in the urban jungle of Birmingham, aka Brum, a long time ago. A hopeless parole of red brick buildings and gang graffiti, streets full of shit-faced stone throwers and stone-faced shit stirrers, the bus stops at which it was perfectly ordinary to be mugged, stabbed, or both, rows of tawdry pawn shops, offies whose metal shutters juddered against the bother-booted night, the posing chavs with their drive-by insults, the fearsome half-starved pit bulls of drug dealers on every corner, and car alarms and house alarms and police sirens blaring, and everybody scared, even the scariest ones. As it happened, the former Chandra had grown up and out of the points of view imposed on her by her upbringing and surrounds. The fact that her parents saw fit to send her to a private girls' day school had helped a lot. There she'd been well educated, and had re-met her best friend forever, Estelle Lamb. And therein lay the roots of Magicore. But, for a true cleansing, for a real humdinger of an incarnation, an unsullied set of nerves and neuron reactions was required. After a great deal of earnest debate, her guides for the Magicore life opted for an early culling, 68, so not unreasonable for the times, putting her out to recuperate on the astral until the time was right, separating her from the others. It was supposed to be a reward for what they had suffered her to undergo in this previous life. They intended to cut her plenty of slack on the samadhi-reaching front. Instead, she underwent 4 simultaneous bereavements. Chandra, like all brought into form in the dome, was born truly blessed. And her blessings had their drawbacks, thinking of which, the swaying form of Dave again. "All right, love." Only, now he looked super keen. She and her goddess-given eyes had blown her moment. "I was just wondering whether you'd made up your mind yet about personify? Mind if I sit down?" he asked, doing so without further ado. "You ain't from rounder, is ya? I'd have noticed a stunner like you from a mile off," he repeated, almost drooling. She tried to minimize the damage by keeping her eyes from meeting his again, but she could feel him pulling helplessly closer and closer, an iron filing drawn towards the powerful magnet of her almost ascended self. "What's your name, love?" "It's Chandra," she admitted, suddenly unable to think of another one on the hop, and besides, it barely mattered now. Plenty of people shared that appellation. Unlike the others, Chandra had kept both her physique and her name through numerous lives. Dave was no idiot. "Yup, definitely not local," he continued, eyeing her hungrily. "Your skin's far too good for that, and as for them peepers of yours, how'd you get them? Frackin' hell, Chandra love, you ain't exactly plain, is ya?" She emitted a tense giggle, concerned and awkward. "That's very kind of you to say so, Dave, but I kinda came in here to think, on my own, that is. I live in, a household where it's really hard to get any time to myself, hence escaping to a bar." "I see," he retorted in a tone of disappointment. "I was hoping to get to know you a little, or at least to play personify with you." He slugged at his beer and seemed to get his second wind. "By the way, you can also get fictional characters on it, so if you'll look under, say, Edgar Allan Poe, you can have the geezer himself, or Annabel Lee what died in his poem, or Roderick and Madeline Usher, his very best neurots in my humble opinion, or even that poor black cat what got walled up and caused all that trouble in the telltale art. Like cats, do you, love? I bet you does. You looks like one yourself. A beautiful sleek panther, anyways." She shot him a warning glance, and he desisted from this line of scrutiny. So Chandra love, on Personify, the more recent the subject, the more realistic they is, 'cause the more what's known about 'em, the more detail they can put into it, d'ye see? Now the Gabe Governed one, for example, leader of the Old Greens, bless his suicided soul, well, you'd think the geezer had just wandered into the bar. What a source of info on global decline he is. I'm amazed the authorities allowed him to be reconstructed, so to speak. He's inspirational, he is, even to us most hardcore mockers. You're clearly a fan of the device, addended Chandra prissily. And I don't blame you. It sounds fascinating, but I really do need to, She searched her longer-term memory for a suitably colloquial explanation. Get my head together, she announced, subconsciously echoing his accent. He cocked his head at her, as if to deduce whether or not she was taking the piss, and, rightly concluding that she wasn't, simply sighed. I'm sorry, darlin'. I can tell you want rid. It's just that me, missus. She died not so long ago, and it gets pretty lonely, like when you've been together, through thick and thin like, for all 'em years. And when I saw a beautiful lady like you come into this place, well, I thought the angels was smiling on me for a change. Chandra snorted involuntarily, knowing all too well what those actual beings would make of her current companion, and especially the locale. They were barely the most socially malleable creatures in the worlds. What's so funny? He asked, his tone amused rather than offended. She couldn't help but smile. I thought mockers didn't believe in angels? Then, the penny seemed to drop. Or, nor, you're not one of 'em Aquarians, is ye? You been visiting the dome after the announcement? Or maybe years on your way there now? Oh, what do you make of the announcement? Asked Chandra, suddenly alert and very glad for the subject change. Everything's so ordinary and businesslike here. You'd be forgiven for thinking it was just an average weekday. Dave shrugged, spilling a little of his beer, which he seemed reluctant to put down, on his top, where it made a dark blot, shaped rather like a skull. Chandra perked up, noticing it. Well, it's most likely a load of old guff in it, love. How many times have we been told it's the bleeding end of the world, the apocalypse, or effing judgment day? Literally too many to count. And look at the history of humanity. Up until the year 999, they all thought it'd be lights out for sure in 1000. Then came Nostradamus and all that stuff what never happened, and hundreds of false prophets all along, in every religion and cult. Again, in 1899, the turn of midnight on the final day of the century was supposed to bring the end. He almost yawned. In the early 1980s, it was all about 1984. 1984? Chandra's head span at those syllables. Estelle's face rose before her like a sickle moon, or a scythe. But Dave drove her instantly from the fleeting memory. Then in 2049, there was that massive group suicide, wasn't there? You've heard of it, no doubt. Almost 30,000 people deliberately gassed themselves so they could all ascend together via a certain comet. A comet what turned out to be nothing but a satellite from one of the other universes. On, and bloody on it goes. Nah, I ain't bothered, love. I don't believe it. And even if it's true, I can't think of no better way to go out than with a few decent measures in me and some good company, organic or synthetic, like. He nodded towards his beloved Personify machine. And you know what they say, darlin'? There ain't nothin' for a case of nerves like a case of wine. Chandra laughed empathetically. Fair enough, Dave. She could tell he liked her for having remembered his name. What about you, love? You one of 'em Ascensionists? You look it, priestessly, if you don't mind me saying so. He shook his scraggy head ruefully. What a bloody shame if you are. You seem far too nice to be hanging out with all 'em egocentric bigwigs. Chandra raised her eyebrows. Egocentric? Is that what you all think? I thought we, the Aquarians, were supposed to be all about abnegation of the ego? Saving the world before themselves and all that. Dave rolled his eyes. Well, yeah, that's what they all says. But when you look at the history of the Catholic Church, or of Islam, or just about any of them religious organizations, including the recent uprise of Aquarians, all you find is greed and hatred and elitism. Them and us it is. There, inside that dome with their fruit and clean water and cool bloody breezes, while us lot frazzles up and starves in the mess the government's created. They're murderers and hypocrites, the lot of 'em. Sorry, I'd forgotten how much you're suffering, murmured Chandra, recondite. She'd eaten excellently before she absconded. Her body was in tip-top condition. Her very epidermis was immune to the horrors of the outside world. But hungry Dave was in too high vaunt to stop there. Even New Age cults and born-again witches and pagans and so on, they got their hierarchies and ego politics and head honchos. If you're going to try to pull rank on your fellow creatures, at least do it honestly, like, he cried, growing increasingly passionate in his oration. Well, yes, responded Chandra, as emolliently as possible. I couldn't agree more about that. Of course, some souls try to follow a more modest path. I know, nodded Dave vigorously. Mahatma Gandhi and Siddhartha told me all about it one evening. On personify, like, he added when he saw her bemused expression. Taught me all about ahimsa, like, and they had some bloody good points, I'll give 'em that. And I liked the stuff about meditation. I even practice it a little bit myself now, he admitted, smiling fondly. Helps me out when I'm down about the wife, like. Me too, when I'm feeling depressed, I mean, appended Chandra, who'd learned to meditate in an early Indian life, veering ever since between Hinduism and Buddhism, eventually attaining near perfection around 1900. By then, she'd needed just one more life to force her to fight for her beliefs. Obviously, she'd opted for the Magicore one. She and Estelle were soul sisters from long before that, but the other three were new to Chandra, albeit cut of the same spiritual cloth, necessary challenges to her spiritual composure. Aspen especially had tested her mettle. Meditation rocks, she added lamely. What I don't like is how them what thinks they have the answer, like is so damned disparaging to the rest of us humbler folk. I've been sneered at by so many of 'em going to the Aquarian Dome, Chandra love, or coming back from it. I can't even tell you. I always think of that parable of Master Fo Yin, when he was hanging out with the poet Su Dong Yin. I think they was having a few bevies, like we is now. Anyways, the poet bloke says to the master, "What do you think I look like?" And the master answers, "Well, you look like the Buddha." Su Dong Yin then says, I think he must have had an axe to grind with the master, or he'd had one too many, 'cause he responds really bloody rude like, "Well, you look like a pile of shit." But the master, he just laughs, unfazed like. "Indeed," he says, "that makes perfect sense. The one what's full of Buddha nature sees Buddha in others, and them what's full of shit can only see others as a pile of shit." Chandra smiled broadly and finished off her drink. She was really enjoying herself now. "You're not a very good mocker, Dave, but I like your style. You're reminding me of something Osho once said," she rejoined, washing a whiskey hit across her tongue and allowing it to mount giddily to her cranium. One bright day, the devil comes home early. His wife asks why he's not still at work. "I've been made redundant," he complains angrily. She eyes him indignantly. "How can you be redundant? There's always mischief to be made in the world of men, quarrels to stoke, evil to spread." The devil slumps into his armchair by the fire and sighs. "Indeed there is, but my job's been taken over by the priests." Dave laughed gustily, fungal maw and rotten teeth, while Chandra, beginning to like the poor sod, tried not to visibly react to his pestilential breath. Friar Tuck, or whoever he was supposed to be, was watching them assiduously. Chandra wanted to imagine he was checking that Dave didn't pester her, but such solicitude was unlikely. Still, miasmas aside, the bedraggled mocker was proving to be pretty good company. And if she was to go looking for the others, she'd need to get the feel of at least a little of what was happening on the outside of the dome's infinitely refined bubble. A good shooting of the postmodern breeze might be exactly what she needed to get the lay of a land long concealed from her. This would be a lesson in reacclimatization, she decided. Besides, she recognized in Dave a man of genuine integrity and zero self-aggrandizement. In the dome it was inferred that everyone on the outside was a million miles below them. That had always jarred with her. "I'm not here on the pull, Dave," she stated, wanting to relax properly. "I really am just here to get away from it all. I have a partner, and I'm not on the market in any way, shape, or form, okay?" Dave appeared a little crestfallen, but not disappointed. Perhaps her caution had been mistaken. "Sorry to be so explicit, but it's better said straight off." He nodded sadly. "I weren't after your body, love. Bloody gorgeous, though, it certainly is. I'm far too old and world-weary for such shenanigans, and truth be told, I'm still in love with me, missus. Always will be. I came over to say hello 'cause you seemed so interesting, and I love a good old chinwag, especially about philosophy and that." Chandra smiled carefully into her drink. "Well, if you're okay with that proviso, we're all clear and above board," she continued, feeling ridiculously prim. Perhaps you'll let me get us another round? His face lit up like a two-papery rollie, and she nodded happily at the waiting friar-stroke-barkeep. Suddenly, she couldn't stop smiling. Ever since that last Magicore life, she'd abided exclusively in Aquarian luxury, ever somewhere between the ridiculous and the sublime. Teetering, indeed, feeling the weight of her own parody on a momentary basis. Barely surprising, then, that she should feel instantly at home in this watering hole for cyniclons, the derisive, robotic-sounding appellation the angels gave the naysayers of spirit. She stretched her delicious hourglass body, velvet soft and comfy on her bones, and overblinked those green flame eyes, as one does when beginning to feel the effects of the onslaught of an intoxicant. Nobody noticed. She found this refreshing, too. "How about some slammers?" she suggested wildly. Dave grinned and nodded. It seemed hilarious to actually have to order them and watch them being poured. In the dome, anything one wanted materialized at the flick of a mental switch, so long as it was approved. The drinks arrived, and the rest was history. She never got around to using Personify for Magicore, or to formulating her plan. Chandra awoke in the morning, back at the dome, with no idea how she'd gotten there. A splitting headache, apparently bursting eyeballs, roiling stomach acid, and a mouth like one of Callie's cremation grounds. She winced in agony as she took a look at the floor on which she was lying, hoping it would be lino and confirm her suspicion that she was having a past-life flashback. But no. It was rose quartz. She made a pathetic attempt to raise herself up, to be cut short by a host of sick black and purple spheres pulsating towards her. She passed out for an unknown period of time. When she came round again, a crick in her neck, shuddering, her stomach wrenched and tore. She threw up on the temple floor, sweat-sheened body evacuating itself of every possible dreg of poison, over and over again, blood vessels fit to burst, until at last her limbs were flooded with endorphins. Despite the remaining pain and beginnings of shame, she liked the sensation when it reached this point, and the optic stabbing had subsided. Enjoyed, even. So reminiscent of those post-gig Magicore days, when the first thing she thought of was whether her instruments were still intact or whether she'd finally burned them a la Hendrix. Always tempting, but her money was invariably spent before it arrived, never mind stretching to new guitars. The second, whose drunkenly beguiling needle-thin body was she wrapped around this time? Magicore philosophy at this point was much more fast than feast, at least as regards the material world. Gluttony was spiritual only. Indeed, in this peculiar little era, she barely knew anyone who weighed more than the sum total of their skin and bones, apart from Helena Smithson, known as Big H, a sly, crimp-haired creature who'd been sent by local evangelist Christians to infiltrate their group. Luckily, it was never her, though H, who like many in that church, which still practiced conversion therapy on homosexuals, was a deeply troubled woman, and had often acted as if she wished it was indeed she to be found amidst Chandra's rucked-up sheets. She flirted outrageously with all of them. It was both creepy and confusing. Aspen teased Big H relentlessly, but she always came back for more. She'd been so irritating. Blimey, Chandra hadn't thought of her for, well, centuries. Her last life details must be coming back, ready for the shift. She could remember precisely how, once she'd checked out these facts regarding the night before, she would rush to their revolting shared bathroom, feeling pretty much as she did now back in the dome. She sniffed, risked reopening her eyes. The angels had placed a cut crystal bucket by her side, along with a capacious chalice of spirit revival water. They'd lit vast purple pillars of incense on either side of her. She must really stink. There were no toilets in the Aquarian dome. No impurities were taken in, so none came out. Sunlight was metabolized through the skin. There was food, if you wanted it, but there was snobbery concerning its consumption. Eating was considered unspiritual, although every manner of light and prana was available to taste, a sort of gelato of the gods, or versatile manna. Chandra thought that today she might have to conjure up a ladies' loo. She recalled with longing the munchies runs they used to do from the squat. Whoever was capable of movement would be sent to the 24-hour garage and come back loaded with chocolate, crisps, and bickies, stolen when possible, and distribute them amongst the dehydrated, retching waifs, and seem like Jesus to them, a rag and leather-clad Messiah. Leather. There was no leather in the dome, except for the live hides of the holy cows. Astral synth cloth was simply not the same. Chandra had never lost her fetish for skinny bodies clad in tight black leather, and suspected that she never would. That's despite in excess of 1,000 years of being vegetarian. It was her sole animal-unfriendly penchant. Morag used to hate her for it. Funny how she always excused Aspen. She'd said it was because he wasn't a bloody hypocrite like her. Sure, the fact that she fancied him had nothing to do with it. The rose quartz was beginning to do its stuff, suffusing her with feelings of well-being, love, and also the illegal nostalgia Chandra enjoyed most of all. The nocturnal sky of the dome span above her in an infinity of hues and colours, pinpoint stars and swirling planets encircled by rainbow light and set against black. If she took a sip of the infused holy Aquarian water, she'd be cured in a trice. She procrastinated. Black. She tried to move herself off the rose quartz and onto the obsidian tiling in order to savour the flesh-lurching flashback. Her nausea returned, bringing with it bittersweet memories of Aspen, after Estelle, her most adored devil angel lover, tortured soul, wildest of the band. She'd hoped it would. Considering the depths of emotional and physical depravity she and Aspen, and the others, had reached, it was a miracle she had made it to the dome at all. Little had she known in her 20s, whilst frantically conniving situations intended to make him jealous, or sitting on the edge of the filthy bathtub, cutting her arms over some infidelity or other, or fighting physically with Morag, and sometimes Shade, and often Aspen himself, that her higher self had been with her, all along, holding her hand. Had the others known this, she would have lost, in a trice, the all-important Battle of Cool. Not only that, but she had been eternally flanked by an entire host of angelic entities attracted by her, apparently rather stunning astral body. They knew she was playing with dark energies, and they weren't going to let all their hard work over the centuries be squandered. Unfortunately, her physical body had never quite rivaled the astral one, as Aspen often inferred by eyeing up longer-legged, smaller-breasted, skinnier-waisted women in her presence. Not to mention men. She'd been bisexual then, as had Aspen and Morag. Shade and Estelle had long been same-sex only. She wondered whether they still were. Of course they would be. Some folk just are. Nobody could deny that she had the most amazing blue-green eyes, though, and a burnished skin of extreme softness and perfection, or that she was a kick-ass singer and guitarist. The emotional overdrive fed into their music and contributed to its power and passion, to its ability to move those teens to adulation. Oh, Estelle, oh, Aspen. She fiddled with the ratty ends of her sick-filled hair, felt tears pricking at the back of her throat and eyes. The full-on fling with Aspen had lasted a mere 3 months, and even then, was far from harmonious or monogamous. After that, they openly associated with other lovers, agreed to work together on a professional basis only, and fucked one another senseless after rehearsals. That was the very least of it. She'd been a bad girl then. Briefly. Needless to say, there was no fucking in the dome. Beings who might benefit from a mutual exchange of energies could merge astrally at will, or they came together to produce new astral bodies for other entities to inhabit. Alternatively, there was the palm prana exercise, slightly more physical, though it still excluded actual touch. It was basically an in-depth auric massage. Chandra had participated in both, and they were cosmic, it was true, but just not the same as Earth sex. There was something infinitely more satisfying about a good, messy, uncomfortable rut. Grounding might be the Aquarian analysis, especially when the person you were doing it with had promised themselves never to touch you again, not in a million years. She underwent a violent craving for her former lover, and again was sick. Incredible. Nobody was ever ill in the dome. Any sign of disease was eliminated at the pre-matter stage by skillfully directed Kundalini energy. Could it be that, now the world was ending, the structure of the Aquarian dome was crumbling? Or was it just the thought of Aspen and their psychopathic relationship red in tooth and claw and stinking to high heaven. The stupidest thing was that she still loved him, still in the old corrupt way, and she wanted him back, as a friend with occasional benefits at the very least. Same with Estelle, except that there was nothing thrillingly corrupt about their love. It had always been pure Ascension. She wanted them all back, preferably young and fabulous and emotionally intemperate as ever they had been. They were as much a part of her as her own limbs, her inner organs even. This knowledge was exactly what she'd been fighting against for the last few centuries, at the behest of her guides, but its admission to herself felt like the acquisition of the Graal itself. Thanks to the mirror, she knew that Aspen, in as far as he loved anyone, was smitten by Shade, or should she say, Lenoir. It was also a little late in the day for such shenanigans. There were infinitely more important things for her to be doing. Chandra lay on the floor, suffering in every respect. What a mess. She was vaguely consoled by the fact that she had not been ejected from the dome. The meditating mantrix and racial angels would waste no time in removing her to a more suitable environment, should her energies in any way pose a threat to the equilibrium of the community. On the other hand, they could simply be too busy, what with the announcement. She had been sick, after all. Chapter 9. The horse waited. Meredith picked his way over the corpses like a fastidious cat, occasionally stopping to steal anything that was not fastened down or inaccessible to his one stealthy hand. His black lips were a bleak line of concentration. His eyes were narrowed to slits of determined effort, but even so, Lorelei had to hang right behind him to stop him overbalancing when swooping. Quite the sparagmos, she observed blithely, looking around for Kathmandu. My gods, there's Zenbeat down here! Meredith scanned the destroyed theatre, its floor littered with bodies in various states of embrace, copulation, or abandonment to metabolic needs. Drag race me to hell, bitches, growled he. Then, oh wait, I win. He saw Sana, silly fish deserved it, a green aurora around her unusually red mouth and sick in her hair, prostrate between two slender youngsters, 55 or so, who had obviously been busy when their time came, and Beltane, arms propping up at least 6 of his hangers-on, a frown of concern lingering on his wide, jovial brow. Couldn't protect them from this one, could you, Belter's old man, old bean? Hissed Meredith nastily. All your pretty little horsies are dead, 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 dead. Dolce Meredith, whispered Lorelei shakily. You're making me greengill. This place smells god-awful, true terror stench. You should exit before they resurrect. She couldn't wait to catch up with Kathmandu and find out how Lenoir had coped, partying sans drink. Meredith rimmed the cutting edge of his razor teeth with his tongue. I don't think so, he countered jauntily. You might just find that your kinderling's a little more out for the count than you suspect, sweet siren sister. Lorelei faced him foursquare. He looked like a sinewy reaper at the best of times, but with bodies all around his feet and his rictus face tense with import, the tendon in his neck twitching beneath its stitches from where, as a child, he had encouraged a friend to attempt surgery on higher muscles, for some impenetrable reason of her own. Perhaps connected with invocations of the Norns in Magicore days, Meredith had wanted to be able to hitch up higher tits with a flick of the head, and one loot-filled claw. He looked the very epitome of scavenging death. What do you infer? Demanded the bleach-blonde nymph, trying to force a little humour into her voice. She knew how Meredith was with his tricks. He respected only courage. Weakness was a battle cry to him. Tell me now, she snapped. There was an unnatural silence in the body-carpeted hall. She spotted Shekinah Suprema Gala Kabbalah in the heap, tiara askew and head lolling against that of her beloved Fluff, Akasha purple robes all rucked up awry, amuck, most uncharacteristic of her. Flat as a pancake, Meredith jibed, following her gaze. It began to strike Lorelei as unusual that no one was snoring or muttering in their sleep, or was actually in bed. The despicable truth began to dawn. Meredith nodded at her as if she were an idiot child. Yes, my little stagehand. Tirez le rideau, la farce est jouée. Let the curtain fall. The farce is finie. Lorelei's hands flew to her heart. All I need now is to go fetch my delectable Lil Lenoir, carped the madman. They won't be able to keep him from me any longer. He donned the mean baby girl face and voice with which he'd often taunted the more feminine Pandrogynes, and, jumping up and down like a toddler with a sugar rush, squealed, "Down with Drag Race Amdram, and may the quality games recommence." Lorelei blanched by several shades of pale, showing the decorative brandings on her cheek, arms and chest to pointless advantage. She had 3 stars like tears cut and cauterized into her face. "You look almost attractive in shock," observed Meredith mildly. "I take it you're no fan of Amrita and Nectar, then?" "I'm allergic." "Oh, shame." Lorelei stared helplessly at the mangle-limbed massacre, picking out friends and partners here, there. "You poisoned them," she stated dully. "You culled them all, my loves, my kinder covey. You're kinder too, you frack-faced bitch in hellfire harpy." Her voice was rising fast, like an old-fashioned kettle beginning to boil on the hob. "You sneering, snake-souled ingrate. You, oh my gods, where's my sweet Mandu?" She cast her eyes around frantically, finally letting out one great, screaming sob. "And finally, the uniscent drops," carped Meredith. "Oh, cheer up, tinsel angel, we'll be joining them very soon. Or, do you want to go right now, Kinderzis?" Meredith had always loathed the ghetto speak that most of them employed. His voice slithered around her neck like a python. It encircled her whistle-pitched windpipes, then her ribcage, squeezing the death-perfumed air from her lungs. As the pressured darkness accumulated, her tunneling vision captured none other than Lenoir, slumped on his own in a corner. Clearly Meredith had overestimated his lover's motivation to stay off the drink. "Your lovely's dead, 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 dead too," she thought in wavering, grim victory, just before her own white face hit the floor. Lover reclaimed, verbally berated, despite it falling on deaf ears, Meredith became a man with a plan, and nothing was going to stand in his way. Never mind the fact that he had only one arm, no transport, and an accidental corpse to carry. He would finish the game no matter what. To resurrect Lenoir just to kill him again would be the ultimate coup, a real god game, and are we not all made in Zir image, as that hippie twitch Blah used to say? Is it possible to conceive microcosmically what is not already in the macrocosm? Would that not be a great conceit of purported originality? Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. It may well be that nothing is true, but everything is real, for as long as you have a working set of nerves to feel it. Meredith's mind was alive with the maggots of desire. He longed to mutilate Lenoir's tender body slowly and deeply, taking pleasure in his lover's extremity of sensation, his inability to escape or deny the flesh. He yearned to dwell on those aspects of ardour of which Beltane and the others had so heartily disapproved. For not all real love is classically wholesome. Life itself is often torture, and even evolutionists are born to die. All cruelty is a pale ghost of the greater cruelty that created consciousness, and those delicate nerves, just as all love and fine feeling are golden shadows of the greater love that is samadhi or nirvana or cosmic consciousness, or so deemed Meredith. Rapture. He and Lenoir thrived on it. There is love, there is hate. Often the hate-filled hide in saintly attire, the devoted mother, for example, who secretly ruins her child for envy of its freshness and potential, its beauty, or, perchance, through hatred of its father, or even out of masochistic spite against herself. But nobody would ever guess from whence sprang the indolence or obesity, the neuroses and dark self-hatreds of that offspring of so outwardly devoted a parent, even the child's Zir self. Many cruel souls pose as helpers of humanity, as priests and teachers, as doctors of mind or body, merely in order to slake their sadistic lusts in non-consensual secret ways. Many a religious zealot is fueled by self-defined satanic cravings for power over others. Besides, our practices have their genetic precedent also in compassion, Lenoir would reason unto Sana et al. Long have groups or individuals sought to atone, to cleanse society through their own body pain. Plague carried masochism in its unwashed skirts. Martyrs approached God through self-mortification. They far wandered, body beat whipping, self-starved, each blow and every blood-drawing cut bringing them back to Christ, eliciting giddy pleasures, epiphanies of anguish and adrenaline. Similarly, Egypt, Persia, the Spartans who lashed their warriors in honor of Artemis, displaying incredible fortitude of both mind and body. The same patterns of self-sacrifice occurred in prehistoric times, imprinting themselves on certain select strands of DNA. That Meredith and Lenoir performed their feats of bravery in the name of personal love may be beside the point, although to them it certainly was not. Their automutilations had their precedent in the annals of mystical history. The line between pleasure in receiving pain and ecstasy in its infliction on others can be tenuous. Mankind, in becoming the worst enemy, destroyer of animal kingdoms and the ecosystem, sought by self-mortification to win the empathy and admiration of the gods themselves. A dark angel would attest that the warped love practiced by Meredith and Lenoir was in fact a perfect distillation of one very sharp angle of the thoughts of the great creative spirit, morality being subjective, as history and personality amply demonstrate. Their self-flagellating love play was a soul-refining rapture to them that by its evolutionary and predominantly consensual nature trumped any naysayers into submission. Meredith disdained those wanting to stick their lavender-scented plague beaks into their business. In short, Lenoir and Meredith had their own set of references and rules. Love meant scorching away the mundane, hot-wiring the banal until it was no longer a part of the living organism, freeing the spirit from the prison of complacency. Then, other doors opened. They had tested one another's devotion to the ultimate degree, Meredith happily allowing Lenoir the vertiginous black pleasure of slicing slowly through his arm with weighted wire, so strong and thin that it seemed as if the weights were floating. Lenoir had taken the shock, the sickening frailty of his lover, the depth of his own pleasure in power, and then he had run. A pathetic sodden note had materialized by Meredith's sickbed, where he was tended by Sanna and the ever-devoted Sapphic sisters, declaring regret, apology, remorse, martyrdom. Lenoir would not touch drink or drugs again until he had fully repented and reconstituted his psychosexual dynamic. Pale Meredith spat on the billet doux and watched the glob of sputum dribble over Lenoir's over-ornate signature. Tiny veins of black ink penetrated its bubbly, jaundiced surface, then fanned out to form a drop like a black tear, which fell onto the clean, hand-embroidered healing room coverlet. "How symbolic," observed the patient. "But you're not getting away with it that easily." Luckily, Lenoir was of slight build, and the nearest evolutionist zone was only 20 miles away. Meredith had looted enough cash and valuables to pay for Lenoir's resurrection, if he could only get him to the city. He knew that he would have no difficulty procuring the operation, even at a time like this. Evolutionists would return from the very bosom of Abraham to earn another buck. They couldn't help it. They were programmed that way. He dragged Lenoir out of the transgender ghetto, still clad in his silver skirt and Diane Pernay updo, and looking like a drowned, flat-chested mermaid. Lenoir liked being a boy sometimes, so had never had implants, through the aggressive graffiti zone, where several long-dead pandrogynes rotted in pieces, mostly executed by angry nuns or jihadist warriors, and into the between-zone zone, BZZ, which was inhabited only by non-entities. Somewhere along the line, Lenoir's wig fell off, leaving only the triangular base, his own tricorn topiary. Middle England was taking on the look of the Sahara, and Meredith savoured his thirst. His sandpaper tongue perfunctorily explored the lifeless orifices of his dead boyfriend, whose hirsute ziggurat now lost its metal spike and became a fountain-topped pyramid of tangles. It was an act of possession rather than of passion. Crustaceous insects, amongst the only species able to flourish in the present climate, crawled in and out of Lenoir's hair, having nested there during the night when Meredith laid him to rest, nibbling at his earlobes and eyelashes. Meredith caught and crushed them between his sole index finger and only thumb when he could. Since Lenoir was no longer capable of defending himself, Meredith's protective instinct was emerging. They only ever played on the grounds of equal ability. Meredith's body was dehydrated and racked with discomfort, but luckily he associated this with happier times. In the BZZ, a Methodist minister introduced himself in a monotonous voice with a flat southern tinge as Graham. He could see they needed help, and he was not going to refuse them charity. Oh no, sir. He would rather risk being mugged for his troubles because that's what being a Christian is all about, you know. He had his wife with him, also a minister, a globular and strangely familiar-looking woman with blonde, crimped hair, to whom he referred as H. She flirted with Meredith outrageously, despite the obvious. They only wanted to help. Meredith was too determined to settle scores with Lenoir before it was too late, to argue with them. He looked the pale, chubby man up and down, then demanded access to a car. "We don't condone the use of cars or other polluting craft," intoned Graham in the classically bland, flat tones of the international pastor. His voice reminded Meredith of timeless classic, The Simpsons' Reverend Lovejoy, bringing back better memories of life in the Pandrogen ghettos. An unexpected and unwanted smile floated up and perched on his mean black lips. "They affect the environment in a negative manner, and besides, they are illegal in the BZZ," continued the cleric. "It's for your own good," smiled H, smug church lady eternal. "One day you'll seriously thank us for this." "I very much doubt that," rasped Meredith. "At least show me how to get to the city fast. Boy needs resurrecting." "We don't agree with clinical resurrection," droned the pastor. "It rather misses the point of our religion, you see." Despite this, the plodding heterosexuals led them to a deserted tram station, in order, Meredith suspected, to salve their consciences and simultaneously get these rancid pangender ghettoids out of their parish. "Runs every 5 minutes normally," Graham informed the living half of the couple. "Might be a bit different now, though, what with the announcement." He smiled blissfully. "Shall we pray?" Meredith left them incanting over Lenoir's collapsed frame, noticing as he so did how very small his lover looked, curled there like a hair-crested silver snail. This comparison made him snort with sudden hysterical humor, and he used the adrenaline to run off down the line. A couple of times he fell, but his extremist's body was strong, and he quickly flipped himself up on his remaining arm. About a mile later, he found it, a shed full of trams ready to ride. It was open, as if whoever had been working when they heard the announcement had forgotten to lock up, which indeed was probably the case. The first one he clambered into was easy to operate, being designed to entirely eliminate the need to employ human beings. He soon picked up Lenoir, who was beginning to reek, but was easier to carry, as rigor mortis stiffened his limbs, and deposited him on the floor, knowing that he was likely to slide off the seats if lain to rest there. He did not want his sparring partner getting any untoward bruises or injuries while the dear soul was out for the count. "Nearly there, my sweet," he hissed. Chapter 10. Racial memories of sweet-smelling fields quickened the horse's blood with the will to survive, but by the apocalyptic weight on its back, it knew it would never be free. Its lips curled back to reveal a yellow gap-toothed grimace, in lurid contrast to the glittering red of 2 tears of blood which ran the course of its martyred, straining face. Maya trotted on. A filthy street mutt, its matted pelt undulating with ticks, emerged from a drain to snuffle her shoe. "Go away," she commanded. It looked up at her, ferocious gaze dimmed by a fatigue born of the need to be loved. As a self-sufficient scavenger, it could have done without this fissure in its once wild physiology, this debilitating need for affection. But what could it do? It had been bred for domesticity, for companionship, then sent out to fend entirely for itself. It tried very hard to be fierce, but it belonged to an obsolete race, one founded on loyalty to man. Maya jerked her foot away, and the cowering dog gave a yelp of disappointment. She walked on a little, hoping to shake him off, her soul still slippery with cockroach innards. At a crossroads the dog faltered, recalling Hecate and her bitch-black bloodletting bowline. Animals often think in alliteration, it being, like their perceptions, onomatopoeic, pondering her pot-bellied cauldron of perpetual appetites. But at the end of the world, such things matter less, so he continued to stalk Maya despite the threat of the witch goddess. Besides, reputedly, she protected the outcast and was honoured with the blood of his species. So she might be merciful to this mangist of mutt-kind, his humble canine self, abject of abjects, fleabag of fleabags, such as he was. The last thing Maya needed right now was a diseased dog yapping at her ankles, making her feel even more desolate and endangered for venturing out in the first place. He could be rabid or anything. The stinking cur followed, intent on the shoe. She turned. It stopped, doing its wide-eyed best to curry her favor. Had it been less scrawny, the mutants would have had it wrapped in moldy bread by now. The dog pleaded with her telepathically. The situation was pathetic. It reminded her of the tackiest type of antique greetings card, the sickliest recesses of human sentiment. Until she saw its eyes flash. Wasting not one moment, she removed the cockroach shoe and threw it as far down the street as she could manage. "You may as well take this one too," she added frantically, hurling the right foot's protection after the other. The delighted dog bounded off to convey the knight's trophies to his underground pad for a good chew. He knew not what had made the willful human woman suddenly change her mind like that, but he suspected it might have something to do with the crone with hellfire eyes standing right behind her, smelling like spirit of autumn, arcane, slippery elm, such as he had snuffed in some distant anachronist apothecary. Or was it an Aquarian pharmacy? Either way, Queen Hecate had indeed shown his humble bundle of a doggy self great clemency. The old gods are always the best, thought he, wagging his tail with glee. Barefoot, Maya continued her pilgrimage. As we know, Astridia was fond of dogs, if little else. She looked like a cat, but then, so did all of her sisters, with whom she shared no other trait. She hadn't seen the shadow lurking behind the Mauve Lady this time, being too busy concealing herself behind an overflowing stack of garbage, so she presumed the perambulator had disposed of her footwear out of kindness to the needy mutt. Out of the blue, the trance enhancer began peaking and troughing like a broiling sea inside her head, and she swayed perilously. Scent. Astridia was one of those misanthropes who blames burger chains and the extinction of the lesser-spotted iguana et al. Directly on all other humans, with the sole exception of Gabriel Govind, her justification being that the iguana is innocent, while whoever is certainly not, and were it not for selfish human beings like yourself, such problems would never have existed in the first place. Had she ever attended one of the Aquarian Dome's public information events and allowed a psychic therapist to regress her by a life or 3, she would have discovered some pretty scary reasons for her recent preoccupation with animal welfare. She would also have noted, chillingly, that her current stance toward the greater ape was doing her few favors regarding her future consciousness. However, she was not interested in her future. She simply followed her instincts and impulse in everything. The fact that the pitiful dog had been appeased Astridia. Naturally, Maya could not enjoy the relief that a person she did not even know was stalking her had just decided not to murder her, but she was glad to be rid of the smell of corruption caused by the cockroach's broken body. Something had stirred in the recesses of her mind, more alarming than an entire battalion of encroaching, crawling creatures, some between-state thing like mold, possibly half alive, and definitely half dead. It made her naked toes curl. She brushed the mental spores of its aftermath aside by re-establishing eye contact with the beckoning pulsar, whose blue rays of will she had consented to follow, and by turning her thoughts once again to her grandmother. Unbeknown to Maya, she was picking up Archer's thought waves on this. He was at that exact moment studying a very old, very faded picture of an eccentric old woman with a teenage girl, both smiling in a lovely-looking garden, still green and bright with towering hollyhocks and vivid lupins of numerous colors, despite the sun bleaching on the photo. They stood arm in arm beneath a real tree, possibly an apple, judging by the gnarly bark and promising-looking swellings hidden amongst the leaves. Underneath it said, "Me as Gargi, you as Estelle, 1983. Beside it was another similar image, only taken in a more urban setting. This one was entitled, "You as Gargi, Me as Granddaughter, Violetta, 2095. Last on the page, posed against a cityplex in Maya's current life, amidst the unmistakable pristine pillars, glittering towers and sharp-edged squares of evolutionist Mayfair, a wise old crow whose knowledge was written all over her face, and a slender, much younger, auburn-haired Maya, her clear blue eyes emanating a happiness rarely witnessed nowadays. Me as Gargi, you as Maya. Possibly the final time. Onward and upward. Kiss. Weird. Especially as the image had clearly been mocked up. Gargi was really there in the shot. Maya sure as Hecate hadn't been. Clearly a message from one spiritual crone to another. It had been brave of Gargi to visit that ultra-elitist zone with her body so aged, so unacceptable to the modern eye. Among evolutionist circles, visibly elderly ladies were rare, except the all-pervading nuns, and Arch felt that somehow the old bats of the Lord didn't count. There were people like Arizona and Atlanta Rivers down the road, both of them 250-odd, and both of whom looked younger even than Maya. As well as the almost compulsory Insu-Life injections they received biannually, the constant dermal regenerations and stem cell rehabs. These two had painstakingly managed to keep their minds free of virtually everything, wisdom and experience especially, lest it might show on their faces and age them before they were finally plucked from carnal imperfection by the great body modifier in the sky. Many evolutionists looked far older than they because they suffered from thought. Some of the vainest evolutionists had themselves all but lobotomized in the name of prolonged dermal perfection. The allure of vacuity has long affected the human species. Every day Arch and Maya saw the Rivers sisters preening behind the giant jar of antique peacock feathers they kept in lieu of a curtain, or performing rigorous aerobics with some of their favorite hologram personalities on Personify, Nancy Sinatra, reconstituted Olympian athletes, Darcy Bustle. They had seen no living member of their own social circle since being forced to flee NYC, and were keen, if alarming hostesses, appearing on the landing with fabulous tiaras in their hair, clad in the craziest jewel-encrusted, disintegrating costumes plundered from European royalty during one of the revolutions and refashioned to suit the whims of Americana, ushering various bemused anachronists in for tea. It was as if the photographer Ouija had kidnapped at gunpoint two of Cecil Beaton's socialite ladies from the tea room of the Ritz circa 1900 and captured them in his own terrible, garish lens. Earl Grey or Lapsang Souchong, they would inquire elegantly, vacuous echoes in antique pumps. And whom would you care to meet today, my dear? Maya was quite fond of them. Despite their evolutionist background, they accepted that they were now reduced to living in the anachrozone, and they played ball with the other residents, just so long as they never taxed them to think. It was fine for others around them to philosophize and idealize and proselytize, provided that they addressed the ladies on terms of the strictest friendly superficiality, as ladies of pre-feminism indeed. Still, they had allowed Maya to meet the reconstituted Radcliffe Hall and Della Grace on Personify for her project on early androgyny, a considerable boon to her research in the techno-Luddite town of Antonova. Gargi, always an uncompromising feminist and spiritual truth-seeker, would have loathed the principles by which these ladies avoided the erosions of reality. A great deal of her own time had been given to assiduously dodging the scalpels, scissors, lasers intermittently waved in her direction as her looks became increasingly less acceptable to the evolutionist public. Peter Panic's plastic prana, she called it, and she was having none. I'm young every time I step out of my body had always been a favourite mantra. So why preserve the outer vessel which stoppers up the soul? She'd taught both Estelle and Maya astral projection at 3 years of age, knowing it to be an essential practice for a healthy physiology in this overpopulated, unbecoming era. What was it she used to say? Without the silver thread, we may as well be dead. In her younger years, Gargi had been fair, extremely pretty if the family portraits were to be believed. One of them had been composed when she was a mother in her late 20s, Estelle's dad sitting on her knee, a bright-eyed little boy. Both had corn-coloured hair and blue eyes in that life. She'd tried to teach Estelle Meyer to be socially aware, not cocooned in personal enlightenment like, she said, many of the Aquarians. There is no religion higher than truth, she would repeat zealously, and she'd done away with their polyviva passports in disgust, claiming that a life of privilege and ignorance is both lazy and karmically debilitating. Better by far, she explained, to attempt to lead a spiritual life, or any life at all, in the denser vibrational zones, where one could both test one's mettle and spread techniques of enlightenment to where they're really needed. Perhaps she was right. Maya would have quite liked to make up her own mind about it. She would have enjoyed visiting the Aquarian domes to decide how she felt, but both her Polyviva passport and her grandmother were long gone, and she would have to make the best of what she had. The racial angels certainly had their work cut out for them. Each of their clan members owned a Polyviva passport listing every life lived over the last 1,000 years, minimum, without which they were not permitted to abide in the crystal dome of the latter-day Aquarians. These must be marked up and stashed in the Akashic records for easy access in the next incarnation, requiring immaculate accuracy and atomic scrutiny of karmic detail, especially as the next existence would take place on a higher plane. Each of the millions of individuals must be assessed, their exact vibrational rates to date recorded and carefully contained. Any mistake on the part of the angels could eliminate or radically alter a soul. In theory, they could always reconstitute it from the past, but in a cross-dimensional situation such as was pending, a huge risk factor was involved. The encapsulated essence was then hidden in a coded zone, accessible only to that individual's future self. Any laxity in this task, and the angel's beloved subject could end its existence as a slave to the Asuras, evil spirits with a great many bones to pick. Chandra and the other inhabitants of the dome knew that the angels were staking their own essences on the transference being rightfully performed. Their spiritual integrity was impeccable. That, of course, is why they were angels. Then there were the pre-life affirmations to perfect. Each being must decide on the lessons it wished to learn in its next set of circumstances, just as it did before each new incarnation, and hone itself psychologically to facilitate the desired effects. This ranged from selecting how your parents, if you chose to have them, would treat you, through sexuality, relationships and life skills, to possible modes of death. It would be a tougher decision this time. These souls had no experience of the realm to which they were prematurely ascending, and circumstances would be very different indeed. Chapter 11. It is a brisk, vibrant autumn day in Birmingham, close to Halloween. Already the local children have planned out their trick-or-treat strategies, picking out the frailest members of the community who are most likely to give them money and sweets to go away. If they are not given goodies, the little witches and vampires will push stink bombs and broken eggs through their letterboxes, or let off fireworks on their front lawns. The nastier children will also pelt the offending miser's property with dog poo. The pensioners and those with sick or dying relatives are as jumpy as domestic pets on Guy Fawkes night, and the church minister is in demand. He goes merrily from house to house issuing dire warnings against satanic drag and Ouija boards. The flock is even more spooked after that, envisaging poltergeists and possessions as well as ordinarily rabid children, and thus they hobble to church despite the cold draughts and hard pews which accentuate their sciatica. After the service, they drink gallons of stewed tea in the warmer, if minimalist, community hall and discuss the problems of youth today. Garcia is not amongst them, though she has plenty to say on the subject of Halloween. I only wish that they'd do it properly, she complains. Plastic cloaks and fangs are an absolute insult to the craft. It should be more like the Day of the Dead in Mexico, a celebration of the other side as a natural aspect of life itself. No wonder Christian and Muslim fundamentalists are on the rise. If only we had something worthwhile to show to the world. The cat agrees. He is the only member of the household with whom she has any rapport other than Estelle, and the matriarch has been banned from putting ideas into her granddaughter's head on pain of excommunication from the family. The cat, not wishing to be undiplomatic about his hosts, excuses himself to chase leaves. Meanwhile, Estelle is sitting in a geography lesson, dreaming about her new RE teacher. The RE teacher is not actually there, but Estelle is imagining that she is, dressed in her tight, scruffy twin suit, her blue eyes smiling at Estelle in that way that makes her float from classroom to classroom, too entranced to use her feet. She is fond of poetry and adjectives, and is trying to define the precise colour of that kind, yet penetrating gaze. Fresh water blue, pale cerulean blue, blue as the skin of Krishna Rama. Her friend Chandra sits beside her, the person responsible for her knowledge of Hinduism. Before Chandra enlightened her, cos-setted Estelle was under the impression that the entire world was middle-class and Christian, apart, of course, from Gargi. Perhaps this is because she spends so many of her lessons dreaming about Miss West. The multi-limbed deities, with their symbolic weapons and their vivid skins, appeal immensely to Estelle. Indeed, they feel so natural that she wonders how she'd forgotten about them in her early years. She could easily picture Chandra with blue skin and an extra set of arms, or Miss West rising from a lotus, Lakshmi bright light bringer, golden goddess of health, pleasure and leisure, third eye wide open, smiling straight into her. Estelle has recently become interested in numerous forms of religion and belief. This, of course, has nothing to do with Miss West's involvement in the subject, or with Estelle's sudden pressing urge to prove herself wiser and infinitely more mature than her 14, nearly 15 years. Estelle makes a mental note to ask Gargi more about her old path when she gets home. She rarely talks about it, as Estelle's parents discourage such topics of conversation, but since Gargi is on a rare visit, and who knows when she'll materialize again, plus Chandra is coming to tea, she resolves not to take no for an answer. The schoolgirl wonders whether she can use witchcraft to steal Miss West's heart away. Chandra stares at her Henry the Cat pencil case. She is not feeling too good. There is a salty taste in her mouth, and she fears that she may be about to be sick. Columns of purple smoke seem to rise up around her, fogging her vision. Checkers of rows and black squares fluctuate in her vision. She presumes she's having one of her hormonal migraine turns again. Sometimes, being an adolescent girl is absolutely no fun at all. In the stuffy classroom, with its fluorescent strip lighting and rows of navy-uniformed girls, the bell rings for lunchtime. Estelle glances out into the street, where Halloween is brewing up a goodly storm of ghosts and leaves. She loves this season, and happily navigates her way from classroom to refectory, contemplating the thrills inherent in Ouija boards and the amusing practice of devilish drag. She already has a strong enough intuitive knowledge of magic to suspect that the glue-tinged hocus-pocus of adolescent boys in heavy metal tees, or the candy-seeking antics of kiddies dressed as ghosts and witches, is unlikely to tempt Lucifer or Satan to cross the bridge to the physical plane, particularly to Brum at the end of autumn. An uncomely blonde girl from the year below stands in the corridor giving out leaflets to the contrary. Helena Smithson is the daughter of the local minister and hopes one day to follow in his footsteps. She pays particular attention to Estelle and Chandra, whom she believes, very vocally, to be evil. In fact, she is a germinal church lady. Every creed has one. They stand out from the average bitch by being super sanctimonious about Christ, the goddess, or whomever it may be, in addition to being gossipy, jealous, unkind. An eternal archetype, she loathes Estelle and Chandra. Subconsciously, for having attained a more offbeat, cooler reality in an apparently effortless manner. They are more Christian in the true sense than she will ever be, no matter how many baptisms and confirmations she has undergone, and they haven't. It gets under her skin. They are also beautifully, effortlessly thin. Between casual sacrileges and heartfelt adulations, teenagers notice these things. Today, they all but skip their lunch. It is not that they are anorexic or picky or vegan, as yet, but Estelle is way too in love to eat, and Chandra still feels unwell. They are also in a hurry to escape to the music block, where they will sit in an empty room with their friends Elizabeth and Annabelle, and have one of their tireless debates about life, death, and the universe. Well, snooty Elizabeth is not really their friend. She is very much Annabelle's. But they have to take both, or not at all. They will also, if Estelle has anything to do with it, levitate each other before the lunch break is out. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Light as a feather. It never failed, and it thrilled and fascinated her. The girls dive straight into a deep and meaningful, as is their habit. Today, they are talking about what scares them most in the world. With 1984 just around the corner, many are getting nervous about Big Brother taking over. And the BBC recently broadcast a harrowing documentary about potential nuclear holocaust. Thus, most are also neurotic about the Cold War and pending chemical disaster. If that is, AIDS doesn't wipe humanity off the planet first. ITV has produced a terrifying set of warning advertisements on that score, featuring stone tombs slamming shut every time anybody has sex. The gay plague, some are calling it, spread by bisexuals. But the girls barely comprehend this, being sheltered. Estelle admits that she is phobic about butterfly wings and peacock feathers, and waits for the giggling to die down. Elizabeth looks at her with fake pity from beneath lashes, petrified into neon blue mascara spikes, and asks whether she has ever considered therapy. Estelle immediately wishes she hadn't been so honest. Elizabeth is the sort of girl who will turn up in school tomorrow with a peacock feather, coincidentally. Interesting symbolism, Annabelle remarks. What is it that bothers you about them especially, Estelle? Do you know? It's the eyes, I expect, muses Chandra, filling Estelle's mortified silence for her. In India, the peacock is the national totem, and sacred to Krishna especially, but a lot of people in other countries are superstitious about them, particularly the feathers. They're seen as the evil eye. And that awesome tailspan, 1,000 eyes. Estelle shudders. Quite, muses Annabelle. Estelle knows they are trying to be nice. They probably think she's an utter weirdo now. My mum took me to a hypnotist to try to get me cured, she staggers on. In summer, the butterflies are a real problem, especially the ones with eye markings on their wings. The two nice girls nod sympathetically. He did some pretty strange stuff, but he couldn't help with the phobias. He actually thought they were funny. The two nice girls shake their heads. So what did he do? Cries Elizabeth, implying something even funnier. Estelle shrugs. Perhaps nonchalance is a better policy than honesty. Oh, this and that. Made my arm rise in the air without me moving any muscles, that sort of thing. The girls look blank. I was supposed to be batting away a butterfly, she explains. They smile, fractionally enlightened. So, what's your worst fear, Annabelle? She is keen to get their attention off her own rather bizarre weaknesses. Why couldn't she be normal and be scared of spiders, wasps, even moths? My worst fear. Annabelle looks thoughtful. She is the class genius and popular with it. She has a huge bulbous nose and glossy flat brown hair and a tiny waist and is friendly to everyone. Annabelle's sense of humour is legendary in the school. Probably the end of the world, she admits, unsmiling. A good answer, as ever. The year being 1983, this strikes a chord in them all. They have been reading George Orwell and Aldous Huxley in class, and with Dallas as their favourite TV programme, they know all too well that literally anything can happen, and quite probably will. My mother's been protesting with CND down at Greenham Common, she adds. She reckons a nuclear war is imminent. A sudden sharp intake of air. She hasn't. The words, high-pitched with shock, are out of Elizabeth's mouth before she can stop them. She immediately senses her faux pas and attempts to retract the implication, though the thought of her best friend's mother mixing with all that left-wing lesbian riffraff is highly perturbing. She hopes Annabelle never mentions it when she's over for tea. You never told me that, she adds helplessly, blushing to the roots of her newly tinted blonde hair. Didn't I? Well, anyway, I think it's great. Somebody's got to do it, for goodness sake. Do you realize what a threat the environment is under? They didn't. Well, not really. Being affluent, most of them lived well out of the city, in large, remote houses, and if anything, were sick of the sight of so much open space. Even their school, which was private, was situated in the leafy suburbs. It was really quite boring. Estelle, for one, was hell-bent on moving to Central Brum as soon as she was able. Well, says Annabel, it's being irreparably ruined. Oil slicks, car exhaust fumes, nuclear radiation. Our own grandchildren may never know what a tree looks like. Elizabeth snorts. Actually, she's right, addends Chandra, who has recently revisited India with her grandparents. We're really overpopulated in certain parts of the world, even in the UK, and it's bound to have repercussions. Fuel emissions are especially worrying. In places like Delhi and Calcutta, breathing can be difficult and unpleasant. Same in Beijing, I've heard. Even in this country, in inner city areas. Elizabeth folds her arms and looks thoroughly bored. She would far rather be talking about designer clothes, or what they'll call their future children. Hers will be Jenna Louise, after Priscilla Presley in Dallas and Gary, and they will live on a ranch with stables full of Arab horses, and she will have an entire walk-in wardrobe dedicated to just her lingerie, but they always end up having serious conversations. She cannot imagine what Annabel sees in Estelle and Chandra. They're scruffy and weird and wear far too much black on weekends. Estelle with her peacocks and butterflies. Oh, she must remember to bring in her dad's butterfly collection to paint in art sometime, coincidentally. So what's your worst fear, Chandra? Goads Elizabeth, hoping to enliven the subject matter a little. Any phobias or anything? Nope, no phobias, but I did have one really strong childhood fear. Perking up, they focus, resting elbows on knees and chins on fists, their eyes encouraging her to extrapolate. She gazes at them darkly. Have you ever heard of the Kali Puja? They shake their heads. My family used to live in Dispa, the capital of Assam, and every year we'd celebrate the Kali Puja to fate the goddess of necessary destruction, Kali Ma. Sometimes we'd visit my father's parents in Tarapit, which is in West Bengal in case any of you are wondering. It's very primitive there, and death is always looking over your shoulder. You wouldn't believe it. The noise, the crowds, and yet the intense beauty. I seriously doubt you'd cope. She gazes sagaciously at each girl in turn. In the poorer areas, it's not unusual to have to step over a dead body as you navigate the sidewalk. They gasp, and she wonders how she can possibly convey the spectacular essence of authentic India to these sanitized Western creatures. I tend to think of it as God's subconscious, as it contains everything, and I mean everything, possible to be imagined. There are things in both these places you would never believe, she summarizes pathetically. Like what? They chorus, inevitably. Does this have anything to do with Kali's eternal hunger? Asks Annabel brightly, recalling her mother's framed batik prints of the goddess drinking blood from the necks of recently beheaded victims. Chandra nods emphatically, but slowly, to show her considered disapprobation. She still feels a little nauseous, but it's beginning to wear off now. Cool, chirps Annabel. A lot of my mum's friends are into her. Some of them are, what's it called? Tantrics. Estelle and Elizabeth look bemused. Cool, huh? Chandra laughs, but does not look particularly happy. Whatever this fear is, she is obviously not over it yet. She fiddles with her black serpentine plait, then looks up at them all. Sure, if the sight of blood sacrifice and bones hanging in trees is your thing. Ah! Cries Elizabeth, hand over mouth, teen brain reveling in hypothetical horror. They sacrifice goats, explains Annabel, and sometimes buffalo. Yes, but not just animals, counters Chandra, rather more fiercely than she or they expect. Usually in Hinduism we use coconut milk instead of blood, but due to desperation and lack of education, some worshippers sacrifice stolen children. There's a fearsome underground market in kidnapped human cattle. The Thuggees take them. That's actually where the word thug comes from. It's not the way it should be, according to Hindu scriptures, but hungry underlings often take extreme measures, make their own rules. Bloody hell, cries Estelle, who has never before heard of such monstrosities. Yet, it rings a strange bell, and it feels not entirely outrageous. Exactly, emphasizes Chandra. Kali Ma is the ultimate mother, protector, warrior against evil. But some of her priests have focused on her as a thing only of terror, claiming that human lives are the most precious sacrifices of all, which indeed they are, if given in ways I can't go into here, but not through deceit, greed, kidnapping and murder. They say that the blood of a young child is the most likely to guarantee you the boon you're after, which in itself is usually a life or death situation, so very tempting to those desperate enough, a drought, a famine, the loss of a family's land, or a terminal illness, for example. She pauses for impact. So, as you can imagine, my worst fear as a child was being kidnapped and sacrificed to Kali. It happens, you know. Yay for corrupt priests. The bell rings. No levitating today, then. Mine's not being pretty and rich anymore, chirrups Elizabeth. Chandra is still feeling pretty peculiar, but decides not to let this put her off the afternoon's activities. She is keen to meet Estelle's legendary grandmother, and the latter days of October always make her want to create or break ties, have significant conversations, think about magic. She wonders whether Gargi will be anything like a yogini, or whether she'll have a blue rinse and queen hairdo like so many old English ladies she sees. Hair rinse blue, she suggests cheekily to Estelle, who has told her of her quest for the ideal description of Miss West's eyes. Thanks, but not quite what I'd had in mind. School uniform blue? Intercity 125 blue. Chandra persists irreligiously as they enter the railway station. Then, to Estelle's relief, she's distracted by the Halloween displays. Like all teenage girls, Chandra and Estelle are hopeless tack addicts. Henry the cat is soon joined by Mildred the worst witch, sailing across their gonna-be school folders. Pumpkin earrings, cheap black lipstick, and nail polish, cobweb cloaks are likewise purchased, along with the inevitable pointy hats. You look like twin Miss Havishams, had she attempted to marry at Solwen, comments Gargi when they get in. Spelled Samhain, incidentally, Celtic New Year, now commonly known as Halloween. Just as well your parents are out, Estelle. Delighted by this news and keen to ask things that Estelle is ordinarily banned from broaching, the girls settle down with their elder and a silver pot of tea and warm scones with cream and jam, 1,000 questions falling from their lips. Suddenly, the urban house is transformed into a shimmering witch's cottage. In years to come, this simple gathering will provide one of Chandra and Estelle's happiest childhood memories, a perpetual psychic light shining on their souls. The elder divines by Estelle's ember-coloured hair and by Chandra's nix-black locks, clue keys to their future through their pasts. The unhallowed house she blesses with hyssop oil and salt of Kurno, while the girls observe, their hearts and minds aflame. Properly, you know, Halloween/Samhain falls when the sun moves 15 degrees into the sign of Scorpio, of death, degeneration, and eventual phoenix-like rebirth, this being the exact point between the autumn equinox and the winter solstice. Often that's nearer to November 5th than to October 31st. Remember the 5th of November. That festival of light and of anarchy crackles and spits with other meanings. Note, girls, how arbitrary is the Gregorian calendar? Real time is written in the seasons, in the stars. Never forget that modern dates are man-made. The firelight renders Gargi's nose longer and more pointy than it normally seems, her eyes now midnight blue, and her voice, relaxed of social pressure, becomes clutterbucked and surreptitiously Hagrid, full of earthen goblins of the vernacular. Estelle's mother hates this, and sends her daughter to elocution lessons that keep hers pristine, untainted by the common black country linguistic plague. It's a time to commune with the ancestors, both those related to us physically and those of the land, or of the same or similar spiritual paths. This is the time when communication is easiest, hence its ghostly reputation. Wassail, hails Gargi suddenly, making them both jump and handing apple brandy to each as a chaser after tea, a delightfully illicit homebrew. She always uses this wassail toast, whatever the celebration. The gently steaming potion warms their cockles and heightens every colour. Medicine of the gods. Chandra immediately feels well again. The lack of pain becomes a heady light pleasure in itself. She and Estelle smile at one another, their eyes widening, a conspiracy of fate, friendship, and 3 women walking forth into the future, fully tricked up. Soon, Gargi is talking of the seasonal and elemental deities she venerates, invoking their names with resonant zeal. Gwynap Neath, the red-haired sorceress Ceridwen, the raven-like Morrigan, and some fantastic-sounding blue-skinned Welsh goddess known as the Kayach. The roll call goes on and on. each deity appearing in their mind's eyes as Gargi describes them, a cosmic catwalk in the comfy kitchen which transcends time. They seem to be floating in some other space. An om sound like a motor propels and floats them. Her every gesture is music and scent and image eternal. They listen on, watching ensorcelled. Her voice becomes intricately silhouetted blackthorn against a blue moon lantern sky. Then it is frothing hawthorns at sunrise on a dewy May Day morn, honeyed and avid with pulse and promise. It is rune-embossed bread baking on a chilly autumn eve, and sometimes it is salt and bitter aloes and ashes of death. For round and round we go, quoth she, ever and the same until Ascension comes, so mote it be. Her inner sun's chromosphere shines through her eyes and elder skin, lighting up her features, her venerable witch's visage, in a way that matches the season of her speech, itself coruscating, animated like a voluminous, swirling magic cloak, every new linguistic flourish revealing another scintillating entity hidden within it. They ask what this eventual ascension might entail, whether the dread horses of the apocalypse will ride, or whether the rapture be a joyous thing and homely, the dead rising from their graves in Sunday best, as in a Stanley Spencer painting. Or perhaps a grislier zombie rising, the serpent and the rainbow style. But she only winks her eternity blue eyes and declares, everything possible to be believed is an image of truth. Thus cryptic rather on the subject of entire truths, Gargi is specific in terms of what she then called nature craft, an honouring of the seasons based on ancient Celtic lore, with a syncretism of global mythologies and symbols tied therein, like many handcrafted bells on a single temple rope. They all belong to we developing spirits, says she. No need to take on board one religious habit to the exclusion of all others. See what fits and wear it well. Discover whether you're comfortable growing in it, especially at your age, girls. If it restricts you, if it feels wrong, then it's not your suit at that time, or perhaps it requires more colour, a different set of symbols or talismans. Use your intuition. She brandishes a well-worn pack of tarot cards as she talks, flipping out the Fool here or the High Priestess there to illustrate a point. The shadows furl and skein across her face, describing her experience in vivid lines like sepia ink, in cracks on white wax, the permanent reminders of weather, of loves lost and gained, of worries and goodwill combined with a formidable flashing temper. Wisps of white hair dance about her face, her leap-fire eyes, but its bulk is tethered at the nape and full of spells. She is half horrific, half breathtakingly beautiful, and made of ashes and Stygian depths, and the kindling colours of many dawns, some of them false, or painful as the 8, 9, 10 of swords, as she freely admits. There is no easy way, she muses, except to strive. What was it Paramahansa Yogananda wrote? It is so simple to be happy, but so difficult to be simple. You ought to read his autobiography of a yogi, girls. It's one of the finest spiritual texts of the modern era. Indeed, I'll make you up a reading list if you like. They like. Progressing on to Gaia, she tells how the material planes provide an analogy for spiritual growth. She talks of elementals and the Fae, and of how these very real nature spirits have been poisoned by mankind's electrochemical networks of materialistic faux necessity. These spirits are as indubitably present, she explains, as the flowers and trees themselves. She teaches them how to see the nature devas by relaxing, focusing beyond the plant or tree, and gently calling on its spirit to make itself manifest. You'll be surprised by how imaginative they can be, she chuckles. Most of the elemental spirits have a great sense of fun. Sometimes they might look human, sometimes animal, and often they appear as light. A glowing shape, orbs are a favourite. She describes the influence of the moon over the waters, and thus over all plants and creatures, how different lunar phases affect our bodies, minds, and spirits. So your mother's more right than she knows, Estelle, darling. I really am an old lunatic. Gargi unlooses a grin into her withered apple-rind skin, and the girls snigger, delighted to be caught up in the madness. The dark moon tides and lunar flushes keep them all in thrall, keep them turning, spinning within the stone circle of her deeply planted words, sometimes tight and hail-cold as Yule, sometimes open and baking in corn pyre, berry-bursting Lammas. Eventually, she explains her monthly and yearly rituals, which she calls sabbats. These, she says, are based on the wheel of the year. They celebrate every significant stage of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Major sabbats include May Day, or Beltane as she calls it, the celebration of blossoming of the pulse of life itself, and its antithesis, Samhain, Halloween, when the focus is on life beyond the visible, the dying of the god of the old year, the transition into winter. Both are marked by portal fires. We keep the bell fire burning in our hearts, and where possible, in our covensteads, all through the cold, dark winter, she whispers, protecting us from harm, providing warmth and light, and, of course, food. The fire can never really go out, you know, girls, as everything is eternal, and nothing more so than spiritual light. Between Beltane and Samhain exist other celebrations of solar progress and regress. Gargi has a way of making these descriptions take visible life on the cinema screen of their minds. The images glow and move and entertain, conveying more than simply the word phaetons by which they arrive. All within a few hours, they experience a panorama of the year's progress. Deities are born. Adolescent god fights old god for the hand of an alluring pale goddess. Old god is slain. Young god takes the throne. Old god is reborn, and as an adolescent, fights now old god for the hand of the pale cold goddess. Round and round we go, cackles Gargi, always and forever. Her laugh is bright and swooping as a glinting silver sickle, for she holds no truck with social norms and knows what lies beneath, its patterns and its cosmic mechanics, and her soul is gleaming and potent with weird. Meanwhile, the earth turns. Moons wax and wane, comets fly across the kitchen table. Seeds become sheaves, and then loaves, and then energy in the blood itself. Seeds are scattered again in a matter of minutes. Delicious smells flood their senses as they listen. Gargi's mental cauldron is bubbling with all the good things in life, all that brings hope and strength and health and happiness. Chandra thinks of Lakshmi, the Hindu goddess whose yellowy ghee-coloured aura is so similar to Gargi's. In answer to their numerous pressing questions, the tribal elder goes on to describe certain herbs, gestures, and spoken words. Spellcraft, she calls it. This is a theme that thrills as the fire flickers and dead leaves tip-tap at the darkening windows. The girls are taught how best to direct their personal will with the aid of natural energy. Their minds begin to open, and anything seems possible. All three women feel the poignancy of the season, its occult yet tenable magic, the fertile potential behind the barren appearance. Their eyes almost glow in the dark with the energy they are invoking just by discussing it. Perhaps they do glow. Elementals fill the room, as do many spirit forms. They know that many have gathered to witness this moment, the three together in recline, relaxed and potent. They tell her about the conversation with Annabelle and ask whether the world is really going to end soon. Chandra decides that Gargi is indeed very similar to the revered yoginis of India, her age being impossible to define, skin browned and hardened by years of hard labour serving the green ray as she calls it, eyes infinitely wise but body agile, youthful in attitude and physical stance, at once, all ages, at once, both worlds, as multi-seasonal as her sabbats, all aspects perfectly balanced, body, mind, soul. If the world ends tomorrow, it'll make absolutely no difference to most people. They won't notice, after a brief period of fear and pain anyway, quoth the matriarch, velvet-voiced now. On the astral planes, there are individuals dead 300 years, still working 8 till 6 in dull yet imaginary jobs, politicians still orating on topics long obsolete, farmers slogging over imaginary crops and flocks with all the passion and rancour that they ever felt, couples eternally locked in dreadful marriages, souls caught forever in miserable childhood loops, because none of them believe there's life after death, or any kind of spiritual ascension. They think themselves still alive, and they know no different, because their souls cannot break the habits of banality. Worse by far than this ignorance, however, is the slow poisoning of the planet, and, particularly vile, the unforgivable exploitation of animals. Humanity can never fully ascend until all living creatures are treated with compassion. While just one sentient creature is suffering, all souls must stay attached to the physical plane, even if from elsewhere. Her voice cracks, and the girls feel great sadness. Gargi shakes her head, waves her hand as if to waft away smoke, sudden humour beaming from her eyes. But there, I don't mean to lecture you or depress you, girls. I only want you to understand how much good you can achieve in the future, how many problems you can help to solve. We need intelligent youngsters, such as yourselves, to bring the levels together, to revive the old understanding in a way that's appropriate to modern life. We and the planet and her creatures are synergetic. We are one, all of us, for better and for worse. We need you youngsters to engender respect for nature, to encourage compassion and the courage to fight against so-called evil, which, quite simply, is merely energy in imbalance. She says that if the world ended tomorrow, the situation would simply be translated to another time-space. There are exceptions to this rule, she admits perplexingly. And one day I'll tell you about the Devas and the Asuras. But she never gets the chance. Estelle is left to muddle through as best she can. Estelle's parents return, and Gargi retires to the guest room with what she terms a goodly dose of spirit, her favourite being a cheeky gin and tonic. The girls beat a reluctant retreat to Estelle's room, there to talk of spells and invocations, to listen to Iggy Pop and Japan records, and to muck around with her electric guitar. She had begged and nagged and begged some more for this purple and silver Fender Stratocaster for her 13th birthday, agreeing to continue the hated elocution lessons and to try harder in school in return for the gift, a deal well worth the effort in Estelle's estimation. She was already pretty good on it. Chandra played with remarkable panache, an unusual Indian lute inherited from her own grandmother, and the girls often jammed together. Little did they know, at this point, what a musical tempest they were brewing. There are pictures of androgynous beings of the new romantic and gothic variety all over Estelle's bedroom walls, the sort of people the girls say will one day be in their band. David Sylvian, Nick Rhodes, David Bowie, all exquisitely made up, Boy George and Marilyn in the glory of gender ambivalence, and their own goddess, Kate Bush, throwing her soul into every character. A depressed and adorable Ros Williams, in PVC dress and fishnets, resides above Estelle's bed. The only other man she'd seen pull that look off was Tim Curry. Gradually, they begin to whisper of using music and ritual image to attract some of the fabulous transcendental beings Gargi has described, to discuss whether style and sound can be used for purposes greater than their own obvious qualities, like purposeful magic, for example, and if so, how to go about it. And lo, the seeds of Magicore are sown. Indeed, they have a feeling of great portent about this evening, and the room literally vibrates with futurity. With bright eyes and overflowing heart chakras, Chandra and Estelle plunder the day's revelations and ponder the spells they can cast in the future that might benefit themselves and the world in general. Finally, they fall into vividly symbolic teenage dreams. Estelle is reluctant to awake in the morning, because hers involves flying hand in hand with the sublime Miss West over a tantric blood pit. Not that she enjoys that bit particularly, but she is happy to be anywhere with her beloved schoolmistress, whose eyes are especially blue in the dream, astral ocean blue, she decides on awaking. She sticks with this description until later in the month, when she realizes that astral oceans vary wildly in color, and can be indigo blue, for example, or acacia-tinged, or transcendental ultramarine, but this compound adjective does her for now. Chandra appears to have been assailed by evil angels in hers, Asuras maybe, and awakes with the words Everhe Bina on her lips. Neither girl understands this apparent gibberish. Estelle's mother, who has lured them from sleep by sharply chirruping, rise and shine, several times outside the door, overhears these initial exchanges, and decides that the effects of Gargi's presence in the house are worse than even she could have anticipated. Gargi confirms her darkest suspicions at the breakfast table by informing Chandra, over toast and Cocoa Pops, that she has a message for her. Estelle's mother knows by experience that there will be no stopping Gargi now. Talk about mother-in-law from hell. She hopes very much that Chandra will refrain from telling her family or the neighbors about the mortifying existence of this mutant branch of an otherwise thoroughly respectable family, What on earth would they all say? She dreads to think. Chandra and Estelle look rapt. Estelle's mother feels a sharp flash of resentment. They never listen that attentively when she's talking to them. It gets worse. Gargi gives Chandra that look, tilting her head back and appearing to assess her purely through her left eye, like some gypsy trickster at the circus. She gazes beyond, rather than at the girl, their household guest. You will not understand this with your conscious mind, Gargi announces portentously, but somewhere deep inside you'll know what I am talking about. Every word that follows is immaculately enunciated, each a perfect gemstone studding the black backdrop of Chandra's mind. A sort of mantric yantra. Leave the dome. You will find the others waiting for you in the field of fives. Naturally, Chandra doesn't have a clue what this could mean, but she writes the message down word for word in her new Worst Witch notepad, just in case, for future reference. Over the years, the centuries, it sinks into her soulscape, just as Gargi has spelled it to do. Shortly after this, Gargi is forcibly committed to a mental institute for the elderly insane. Estelle does not know this, and is told that her grandmother has emigrated. She is bereft, frantic with grief. Whenever she presses the issue, she is banished to her room, or grounded, or both. Her hot tears and endless mental pleadings fall entirely unheeded. She never fully recovers from this betrayal. Typed letters occasionally arrive for Estelle containing basic news, but only when her father goes away on business. They never ring true, and her sadness and confusion are merely exacerbated. In later life, she discovers what her parents have done, but by then, Gargi is dancing on the astral. Estelle and Chandra soon find that communicating with her in that state is even easier than it had been in life, and Gargi, in spirit form, attends many of their Magicore sabbats, at least until certain psychic layers shift and she phases away again. Until next time, are her last jaunty words from across the veil. Estelle, once she has left home, never again visits her parents in their nest of deception. They hear about Magicore in the news, of course, and are relieved to be able to tell the press honestly that they haven't seen their only daughter for over 5 years now. It is clear that the insanity is hereditary, and they feel even more justified in the way they dealt with that dangerous old witch who blighted their lives for so long. You cannot choose your family, unfortunately, but, theoretically at least, you can pick your friends. Ascension, Chapter 12. Maya came to her mundane senses in Mage's Circle, its slabs of sagacious, philosophy-drenched stone looming above her and blocking out the moon and her guiding star. This was the nerve center of Antonova, intellectual impulses and concomitant lectures informing the every movement of its citizens. She wandered aimlessly amongst the tatty tables and chairs, battered by frequent Amrita-heated banter and the recent rockfalls, at which she herself had sat discussing the rise of the androgyne and postmodern cross-dimensional aesthetics, with shaggy young men of dubious sanitary standard and with animated, sexy, secretly paranoid young women, recalling snippets of academic debate and half-hinted desire. She was not one to actually commit herself to an academic course. In truth, she felt too old to be a student, and her spiritual roots strained against the rigidity of prescribed logos. So she skirted round the periphery, drinking with her ILC friends and picking at their learned leftovers, often embellishing more than she took. She didn't consume, she gleaned and refined, so she liked to think. It seemed more authentic that way. Like many here, she was profoundly suspicious of any form of authority. One has to be. The place was littered with broken cups, cans, half-eaten foods, and abandoned leaflets. Avoid group focus, the nearest one urged. Come to our mind-shielding workshop and discover what reality really is. Another advertised a band, Weed Everything, whose innovative music was guaranteed to leave the listener intelligently disgruntled. The text was superimposed on a black and white image of the chief minister's inanely smiling face. In the center of his forehead was a bleeding Gaia globe. The tiny black birthmark on the back of Maya's left hand throbbed in the urban silence. Silence. Now, that was strange. Not even the sound of a plane or singles craft? Not even... Oi! A spiky voice behind her brought her sharply back to earth. She swung around in shock, heart pummeling her ribcage, cerulean eyes sky-wide. An evil-looking being, like a malevolent cat standing on its hind legs, was staring fiercely at her and apparently having some difficulty staying upright in the process. "You're no fun," it declared. "I'm bored." Linear, angular, braced. Hard shapes, straining against destruction. Mineral in complicity with mankind. Living organisms sheltered by the petrology of consciousness in trance. Maya stared up at the thick blocks of Antonova, cunningly contrived like, she thought, all of man's endeavors, to create the illusion of strength, of independence from the cosmic force. Labyrinths of obdurate stone wall, the only softness the swift-furred scurrying of rats and abandoned pets, the dunes of dirt in demi-lit corners, and the body of the cat person crumpled on the pavement. All of these atoms would soon find their separate fates in another state of being. All of this solidity would soon be dust. The cozy, self-deluding safety of logic was finally obsolete. Now it meant exposure to spiritual reality, rather than denial of its existence. It was man versus Mumu, god of chaos, and Mumu's vultures were restless. Were they in league with those Asuras Gargi had alluded to, or were they something different? It was all so confusing. If only she were here to help. The organism that was Maya yearned toward the pliable, the liquescent, the scent and rhythm of the primordial sea, but nothing in the present would give, and futurity was barren. Why was she thinking this way? It contravened all of her natural spiritual impulses. She believed in positive creative visualization. Not just believed, but lived by it, always had done. Gargi, of course, had made sure that her granddaughter's spiritual toolbox was well equipped from the outset. Maya retrieved the mirror and scanned her aching face in the subfusk light. A livid scratch from the creature's claw ran from cheek to jaw, but other than that, and the sudden gloom infesting her blood, she seemed intact. She hoped she wouldn't get tetanus, for she had been refusing all but homeopathic medicines for decades now, and she had no antiseptics handy except the alcoholic remnants on the tables. Nobody had cleared up, presumably after the announcement. There were several drinks that looked as if they hadn't even been started. Party time for the vagrants when they stumble upon this stash, if it doesn't rain first, that is. Even alcohol could not remedy the effects of what fell from the skies in these end times. Indeed, under the circumstances, blood poisoning was the least of one's worries. Her attacker lay on the ground, unconscious and breathing jaggedly. Maya put the heirloom back in her pocket, removed a peach, and ate it. The juice dribbled into her cut, stinging it pleasantly. The fruit did not taste as good as she remembered. It was probably past its best already. She kicked her bare heels hard against the wall and wondered what was wrong with her. She was not by nature maudlin, but since the attack, easily dealt with but its motive bothered her, her mood had become sullen, introspective. Perhaps having another, smaller woman assail her in the street had confirmed the fact that civilization was indeed ending. Perhaps the truth had just hit home. When she first heard the announcement, cuddled up in her snug den with Arch and a coffee, she had felt a sense of relief, primarily, and then actual excitement. It was not that she wanted to pass on exactly, but the state of the world was a worry to everyone, and its sudden conclusion seemed a blessing after so many centuries of slow decline. She'd long wished for tyrannical mankind to fail, and for animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms to reclaim the earth. Gaia is still capable of regenerating herself, surely? It's a big cosmos out there. Maya had faith, not in anything in particular, but in a generalized universal benevolence, which meant that everything was for a purpose. And nothing could go wrong in any way but the illusory, the veil of Maya after which she had been named, simply because it was all meant to be. This metaphysical stoicism had served her very well to date, particularly in the latter part of her life, which had been easy, almost, one might say, charmed. But when your neighbors start acting like broken automatons, and bizarre women fly at you like wildcats, and the world really is ending, and all creatures with it, the philosophy becomes slightly more challenging. Something made her raise her eyes. A sphere of brilliant yellow light, the size of a small marble, hovered above her head for a moment, ascended, expanded to 5 or 6 times its original size, pulsated inquisitively about her person, and vanished. "Bye," waved Maya bemusedly. This was not now an unusual experience, though the superstitious said it boded either definite good or certain evil, depending on their personal proclivity, and upon the color, size, and texture of the vehicle, usually indicative of the entity within it. This one, being solar and swift, probably came from the higher spiritual realms. Some orbs were translucent, with a protoplasmic nucleus of red or green like giant algae, or blue and spiny like overgrown airborne plankton. These could be extraterrestrials, many of whom were involved in the closing of the era, or elementals abandoning their ruined abodes. In some areas, the air was thick with evicted minor devas awaiting transfer to the astral. Their woe, and the obstructive frequencies of human and machine, made ascension difficult. Others were as surface-tight and self-assured as a small planet, the magical adepts and Aquarians. These seemed to vanish as soon as they took off. In all cases, they found traveling by lightball faster and more cost-effective than by publicly visible transport. Now that the foundations of even the staunchest rationalists had been shaken, the credulity of the populace had risen enormously, born of a self-perpetuating paranoia which made the improbable probable and the impossible commonplace. Shock and desperation had shattered the blinkers which allowed the species to see only what it expected or wanted to see, and the unbearable truth was finally leaking out, along with the manifestation of everything's essential nature. It was excellent news for the offbeats and visionaries, who for the first time in their lives felt well adjusted and au fait with reality, but the rational were suiciding in droves. It was no longer beyond the pale to see a saffron-robed monk levitating in lotus posture amongst the sky traffic, or an angel on the roof opposite your block, Blake style. Originally, the evolutionists had tried to shoot these down, considering them an enemy ploy, but this had proved a waste of resources. Now, even amongst the global elite, spontaneous suicide cults were rife. One big man denounced the beliefs by which he had defined himself, had a personality crisis climaxing in self-elimination, and 1,000 others followed. This phenomenon was so effective at space creating in the inner cities that it might have been cause for celebration amongst the Greens, were they not too busy meditating in the domes or too depressed to care. And of course, there were still those who refused to believe. The negative blue circle was still imprinted on Maya's retinas when the enlightened master landed in London. He was feeling nostalgic. With a lump in his throat, he patted the mare's red-streaked nose, recalling the basic pleasures of roaming the open plains and mountain ranges of Hungary, Poland, the Ukraine, and Tibet, the centaur feeling of performing all possible functions from a quadruped vantage point. His sensibilities had been blunt, it is true, but he and his tribes had enjoyed savagely happy lives of travel, pillage, and trade thanks to the toughness and serviceability of their horses, and he owed them one. Many of these faithful animals had been horribly felled in battle with other barbarian nomads and the Romans. Even now, the master blanched to recall their goings-on, rendered immortal by the pen of Ammianus Marcellinus. Then he blushed, especially bright because it had been so damned good, allowing the physical side of his nature to rule. He had been chipping away at the karmic debt ever since, saving a horse from the knacker's yard here, setting up an equestrian charity there. But now, there was only a single real horse left in the entire world, and the final installment of his equine overdraft was yet to be repaid. It was inevitable that the whinny of the globe's final mare should reach him, and he felt honoured, yes, honoured, to be the one to lead the anguished creature very gently into the welcoming verdure of the eternal Elysian fields. Maya was tired, and blinking presumed she was hallucinating. She'd only walked 3 streets, but, following the fight, it felt like 50. Her assailant still lay concussed on the concrete, and though it was tempting to leave her there, Maya wished very much to know what her motive had been. She intended to interrogate her as soon as she came round. She continued to sit on a low wall in Mage's Circle opposite one of the blocks, behind which a tatty oblong of astroturf was making scant effort at pretending to be a garden, kicking her heels until they bled. In her frayed state, she wondered whether they would taste as good as her hand had earlier, but the amount of dirt they had acquired since she threw her stealth boots to the dog put her off trying. Realizing that other consciousnesses were affecting her own, vile, omnivorous ones, she sighed deeply and tried to get a grip. She knew that she was panicking, losing the plot, whatever that had been, and she knew that she was far from alone in this. All over the globe, the universe in fact, people were frantically trying to come to terms with their mortality, or their immortality, or the import, or the pointlessness of the whole human charade. People were speculating on modes of pending execution. Would it be by tidal wave, monsoon, or whirlwind? Suffocation, fire, poison, or implosion? Would they witness their loved ones flying apart as gravity slipped? Would they watch one another helplessly as radiation grilled their brains to carbon? Or was it all a ruse, or even a miscalculation? Maya didn't feel as if she was about to die, and she prided herself on being pretty intuitive about the things that really mattered. Perhaps the gods or creatrix would step in to intervene. Certainly many were brandishing their multifarious ascension manuals and expecting messiahs from Jesus to Muhammad to Buddha to Jehovah, and entire fleets of lesser entities to materialize on cue and do something. What, precisely, was another matter. Others were shifting to the burial grounds in order to welcome back their dear departed, right down the line to Adam and Eve. It was going to be a very tight squeeze indeed for the saved. The star was still calling, the star she had consented to follow. Maya recognized herself as an optimist, knew that her feeling of positive futurity was connected with the dream she'd had about Chandra and the dome. She'd been trying ever since to return to that part of her psyche, but to no avail. Yet, its implications remained, buried deep in the electromagnetic force field that was her eternal self, or something like that. The Catwoman let out a little shout, but when Maya checked her close up, she was still out for the count. The blue rays of the star pierced the gloom of her consciousness as the attacker stirred at her feet, the scintillating light entering, it seemed, at the throat. Stranger still, for a moment she became aware of a black-encrusted orb far below her, a planet cut off from the light by the reckless aloneness of its inhabitants, a theatre caught up in its own make-believe. An obscure mystery play comprising terror and pity, interchangeable poles of existence, entirely melodramatic, with a tragic chorus of intercession and a closing curtain of, was it compassion? She had seen the dramaturgy many times before, and it nearly always served a positive purpose to all of the actors, but occasionally, just occasionally, one of them was given as a sacrifice to chaos. The species demanded contrast to facilitate its forward-forging dynamic. It invited the devils in. Mummu is here by special invitation. They are lost, so we are found. Unless they are lost, we cannot be the unlost, the saved. We hope that they get lost. Having a good revelation, a wicked laugh shattered her lucidity. The cat person was looking up at her with sly violet eyes and a contemptuous smirk on its thin blue lips. It was also halfway to its feet. Maya rose quickly, not wishing to lose her position of dominance. She held the other woman down by her bony shoulder, noticing that there were streaks of dried blood on her face, and that her ear was full of it, still wet. "Jumpy," teased the cat. "Hardly surprising, is it?" retorted Maya, who always sounded like an old-style school ma'am when under pressure. "Would you care to tell me what exactly you were thinking of, attacking me back there?" "Nope," came the predictable answer. Their eyes locked. As Maya stared down into those dilated pupils, they both felt very strange indeed. A flicker of recognition passed between them. "More rag," she ventured. The other woman shook her sharp little head, but her attitude had visibly changed. She quickly pulled herself up. "The name's Astridia, if you must know. Astridia Spark. Now, are you going to let me go or what?" She moved as if to take her leave, and Maya caught her in an arm lock. "You recognize me too, don't you?" Astridia's head was banging. The fall had jolted the damned device into an even louder state of hyperactivity. She shrugged her shoulders and slid her eyes sideways like a grumpy schoolgirl, thinking that she might at any moment be sick. "We've probably seen each other in the street," she mumbled. "Speak up," commanded Maya. "I may have noticed you passing by and vice versa," she yelled. Maya let her go, and she turned a glowering face towards her captor. "I don't get out much anymore," she complained, dropping to her knees. Was the device stuck on pathetic mode now? "I'm no longer able to function properly." "I can tell that," commented Maya coldly. "Stupid bitch. You gave me the fright of my life back there. So, what are you playing at?" Astridia decided that telling the whole truth at this juncture might be unwise. "Dunno, really," she slurred, now adolescent to a T. "You were bugging me. You looked so frackin' serene, wandering about in the dead of night, as if nothing had happened, and no one would ever dream of attacking you. I thought I would, give you a warning." She smirked, her smile sliding up her blood-streaked cheek as if finger-painted by a heavily oiled digit. "The streets of Antonova are no place for a solitary female, you know, especially not one as hot as you are, Purple Princess." Astridia paused for a moment, enjoying the fact that she was actually communicating with someone. It had been a very long time. "Incidentally, you were being followed by something else as well, all the way from Govind Street. I only really followed you in case you needed help, you know. I have no idea where it went, though." So it hadn't been an illusion. Maya had hoped that the Hellfire Hag glimpsed in her mirror had been the product of pre-apocalypse nerves and too many slightly off peaches. Instinctively, she scanned the terrain, though she knew they were alone. Her eyes combed the shadows and street corners, and even Astridia looked over her own shoulder. In all the excitement, she had forgotten about that strange shape. "It had claws," she added. "So do you, judging by my cheek," observed Maya. "Thanks so much for that, by the way. Really helpful. Anything else?" "It wore a cloak. It was hunched. Definitely female, though, and it smelled like it had spent far too much time in the underworld." "Was it a mutant, then? The ghost of one, maybe?" "Why do you say that?" "'Cause I could see straight through it." Maya watched her carefully. Unfortunately, she appeared to be telling the truth. There was some kind of circuit going on between her and this lunatic. She could feel her own energy rising as they spoke. "Well, it's the right time for it anyway," she said. Astridia had all but drifted off in the interim. Her trance enhancer had switched to ambient mode. "I'm going for a walk," announced Maya, sensing Astridia's sudden passivity. "And you're coming with me. Seeing as how it's so dangerous out here, I could use another pair of eyes." "Do I have to? You stink of peaches," mumbled the attacker. "Like a bloody abattoir." Maya didn't even answer. She simply gave her that look that the truly alpha female knows so well how to project. Astridia shrugged dazedly and traipsed alongside her, kicking at cans and meteor shower stones, and painstakingly avoiding inconveniencing rats and roaches as she so did. They walked on a little and rounded a street corner. The star seemed to be hanging over what Maya deduced to be a chapel of the Children of Calvary, though she had never spotted it before. Her father had belonged to this faith, once known as the Roman Catholics, before the schism. 3/5 of its flock had absconded to become sisters of the second son, choosing the young living magician cadet, whom they called l'enfant cadet, as their preferred messiah. The Pope, already in hiding, had died cursing the lot of them. Maya identified this chapel by means of the Calvary logo. She associated it with the mellow scent of tobacco which characterized her father, with ice cream and betrayal. She distrusted all religious factions, but the star was definitely hovering above this building, and for reasons unknown, she trusted that. "How quaint," sniped Astridia, momentarily surfacing. Then she phased out again. The building was Grecian in style, suggesting renovated, romantic Victoriana. There was a dimly pre-Raphaelite feel to it, tubercular. Maya thought it had probably once been a privately owned art gallery or some such, her knowledge of the area being insufficient to accurately inform her. She deduced that the Catwoman would be of little use in the guided tour department. "I've only been living in Antonova a year," she hinted. "Humph," snorted Astridia. I used to live in London, in an evolutionist zone, Chelsea to be precise. Then I moved to Hackney and got in with the Pandrogenes, but I found them to be too superficial, too solipsistic. Finally, I gravitated towards the anachronists, mainly for the debate. Very trendy, quoth Astridia witheringly. Well, I was studying, or gleaning, as I prefer to think of it. I wasn't on a course exactly. Just following the dictate of spirit. Astridia sneered. Not much point in that then, was there, since we're all going up in flames soon, educated or not? Maya refused the bait. Want to go in? Astridia looked nonplussed. What was this girl on? Church now? Right, in we go then. She stood behind Astridia, forcing her forward. The creature was a pain, but she didn't want to be left alone. The thought of the other stalker spooked her, and she still wanted to know what the link between them could possibly be. Gargi's dimly recalled, once incoherent ramblings were beginning to make a kind of sense. Astridia bore every atmospheric resemblance to Morag of Magicor, and Gargi had always implied that they would all meet up again, at the end. Or was she, Maya, merely hallucinating through fear, grabbing at spiritual straws? Talk about lunging for the opium of the masses. It was certainly that kind of cosmic phase. Arch stirred in his famished sleep. A marble pillar stood on either side of the vacuously dark doorway, the left side wrapped in the shadow of the adjacent building, the right side glowing white in the lunar light. It seemed familiar, though she could not quite remember why. Peering through the thick plastic door, which apparently required no key or code, she dimly perceived a floor tiled in black and white squares. A small push, and she was through the portal and over the threshold. She ushered Astridia in behind her. As she crossed between the pillars, Maya felt momentarily slowed, as if wading her way through water. She vaguely recalled feeling that same sensation as a child when she visited Gargi's home. An image arose in her head of her much-disliked stepfather and how he used to falter on her grandmother's doorstep. He never could enter that house. She wondered what subliminal insanity was causing her to think such irrelevant thoughts, and moved swiftly on. Astridia followed resentfully. The atmosphere which greeted them on the other side of the psychic moat was electric, though the place was echoingly empty. Numerous flickering candles at the feet of gaudy saints proclaimed that this had not been the case until quite recently, however. Although they were alone in the gloom, Maya felt part of a group simply by being there, and by bathing in the afterglow of what must have been a recent ritual experience. Perhaps they had held a post-announcement service. There was a tingle in the heavily incensed air which was almost audible. Around them, in the silent humidity of the chapel, other people's prayers melted heavenward in flickering petition, urgently tugging at the tunics of their special interceding saints. Praiseful plaques on the wall attested their prowess, moisture dripping down them in streaks like tears or sweat, rendering them blurredly illegible. Even in the half-light, the chapel was a clash of colours, the saints sporting the brightest of robes and lipsticks, some bearing hideous proof of their martyrdom. To the right, Saint Lucille proffered her eyes on a plate with a visionary, ecstatic smile, whilst on the left, Saint Sebastian stood like a pillar of sentient moonlight scored by arrows. By day, these plastic icons would have made Maya smirk at their emotive gore and blatant lack of artistic finesse. But the dim light lent them a strange solemnity, an unnerving suppleness of limb. It was like walking round the accidents sector of a morgue in which the cadavers were liable at any minute to resurrect. Plastic lilies lolled on the sandstone sills in pale imitation of their purer form. Breed a wolf in a laboratory, it will still feel the call of the wild, and on certain moon-bright nights howl as no civilized creature could. Likewise did the Eden dweller in Maya revolt against these hopeless replicas, though she had never been near a living lily in her life. She had once touched a butterfly-eyed orchid in a botanical museum, and its primitive energy had frightened her. There were real flowers in the domes, but to these she had lost access. Gargi must be spinning. The flowers had been artificially scented. Their harsh chemical pollen did battle with the tiny black particles of God-convoking incense, and, in places, won. The overall effect was throat-constricting and nostril-itching. Maya and her captive felt their lungs tighten as their alveoli closed up against the chapel's invasion. The sound of a cash register shattered the silence. An elderly, hawk-eyed woman dressed as the Virgin Mary stood behind a till which Maya had mistaken for the altar. "That will be 40 unidollars, please," she announced mildly. "Or 60, if you'd like a guided tour. Are you paying together or separately?" With brisk fiscal now, she glanced suspiciously at Astridia, whose mooching alley cat looks were certainly not what she was used to beholding in church. "May I see your identification bands, please?" Maya paid the 80 and held her wrist out for inspection. There was a skull-shaped clot of blood on the back of her hand, covering her birthmark immaculately. She only had a millisecond to wonder how this could be before. "Snap," said Astridia, holding out her own with its encircled birthmark. "Well, won't you take a look at that?" The woman, standing very straight, raised her eyebrows, shook her head as if to affirm their delinquency, ignored Astridia as far as she possibly could, and painstakingly studied their bands. Her overt correctness irritated Maya. "Finished?" she asked testily. "We only came in for a quick look around." "I see." The Virgin looked Maya up and down as if to say, "I might have known you wouldn't be here for a proper reason," but said instead, "One cannot be too careful nowadays." "Well, I don't suppose anyone will be bothering you now anyway," croaked Maya, the incense affecting her vocal cords by at least an octave. "The police or anybody else. What with the announcement?" "Yes, isn't it wonderful?" cried the woman, clasping her hands and looking not unlike St. Lucille in her rapture. "I've prayed all my life to witness the final judgment, and now Armageddon cometh." It seemed she might swoon with an overload of bliss at the prospect. Maya put out a hand to steady her, and the woman retracted. "I have touched no flesh in 50 years, she announced in explanation. "I wish to be unsullied for the Lord." "Ah," said Maya. There wasn't much else she could say, really. Astridia snorted rudely. It struck Astridia that her personality was remarkably strong to be able to rise above the waves of benevolence which were currently mercilessly beating on her brain, courtesy of the trance enhancer. "Do you have a statue of Our Lady here?" inquired Maya, laying particular emphasis on the word statue. Marian icons had always fascinated her. They were intimately connected with her earliest memories, and she had a small collection of her own gathered from Lourdes, Guadeloupe, and various abandoned churches. "Of course," smiled the lady. "Just continue down the aisle and turn left at the font." Maya looked at Astridia hopefully. "Want to come, Sark astronaut?" Astridia rolled her eyes and concluded the gesture by emitting a puff of vagueness, plonking herself down on a pew. So, not just aggressive, but ungracious too. What was it about this strange woman that compelled Maya so? She had to be Morag. Maya, disappointed, clad herself mentally in the robes which denoted her unique perpetual self, traced a quick, grounding pentacle over her chest as Gagi had taught her to do, and walked softly down the tiled floor towards the inner sanctum. Astridia watched the woman at the till dematerialize. Halfway through, she had the same translucence as the cowled figure in the street. Slouched in a pew, she put her feet up on the row in front of her, not bothering to move the antiquarian prayer and hymn books, one of which fell to the ground with a clutter, and, at that, she almost smiled. Chapter 13. The monkey was up to his waist in water. The typhoon was doing its best to knock him over, to blow the torch out of his hand, but he clung fast. His feet slipped on the mud, but, half swimming, half propelling himself against it, he eventually reached the city shore. Thrusting his flame in amongst the piles of garbage waiting to be dumped in the river, he lost his footing and went under. Very soon, a substantial part of the biomuseum was ablaze. The spirit of the last monkey clapped its hands and grinned as it watched the zookeepers burn. Chandra considered her position long and hard from the floor of the dome, where she lay for a good few hours indulging in the final remnants of her hangover. The fact was that she didn't want it to dissipate. It put a whole new spin on the northern phrase she recalled from her Magicore days. of getting mortal. That's precisely what she'd done, and right now, being mortally drunk was preferable to her than being immortally sober. Go figure, bad girl. Several tall, glowing entities came to heal her, and many of the dome's other inhabitants proffered their aid. In all cases, she rejected their help. If they filled her with their light and love, she would become complacent, and she knew that she had things to do. Only, she couldn't quite remember what. The purification incense still burned about her, billowing into her smarting eyes. This discomfort had nothing to do with the aromatic recipe itself, whose plant extracts, woods, and resins were so perfectly produced and mixed that negative repercussion was literally impossible. But Chandra's long-term memory was one moment back at the Kali Puja in India, the next in the drug-bleary post-Sabbat morning in Birmingham. And all of this careering about was giving her the combined symptoms of migraine and jet lag. Quite a sizable crowd had gathered around her, held back by a couple of lofty but practical mystics, everybody keen to catch a glimpse of the first person in the dome ever to ail. She was metaphysically infamous. Looking at Chandra reminded them of how lucky and how elevated they were. "Keep your distance now," commanded a smartly dressed ex-ambassador of the Western mystery tradition, whose frock coat and high collar had been conjured from 1920s Paris, and with a genuine article. "Give the lady some air." Chandra groaned. Why couldn't they all just leave her alone? What had she done to deserve this unwanted attention? She had absolutely no desire to be a psychological springboard for the sanctimonious proclivities of these already par-sainted souls. Damn them all. "What's happened to her?" tremulously asked a beautiful blonde child. "Is this Armageddon?" It certainly felt like it in Chandra's head. The comment almost made her laugh aloud. The angel placed a comforting hand on the child's slender shoulder. "No, my dear, this unhappy woman has merely seen fit to poison herself by descending into the lower vibrational realms," it explained in tones firm but fair. Then to Chandra, "Veni vidi vomiti. I rather think sums it up, don't you, Chandra? I came, I saw, I not so much conquered as threw up, and we certainly all hope that you'll take this as a lesson, once again." He murmured the last word so that only she could hear it. "But won't we all be dying soon anyway?" piped up the child. "Isn't this our last chance to do all the things we really want to do?" Chandra's heart sank for her innocent eyewitness, but she was in too much pain to intervene. There was a tense pause, and then the angel, clearly struggling to control his volume, addended. "There can be no excuse, ever, for letting oneself and one's Atman down, child. Besides, nothing is written in stone yet. The means of ascension may surprise us all." Chandra cringed, curling herself up like an ammonite, attempting to turn her consciousness to stone. Many souls have used this technique in the past. Sometimes they are dug up later and find themselves encrusted into walls and sidewalks, or being gazed at through glass cases in museums, or perched upon the mantles of the paleontologically inclined. She thought of Chalice Well Garden in Glastonbury, of how its walls and pathways had been studded with souls thus petrified, their mental spirals eternalized. Times have changed a great deal around the red and white springs, but those furled souls still endure. Chandra shook her hair as if its follicles might massage her brain into cognition. Aspen and the others lurked on the outskirts of her mind, a sort of permanent hat rim to her consciousness. Sometimes what you wear in one life becomes your signature aura in another. She considered the possibility of a past life lance lodged in her etheric or catheric template, then dismissed it as an easy excuse. Nothing she was experiencing could be the product of malfunction. Her aura was well-groomed and healthy, extending, like that of all latter-day Aquarians, at least 30 meters from her body in 7 resplendent and clearly defined layers. Hooks from former lives had been removed long ago, lessons learned, and their metal integrated. She was clean, clear, perfect, mostly. No, this trauma and tidal backwash were related to the present, and as the images she was receiving seemed to be her only clue, she would have to make do with those. She inhaled deeply, trying to quench the nausea with memories of cool walks in the park with her beloveds, sweet, deep sleeps, long, blossom-crested walks in the blessed backroads of Old Albion at Beltane. everything runs parallel, she reminded herself. Or, if gravity is acting strangely, and there are bizarre new angles, and geometry has ceased to obey its own rules, it's simply the ramifications of global consciousness finding abstract form in the minds of its manifest so-called individuals. The illusion of separation runs very deeply in most societies, ironically. At long last, sympathizing with the casualties' need for some space, the lofty mystics diplomatically dispersed the crowds. The gawping onlookers were reluctant to depart, but the serene ones have ways of making you scarper, and Chandra was finally left in relative peace. She held the dark mirror at half-arm's length from her face, and watched. Its surface was still cracked, but images were already beginning to form in its Sumerian center, smoke-edged but bright at the spiritual core. She could just make out two small round shadows on a peach-colored background, a smooth round cheek, stunningly blue languorous eyes framed by lustrous chestnut-red hair. Estelle Stroke Maya was right there, looking straight back at her, or so it seemed. Chandra knew that in her life as Maya she was unlikely to remember much, though Garcia, at this psychologically distant point, she refused to call her by that other, somewhat ridiculous appellation, had made a heroic attempt at keeping their traditions alive. She determined to try. She was just mustering her strength for a long-distance abduction down memory lane, when Maya gasped, and the image cut out. Chandra waited patiently. She was in no hurry to get up anyway. Suddenly, she was back online, but now the lovely succulent cheek bore a red beaded slash as from a talon, and she no longer glowed like seductive liquid flame, but instead looked really pissed off. Chandra picked up some confused telepathic mutterings about peaches and an arch, whatever those were, and then the image vanished altogether. She sighed. Perhaps she would have better luck with the others. She had always got on well with Shade. Well, who didn't? He was such a lovely, receptive being, he would be sure to respond. She called to him, using his new name, Lenoir, but drew the blankest of blanks. Were the angels deliberately obscuring her messages? She had never had any difficulty in receiving in the past. Transmitting, sure, but never before keeping up with the occasional broadcast from outside. She felt vaguely offended by her sudden inability to do so, now of all times, when she needed it most. She scried for Aspen. She saw the black and jagged bonds that tied her up with him, rooted mainly in their lower chakras, quelle surprise. Bonds self-chosen by her, at least, tying her most visceral self to their unhealthy passion. It had killed her in the end, slowly, but there was nothing to regret. Regret comes from the asuras, like guilt and envy, but their ugly packages contain precious gifts once opened and transmuted. Even the asuras are the product of purpose. Her inner narrative was informed by centuries of Aquarian philosophizing. Yeah, she knew all that. Forget the banter. Feel the moment. She looked again, catching the glimmer of a gold-black cord, definitely base, and at its end, the faces of the other four. Evo hey Bina! They were calling to her. She could not reach them. She sat in music-haunted silence, plotting. Frustration. The mirror was obviously inadequate for the task she had in mind. Watching your friends walking down the street, assessing their complexions, is all very voyeuristically interesting, but she needed more. Now, in the divination quarters, where the wild pendulums were swinging in the rune tree, Yggdrasil updated, lay a liquid crystal lake, a cloudy quartz affair, surrounded by many candles, and guarded on a rotation basis by the archangels Gabriel and Zafkiel. It was under protection because the dome was chock-a-block with people who had wasted entire lifetimes in the pursuit of clairvoyance, obsessively throwing tarot or speaking with spirits. No matter how ardently they believed in these contacts, they were nearly always merely fragments of their own psyches, while their own intended life plans drifted by. Thus, the fruit of such experimentation was labelled by the angels fickle knowledge, actively discouraged and roundly dismissed. The resplendent ones had gathered up all of this third-degree technology and concentrated it into the lake, leaving to the Aquarians the pure path of faith, and to the lake the ability to trace any person and situation to its ultimate conclusion. The ramifications were endless, but by means of intense, precise concentration, could be singled to a solitary thread. Had the angels not been present, many of the dome's inhabitants would have been tempted to take a peek at what would have become of them had they never married X, moved to Y, or had an affair with Z. One's own soap opera in mystical technicolor. It was also possible to trace the current situation of any being alive or dead outside or inside the dome, which was considered both intrusive and psychologically dangerous. Though all Aquarians were trained in Stoicism, the sight of a long-lost loved one choking to death in Antonova or leading a deluded evolutionist lifestyle might be enough to trigger their more lowly instincts and pose a threat to their dearly won state of grace. However, Chandra was not one to let technicalities get in her way. She felt sure they would understand, being the elect of God. How could they not? No doubt they would welcome her with open wings and a chalice of Amrita. No doubt. As she crept nervously nearer to the divination quarters, her ideas became more and more far-flung, until she had all but convinced herself that she would find the others waiting for her when she arrived. "Why, here you are, Chandrabiswas," the angels would chorus. "We've gathered the Magic Soul group together for you, just as we knew you wanted us to. We understand that you have crucial work to complete at this time of global transformation, and we bless your endeavors." They would smile beatifically, gratified, as the ancient amigos reunited. "Perhaps you would care to play us a little of your music before you depart." So effectively self-deluding were these daydreams that Chandra arrived in quite high spirits at the Black Temple. Ah, so it was Tsafkiel then. When Gabriel was on duty, the place looked a little brighter, but she might have guessed he would be busy urgently updating the Akashic records. Everything had to be recorded in order to be accurately recalled. As above, so below. Still, she would not let the extreme lugubriousness of the gloom put her off. That would be very childish indeed. "Greetings, Chandra," boomed a resonant voice, grave gravel and honeyed milk at the portal. "I've been expecting you." Chandra slipped into the Saturnine chamber in what she hoped was a confident and innocent manner. "Imagine you're in a Terry Pratchett novel," she told herself, "and that this is fun, just play-acting a metaphysical encounter." Gargi had left numerous books when she vanished, including her beloved Pratchett's. Chandra tried to imagine she was Anathema Device or Granny Weatherwax. "Greetings, Prince of Spiritual Strife Against Evil," she attempted to breeze. There was a heavy silence. "I come to you respectfully for a little advice," she lied. The huge, dark angel sat upon his throne of stone, watching her. Green candles flickered all around him. They had black flames and abided at the center of a halo of darkness. Water dripped and dripped. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, some of their tips almost reaching the floor of onyx and jet on which Chandra's bare feet were becoming rapidly damper and colder. She shivered. The angel had eyes of black flame, beautifully coordinated with the candles, or maybe vice versa. It was clear that this was his domain. "I can offer you understanding," he replied at last, "but not advice." "Understanding will do fine, thanks, just fine," gabbled Chandra. "I was wondering whether I might just possibly be permitted a quick glance in the lake." The angel laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. "Little girl," he agreed, rather too swiftly, "if the lake is what you want, then the lake you shall have." No sooner had she opened her mouth to thank him than it was full of warm, salty water. It was most unpleasant and tasted of algae. Chandra underwent another serious bout of nausea, her skin sheening with sweat and her head spinning. Her vision blurred, but she could still breathe. At first she perceived only black, but soon it diffused into pink. She felt safe until the first thrust of sticky, slick red came, then again, ever more brilliant. After that, she perceived nothing more. Chapter 14. The tiger roared. He was old, with flecks of grey in the pelt which fell flabbily over his still powerful limbs, but he did not let this stop him. He flung himself time and time again against the metal bars in a futile attempt to escape the flames. The last tiger died fighting. "Buenos dias, hello there," Guten Morgen, bonjour messieurs, and welcome to the City of Dreams, where every day the wonders of science make the impossible possible, where mankind truly is in control of his destiny. The grinning jester figure, cloaked in what appeared to be the sky at night, minus the permasmog, danced his way down the platform to where Meredith loitered over his lover's horizontal corpse. The end of the world is a tricky time, sympathized the stranger, but we predicted it long ago. Everything is under control, so don't you go worrying your pretty little heads about it. He glimpsed Meredith's plunder spilling from his pockets, and did not even bother to pretend to be interested in anything else, so confident was he with his timing, coming so soon after the announcement. I see you have money. That is good. Please, do be seated, my friend, and allow me to be of assistance. Meredith wished to object, but found that his body would not obey his will. Instead, it abandoned Lenoir to the sidewalk and set him down on a bench in front of the weird clown man, where it sat as if mesmerized. He could still feel his own mind, however, moving underneath the controlled processes of his response, reminiscent of a semi-conscious drug lag. Yes, it is a tricky time indeed, continued the salesman, for us all, but imagine how the young ones feel. It's so unfair. Everybody else has had their turn, so why can't they? Clearly, for humanity's sake, something had to be done. Imagine, my good friends, imagine their angst, their frustrated hopes, their anguish. Meredith found that he had no choice in the matter. Film-sharp images paraded before his eyes so that he not only saw them, but intuitively felt them too. He could almost smell the selfish little brats. Wild optimism vies with trendy nihilism in the fevered, hormone-drenched brain. Childhood terrors reawaken in their tender psyches. Witches and demons cavort across their fissuring dreamscapes, cackling and black with intent. It seemed as if the spindle-fingered nasties were indeed hexing Meredith, and that his confidence was no protection at all. They start to panic about the state of their souls, even if they don't believe they have one. Atavistic terrors pick at their sleeping torsos like ravenous carrion birds, extracting thin, tortuous groans, and creating sticky miasmas of fear about their victims. They awake all of a tremble, too scared stiff to return to sleep, so on goes the headset. Moi! Ever wondered what you'd like to do with your life? Ouroboros Enterprises can help you decide. There's no need to worry about Judgment Day or individual extinction. Ouroboros is dedicated to helping you select the eternity that's perfect just for you. Imagine the endless wonder of exploring space forever. And I'd like you to envisage this with me, my friends. Discovering new lands, encountering new life forms, conquering the universe without ever having to worry about getting ill or growing old. A musical interlude sobbed to a crescendo, pricking at the listener's tear ducts and swelling even Meredith's heart within its narrow ribcage. Imagine setting up your own homestead in the old American West, an Injun and bear-free wonderland full of natural adventure and beauty, not to mention the gold to be found. And falling in love. And true love lasts forever, remember. Having children, watching them grow up, then still being there for your great and great-great-grandchildren, all of them designed, mind, body and spirit, to your own personal specifications. Or perhaps you'd prefer to be a high-flying career woman in modern New York, or a jet-setting evolutionist entrepreneur in Europe, a Europe untouched by the eco-disasters. Perhaps you have some other fantasy that we can fulfill for you. We have thousands upon thousands of options in consciousness. Whatever your preference, Ouroboros can help you achieve your ultimate potential over not just one, not just two, but literally hundreds of lifetimes if you choose our re-encapsulation scheme, available free with all luxury options. So, quit worrying about the end of the world right now and let us do the work, while you get on with the important things in life. He flashed them a star-spangled smile. Perpetual cruises for the intrepid explorer, genetic sagas for the home lover, or perhaps you'd like to treat a loved one. Here, he glanced at Lenoir's crumpled body. To heaven, complete with dear departed relatives, angels and God. Create your own eternity, guaranteed to loop over 100 normal lifetimes. Call Ouroboros now on free dial 070707 or book with your nearest agent. That'd be me, boys and gals. He snagged Meredith's soul on the flinch-worthy dazzle of his teeth. "So, what do you think, my friend? Thanks to the little problem of teenagers demanding long-term lives, we were forced to come up with a solution, and now it's available to all. Just in time for Ascension. Do you like the idea of selecting your own future consciousness? Why let the gods decide? They've already been in control for far too long. We can do you a hell if you prefer," he added intelligently. "I'm not here for that," snapped Meredith, trance suddenly broken. He rose to his feet. "I'm here to get my friend's body put right. I want him resurrected." He tried to move away, but every word ejected by the advert man pinned him further. It was the same for everyone here. They were but feeble lemmings teetering on his massive magnetic clifftop. It must be subliminal hypnosis. Party balloons of lurid red and purple hyperbole twisted themselves into demonstrative shapes all around him as he spoke, dizzyingly anthropomorphic, increasing the circus master atmosphere of his presence. Meredith wished he had paid more attention to the spiritual self-protection techniques Gala Kabbalah had taught in the ghetto. She had seen it all coming. "Ah, so you don't believe in the announcement. Very wise, of course. Every error has its moment, does it not? A mortal panic brought about by oracle, author, or numerological aptitude. As a species, man ought to be immune by now, but a word in your shell-like, my friend. This time it's definite. Our statistics, our space probes and scientific investigations have proved beyond the shadow of a doubt that the end of creation as we know it really is nigh. No escaping into space now. All organic matter is about to go kaput." "How very convenient for you," muttered Meredith. "But we can help you deal with the future, whatever form it takes. A consciousness transfer will render your personality immune to the vacillations of the physical environment, whilst maintaining every sensation of being physically alive on whichever plane you select. Yes, boys and girls, it really is going to happen. And to tell you the truth," here, he attempted to whisper in Meredith's ear and was promptly shirked, "I absolutely could not have asked for a better boon. I mean, business had been looking up for some time prior to the announcement. Many of our top dogs had their suspicions about the state of creation, but my powers extended only over the duration of one lifetime, that is to say, approximately 390 years, presuming the client began the scheme at 20-ish. Meredith, in a welter of frustration but trapped, snorted in response to these figures. There was indeed a dramatic difference between life expectancy in the evolutionist zones and that in the anachronist and pangender ghettos, where "burn bright, die young" was the favoured motto, partly because the prevalent option was a slow decline into decrepitude, or infinitely worse, ugliness. The man's ranting made Meredith wonder whether he was in fact a semi-intelligent hologram. It was very difficult to tell what he might be. 210 Earth years. He extrapolated with a dramatic swish of his skyscape cloak, which, had Meredith known anything about astronomy, would have startled him with its absolute accuracy. What is that? A mere blip in the celestial transmission, a transient flake of snow on the screen of life. I felt, how can I put it, impotent. My clients, short-sighted and greedy for gratification, I can tell you this, I can see you are of superior intelligence yourself, did not seem to care that this scheme would last only so long, depositing them in the next century, presuming that there was one, intellectually unversed and physically decrepit. We used body storage at this time. But call me a doting fool, a sentimental philanthrope. I cared. Besides which, the idea of all of those pointed arrows of regret heading backwards through time in my direction did my trans-dimensional self-esteem no good whatsoever, even if they had walked into it with their eyes wide open. As I'm sure you know, it can be difficult for humans to see beyond the pleasures of the moment, and 100 years seems quite a while to most. Why bother with insurance or longer-term schemes? Everything will have changed by then anyway. Indeed it will. Meredith shifted on his leather-clad shanks and tried to wave a swarm of flies out of Lenore's gaping mouth. He was held captive by this crazed evolutionist, conscious, but quite in his clutches. He felt extreme hatred for the garrulous man, and, lacking any other outlet or resource, stared very hard at him. "Get to the point," he tried to demand. Indeed, soothed the salesman, from whom professional platitudes flowed like liquid sorbitol. "Well, I found this cycle somewhat depressing. and my professional integrity balked at its inadequacies and the psychic backlash. But there was no demand for superior schemes, and thus none were formulated. So you can imagine how thrilled I was when the figures came through. Tangible, indubitable proofs that nothing was going to last. It was immediate. It was visceral. People could no longer con themselves out of long-term personal responsibility. I made sure we got on screen immediately following the announcement. The switchboards were jammed within milliseconds. Do you really believe that so many intelligent people can be so wrong? No, of course not. Not now that science has told them what I've been attempting to put tactfully for years, and I cannot help but laugh at them. Ha 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 ha! He sounded maniacal now, and for a millisecond, Meredith almost liked him. Yes, I've become a god again, and boy does it feel good. For I am the celestial salesman, eternity's my wares. Living cerebral mummification made subtle, completely sensational, pick your own flick. Fabulous. Look at yourselves, you're beautiful, you're unique, and once you're gone, you're gone. You're a long time dead, as they used to say. Again he drew his energy to a crescendo, while the auric balloons performed theriomorphic feats all around him. Don't let the end of the world get the better of you. Even my own high standards are gratified by our long-term program. Trust me. For those like you who can afford it, it's a fabulous future. All responsibility absolved. Just your own personality in chip form, completely indestructible, atmosphere tight. The Earth's atmosphere will undergo insupportable shifts. Gravity will slip sideways into space. Did you hear the way the weather readers waxed lyrical in their enthusiasm? They already have their futures fixed, and programmed beyond the influence of all electromagnetic and other recognized forces in the galaxies. Grandma Grampy, the boys, and little Mary Beth will float through space in their apple pie and cinnamon-scented ranch forevermore. Impassioned youngsters will fight against the odds and rise to riches, fame, and power in the absolute belief that they are normal human beings living on Earth, never once suspecting that they are in fact microchips drifting and sifting into dust dunes with the rest of the cosmic debris. Isn't it perfect? I can sense your vitality, your enthusiasm. The teen market is insatiable, because they, like you, fine sir, have something to live for and a sense of futurity. Not like the oldies, so world-weary and out of date and looking for a heaven more, what was it one woman said? Religious, I think it was, than the one I usually carry as a sample. One for the sisters, no doubt. For fuck's sake. Employing every iota of his will, Meredith had battled his way out of the mind net. Now he was even angrier than when Beltane banned him from seeing Lenoir, and he had been pretty furious then. I only want to know where I can get my friend resurrected. I don't give a shit about eternity, though I do have a lot of money on me, so will you please just tell me where I can get it done? He tensed his calf muscle against the flick knife he kept in his boot, and considered producing it. Well, as you can imagine, continued the entertainer compulsorily, entirely immune to Meredith's threatening body language, for forward-forging personalities such as myself, the environmental crisis is a windfall. Consciousness is a fractal of infinite configurations, each truth as fascinating and as temporary as the last. Physicality, it must be admitted, has its drawbacks. Please, allow me to introduce myself. I am the eternal trickster, the incredible vanishing salesman, and I welcome you to the city of dreams. Buenas noches, senoritas. Bonsoir, mesdames. Guten Nacht and good night, my dear ladies. Good night. He flashed a brilliant smile at Meredith and his companion corpse and dematerialized, along with all of the booty from the ghetto, even Lenoir's ruby ring, which Meredith had given him following a particularly passionate blood tryst. Fuck, repeated Meredith. Chapter 15. The flames were getting a taste for the exhibition on the history of Chimerae, licking it up with ever-increasing relish. The earliest displays, alchemical diagrams and explanations, medieval history and basic examples, such as goat snakes, had served as an excellent hors d'oeuvre, but were swiftly consumed. Further down the corridor waited the main course, live chimerae with a more complex hybrid, a human component or two. Like a virulent enzyme, the smoke was already trying to pre-digest them. They clustered at the back of their transparent pens and scrabbled frantically with claw and finger, burrowing and reaching up, feral and human instincts interlaced. The fire opened its own bright-fanged maw and stuffed them all in. Arch thought he could smell burning. He was suffocating. He awoke from a fitful doze with a nose full of fur and a slightly nibbled tail. He wondered for the umpteenth time what had become of Maya, where she could be. Her absence was not in itself unusual or alarming. She had barely been gone half a day, but the atmosphere and the spirit of the announcement, these things were dangerous. His instincts told him that time was speeding up, or something like that. He was not usually this hungry this fast. It made the kind of nonsense which seemed prevalent these days, and to which Maya was more attuned than he. Come to think of it, it was he who was acting out of character, not Maya. With this thought as an ambivalent comforter, he drifted back to sleep. The cloying, oxygen-thin air inside the chapel caused the candles to burn with stunted vitality. The nearer Maya drew to the statue of the Virgin Mary, the more humid and dark the place became. She perceived herself to be under threat. Her entire body was sticky with sweat. She envied Mary her alabaster physiology, her stiff, sweet-smiling nonchalance. She had exchanged insignificance for one long-past pietà, and now she quietly presided, holy archetype, no subjectivity marring her divinity. Even to suffer in cycles, as does the Virgin Mother Mourner, must be preferable to being blown helplessly by the wild winds of chaos, though the children of Calvary were saying that her time had come again, that their statues were weeping blood and disintegrating at the palms. Healings and visions had been ubiquitously reported, as had paintings of the Virgin leaking breast milk and tears. What would the Sisters of the Second Son make of that? They had made Mary redundant, creating in her place the antimater, the Lilith, who had rebelled against her duty, expelling Le Fils Cadet before he had even formed the lips with which to save our souls. On the brink of never having been, he was rescued by the nuns who infiltrated the abortion clinics. Scraped from the fetal disposal unit and surreptitiously placed in a nutritional jar. His unwitting mother now had the weight of all their spiteful sanctimony on her shoulders, though her identity was unknown. Unknown, that is, to all but herself. 17 years later, he was guiding his followers through the purported last days, proffering an attractive insurance policy that cost only faith and the ability to shake a revised Bible and a collection tin in the faces of the unconverted. He had a great deal more sass than the school from which he had issued, and it was no surprise, Maya thought, that so many had converted. Poor Mary, small wonder she was weeping blood. Her own son had led the race for so long, only to be pipped to the ascensional post by a novice. An unwanted impostor who should never have been born, though it was highly unlikely she would hold that against him. Her own insistence, or the insistence that had been hoisted on her as a symbol, that all potential life must be made to live, had been largely responsible for the eco-crisis in the first place. Cadet, needless to say, had also very firmly adopted the pro-life policy. The weight of the global population had nearly shifted the planet into the next dimension, all on its own. Being a magician by nature, Cadet had recruited enough followers to ease his qualms about his own validity, and as they invested belief in his powers, so too did his awesome powers augment. He had been known to reduce a skyscraper to dust at the click of a finger, without physically harming any of its inhabitants, who inevitably became disciples, and frequently the wand mitre he carried sprouted leaves and gave birth to intertwining living snakes. He was a postmodern Moses, half prophet, half pop icon. He enjoyed film star status and fulfilled his adolescent fantasies, as well as those of others, by appearing live on stage before vast, cheering audiences, sometimes playing the electro-harp and prophesying intermittently to his ecstatic audience, sometimes railing Old Testament style against infidels, whores, and witches. This worked especially well in rap format, which to the non-converted seemed rather ironic. But there you go. He was quite a piece of work, thought Maya, quite the little baggage. But here was represented ancient Mary, original mother of the original prophet, inadvertent advertisement for procreation, cover girl for martyrdom, ambassador of the Guild of Guilt, destroyer of the global environment. Maya knelt at her feet. The statue now completely blocked her view of the moonlit stained glass window, recalling childhood visits to the old Catholic church with her father, the thrill of midnight mass on Christmas Eve, the chilly sound of angels singing, the secret anti-government meetings, the pro-life demonstrations. Despite there being no future to talk of, people continued to want children as always. It was their role, they thought, mistaking the privilege of choice for duty, or simply wishing to display and control familial underlings. For most, it was not that they yearned to inflict the expiring planet on an innocent soul. They were not sadists per se, nor did they believe that the child would benefit from life or be happy. Neither malice nor compassion informed their impulses. All that was really involved was the mindless, uncontrollable impulse to reproduce. They had baby fever, couldn't get enough of the little dribblers, didn't really stop to reason, as that would have been letting the devil in, but simply had to have them. Without progeny, even an evolutionist had failed to tick every box. Pro-life, that sounded good, holy even. They became carried away with the bells and smells of sanctimony. The problem was, anachronists were not allowed to reproduce. Overpopulation had already sent the planet into terminal crisis, and even when Maya was very young, children were becoming widely illegal. While the government prohibited pregnancy in all but the evolutionist zones, the rebel Greens offered contraception, sterilization, even gender change grants for reasons of their own, to counteract enforced abortion and the rearing of black market children in hushed-up airless slums, to encourage intelligent non-producers. There was a brisk underground trade in babies and toddlers, mostly sold to frantic anachronist couples, to be raised in dreary backwater confines. Maya, however, at 17, had no contact with any of these networks, green, black, legal or not. She remembered in early childhood the silent pleasure mixed with anticipation of lighting a candle in church, being told to make a wish, and placing the flickering prayer at the feet of Saint Teresa. There was a hologram of the saint's head and shoulders on the altar. She had dark circles beneath her glittering eyes and a taut little smile. She died at 24, her father told her, but she is still alive, like Our Lady, and she will hear you when you pray. This turned out to be the only fragment of advice with which her father ever furnished her. Suddenly, her mother had dark eyes and a taut smile, just like Saint Teresa's. "Daddy's away on business, darling," she told the nagging Maya. "He'll be back soon." But he never was. Then, just when she was getting used to his absence, just when it had subsided from a violent craving to a dull ache, he appeared by an eco-dome duck pond with a strange woman who smiled at Maya and bought her an ice cream. Her father was so loving that it brought it all back, and she felt sick and cried all the way home. Next time she saw them, they came with a pretty older girl, the woman's daughter, who kindly informed her that if she wanted long blonde hair like her own, she must ask Daddy, she called him Daddy, to let her be reprogrammed. Then her father hugged her so hard she thought her spine would snap. She never saw the happy trio again. Worse still, it meant she could rarely see Gagi either. Would she too prefer the little blonde girl to goofy red-haired Maya? Probably. Her mother remarried, and they moved to a large, sterile apartment in Chelsea. The man she married was rich, and already equipped with a daughter of her age and a son 2 years her senior, Grace and Beau, whose perfect evolutionist faces scowled at Maya in continual derision. They gazed at Maya's mother with barely concealed distaste, loathing every innovation she brought to their home, using Maya as a handy diminutive voodoo doll on which to vent their hatred. Maya's mother failed to notice. Her new father, Mr. Fraser, was not warm and accessible like her biological dad, but an austere grey god whose presence caused toys to fly off floors, spines to imitate pokers, and silence to spotlight the unfortunate child at whom he lanced a question. Even his own offspring became polite and cordial when he was there. No doubt he considered this to be due to damned decent programming. At dinner times, he reigned upright at the petrified wood table, fossil furniture being a la mode at this time, plunging the steel blade into the crouching chicken or leg of lamb with a grim, thin-lipped flourish, as if darkly appreciating his own symbolism. In later years, he would seem to dwell on the relative portions like an old-time pimp selling his girls. Anyone for a nice piece of breast? A lovely succulent leg? In her vegetarian teens, Maya felt sure he did this to taunt her. Perhaps he had always been this way. She could not know. He wore hypoallergenic clothes of metallic grey and emanated the beachy salt scent of processed gas, which he never concealed with aftershave or deodorant, being allergic to both. Maya could always smell when he was in the house. His face was white as uncooked puff pastry, and both of his hands contained computerized touchpads to which he continuously referred. He did not need to visit his terminal to affect company decisions. A series of digital movements conveyed the information to head office. He always reminded Maya of a particularly dour android. Amazingly, her mother seemed to flourish in his domain. Her hair became bigger, blonder, her necklines lower, her laugh more musical. She smiled coyly at the children, especially at Maya, as if conveying some delightful mother-daughter confidence, and all but skipped to bed. Maya, sleepless, could hear her being playful with the strange grey man, and could smell his sharp salt response hovering outside her door. At night, Maya lay in a tight curl, tense and suspicious, waiting for the line of light beneath the door to slide up the frame into her face, and two sniggering goblins to come in, pyjama-clad. After the fitful fear of the watch, during which her purple and silver teddy offered scant acetate comfort against the nightmare texture of dread, she was almost relieved to be smothered by sweaty hands clutching pillows, and then to be left in peace, gasping for air and kinder dreams. Her daddy glided through her sleep, carrying a monstrance decorated with radiant golden ducks, surrounded by ice cream candles, which burned and melted like poignant memories, drowning and chilling her at the same time. Sometimes he came in profile, stately and detached as a priest, and no matter how hard she fought against the hands, goblin hands that restrained her, he could not hear, would not hear, and processed forth oblivious. At other times he would stand before the altar, facing her as she swam down the aisle in a viscous stream of ice cream to take communion from him. But halfway there, she would realize she was naked, and everyone was staring at her. Or she would get stuck in the ice cream as it began to solidify and be submerged in its airless vanilla sweetness. Recalling her father's little life-buoy of advice, she prayed fervently to Saint Teresa and Our Lady to get rid of her stepbrother and sister, and to give her a daddy again. She begged for Gargi to come and claim her, but was left only with Gargi's books and the muddled legacy of faded photographs and notes which her mother called insane ramblings. Maya's memories of Gargi were all in snippets, like the Hereditary album itself, images and sensations often placed hundreds of years apart, though they seemed that very day to her. She worked hard all her lives on not letting her magical grandmother's words or face fade in her soul, and practiced the strange tricks she'd been taught so long ago. She also continued to pray. Then one day when she was 10, she tasted partial success. Mr. Fraser's ex-wife, who had left him for her secretary, got custody of their children. It was a bitter battle during which he emitted a pungent territorial pheromone. The tug-of-love children became positively violent, and Maya's mother took on her Saint Teresa look again. Her own little girl, though bruised, was jubilant. Mrs. Fraser began to take an interest in her again. Maya received tuckings in, new clothes, and became visibly happier for the frequent absence of her torturers. Perhaps her stepfather noticed. Maya continued to kneel at the feet of the ever-expanding Virgin, expanding through compassion, her fingers shifting an imaginary rosary of memories along the continuous loop of her lifelines. One of these had the appearance of a small skull on a giant bloated neck. It smiled at her coyly. However, things were not the same between Maya and her mother once Beau and Grace had left for good. The girl had withdrawn from her unnurturing parent and refused to be fully cajoled into an affection she knew would never have existed were her stepbrother and sister still present. Maya had been betrayed, just as the star which had led her here had betrayed her, promising good guidance and leading only to pique and anguish. But her consciousness of the present, soon sank again beneath the onslaught of childhood memory. Her stepfather's wife was not the same mummy who could shield her child from evil and keep the headless horseman at bay. Phantasms looted little Maya's head, bred under the bed and in the wardrobe, hid behind the blinds and poked at her spine as she slept, and no amount of emotional backtracking could eradicate their existence. Her mother grew thinner. Strangely, her neck did not. It expanded widthways and then attached itself to the bulging cheek on the left side of her face. Maya was embarrassed to be collected from the Junior Interactive Learning Center by such a freaky-looking mum, and even more so when she saw the pretty ones giving her sympathetic glances. Once, she came out, and Mummy was in tears on another woman's shoulder. After that, she insisted on walking home alone. Maya longed to step into a wardrobe and emerge in a new and magical world, as had the children in stories her daddy once told her at bedtime. Black feathers, rusted keys, anything old was often to be found beneath her pillow, placed there in the hope of unlocking the nocturnal gateways to magic and mystery. It was also around this time, when she had all the play space to herself, that she began to conduct her little ceremonies. Spontaneous, but highly reverent intricacies involving Egyptian and Hindu goddesses, and often leading to the most spectacular nocturnal travels. She'd learned about them in superstition class, forcing herself to laugh mockingly along with the others lest she be flagged, and the rest is history. Despite this natural polytheism, little Maya was a classically Christian child in her own perverse way. She'd spent hours on her knees when the mood took her, reciting the Lord's Prayer and hailing Mary over and over again until her legs were on fire and the tears ran exquisitely down her cheeks with the pain and purity of it all. "Guess you could say I was fucked from an early age," she said to the statue. "Indeed," it seemed to reply. She had prayed every night for her mum, dad and Gagi, always followed by Psalm 23 that Daddy had taught her, and which, if she rushed or faltered, she made herself begin anew. To try to sleep without offering these intercessions would have been like giving Satan carte blanche to drag them all off to hell. "Didn't do much good, though, did it?" she said out loud to Mary. "Or is it harder to hear those of us in the evolutionist zone? I guess the whir of industry and traffic drowns out our petitions." The Virgin looked philosophical. Maya came home one day, and her mother was no longer sitting up in bed claiming to have a headache. She was lying with a sheet across her face, between the android of paternity and their big friend the nurse, who stayed there often and filled the house with strange chemical smells, even stranger than her stepfather's. The enormous woman threw a sensible navy blue smile at the orphaned child, who stood dumbfounded at the foot of the bed, wringing her tatty plaits with unconscious fingers. "Mummy's in heaven now with the angels," she was told, which was strange because in this house she had always been led to believe that angels, Jesus and God were all figments of the overwrought anachronist imagination, later vaunted by the Aquarians to their own advantage. There was an expectant silence. Clearly she was supposed to say something. "I want my dad," she announced flatly. This undiplomatic statement cost her what little affection her stepfather may ever have harbored for her. He did not believe in children, only in small adults, and he treated her response as a calculated insult. He was swift to retort that her father had emigrated galaxy-side with his new family, and that she would never see him again. Either through malice or grief, she never was quite sure which. He chose to add that her father obviously did not want her anymore, now that he had a pretty new daughter. Unfortunately, he was right. Perhaps Mr. Fraser really had loved her mother. Maya could think of no other reason for him to keep her under his roof, clothe and feed her, and pay for her education, but these things he did, coldly but thoroughly. She was, by all appearances, a well-provided-for young woman. The inaptly named Beau and Grace came home for holidays. At first, she dreaded a repeat performance of their initial bullying, but she was relieved to find that they had quietened down. Living with two loving women had obviously done the trick that no amount of discipline could manage. United by antipathy for their dour parent, the three became friends. Maya craved affection. Then, one lazy summer when she was 15, she and Bo overstepped the bounds of friendship. Maya would have preferred the healing to have come from Grace, but both siblings suffered from a bad dose of the heteros, as their own mother jokingly put it. Besides, Maya wanted to check that she really did prefer girls. Harvest arrived, ripe and rosily rounded, growing ready to fall before the cold came. Predicting her stepfather's not unreasonable wrath, being evolutionists, neither teen had been sterilized, Maya packed a bag and headed for Bo's mother's pad in the Pandrogyne zone, never telling a soul of where she had gone between Mr. Fraser's apartment and theirs. Even though the place was on the news that very night, having just been raided by the nuns. One of the doctors was killed by pro-lifers, and as many fetuses as possible were retrieved for clinical resurrection. Abandoning the imaginary rosary, Maya looked up at her antithesis, smiling vaguely. "Funny how things turn out, isn't it?" she remarked. "It certainly is," replied a cowled, clawed shape emerging from behind the Virgin. It was carrying a gun. Maya was briefly aware of being surrounded by heavily armored nuns before a chemical-smelling darkness enveloped her. It was so similar to the scent which had invaded their house all of those years ago, an infirmary smell, that for an apparent eternity she thought she was back in Chelsea on the night her mother died. Her last thought was something like, "Mother, why have you abandoned me?" Some instinctive and vulnerable state of betrayal. Chapter 16. Awake, arise to spiritual strife, and thy revenge abroad display in terrors at the last judgment day. God's mercy and long-suffering is but the sinner to judgment to bring. Miss West's eyes were peacock blue today, a darker, more shimmery shade, befitting the ambivalent subject matter of this particular class. These lines from Blake's Everlasting Gospel depict the classical Last Judgment scenario, do they not, girls? Redemption, with a serious sting in its tail. Only the faithful and perhaps the good will be saved. In most religions, we find this belief, that only those inaugurated into their particular system will be spared. As for the prophecies themselves, dating back to the Old Testament books of Daniel and Ezekiel, the New Testament Revelation, through Nostradamus and various sundry mystics to Edgar Cayce and Lafils Cadet, we find. What do we find, Maya? The schoolgirl gawped at her teacher in a horror of exposure. How could she call her by her true name in class, using that power over her? Miss West knew she had been dreaming, watching her face, her lips, without taking on board the meaning of the words they emitted. Now everybody was staring at her, waiting. And anyway, wasn't Lafils Cadet somewhere in the future? The world spun, and Estelle squirmed for an eternity. She could feel the girl's eyes hot on her skin, feel their snickerings eating into her psyche, taking nourishment from her illicit feelings for Miss West. The teacher herself stood like a stone Callie, watching her devotee bleed. Her callousness could not have been more pronounced. She looked to her side for Chandra. Chandra always helped her out in such situations. Chandra was not there. Now that they had fed on her humiliation, the girls were growing old. They were no longer imitation Lucy Ewings, but crabby hags. Yes, she was surrounded by the most shriveled of harridans in nun's garb. Still Miss West continued on, staring into her with the coldest shade of eyes now, forget-me-nots in frost. What do we find, Estelle? Maya? Estelle? Maya? We find that we are laid out like a corpse in a magnificent room of white marble, and that the eyes boring into our own are not those of Miss West, who has been dead for hundreds of years now, but rather eyes that belong to no other than Lafils Cadet. Maya gave a judder of fright, and Lafils stepped back slightly, gratified. "I absolutely forbid you to die of shock," he announced in a tone of measured malice. "That would never do at all." Maya tried to move her arms, but found that they were stuck in a cadaver cross over her chest. Even her breathing seemed strangely muted. She inhaled, but her body gave no indication of it. She exhaled, and her entire frame remained static. Her eyes did not hurt, but she could not blink. "It would be terrible if you were mistaken for dead now, would it not?" He smiled slyly. A real tragedy. He moved into her line of vision so that she could fully admire him. She had no doubt that this is what he wanted her to do. The atmosphere was dense with the glamoring, elaborate shape-shiftings of hypnotism. She saw what he willed her to see: his perfect skin, his exquisite control. He was indeed very beautiful. "If you'd had your way, I would never have existed," he pointed out, his voice as full of scorn as the mortified child within could make it. "Look at me." Maya looked. It crossed her mind that it was a pity, for his sake, that she was under duress. She would have been fascinated by him naturally, which he surely would have found more rewarding. "Aren't I simply divine?" he pointed out, and the nuns and converts nodded, mouthing Amen and Aum. Maya felt a sharp sense of pity for the little prophet. No matter how many hangers-on he had acquired, no matter how materially and religiously successful he had been, he still craved nothing more than the visible approval of his biological mother, the one who had wanted him slain. She would have obliged, but was constitutionally unable to do so. The best she could manage was to adjust her attentions to where her eyes were guided. She was forced first to assess his height. He was small, like her internal dictates said. Napoleon, Harry Houdini, Stalin, killer cult flashed through her mind. But, as with them, his charisma and poise made up for what he lacked in height and pounds of flesh. His face displayed the immaculate determination of an overdeveloped intellect and a deliberately cold heart. Though his skin, like hers, was perfect, his features were hawkish, and he appeared old beyond his years. He emanated command. If ever there was a true ice maiden, then here was her counterpart. Almost, one might think, her elder sister. He was effete and slender, a golden headband circling his cranium, the hair above it blonde and very short, but for the crest above the center of his forehead. He wore a long white tunic, girded at the waist by 2 snakes of gold, his lower legs and feet strapped into Roman sandals, which added to his air of merciless and calculated decadence. Maya knew at once that any vice of Lafille's would be for an express purpose, conducted for empowerment, carefully controlled. Sigillized pleasure exploded for the production of gold, as clinical as the place which had nearly brought him originally to death. What could have been pretty features were tainted by an overemphasis of will, a subservience of all natural, free-flowing emotion to a greater purpose. His hair may provide a vivid nimbus about his epicene face. He had a large, sharp nose which, if she was not mistaken, had been powdered for the occasion, and his thin lips were most definitely rouged, giving him an air of romantic cruelty. It occurred to her that he had allowed her a spark of discrimination to offset his mesmeric trickery. Perhaps, after all, he did not crave another besotted disciple to add to the list. He wanted her to see the real cadet. If this was the case, then he really did require her approval, and she had a chance. She tried very hard to imagine how an aborted child might feel about its biological mother. "This is good," he mused. "I can feel you trying to empathize. Sympathy, kindness are underrated in this era." His words surprised her. She began to sense an undercurrent of something sweeter in his nature. "Pass her some Amrita," he demanded of one of the many disciples clustered about the room, silently watching. A resentful-looking woman, 190 if she was a day, pressed a chalice to her lips, and the golden aqua vitae trickled across her tongue. The attending harpy looked to Cadet for approval. He ignored her. Maya felt that she could speak now, but decided against. She knew she had to be very careful. Her limbs were loosening up, but she was still very much in Uncanny Valley, and it was obvious that what was happening here was the result of the lifelong dreams and resentments of this remarkable sociopathic young man, her own accidental progeny. Instant karma's gonna get ya, shot through her brain, arcane blast from the past, and one of Gargi's favorites. So much of memory, of past emotional learning, is caught in the butterfly net of music. She realized, what with the tune and its fateful lyrics, that the chances of her emerging from this encounter unscathed were minimal, especially given that Cadet had employed a Hecate's crone imitating stalker to track her down and bring her to this bizarre temple to his ego. Her presence here was no accident, no coincidence once upon a midnight ramble. She wondered briefly whether Astridia was in on it too, but, knowing the eco-passions of the latter, dismissed it as impossible. Was she still at the church, or— "I do not wish to cause you harm," His tone was careful and not warm. "Unlike you, mother dear, I believe in life." Maya felt terrible. Her son saw her face growing grimmer, rain on sleet on snow, and seemed pleased by her response. She felt absolutely exhausted. It seemed that she had been spinning on the wheel of life and death for eternities. And of course she had, but the barriers that usually keep this memory at bay had all but dissolved. "What is done, he elaborated. "Perhaps it was all part of my Father's heavenly plan. The souls you witness saved today may have been lost forever, were it not for your decision." Her senses were being drawn to Cadet's followers. She beheld their previously pointless lives of drudgery, perfunctory prayer, delusion, and drugged-out nonchalance. They were a sorry bunch indeed. "Take Sarah here," he demonstrated, ushering forward a thin waif of a woman, trapped in a nominal marriage for years for the sake of her son. She was nothing but a bemused anachronist who slipped through the infertility net and who paid the price in years of enslavement to an unfaithful evolutionist husband, told all her life that God existed only as an opium, a delusion. His voice switched to that of an old-time TV evangelist. "And Sarah, were you happy?" "No," she hollered. "I was trapped in delusion." "And are you happy now, Sarah?" he pretended to ask. "I have the Son of the Lord on my side," she declared. "And are you happy, Sarah? Are you happy?" "Yes, I am happy," she hollered, punching the air with wide-eyed zeal. The audience clapped frantically. Maya groaned internally. Before this display, she had always given LaFils the benefit of the doubt. Now he was confirming all of Archer's worst suspicions. "I would like you to step forward, Roland." A self-evident case history appeared in her limited line of vision. He had the scrawny appearance of bad genes combined with malnutrition and sex obsession. "Tell my mother here what you did for a living before you were saved." The insectoid man looked askance at the assembly. He faltered a little. "Tell her," commanded Cadet. Roland twisted the end of his tie around his fingers, like a toddler on his first day at prep school when asked to introduce himself, albeit a toddler with an astral proboscis. Unlike the others, most of them anyway, he was dressed in a relatively ordinary manner. The others, 12 of them or so, were clad predominantly in the white monkish robes of the Cadet sect. Outside, the nuns wore black or brown in order to merge with the helpful smoggy darkness, but in the sanctuary of the second sun, all was bright and light. Roland sighed profoundly and bit the bullet. "I kidnapped illegal anachronist kids and sold them on to foreign pedophiles," he admitted. Maya was caught in the meaningful glare of LaFils' disdain. "Not only that, but," prompted the prophet, "not only that, but I used them myself." The air itself seemed to cringe. "I'm not trying to scare you, Maya," reaffirmed her long-rejected offspring. "If anything, I want you to feel good about yourself. After all, it's partly your DNA which helped save these sinners." Maya thought, surely Sarah did not sin in making an unfortunate marriage and accidentally procreating, but she withheld her doubts. Maybe if she played along, he would let her go. She had left a latchkey with the Rivers sisters in case anything ever happened to her, and Arch was left alone. But what with the announcement, they might well forget about him, and she had not a clue what time it might be. She could have been anesthetized for days, or possibly just minutes. The thought of her beloved chimera in distress ran a lancet through her heart. She wondered again what had become of Astridia, wondered whether she could access her telepathically. Probably not. "You may speak now," he told her. Maya was at a loss. What on earth was she supposed to say? All things considered, she decided to think fast. "Well, you've certainly done very well for yourself," she attempted. LaFils' eyes narrowed slightly beneath their delicate lines of kohl. "And it's great that you've helped all these people," she continued pathetically. LaFils seemed to take her on face value. "I've worked very hard indeed." "Yes, you have," Maya agreed. "I am by far more famous than Caligula or Hitler," he declared, betraying himself. He immediately sensed this and almost blushed. "Not that what you see before you is common cruelty or insanity. I have many influences, things of which you can never have dreamed. There is no xenophobia or gender imbalance within my flock. We are united by a power far greater than ourselves." He seemed pleased with the mystery implied by this statement. The veneer of confidence returned. "Come, let me show you." Maya was helped to her feet by two very unpleasant-looking crones, possibly those who had helped kidnap her earlier. Except that one of these had a mole on her chin from which a wiry white hair extended for at least 3 inches. Surely she would have noticed that, even under the spell of Hecate. She seemed suddenly to be living in a Goya painting, which was rather an ironic predicament for the mother of the purported second son of God. Witches to the left of her, harridans to the right. The first thing she noticed was a proverb carved in the marble above the door, to which Cadet was leading her. It read, "The pride of the peacock is the glory of God." A mew ripped her eardrum right on cue, and she realized that there were several live peacocks strutting the room in various states of display. At this point, 2 things happened to Maya. 1, she knew that she was terrified. 2, she heard a voice. It came through her panic like the voice of sanity allaying the victim of a bad trip. It said, "All natural peacocks are dead. You know now you are under illusion." It sounded like Gagi, only tinged with the feline humanity of her pet chimera, a hybrid spirit guide. She stared at the peacocks. They seemed pretty real. Nonetheless, they kept their distance, which is just as well. Maya's phobias were no more under control than they had been when she was a premenstrual Estelle. Obviously, now she knew why. She wondered hotly when he would bring on the butterflies, tried to contain her panic. Cadet led her through his magnificent halls. Though his followers were so far, without exception, incredibly ugly, Cadet had permitted himself every vanity conceivable, from emphasizing his own features with makeup to surrounding himself with elegant statues of the Greek Kouros, delicately poised bastets, and relics of chimerae from Egyptian tombs. Mirrors in opulent Baroque frames hung everywhere. Every object was placed with psychopathic precision in its rightful, most significant location. All of the lines were smooth. Here, a lion of onyx swallowed a shining sun. There, an ancient burnished rooster strutted, turning and calling on the hour. Above his head of feathered fire, a sundial traced the passage of the day, an aesthetic conjoining of several golden eras. If she was under glamour, these artifacts may not be real. Even Lafilce's income was unlikely to stretch to genuine museum pieces. Perhaps it was a kind of virtual mansion, with the peacocks as nomadic decor, as Gagi had said once. It's difficult to tell the portrait from the sitter these days, never mind the backdrop. Maya felt quite tall and strangely protective walking behind Lafilce like this. His desire to impress the woman who had tried to extinguish him in pre-existence touched her, and she was grateful that he had done her no harm. She recalled the rancor she had at times felt towards her own errant parents. Her fantasies of Daddy coming to reclaim her and his being rejected by the unrecognizably adult Maya, while grown men and buxom women eyed her up. His remorse, his futile tears. How much more virile must be the snakes of resentment nested in Cadet's heart. Certainly, it was too soon to in any way relax. Cadet brought her to a chamber denoted by a vast dark doorway not unlike that of the Calvary Chapel earlier. It swung open with a melodramatic creak, revealing a room drenched in incense, quite plain except for the black and white tiling and the striking presence of a large black statue. Lafilce glided silently forward and knelt at its feet. Maya followed, her movements gently unraveling some of the swaddling bands of smoke in which the form was swathed. They revealed a savage carving in ebony-like material, almost certainly authentic wood, a primeval feminine form, yet clad in the virginal robes of civilized virtue. Though the body was roughly wrought, the face was delicately crafted, as were the ornate glyphs which studded the side of her throne. It crackled with receptive power like a peat bog before an electrical storm, ancient memory of Ireland. In her hands she held a bowl. On her head she wore horns between which rested an orb of moonstone. The bowl contained blood. Maya knew what this was, without even looking. A kind of ectoplasmic miasma hung over it, a paramnesia of thunderclouds, vaporous. "We feed Black Isis 39 different fluids," Cadet announced, ranging from those acquired intravenously to that which flows with the moon. Of this latter category alone, there are 13 main variations, all of them rare and precious, especially nowadays. To facilitate my magic, I require a constant supply of these substances, many of which are provided by those of my disciples who have escaped fertility treatment. Maya wondered whether these donations were entirely voluntary, and hoped to goodness that they were. It was bad enough having regular PMT, without some whippersnapper of a self-made priest sniffing around you, waiting for the blood. There's a great deal more to the secret of the fluids, he continued pompously, but it will suffice you to know that I use this as the key to many mysteries. Gargi used to talk along the same lines, about the secrets of maiden, mother, crone, of the properties of blood, tears, bones, hair and teeth, only much less pretentiously. Come to think of it, so did Chandra. Maya spun back in time. Hadn't she herself? He led her to what he referred to as the rec room. Its inhabitants could not have been more different to those of the other quarters. A bevy of exquisite androgynes and other beings set apart by their beauty reclined here, sipping amrita, nectar and the nun's own mead, their attention caught by a large screen on which a film entitled The Winged Pharaoh was about to start. When Cadet and Maya entered the room, they all looked up, smiling. "Step forward, Tom," commanded Cadet. Maya hoped very much that Tom would not gushingly reveal her dark pre-cadet secrets to them. "I'd like you to meet my mother." Tom and Maya shook hands. It was Tom's initiative. The contact was warm. Tom was more masculine by far than Cadet, of sensible build, with shoulder-length red hair and numerous freckles. She had stunning emerald eyes and wore a silver ankh pendant. Her sleeveless black robe showed her Celtic colouring to advantage, as it did the Eye of Horus and Winged Isis tattoos on the muscular curves of her upper left arm. "Pleased to meet you." Her voice was gruff but pleasant. "Your son has told me all about you." Lafiz looked chagrined. "What little I know, anyway," he snapped swiftly. He gave Tom a warning glance. Neither Tom nor anybody else in the room seemed to notice. Were these his peers, then? "Tom's going to mother my star child," he announced in an attempted grown-up manner. It was difficult, despite everything, for Maya not to look wry. Next, he would be telling her that together they planned to repopulate the post-apocalyptic universe. "Together we will be the next Adam and Eve," he continued. Maya bit her lower lip. Or Horus and Nuit, sun and darkness, perpetually offsetting one another, thus eternally creative. "And soon you will be a grandmother, Maya. Our first son is due in 6 months' time, the day of Thoth, the hour of Horus." Quite aside from the fact that the end of the world as we know it was palpably nigh, Maya wanted to shout, "But you're only 17. She resisted. It was a little late in his life for her maternal instincts to be emerging. She consoled herself that Tom looked older and seemed sensible. She must be 23 at least. "We selected that day in honor of his great-uncle," she explained obscurely. She emanated fondness and loyalty to Lafils. Maya wondered whether all of the nuns had accepted this Egyptian theme as part of their beliefs. Clearly, the upper stratum of their adopted religion had done so. "When the moon harbours the powers of the sun, the Messiah shall come," added the boy. "The time that refers to is now. Apocalypse or no apocalypse, the gods look after their own. All major mythologies begin with cosmic night. This process for us is simply regeneration, like Magikor's lyric about the teen Apophis shedding his skin. Don't worry, Materkins, you'll get the hang of it all eventually." No amount of time, however, could have prepared Maya for the shock she was to receive in the next room. She would have been less surprised to see Osiris himself wandering about. Clearly, Cadet enjoyed watching her reel. For, in front of a huge bay window, brightly illuminated by a gold ray light bulb, sat none other than Gargi. She was playing on a games console. "Hello, dear," she smiled breezily. "Blessed be. Just one moment while I finish blowing up these robots. Tricky little buggers they are." Maya stepped back in shock. Gargi had always hated electronic games. She recalled being given a virulent earful as Estelle when she asked for a pocket Pac-Man as her grandmother's Yuletide gift. "Under no circumstances am I encouraging the evolutionist future," she had boomed bemusingly. "You'll take a lovely book of seasonal magic and be grateful." "What have you done to her?" cried Maya in despair. "Is she ill?" I am in finer fettle than ever before. Thank you very much, Maya dear, she responded whilst noisily eliminating a fleet of aggressive space invaders. Aren't you just glad to see me alive? Of course I am. We had better leave Gargi to finish her game, whispered Cadet melodramatically. She falls into the most terrible mood if she's distracted at a crucial moment. The situation certainly looked tense. Gargi was peering fiercely into the screen and pumping out those laser bullets for all she was worth. And I need her calm, continued LaFils. She's my chief priestess. Without her, I would be nothing. This was quite an admission for the second son of God. Perhaps their privacy had given him confidence. The hangers-on had been brushed off by Cadet outside the chapel of Black Isis, and Tom had wandered off to make some hallucinogen-spiked coffee. How did you find her? I thought she was dead. To people like Gargi and myself, death means nothing, carped LaFils. For some of us, family and spiritual bonds will always transcend the mundane. Besides which, she happened to have given the dysfunctional branch the slip, escaped to the Aquarian Dome for a while. Then she came and found me, still very much alive. She's been training me since I was 7, he added smugly. The Aquarian Dome? But she told me when I was 5 that she'd burned our Polyviva passports. I'll never forget it. Cadet smiled thinly. Good old Gargi. No wonder I'm such a convincing liar. Was he, though? Maya wished she could ask how much of this was real, how much a sham, but it seemed an over-familiar question at this stage when she was still his captive. She hoped that Gargi would hurry along with her robots. Will Gargi be long? She asked. Cadet nodded. She's only up to level 42 now. How many are there in all? 200. You'd think she'd want to see me after all this time, grumped the granddaughter. And why on earth would that be? Gargi understands that the moment itself makes no difference. It's the contacts that count, the ties that bind. And for a long time now she's been watching me, watching you, watching her in your mind's eye. I never imagined Gargi was behind all of this. I had no way. She isn't. We orchestrated it together, à deux, entre nous. We became les enfants terribles of our genetic line. What a shriek we had, Mother, along the way. Of course, we are both incredibly talented, magically speaking, and she taught me well. She could actually hear the K in magically. On top of that, I had my followers pumping me full of faith, a difficult combo to top, if I may make so bold. I doubt the Christ of Calvary ever had it so good. Gargi is a true spiritual star. Against her will, Maya felt a sharp pang of resentment, or was it jealousy even? Just as her rejected son had intended, she felt as if her family had been scheming behind her back, doing all the fun, significant things together, while she slogged it out in the mundane world. She consoled herself with the fact that they had bothered to kidnap her. She must mean something to them then. Where's Astridia? She asked suddenly. That little blood snatcher. She's in the Kalika pit, playing. Playing what? The drums, of course, with human limbs. We have your old guitar here, by the way, amongst our holy relics, Estelle's purple Stratocaster. You want to see it? Do you have our Magicore records? Cadet smiled. Of course we do. They're part of our holy canon, all carefully catalogued in the music chambers. Would they please you? Maya felt sure that they would. She nodded. Her son, amenable now, was the punishment over. Brought her to a black-walled room containing all manner of musical instruments, from exquisite sitars and antique dulcimers to electric guitars and the most advanced laser harps. He pressed a button, and her past-life hologram appeared, along with those of Shade, Aspen, Morag, and Chandra, who was wailing feelingly. I'd forgotten we were so bad, she smiled, entranced. The great goddess Kali Ma didn't think you were bad, quite the opposite. That was down to Chandra, initially anyway. The floodgates were opening. Maya took a deep breath, remembering how a bright drop of inspiration had developed into a lake, and later into a tsunami. Then it kind of took over, as it would. Indeed, it's the title track off the EP Revenge of the Morrigan. Maya laughed. Ha, typical Magicore. I'd forgotten we coined it as a phrase, and as a movement. So many blanks. Reincarnation is such a flipping distraction, she added. Amnesia, a fracking go-go. No wonder it takes us so long to ascend. It might be too confusing otherwise, I suppose, allowed Lafils. Anyway, I believe you wanted to call this particular specimen Wildly Blow the Cornflowers Blue, but the others wouldn't let you. Maya had to admit that Revenge of the Morrigan was better. Listen to the lyrics, commanded Cadet. They're key to this whole situation. Again, his adolescent effusiveness touched her. As the song consisted of a variety of screams and exclamations accompanied by a chanted cacophony thick with Gaelic verse, feedback, and ceremonial bells, this was not easy. Lafils handed her a lyric sheet and pointed to a verse which read, "The blood of the king will feed the earth. In scarlet ritual, death and birth. The great beast cometh, now's the time, to toast the aeon with living wine." Maya liked the lyrics, even if their naivety was a tad embarrassing. Lafil, however, seemed rapt. "See what I'm talking about," he enthused, the maniacal glint returning to his eye. "It's a prediction of my own incarnation. Scarlet ritual, death and birth. That's me at the abortuary, my existence nearly extinguished, or I ought to say, undergoing symbolic initiation, then being birthed into physicality by the sisters. Plus, it's the end of the aeon," he pointed out unnecessarily. "So who's the great beast?" risked Maya. Lafils coughed and focused. "Well, nowadays, that would be the evolutionist group mind, the spirit of mammon, of greed and materialism, also known as the asuras, or it may be referring to the fear invoked by the concept of the final judgment. That thought form, and thus potential being, is on the doorstep of our consciousness at this very moment. A great beast called fear stalks the earth even as we speak." This made Maya think of Arch. She hated the idea of him being on the great beast's visiting list, or even just coincidentally in his path. She was about to inquire of Cadet how she might make provisions for her much-missed companion, her beloved Chimera, when he distracted her with another of the band's apparent prophecies. "Listen to this," he continued as they thrashed it out behind him. "Now is the time. The reckoning, the sun and moon together bring, the prophets of the ages, dark, the covenant inside the ark." He smiled at her with fanatical import. "It could barely be more obvious, could it? All that guidance I gave you from the astral plane must have really worked, don't you think?" "This isn't the spellbinding stuff, though, is it?" she asked, trying to ignore the part about his private guidance. Cadet shook his head. "That came later. This was the beginning of the Birds of Rhiannon and the good old Inculted. You were still in the experimental stages here. Your first 3 albums didn't stir up much except a fuss amongst the moral majority in America and Christians and Muslims everywhere. Muslims especially, because of the jihadi problems," Maya remembered. Islamic fundamentalism had become rampant in the 2000s, by which time Magicore was legendary. The mark of true Magicore had always been to induce in the audience a state known as spellbound or rapt, something they had not accomplished until Chandra brought a certain set of pipes back from India. What they achieved at that point transgressed the mores of all orthodox religions, as it engendered the total communication of the individual with a chosen god form, thereby rendering redundant any priest, imam, or rabbi. Communication with the divine became accessible to all, and indeed was both encouraged and easy. The churches were never going to like that. At the time, they were between Sadashiva Namostute and Tejas, Fire Triangle. The former proved to be their first Magicore chef d'oeuvre, thanks to Chandra's find. The instrument consisted of 50 wooden tubes of differing resonance, each representing a letter of the Sanskrit alphabet. She played this spookily well, tapping no doubt into former lives of musical prowess, and used it to perform the most exquisite and dimension-rending invocations. "The early works are amazing," enthused Cadet, "for their obvious allusions to my own arrival many centuries later, and for their ability to summon almost any god or thought form. But the best by far is the instrumental music." Hymn to Hecate inspired a huge revival of goddess worship, of positive witchcraft. Not exactly white, but certainly empowering and healing to abused members of society. "I guess that you, Mother, might be referred to as the original Hecalot, with a silent R," he joked viciously. "Your own Hecate harlotry has led you to the journey through the 7 heavens and 7 throne rooms you find here. Inspired by the Hecalot literature that later informed moi-même, your own rejected child, le fils cadet. But there's been a lot that's happened to you that you've failed to recognize, despite your pretensions to some sort of intellectual status, isn't there? He asked, bitterness contorting his sublimely handsome face. Even your initial successes with Magicor and its famous invocations were beyond your ken and control, were they not? It was true. At first, they had not been aware of what Chandra was doing, as none of them then knew Sanskrit or understood the instrument. After a little while, however, it became difficult not to notice the effects her remarkable musical talents were having. Kali and Durga, Hecate and the Morrigan et al. Started responding to their hymns in person, cropping up everywhere, especially when the band was playing live on stage. At first, the audiences presumed they had excellent special effects. The album sold rapidly, and the special effects transferred to their own homes, to the abodes of their fans. "How do you do that?" queried the inculted and even the birdies, mistaking it for some sort of early holographic device. "It's what we've always worked towards," they responded truthfully. "Our one true aim is ascension for all." And then, like the plague sweeping through a medieval town, the inculted began to suffer delusions of being grave robbers, murderers, and members of blood cults. Many became possessed. Many vanished. "We told you so," carped the moral majority. Chandra was forced to return to India and consult a very expensive tantric priest as to the best course of action. "Just carry on," he advised. "Carry on, and she will be pleased. The gods will shower you with rupees if you shower me now," he added. Same with other so-called experts. They approached, witch kings and queens, that kind of thing. Nobody knew how to control the appearance of the god forms if they would not allow themselves to be supplicated. "I'm beginning to think I'd have more luck with the local vicar," bewailed Chandra. "What, H's dad?" smirked Aspen. "That'd be a laugh anyway. I can just imagine his idea of exorcism. Hello? Hello? I don't quite know who you are, but would you kindly vacate the premises, please? Thanks ever so much." As he joked, something in the atmosphere cleared. Everybody felt it. How ridiculous. So, the channel was not simply one way, even when they were being ironic. Humor releases the human psyche from many of its limitations and can help lift the veil. This revelation proved to be the beginning of a very remarkable reprise to their relationship with the divine. When their own hearts were lighter and their actions more disinterested, Chandra pointed out that this was the way of the divine warrior, according to the Bhagavad Gita. The results engendered in the audience began to get a whole lot more positive. She discovered many centuries later that Magicor had ascended over 2,000 souls in 1 month alone. Not bad going for a rabble of personally compromised, fallible novices. Le Fils produced a decanter of Amrita and a plate of sweetbreads. Soon Maya was intoxicated both by the drink and the atmosphere. The pattern of her own past fascinated her. She felt the threads were finally coming together. She decided that she loved it here. She felt she had come home. Once more, she completely forgot that she had been waylaid whilst wandering around Antonova with Astridia, and that she urgently needed to get home. Antonova felt like a figment of her imagination. Here was the only reality, Le Fils and Gargi and their incredible story. Gargi still had not come to greet her long-lost granddaughter, but the knowledge of her presence was enough for now. She felt that the others were with her too, especially Chandra and Shade. They felt as good as real. It struck Maya all of a sudden that she was happy. Incredibly, deliriously happy, with that sort of perfection that makes you want to die because nothing can ever be so right again. "I love it here," she gushed to Cadet. "I'd like to stay, to be with you forever." He raised the perfectly wry arch of an eyebrow and smiled. Maya's blissed-out sleep was suddenly invaded by nightmares. She had become the Sunday roast, toasted witch her stepfather said, plunging the blade into her unprotected flesh. She writhed away from the cold invasion, but it pursued her regardless of her mute anguish, slicing and bleeding her into wakefulness. 3 evil nuns stood around her, brandishing knives. "You're not welcome here," one of them spat. "You have bewitched our Messiah and brought pestilence to the community. Since you arrived, several of our younger girls have been beset by demons who appear like black cats at the doorway of their dreams and assail them with unholy thoughts, forcing them to sign allegiances with the devil himself. Our tea-making devices are clogged with curdled milk. The knives in our kitchens have rusted, and our blunt corners have grown sharp. How do you plead? They prodded her with needles, and she screamed. Try the blue spot on the back of her hand, hissed another, referring to the scabbed and bruised, skull-shaped birthmark maimed by Astridia's onslaught. She will not feel it. Maya wrenched herself away, shaking off the nuns like death's head moths. Drops of her blood flew about the room as she struggled free, causing the elderly women to shriek Bajante style. She could see nothing but black and white and red. What's going on? Demanded Astridia, sidling up to her in the demi-light. Are you okay? Thank frack I've finally found you. Maya sat back in bed, breathing heavily. Her head throbbed with the aftermath of Amrita and Toke, the amity pipe she had shared with her son. Her throat was raw from smoke and screaming, and tears were running down her face. I'm fine, she said. Morag, what are we doing here? Astridia looked at her from several different perspectives. She knew who they both were now. Her internal noise had quietened down, and the murderous side of her nature was in remission. I'm not sure, she replied. You're the one who wanted to go wandering about in the middle of the night, remember? She observed Maya calmly, lucky coincidence of the cranial device slipping to lullaby, and softly took hold of her hand. Do you think we should leave? The answer, logically, was an absolute affirmative, yet still part of her objected. The feelings of belonging she had experienced with Le Fils Cadet, her very own Fils, were not easily dismissed. Also, there was Gagi to think of. I can't go without seeing my grandmother, she said, her voice a tranced-out drone. What? Would that be the old bag on the games machine? Oh, please tell me you're not fooled. Maya was silent. She isn't real, you know. What makes you say that? Well, for one, she vanishes every time you're not in the room. So? She's real to me. So, she'll appear wherever you are, won't she? Staying here and only accepting her on Cadet's terms will make her less real. Maya thought about this. Like everybody else, she was undergoing metaphysical delusions. It made a kind of sense, a kind of nonsense. Are we tripping? Maybe. Will we wake up in the squat? Astridia paused. It's possible. How come you suddenly know so much? I don't. No more than you, or Roland, or the nuns, or that dog in the street. Perhaps we have to use our intuition. The blind leading the blind. Yes. They continued to hold hands in the dark. It was the most compassionate thing Astridia had ever done for any other human, though Maya could not know this. They both wished violently for some orange juice. But this isn't a trip, is it? Said Maya at last. It's some crazy cul-de-sac of consciousness we've wandered into because of all that stuff we did with Chandra. Where is that girl, anyway? Astridia snorted. A long, long way away, no doubt. Wherever she is, that's where we should be, resolved Maya. Let's go. She dressed clumsily, and they crept from the haunted chamber, seeking an exit, a little light to guide them. A faint sound of chanting came from the left of the corridor. They turned right. The labyrinthine darkness seemed to coil on forever. Eventually, they encountered a window. Outside, the blood-smudged moon dripped huge and low over Antonova. A single star pierced the industrial gloom. Astridia found a door. She lifted the latch. Maya felt a terrible pain in her heart. The organ remained intact in her ribcage, but she left a not inconsiderable measure of its spiritual essence with Cadet. It was the least she could do. Au revoir, mon cher fils, she whispered, as she stepped back over the boundary. They emerged in an abstruse side street, which neither of them recognized. The star was winking still, bidding them to follow. I want to go home, muttered Maya, but she could not remember where that was, or how to get there. Chapter 17. There were no more animals waiting to be collected. In the dome's portal, Chandra came to what might be roughly referred to as her senses, to find her body lying between the two giant fountains of life, which gushed luminously many thousands of feet into the air. Originally, these had stood outside the dome, invisible to the naked eye, but often perceived by psychic sensitives. This place had been the subtle center of elemental energies in greener days. A joyous place. Now, the force had to be contained both to facilitate the shift and to prevent it from being sucked dry by the dire need outside. Gaia was dying, but her non-physical bodies would live on. Chandra's guardian angel took a chalice and held it in the refulgent flow. He made a sign over it and handed it to his charge. As she drank greedily, she felt the power of all her existences and all the benevolent forces which had been with her throughout, since first she was realized, filling her mind and soul and body. It was an excellent hit. And then she was outside, and instantly, perishingly hot. The air itself stung like acid. She thought of Arjuna on the battlefield, whose limbs quail, mouth dries, hair stands on end, and who declares to Krishna that "my skin too is burning all over." But his malaise was caused by vacillation, by doubt about the rectitude of his actions. Chandra knows she is stalwart in her karmic duties, and must remain so come hellfire or whirlpool, and both most certainly would, lest she too suffer physical dysfunction, and worse. She stumbled forth, entire body a-tremble. The motion rubbed UVR into her epidermis and ran its sweaty fingers through her long, loose black hair, plastering it into quills. Everywhere was cauldron water and cannibal heat, meat broiling on the living bone, clouds of coiling steam and whirlpool skeins of chemical dirt. Her lungs hurt, and not in the good smoke way. Swiftly, she forced herself forth, not wishing to drain her sphere of protection with the inversion of regret. Her angel saw her through the city of mockers, where it was obvious she would be at serious risk of diversion, depositing her in the relative safety of the non-Aquarian spiritualists. She would far rather have hung out with Dave and Personify. Most of these believers were in a vapid kind of trance, sweat-lodged together, finger-locked, mediums of all ages and backgrounds, with heads tilting, tongues lolling, forming circles of various import. Others were talking with purported spirit guides, usually members of their own family, but also a fair scattering of Native American chieftains and famous Western personalities who'd been hauled across from the astral to give them advice at this crucial time. "Being dead doesn't mean being wise," commented Chandra worriedly as she passed. Would you approach a random person in the street and expect them to be excellently informed, psycho-spiritually benevolent and articulate, not to mention instantly at your service? Is your granddad or great-aunt Bet really wise enough to aid with global apocalypse, to lead you competently to rapture? Their ears, however, were not attuned to her. Because of the high vibrational rate at which she now existed, rarefied rather than sinking into density, as had those who would eventually be lost, many flesh humans did not perceive her at all. To these folk, Chandra's native dome was an empty myth. The low-level domes, where the greens and Aquarians grew fruit and veg and so on, these they knew to be real, but nearly all of the inhabitants had now self-euthanized, their mystical origin and abode sinking with them like the fabled Atlantis. Nearby was the field of crosses. Thousands were gathered here today to proclaim the unique veracity of particular branches of the Christian faith, and it was a very noisy venue indeed. Innumerable Jehovah's Witnesses, Moonies, Mormons, Methodists, Children of Calvary, Evangelists, Baptists, Plymouth Brethren, and the biggest sect of all, the Sisters of the Second Son, fought with crucifixes, caduceus, and Bible quotations over the souls of the unsaved. Some wore their Sunday best, hats and gloves and tights and all. Others walked in a visionary manner through the wilderness of belief, silent or beset by glossolalia. One man glimpsed Chandra and instantly mistook her for the Black Madonna. He had been a follower of Le Fils Cadet. He immediately became a child of Calvary. He was very happy to have been selected for the vision. A young girl with heavily singed hair and suppurating facial wounds, burnt pork chop stench, passed clean through Chandra in a derangement of ecstasy, squealing over and over again, "I am a total overcomer." Chandra blinked. Her eyeballs were burning. Above the evangelists hovered the ship of Zion, a sort of metallic Noah's Ark, with flashing lights and a ladder reaching down, almost to the Earth's surface. Its potential passengers stared up, singing and clapping. "I'm going to take a trip in that good old gospel ship. and go sailing through the air. They seemed too enraptured to notice that it was only big enough to carry a tiny fraction of them, or that pairs of animals kept falling through its undercarriage and vanishing into thin air. Those that did notice cried out against infidels among us and set upon the nearest likely-looking faithless. "What a total mess," murmured the Aquarian passerby. She herself was bristling with pipes and tubes, and did indeed look similar to a particularly tacky piece of Madonna memorabilia. The tubes were not rays of divinity, however. They were parts of her core musical instrument. Magicore, to be precise. She prayed to her angel that the others would arrive intact and remember how to play them, that all 5 would recall the essential stances, mudras, and body-mind movements that went with. She pressed on shakily towards the location she only knew, instinctively, as the field of 5s. Unaccustomed to such horrific gravitational pull, which was increasing by the minute, her gait was that of a zombie. According to the 9,333 meditating mantrics, there were 36 hours of terrestrial existence left. Everybody had a migraine, hearts and heads pounding in the breathless air, melting in the relentless cannibal steam. "In Antonova, all leaves now cinders," commented a butterfly-bright passing Pandrogyne, her skin and clothes coursing down her body like wax on a flaming candle. "All natural branches long since pyres for dryads, now extinct. Our living bones to be faggoted. We need another flood, to cool the earth, to wash the planet clean of us." She wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, exposing blistering dermis beneath. She was too hot and high to care. No family floating arcs this time, no reprise for any tribe. A total refreshing over millennia is what we need, a new evolution chain with nothing like the man-beast to make it bind and choke. She raised her deliquescent, purple faux chrome gaze to the heavens and exclaimed, "A poke in the eye of Abraham, Allah, the whole hokey-cokey of enforced religions. Now you're in, now you're out, now we'll knock you all about." Chandra recognized the lofty lady as rapt, spellbound, just like the inculted used to be, only under her own genius and at the poetic behest of her own pain-crazed tragic muse. They said it was virus when first the congregation ailed. They said that we from the ghettos had brought pestilence in our petticoats, and the bantering canticles of purple-faced priests. They threw us out, but nothing stopped. The Evo spoke then of cosmic collapse as cause of all discomfort, so they blamed Satan and his devils when the pain flailed their hairy limbs. Hell-sellers, hell-wallers, scheming lady connivers all. They hide beneath their narrow steeples, conspiring pyres for thinking peoples. Religious blessing is a curse, rebinding, mutilating, and worse. Some of these phrases sounded suspiciously familiar to Chandra, not a moment too soon, reminding her of the task in hand. It was so easy to be distracted by the final fractals of human rapture and rupture. She had been momentarily beguiled by images of husks of mosques and shells of churches. She sent out mental probes to track the others, but the airwaves were dense with interference, and she didn't know at which levels her friends were currently operating. The task was Herculean. Eventually, she thought of something that might, possibly, help. When the world is being metaphysically hyperactive, sometimes a down-to-earth approach is best. Was it Gargi who had taught her that? Either way, simplicity was a key. In the dome she had worn a robe of a specific, Persephone blue, which indicated aspects of her history and inner self to others. At other times, she wore one of Kali black, which was blacker than hell, yet which floated delicate moires of red on its texture, so that it was always red-black, but in differing quotients. Her attire was supposed to resonate at the same level as her psyche, but she had never felt as at home in either get-up as she had in her tight, torn black leather jeans and battered Magicore t-shirt. Black leather! Chandra was both Hindu and vegan, but the jeans were second-hand, and she had waived her cruelty-free sensibilities for just this one purchase. She made up for it by wearing them for 9 years solid, more or less, until they'd become her own rind. This was certainly how they would know her. She made a series of radical mental adjustments and attired herself accordingly. It felt great to be back in her soul's own kit. Looking at long last like Chandra Biswas of Magicore infamy, She found a quiet spot on the arid earth, long since deprived of rain and grass, arranged the 50 wooden implements in phonetic order on the ground, and waited. In the band, they had each played different instruments, and even then, they'd had issues with synchronization. They were all such moody individuals. Now, however, they would each have to master Chandra's obscure pipes and work together intricately and flawlessly. The skill was not so much in the playing, but in the timing and the portals they created with the concomitant gestures. It was almost a dance. Each note would bring an aspect of her through. Each musical matrix would physically form part of her body. Any non-deliberate dissonance, any floundering of limb would be disastrous to them all, and she would be greatly displeased. The mere thought made Chandra's brow prickle with sweat. She waited some more. Chapter 18. The other animals were beginning to ascend. The relative comfort of the anachronist pavement soon deteriorated into the gritty realism of the sprawling ghetto outskirts. Had they not been in a trance, Maya and Astridia's feet would have been torn to shreds. As it was, they walked with their heads in the Aquarian dream clouds, which were slowly descending from the domes, and so they trod lightly, occasionally managing a weak levitation from, say, lamppost to lamppost, facilitated by the increased credulity level in the air. "Wow, my grandmother would have loved this!" cried Maya, as she negotiated the perfect semicircle of a 3-foot levitation. Then, in a low voice, "Maybe she still will," she added. "Spares the blisters anyway," muttered Astridia mid-air. They passed a protein farm whose bloodied flocks were floating from the abattoir end like clouds at sunset, flying into half-culled freedom in the company of mega-beef clone cows whose bemused moos indicated that they would far rather be chewing the nearlicud on terra firma. "Go, go, go!" yelled Astridia, threatening to subject the wildly flapping fowls to a similar fate. They waddled panic-stricken around their cramped coop, far too fat and pea-brained to fly naturally. "See how they're all forced into this tiny outside pen," yelled Astridia. "It's so that they can label the eggs free range, just because they're all in one big box, not stuck in one tiny one each. Been a farmer's trick for centuries." She stared indignantly at Maya. "They're voiceless. They always have been. If we can't help them, nobody will. Here, give me a hand with this door." Astridia flung open the industrial chicken coop gate. The birds shuddered in fat, fearful clusters at the back of the space known to them, each hen fighting for cover from exposure. They stank. "I think they want to stay in there," observed Maya as tactfully as she could manage. "They're panicking, poor things. Only because they know no better. To be honest, they're probably safer in there anyway," posited Maya. "If you force them out, they'll only get mangled in the cosmic conflict, or be eaten by mutants. No one's going to bother slaughtering them in here now." "But it's the principle, woman. They deserve at least one taste of liberty in their poor, miserable lifetimes. Hens have as much right to freedom of choice as the rest of us, you know." Her eyes were wide and hard with sanctimony. "Well, yes," laboured Maya, irritated now. "I'm the last person to argue against animal rights. My own chimera, Arch." Astridia stared at her aghast. "You own a chimera?" she shrieked. "I can't frackin' believe it." "You actually see fit to encourage the pointless creation and torture of synthetic animals. Do you realize how miserable most hybrids are?" Maya's goat had well and truly been got now. Who the hell did this Bolshi clone girl think she was? "I'll have you know that Arch and I have an excellent relationship, and that I didn't buy him. I rescued him from a sanctuary. He already existed. I simply made the decision to look after him. You're still funding the industry, buying the special foods they need." "Bollocks. Oh, so you don't feed him the combo tins then?" "Well, of course I do. He'd die if I didn't." "Exactly. And with every unicent you spend, you personally contribute to the continued creation and exploitation of millions of innocent hybrids." Maya found it hard to believe that this was the same person who just a few hours earlier had happily banged her drums with someone else's limbs as sticks. The same person who had attacked her, a complete stranger, it had seemed at the time, in an unwarranted frenzy. "Astridia?" she asked. Astridia glanced over. "Yes? Just fuck off." The girls crashed to the ground, earthed by their bickering. It hurt. "We'll have to walk now," hissed Maya, "thanks to your idiotic pseudo-humanity." Astridia glowered, watching the cows rising like hot air balloons above them, wishing she could be with them instead of with this cold-hearted human. Maya plodded on, seething with resentment. Levitating had always been an ultimate fantasy, and Astridia had ruined it. She was also head-wrecked from the goings-on chez Cadet, still unable to discern illusion from reality. And above all, she was desperately anxious about Arch. "If we follow that star, do you think it might lead back to Govind Street?" she asked, rhetorically. "How the hell should I know?" "I'm not expecting you to actually know," Maya hissed through gritted teeth. "Teeth grinders. Where did that come from, Miss West? As if you would ever come up with anything that useful." I was thinking out loud. They could see very little in the Antonovian smog. The moon had all but vanished. It was just a white stain on the drab grey clouds. Perhaps the star was a common satellite after all. They continued down the flinty, sloping path, virtually groping their way. As the Aquarians stepped up the energy for the transfer, the landscapes outside the domes became more and more depleted. The mantrix were vacuuming up the final remnants of natural energy, leaving only the impressions remembered by those still alive, tainted by their state of psychological shock. Trees were the new ghosts, birds the new poltergeists, and objectivity was becoming a thing of the past. Flocks of Merkabas were to be seen rising and synchronizing, like swooping, folding murmurations of starlings against a blood-red sky. The formations of these astral vehicles suggested freedom, joy, and a pattern to the universe, its cosmic cogs turning to some good ends, at least. Both pilgrims found the sight to be uplifting. Astridia and Maya continued towards what they hoped was Govind Street, with a minimum of concern for their physical safety and an ever-increasing sense of spiritual paranoia, subliminally realizing that everything they encountered was a demi-image of their internal selves, an indication of their own expectations. The whispers of the universe, Gargi had called it. She claimed it had existed as a phenomenon for hundreds of centuries, growing ever more potent. Like attracts like, she had insisted. If sympathetic resonance was indeed the cause, the symptoms here were far from encouraging. The streets were drenched with slime, slippery as crushed maggots underfoot. The stench of fear wrenched at their fight-or-flight impulses, making them want to run, which the conditions of the road rendered impossible. A dim orange glow oozed from greasy lanterns, fueled by animal fat from the smell of them, hanging from thin, slippery poles like the grisly decor of some horribly real Halloween. A heavy human presence hung in the atmosphere, stark and alive, cunningly hidden mutants out for the kill. Vast fans of darkness shimmered with 1,000 dimly perceived eyes. "I don't like it here," whispered Maya. The sound of her own voice was a comfort. "Talk to me," she demanded. "Animal torturer," muttered Astridia. Maya laughed. "Hardly," she countered with gratitude and conviction, eyes flying skyward. Maya was certain that hyper-aggressive types such as Astridia did their causes more harm than good. "I'll have you know, I've been vegetarian all of my lives for precisely the same reasons as you, and vegan in the last few." She stopped. "What the hell is that?" She peered with a myopic squint into the gloom ahead. The road appeared to be undulating. They took tiny steps forward, a geisha gait minus the grace. A variety of deranged limbed entities lolloped and seethed in the slime. "Mutants," Astridia observed dismissively. Maya had never seen so many, so dehumanized. They grunted and gobbed at one another, immune to the vertical presences. They were naked as maggots and smeared with blood and excrement. "The high-percent human versions of your pet chimera," sniped the animal liberator. Arch would not have enjoyed this illusion. He was way more civilized than most full-percent humans Maya knew. Perhaps the god of clever chimerae was listening and felt equally displeased. Or perhaps the conscious group mind of these scientific rejects rose to their defense. Whatever the reason, Astridia suddenly lost her balance and fell painfully to the ground. Scrabbling and swearing, she rocked on her buttocks, cradling her head. Blood trickled from her ear, winding its way around her neck like a choker, guillotine red. Maya maneuvered herself protectively around the fallen traveler, though the mutants showed no indication of even having noticed. She disliked Astridia intensely, but their bond was stronger than ephemeral emotion. They both knew they were in this terminal thing together now, and that mutual abandonment was impossible. "Are you okay?" she ventured, ruffling Astridia's spikes. Astridia summoned the strength to look up, a shamed and injured cat. She seemed unable to speak. Maya knew that she was probably being deafened into mental oblivion by the trance enhancer, and nervously scanned the shadows surrounding them. If anything was intending attack, now was its chance. The lone star shone down. After a little while, the rhythm-smitten woman rose shakily to her feet. Finally, she braced her body in a magnificent display of will and even smiled at Maya. Very disarming it was, too. Then she gasped, staring at Maya's left cheek, mouth a blue oval of suspended horror. "What?" cried Maya in panic. Astridia simply continued to stare, wide-eyed as a vaudeville ingenue. "Tell me, Astridia, what is it?" Maya's own face was taut with dread. Pale and shaking, she gazed into Astridia's violet eyes for some clue, some reflection of the danger. Astridia braced herself, tentatively leant forward, extended a hand, and with infinite care brushed Maya's cheek. "Eyelash," she smiled brightly. Maya all but sobbed with relief. "Gads, I hate you! And I hate you too, peachy girl," returned Astridia with gleeful candor. They were distracted from this barrage of mutual disaffection by the appearance before them of the heart of Antonova. Two rivers divided the multi-storied chaos. The White River, white as a shroud, and naturally called the River of Life, and the Red River, red with what looked like fertile silt, and called the River of Death. It is true, the River of Death was more abundant in hyper-resilient reeds and bank dwellers than was the River of Life, besides whose blancmange-like luminosity nothing would grow. But evolutionists are ever contrary in such matters, and it was they who were the cartographers and name-givers of the globe. Both flows appeared pretty noxious either way. Near to the women was a bridge, which looked and felt as they traversed it like soft pink mucus, surrounded by an airy veil. Maya regretted ever having left the lovely solidity of her home, though she suspected that similar mutations were happening everywhere. The Aquarian motto, "As you think, so shall you become," banged annoyingly on her brain. She did not like to contemplate her possible contribution to such vileness. Without being vain, she felt sure that her inner self was infinitely more attractive than this repulsive discharge of psychic biology. She touched her cheek, just to check. It was still smooth and wholesome. "Thank you, Mother, for the implants." The bridge was in fact a vehicle for ectoplasmic transfer, made up of demi-spirits who wished to offer some service, however small, to the last of humankind gathered there. But they were bipolar entities, and every so often that bridge would snap shut upon its passers-through, just like the Venus flytraps in the ecodomes upon some tasty insect. One filth-caked old man introduced himself as Pedro, and told them, through a haze of white spirit, of how he had lost both legs crossing the device over which they had just blithely trotted, believing its appearance to be a mere symptom of their own insecurities. But the good sisters had apparently fixed him up with wooden legs made of the sawed-up crosses of their rivals, the children of Calvary. "Go Team Lafiz!" Many of the sisters of the Second Son abided here. Their feral faces sniffed and peeked from behind the refuse sack camouflage of elaborate shanty towns, thick rind of slum hovels, plastic shacks drooping with heat and dirt, everything smeary with human grease. Certainly something of a contrast to Cadet's own abode, thought Maya ruefully. This was his army barracks. By day his foot soldiers slept and plotted. By night they headed out on organized lynch parties to the evolutionist areas, there to attack the laboratories, and ostensibly to free anything that had eyes to see. Sight is the most mystical sense, Cadet liked to say. That's one of the reasons I favor peacocks. Funny how their scruples don't extend to their diets, commented Astridia, glimpsing a murder of nuns tucking into a dead anachronist. But there you go. They're responding to this man-made famine just as the Ukrainian peasants did to Stalin's in the early 1930s. Maya mused aloud. Sometimes cannibalism is kinda inevitable. Remember how the Greens tried to block their fetus rescue missions and reintroduced voluntary euthanasia? I suspect the nuns see this Last Supper as some kind of divine justice, an eye for an eye and all that. Astridia glared at her. Is that right, Brainiac? Well, I suspect they're just hungry. Everybody's hungry, crooned Pedro at Maya, to whom he'd taken a shine and was adhering like shite to a shoe, as Astridia charmingly put it. We're all being hunted, lady. They're after our souls. Maya laughed haughtily to conceal her concern. Well, it is the era of evangelism, she breezed. The religious types are bound to take an interest. Pedro was not to be fooled. He looked at her darkly. It's not just the humans I'm talking about, lady. He muttered, left eye twitching and hinting uncontrollably as he tried to balance his terminally complex philosophies. Everyone was suffering from facial tics, rashes, bouts of epilepsy and catalepsy, and even more intricate cases of Tourette's, autism, Asperger's and ADHD than were recognized in the 2000s, which, as anybody at all acquainted with semi-modern history will know, was a lot. She wanted to ask the methylated spirit of Pedro to extrapolate a little. Perhaps he could shed some light on the infamous devas and asuras that had always haunted her, but Astridia was keen to shake him off. The angry Catwoman pressed on into the defiled fragments of humanity, intelligently marginalizing Pedro until he began to vanish, and Maya was forced to follow. Light hurt now, needled with UVR, but even without that, some of the sights they beheld would have made their eyeballs bleed. At one point, they almost agreed on something: the hideousness of existence. Others' scenarios sapped them of life force to such an extent that they'd lie for minutes or hours, wherever they fell, in deliriums of disbelief and horror, until they could assimilate the information and continue. Maya always forced them back to their feet, a pair of emerald eyes and a waft of patchouli luring her from her dreams. There isn't time for this, became her mantra. Despite an intense and gnawing hunger, the women ate nothing. Neither wished to partake of this unclean matter, and both felt sickened to the soul by humanity's legacy to the planet and to itself. Even Astridia's cranial music couldn't shield her from the harsh realities of their inside-out scapes. They were still following the star, and poor old Pedro continued to hobble in their wake, his selfhood now rooted uniquely in Maya. The star had become their own sole focus, their only reliable point of reference, bar one another, and both preferred to concentrate on the sky. At the top of the River of Death, they discovered the source of the fertile silt in which the poisonous reeds had their roots. For here abided the blood cults, teeth grinders, hair tearers, all of them driven to crazed ritual murder by their addiction to life, all of them lashed by their fear of extinction and committing pit-black sin in the hope of pleasing the dark deities enough to avoid annihilation. There was such a mountain of disembodied heads, mutilated torsos and rotting limbs at the mouth of the river, all of them festering in the ever-increasing heat beneath a storm cloud of flies, that the odor had become a potent drug, distilled by night and concentrated by day. It stirred them deeply and strangely. It gave them strength to follow the star. The priests and priestesses of the original cults were by now long gone, consumed by the purifying fires of tantric ritual, or willingly incarcerated in the womb tomb of Kali, soaked into the cosmos like the blood of headless Chinnamasta. Those who were left here hacking at the cadavers for the essence of life, sucking up the dead blood in search of rejuvenation, were what had once been plain, unthinking social beings, their former niceties habit only, their ethics inspired by fear of reprisal rather than by compassion. The lifting of the ban on natural behavior caused by the impossibility of effecting justice so soon to the end had revealed their grasping primal selves. Everyone at this grisly port was drunk on the spirit of death, and thus provided easy pickings both for one another and for the vampires which ran amok amongst the freshly dead. Naturally, some of these were the souls of the sacrificial bodies themselves, seeking out the sustenance they had believed would await them on passing through the portals of death. They found none, being Asuric in nature, creatures of flesh, flash, and vice, and so made a chalice of every body of matter which emanated life force, from the still warm corpse to fresh blood and faces, to Maya and Astridia. Astridia, thanks to her personal interference and rhythms, was less affected than Maya. Finally, the broken trance enhancer was paying dividends, protecting her against the hypnotisms of the epoch. However, she had serious problems of her own, caused by an excruciating, flaring ear infection. Her balance was becoming worse and worse. "I can feel them nibbling at the edges of my brain," muttered Maya, very badly spooked. "Penetrating my body space. Shit, they're shriveling my aura. Do you feel kind of crisp and dehydrated?" "Well, I could sure murder a nectar right now," drawled Astridia. "I got seasick sloshhead personally." Maya fought for the spittle with which to form words. "I'm so drained I feel like I'm rustling as I walk. Frackin' hell, I wish by all the gods I'd stayed at home with Arch. Oh shit, they're poking at my spine, stealing my energy." "Just keep on walking, lady," commanded Pedro from behind. "You follow your little star. They can't touch you then." Maya looked askance at her other companion. "What do you reckon, Astridia? If we think positive, can we redeem ourselves from this?" She hated herself for sounding so pathetic, but she was determined to keep her fellow traveller on board. This was the best she could manage. "Frack knows." Astridia cast her eyes skyward, then stopped dead. "Oh my god." "What now?" asked Maya shortly. "Another eyelash?" "No." Astridia stood transfixed. Maya followed her line of vision. She was staring at a Gothic arch crafted of polystyrene and rotting cardboard. It framed the form of a tall, thin man, clutching a silver-skirted corpse. "Aspen," hissed Astridia, almost imperceptibly. Chapter 19. More and more animals were making their escape to kinder dimensions. Meredith watched the approach of spike-haired Morag, still feline, still defiant, violet eyes knife-bright. Behind her hung the other one. He couldn't remember her name, Little Miss Prissy the Do-Right-Minded Mimsy, albeit off-the-planet guitarist. Of course, she was focusing on the remnants of Lenoir's corpse propped on his arm. She looked fit to cry. Unlike him and Morag, she'd never been keen on the fleshly or deathly sides of things. He improvised rapidly. "Been waiting long enough," came the hurdy-gurdy voice of that lemon-curd soul. "What kept you?" The legless old man behind them laughed knowingly, but Astridia Morag rose to the occasion, as he suspected she might. "You can frackin' talk," she spat. "We've been waiting here forever, thanks to you and this one." She nodded towards Lenoir. "Got any Amrita?" Meredith smiled suavely and whipped out a freshly plundered bottle from Lenoir's coat pocket. "You haven't changed," he grinned, handing it to her. She liked his jagged mouth, the sour black sneer of it. "What happened to your arm?" she asked, unscrewing the top and instantly triple whammying her senses. "Why, he did." "And what happened to Shade?" demanded Maya, staring into the half-familiar, dearly remembered rotting face. "To Lenoir, you mean? Why, my pretty eye did." Astridia laughed, satanic coquette, a wily little smile landing on her naturally blue lips. Meredith smirked back appreciatively, and Maya balked. "I hardly think it's a laughing matter, Astridia. We need to get him too." "Astridia!" shrieked Meredith. "Astridia! Brilliant! What a fucking stupid name!" Astridia ignored him. "Get him to a doctor?" she jibed back. "It may be a little late for that now, sweetie." Maya gathered herself up in defiance. "I wasn't going to say that, actually, sweetie. I was going to say, we need to get him to the crystal dome of the LDAs. "Yeah, right." Astridia's face contorted back to sarcasm. Her essential personality seemed perfectly intact, anyway. She looked to Aspen Meredith for a laugh. Meredith said nothing. He was too busy cursing himself, stabbing himself internally for his own stupidity. He was mentally totting up the hours, days, weeks of potential game time that he'd lost by not thinking of that himself. "Precisely," he confirmed, curl-lipped. "And that's just what we're doing. Here, help me carry him, you two. He's been ripping my arm out with his dead weight long enough. Which way is it?" "Just follow that star," hissed Astridia. "The stars indicate, lady," chunted Pedro. "They do not compel." "This one does," snapped Astridia. "Be seeing ya." Maya's memories were returning, along with Estelle's. She clung close to her old friend's Shade's new Lenoir legs, rubbing a shred of the tattered silver material between a finger and thumb in an attempt to connect with his essence. He had most definitely abandoned Lenoir's torso. What little remained of his personality lingered around the top of his head, which Astridia was irreverently carrying. He was light and normally lithe, but steering a stiffening corpse through the chaos was difficult, especially as she and Astridia were so totally out of sync. Meredith was taking a break, keeping pace with the randomly beat-driven woman at the helm. Maya longed for Chandra, craved her more than fresh food or water. Without her, the reunion felt desultory. She knew she ought to feel more complete now that most of the soul group was reunited, now that she knew it was all true, that her astral projections had been realities, but she didn't. She felt excluded. Gargi would have wagged her finger. "Your emotional body is leaking, child." It was true. Everything was leaking. Nothing seemed self-contained anymore, except for her loneliness. Astridia and Meredith were merging, finding strength together, but they were too mean to include her. None of them knew exactly what was going on, despite their mutual recognition, the gradually re-emerging details of Magicor, but those two flatly refused to discuss it. Incredible, so close to the end of the world. Incredible that they should still be so bothered about blowing their cool, or whatever their problem was. But Maya seemed to remember they had always lived and died that way. Morag and Aspen were the sharp angles, the thorns to their pentacle of consciousness. Estelle, Shade and Chandra had provided the emotional and spiritual aspects, the cohering lines. All were ingredients. It had to be this way. The vague recollection did nothing to improve her mood, however. She had found, then almost instantly lost her son, her only child. Her beloved companion Chimera was suffering. She was starving, knackered, and lonely, and was having to face the fact that they might never find Chandra in time. This was, without a doubt, the worst night of her lives. Light or dark, the stars still shone, leading them through an abandoned, gold-powdered town which stank of sulphur, where flakes of burning ash were still falling. Down whitewashed alleys which crunched beneath their feet and filled their mouths with salt crystals, tongue-jabbing shards of brutal thirst, through flashing quicksilver lakes seething with dehydrated undines. Every obstacle they encountered was negotiable because they believed that it had to be, besides which, they had already seen so much of the bizarre and vile that nothing, but nothing, was shocking. Maya recognized the danger inherent in this callousness. She had no desire to become morally debased, but she also refused to be gutsick every other footstep. So she mentally hot-glued herself a temporary astral lab coat of callous curiosity, of cold-hearted elitism. Spiritually shoddy, but it helped. All of them had been well acquainted with hallucinogenic drugs in their previous life together, and this was doubtless an advantage. Sometimes a significant portion of each of them did not believe that themselves, or the others were actually there, sensibly attributing the experience to personal delusion, but it didn't show or matter much. Maya, sick of the silence and feeling her personality dissipating as a result, attempted to make conversation with anyone or anything that was willing. In her fatigue, however, she was reduced to basics. "Is this real?" she asked a man of about her own age, ebon-skinned, a rare sight following the deportations, who was slumped against a wall in some ancient tumble-down carport wearing the remnants of a nylon pinstripe suit. She had removed herself from the sight and sounds of Astridia and Meredith rutting between corpse-carrying shifts. "I believe it is," he replied, smiling wanly. "But how do you see me?" "You look like a young black man dressed in corporate rags," she reported. "Right, but a week ago, 2 weeks, I was an old French lady. My friend put me in a den lined with fox fur, warm and pungent, and it half cradled, half consumed me. I was suffocating down there, but she was only trying to keep me warm. She'd raided a thrift shop for blankets, but they only had the mangy old furs that no one wanted, so she improvised. She bought a copy of Violette Leduc's The Lady and the Little Fox Fur and read it to me to keep me warm, to keep me alive in my coffee bean counting poverty, so that soon I was convinced that I was in fact a starving senile Parisienne, and that the rumble of feet above ground caused by spontaneous suicides, ritual stomping, etc., was in fact the homely sound of the 1960s metro en passant. And who's to say that, actuellement, it wasn't? You sound like a book now, Maya confirmed. I am a wordsmith. I was a writer. The end of the world is like this. It becomes very difficult to hang on to your own consciousness. Other people's vibrate so strongly in their angst and fateful climax, even those from the past, that unless you are very healthy and very sure of yourself, unless you are flanked by your own unique soul group, you pick up on their merging personalities and forget what your own wavelength is supposed to be. He sighed deeply. No edge or pretense about his person. Perhaps, possibly, it happens no matter how self-contained one is. The walls are melting. Maya nodded. It's no great loss, of course. Every life is as valid as every other, theoretically, at least. Though, should not the good, the virtuous, take precedence? The man smiled at her sadly, his eyes huge oily pools in the unearthly twilight. I wondered, when lucid, whether death was like this. Could the spirit drift from personality to personality, free-floating, or maybe be caught by several personal or animal or spiritual connections all at once? I think of these as magnetisms, an instantaneous multiple incarnation. It's so difficult to distinguish between different levels of being, n'est-ce pas, petite fille? Fictional characters are as real to me now as beings alive or dead, if not more so. I frequently wonder about God's script and subscript, clauses and counterclauses, subordinate, relative, Santa Clauses. Meanwhile, the river of life flows like it's never flowed before, and, oh, look, your friend is here. Maya glanced back over her shoulder, head framed by strong red hair in the plaits she had cast it in, le style mucha, to see Astridia striding towards her. We gotta go, demanded the impostor. Maya regretfully regarded the first person since Pedro who had bothered to communicate meaningfully with her. She squeezed his hand for a moment. It's been really nice talking with you, she affirmed. Bonne chance, mon enfant chéri, replied the black lady, mother of sorrows. When Lenoir first died, he was surprised to find that he seemed to exist in a space of his own, separate from the other newly dead. Occasionally he would glimpse them, his friends turned guides, Sana, Beltane, Gala Kabbalah, urging him into the light, away from his now defunct body, and in particular away from Meredith. But Lenoir was having none. He finally had free range of his lover's body and mind, total access to its tortuous inner mysteries, and the light would have to wait. He entered by the wound he himself had inflicted on Meredith's shoulder, the area with which he had the most emotional rapport. He immediately made his way to the heart, always of more interest to him than the head, fully expecting to find his own image enthroned therein. In his own still ventricles was lodged the essence of Meredith deified. It was reasonable to assume the apotheosis would be mutual. They'd built a castle of their love, or at least a dungeon. A loving replica of his own living form would, he figured, be a convenient place to abide until his body was inhabitable again. That Meredith would succeed in resurrecting Lenoir was a given. Not only was Lenoir a willing revenant, but Meredith would never let anything so feeble as physical death stand in the way of the game, especially as it was his turn. It was simply another challenge. Thus, it was with a certain levity that Lenoir surfed the first dark discs of his lover's blood cells, squeezing through the delicate capillaries, sailing down Amrita-slick veins towards the booming vena cava, and then into the purple temple of his right ventricle. He took a look around, seeking something familiar, but he could find no foothold, and the towering tricuspid valve urged him relentlessly forward. The place was getting darker. He began to wonder whether this had been such a good idea. Lenoir underwent another small death, a moment of total amnesia, and came round in a blood-lit chamber at the centre of which lay an indigo lake. "Oh, wow," he whispered appreciatively. On this lake floated a single black lotus flower, growing ever redder towards its centre, its many petals intimately attuned with the pumping of the cardiac muscle, whose texture they appeared to share. The between-petal spaces, misted with pinkish ribboned miasmas, which intertwined high above its centre. Complex musics pitched and ebbed around these. Following them upwards, Lenoir perceived that each strand was focused on a moon. Chandra, he thought, of which 13 hung in different stages, forming a perfect archway beneath the purple living sky. It was extremely picturesque and calmed the interloper considerably. Lenoir decided to ascend the column, which looked like an undanced maypole, ribbons hanging in wait, but found himself sucked instead into the heart of the Black Lotus, whose red central folds he now saw were rimmed with teeth, small and sharp like Meredith's. The mouth opened, and he was propelled through the swirling fluids of the stalk by the spasms of his lover's unconscious circulation, a potholing and rapid rafting experience in one. Lenoir, not quite the rugged outdoor type, hated every moment of it. He was deposited unceremoniously at the root of Meredith's heart. He looked up hopefully and screamed. As he had left his vocal cords on the outside, the noise he emitted was not loud, but he vibrated enough terror and panic to cause his host, who at that very moment was lugging their bodies over a heap of particularly tricky brickwork, a stab of cardiac discomfort, a series of pale palpitations. It was nothing compared to the pain and disgust currently pummeling Lenoir's soul at the sight of his lover's inner sanctum. Having only one arm with which to haul his slight but awkward load, which was bent like a hairpin over it, Meredith would be unable to protect himself if he fell. And though self-injury was not a prime concern, or even a minor one, instinctively he stopped to steady himself. Lenoir's spirit exited his body with a speed which would have knocked his host sideways had he been moving, and proceeded to gibber and gimmer about his head in wafts of fear-clammy exclamation, which Meredith presumed to be the hallucinated discharge of his own exhaustion. Meredith did not believe in life after death. That is, he believed in physical resurrection because it was palpably possible. Both the evolutionists and the Aquarians had mastered their, albeit wildly differing techniques long ago, but the existence of an enduring intelligence, separate from the body, neither interested nor held water for him. Not in this life. Like most people, he was spiritually amnesiac, particularly unfortunate at that moment for Lenoir, whose frantic attempts at across-the-veil communication were instantly nuked by the bristling artillery of Meredith's habitual disbelief. What Lenoir had just witnessed in his lover's inner sanctum required some serious discussion. But apparently he was dead. What with the shock and the deterioration of his home base, Lenoir's lifelines were waning. He could feel himself slipping gradually away, but he tried desperately hard to concentrate on the crown of his head, and to stay there instead of inside Meredith, which was about as appealing a prospect as a snorkeling holiday on a sewage plant. Lenoir came around briefly as shade to find Morag and Estelle carrying him. He thought he was at a 1990s after-gig party, stoned. Then he saw Beltane emerging through the ether, dressed as a Calvary nun and extending a hand while mouthing a warning. Behind him was Sanna, her hair gleaming a naff but cheer-making St. Patrick's Day green against the darkening sky. Smiling and waving and looking so fine, sang the Bowie Bible song from his soul's musical memory bank. At the sight of these trusted beloveds, his resolve melted, and he made up his mind to cross over with them once and for all. What was he hanging around for, anyway? Meredith wasn't the person he had thought, and, as his horror show internal landscape so ghoulishly demonstrated, he barely cared at all for Lenoir except in terms of gross possession. Already, he was far more than flirting with that flinty Morag. Yes, as shade he had loved Chandra and Estelle, but they had each other, and would be ascending soon anyway. For him, Sanna and Beltane would be an infinitely better bet. They genuinely loved him, and they had clearly found the light, or at least some pleasant ray thereof. Judging from the state of Meredith's spiritual anatomy, that was something he would never manage. He watched the three of them traipsing towards the Aquarian dome, Meredith with his sprawling skinny limbs, and that fierce glance licking flames with Astridia's. Astridia's impassioned alchemical reactions helping torch away the soul pickers, whose torn grey fingers turned instead to Maya. Maya, peachy fresh beneath their ravenous fingertips. They gibbered around her like geriatrics over some bright, tasty tidbit. Lenoir did his best to bat them off, wishing he had his parasol with him, but to them he too was just a ghost. Sanna and Beltane seemed solid, but the psychic scavengers did not. They were all operating on differing wavelengths. Maya was consequently badly harassed, Lenoir wished he could take her along with him, but at least she would be exiting soon. They all would. Therefore, he took total leave of his body and attempted to ascend. Sana and Beltane pulled enthusiastically at his etheric arms, but nothing happened. They all looked down. Extending from the birthmark on the back of his music-playing hand was what looked like an ectoplasmic umbilical cord, and it was attached in the same position to each of his 3 captors. They, likewise, were mutually bound. A 5th line span out from each of them. This was Chandra's. The substance had a similar black blood quality to the lotus at the heart of Meredith. "Dolce, sugar puff," crooned Sana in her most conciliatory manner. "I am not a happy bunny, honey," wailed he. After that, uprooted from the pleasure palace of his fondest whims, Lenoir in despair visited many strange liminal places and netherworlds, or seemed to. Reality and hallucination were becoming interchangeable the globe over. Following a certain yellow DNA strand backwards in carbonated space-time, he drank voraciously with Valkyries in a rowdy hall, and made quite a splash dancing for the warriors with a wild sweet harlot named Frigga. Before the baying audience, he lip-synced for his life, a battle hymn, a victory anthem. Then, tracing other threads of ancient light, he floated his soul down the shade-glimmering Styx to the accompaniment of phantom bagpipes that reminded him of the singer Lady Macbeth. He was shown the art of weighing goodness in the heart by Anubis and feather-fingered Ma'at. He felt that, here, Meredith had enjoyed a lucky and richly undeserved escape. Yet no matter where he ventured, or what wild or peaceful things he did, he was always yanked back by the elastic pull of the communal binding cords, by the snapping of those little black skulls. Would he be trapped in the jaws of the Magicore group soul for perpetuity? Eventually, as the half-dead, half-living lovers neared the Aquarian zone, Lenoir began to surface voluntarily, tempted by the scent of angels, and by something resembling patchouli, and by the reassuring chanting of the 9,333 meditating mantrics. They gave him ropes to grasp, lines of light. Meredith watched malefically, smile askew and eyes glinting in the chill planetary light. Around them now flowed a sea of ancient sadhus, with skins blackened by ascetic virtue, hair like hemp wool, moon-stained teeth chattering of the yugas. They spoke in Sanskrit, but words were now made visible, and all was understood, for in the beginning was the Word, and most definitely, that word was Om. Long has it been said that, when sacred threads and ancient markings are worn as adornments by the untrained profane and souls of low degree, when such as these, filled with conceit, consider themselves to be equal with the Brahmins, then shall come the Kalki avatar. They were not against the rising of humble souls up the ranks. Let it be understood, this being the very point of self-improvement through reincarnation and hard work in the soul mines of compassion and self-redemption. The real yogis balked only at pretense of knowledge, at the ill-informed arrogance of self-proclaimed gurus, mentors, profiteers, as they thought of them. Ever have man-made pitfalls abducted souls from Ascension, providing rich pickings for the Asuras? What a great run the latter had enjoyed, in the world of obtuse, proud, manipulative humankind. The genuine sadhus were notable for having survived entirely alone, in communion with spirit, for the majority of their lives. Reunited at last, they spoke avidly of epochs of false swamis, of the tantra-defiling loveless sex, in which the profane indulged, of abuse of animal and plant spirits, then of planetfall, comet tail, harbingers of Kali's bone hail. And meanwhile in the heavens, the hooves of a pale horse thundered, tattoo-thumping, spelling and impelling terrestrial disaster, crumbling the towers and spires of ego, rumbling through society to enforce cultural catastrophe. And everything is merging. The oscillatory telluric currents of their inner terrain were crashing out psychic earthquakes, and Meredith spake unto himself of these torrid, florid, barking, dark-snarling dog days, his fingers scuttling like sand spiders through Lenoir's sticky hair, invidious and fanged with 1,000 tiny jagged triangles, swift webbing at the slightest point of light. Silken moon skeins, for trapping and badgering whatever guileless flies of liberated thoughts Lenoir might harbour, as they plodded on and bloody on, and the pall of Kali Yuga's darkness fell ever thicker over the half-dead Lenoir's soul. Lenoir watched the universe tipping past his spindle-thin hairpin bod, all at pain-smeared surreal angles and with this great amalgamation of souls a-gathering, so much stronger and finer than his own, he who was made almost exclusively for beauty and for pleasure. He was thinking that he would not be sad to leave it all. And then he saw her, Chandraji, the dancing Dakini, his urban yogini, Sarasvati Vak of the primal scream, eternal friend and goddess supreme. She was young, evergreen, but did not sport a nifty halo of bluebirds while she fed a fawn, as he'd half expected of her after so long in the dome. Nor was she wearing one of those crazy rainbow glitter robes, almost an Afghan, so popular as Aquarian garb. Lenoir was fractionally piqued. He'd been looking forward to trying one on. Instead, she emanated the dark, delicious organic light atoms, which differentiated their soul group from the others. And beneath this, she was all tatty black leather and rags. Chandra's essence, as she drew nearer, conveyed itself to him on molecules of sweat, dimly redolent of fenugreek and patchouli. Every particle of Lenoir and Shade's remembrance rushed towards her as they laid his body on the ground before her. Nothing happened. "Watch the bloody tubes," she snapped at Meredith, though she was smiling as she picked several out from under him. "We'll be needing those intact." She paused, looking up. "Hello, Aspen," she added. "Hello again, Chandra Bishwas," replied the corpse's caretaker, trying to keep his voice smooth, though he was visibly shaking, the after effect of carrying Lenoir for so long, or was there actually a crack in his auric armor? Memories were crashing into him like meteorites, unearthing vivid musics, flashback imagery. He half nodded toward the crumpled body, his parched voice like gravel. "As you see, I'm doubling up at Apocalypse Tide as janitor of lunacy." He was referring semi-consciously to a Nico track the band had covered for fun in days of yore. Astridia snorted, and Maya laughed. "Oh, so you remember our Magicore exploits now, do you?" Chandra teased, with visible love and humor, rising to her feet. "Wonders will never cease. You guys got any Amrita?" The Catwoman bristled, but remained wary. She was beginning to recall how powerful Chandra was, and how elevated. From behind them, a muffled shriek, the pummel of running feet. Maya, braids flying like twin serpent flames, rushing forward to hug her long-lost love. "Oh my gads, Chandra, I missed you so much." As they embraced, falling down 1,000 rabbit holes with every breath, Lenoir was delivered briefly back into his death-kissed body. Love can do that. Spirit is always attracted to amity. Amongst the meditating mantrics, a tentative cheer went up. "And they all lived happily ever after," growled Astridia, receiving an approving smirk from the otherwise scowling Meredith. Chandra gave her a glance of appraisal, which swiftly became one of fond dismissal. "Still the same old sourpuss, I see, Morag," she observed mildly. "But it's great to have you back." Because some strong human traits take aeons to overcome, Chandra recognized that, even on the verge of the apocalypse, she was a little disgruntled by the flow of exclusive intimacy between Morag Astridia and Aspen Meredith. Ridiculous how decades of spiritual discipline can be overruled by a knee-jerk emotional reaction, an echo of passion long past. But, as in her childhood Lord Krishna had pointed out time and time again, life is a battleground for the moral struggle, that is its point. And she wasn't so spiritually refined that she didn't still face challenges. Indeed, arguably, the closer you get to heaven's gate, the harder the dogs of hell try to outrun you, or maybe even to slip right in there with you. Doubt accosted her. None of them was ready. Indeed, Shade appeared to have merely stagnated, while Aspen and Morag had actively regressed. "Try to ignore it, woman," she commanded herself. She needed all of them sweet and receptive, including herself, or the operation would fail. For this, she required faith. Lashings of faith. On which note, Meredith ran his hand over his cranial mantra tattoos. "We're not going to be able to join you for Ascension, Kalika Chick, if that's what you're thinking." The prisoner of his own passions was lucid enough to know when he was chained down. "We ain't exactly up to speed with, the spiritual thing." "He's right," corroborated Maya in tones of heartfelt sorrow that reminded them all of the way she'd sometimes sung dirges on the stage. "I'm so sorry, Chandra, but We've degenerated since Brum, from what I can deduce. We're all of much lower caste than you are this time around, and none of us seems to have made any effort to counter our circumstances. We're kinda useless to you. It's a fact, no matter what we actually want. Speak for yourself, bitch, adjoined Astridia. I'd happily die with the dogs and untouchables any day, rather than with animal-eating, hypocritical humans like. Realizing that her paramour Meredith was the only one of them ever to eat meat, she shook her head and switched track. I've personally got no problem if you want to count me out of Ascension. Gimme Oblivion any day. We can't count you out, snapped Chandra. Unfortunately for us all, we need you. Besides, Meredith, Astridia, Mayaji, you're most certainly not of lower caste than me. As you ought to remember, conduct is the only true indicator of caste, of spiritual evolution, and that's according to the tried and tested sages of almost every religion. Then we're definitely fracked, sniped Astridia. It's more than probable that you're not nearly as bad as you think you are. Chandra's voice was gentler now. Already she could see redeeming qualities glowing within them that they'd been too addicted to darkness to decipher for themselves. A little encouragement can go a long way towards redemption. Presumably, for real avatars, the ability to perceive goodness and potential is even greater, she reflected vaguely. Why else would they wish to save us miserable terrestrial sinners from our own self-created traps? Clearly, it was essential that she persuaded her old friends to see the light inside themselves. They would never stand a chance of taking themselves lightly and being able to fly until they felt they were each worth the effort. They had to see the good within their own souls. After all, malice springs from misery, the poisoned baptism gifts of the Asuras. But we don't share the same beliefs as you, pointed out Maya as gently as possible, intuitively following some of Chandra's thoughts. I don't mean to be difficult, but I'm not sure what I believe, if anything. Even the prophets themselves seem confused, or at least self-serving. Look at Lafils Cadet and his legions of hideous nuns. They're all insane, delusional, just like... She gestured wildly at a cluster of Torah-reciting Jews on one side, knocking their heads with stone shards ostensibly from the Wailing Wall, at the confused contortionists focusing on Buddha or kneeling helplessly toward what they hoped was Mecca, at the Rainbow Aquarians handing out Ascension manuals and the usual last-ditch ranting Bible bashers. Chandra raised her eyebrows. Wow, Maya, I thought you were the one of the soul group I could most count on. In the heat of the moment, the euphoria of reunion, she'd forgotten Maya's years of anachronist training against group focus. Vishnu is Shiva, and Shiva is Vishnu, and whoever thinks they are different goes to hell, she argued, shaking her head. Not to mention Brahma, Bhagavad Gita 4.2. You should remember, Estelle, Maya, we wrote a whole track about that verse once. Together, she added pointedly. Same principle right across the pantheons. It's the intelligence behind the symbols we're working with. Blimey, I wasn't expecting to have to conduct a mystical 101 at this late hour, she sighed testily. So much for faith. And what if you think both Shiva and Vishnu, and all the rest of them, are vivisectionist bastards who deserve to die? Hissed Astridia, flushing with that familiar anger. Look what the gods have put us all through. The sadistic twats. We feel pain, grief, we get ill, we kill one another, we torture our fellow beings, and worse by far, we inflict it all on helpless animals to boot. The prime definition of being alive is to suffer, Chandra, and the same goes for all of your gods and goddesses, whatever they're called, before you say I missed the point, she added intelligently. Chandra cast her eyes up to the broiling heavens. Their soul group was in a far worse state of spiritual disarray than she'd anticipated. What is it that you actually want, Astridia? Liberation for all, or just revenge? The spike-haired Catwoman thought about it, or tried to. On top of everything else, the trance enhancer had switched to sleep mode. A wave of cosmic fatigue was consuming her, making her want to lie down and die. Honestly, I'm too tired to want any bloody thing anymore. Chandra's eyes lit up. So, maybe you'd say you're beyond desire? Probably. For now, yawned Astridia, running a hand through her filthy hair. Though I wouldn't say no to a shower, Meredith snorted, billowing marijuana smoke over them all, just like the good old days. But at this moment, You don't feel that you have any axes to grind, any burning passions. Truly, no. I just want peace and quiet, for all souls, especially animal," she added predictably, eyelids beginning to flicker shut. Instinctively, she laid down on the arid, trampled, sometime meadow. Chandra made her voice mellifluous, hypnotic, drawing them all into the circle, speaking to them each in turn. Astridia, Lenoir, Maya, Meredith, hoping to connect with and comfort this, her ancient rabble. She held Maya's hand in her right and took Astridia's in her left. She who is satisfied by whatever comes by chance, who has passed beyond the dualities of pleasure and pain, who is free from jealousy, who remains the same in success as in failure, even when she acts, is not bound, she intoned, using the words and rhythms to evoke the memories she needed them to reacquire. If she could only access that magic door to their souls. So, she is a Dharma bum, basically, Maya mused aloud before she could stop herself. Chandra sighed and waited, slightly uplifted by the fact that clearly Maya was beginning to recall the writers and artists who'd influenced their life in the band. Kerouac, Whitman, the Brontes, Ginsberg, Aldous Huxley. Maybe she should return to root and recite something from Ireland. Could she recall it properly offhand? Definitely. If she could ignore the surrounding hullabaloo enough to focus, a pantheon of authors like mini avatars, channeling concepts that change both individual and social consciousness. Paramahansa Yogananda, Hermann Hesse, Germaine Greer, Dion Fortune, the roll call of genius that changed the world for people like herself, striving against the odds to create positive change. We were all Dharma bums together at one point, concurred Chandra. Free-flowing disciples of Dharma, battlers in karma, using our music to alter the world, to elevate consciousness, to experiment with spirit. The ultimate alchemists we were. Remember? Brimful of flaws, but still capable of distilling perfect gold in others, and at least the glimmerings of it within ourselves. So, bring on the magic bus, yapped Meredith, raising his eyes skyward. He was trying to look bored, but Chandra could see interest, cognition even, hovering around his Ajna chakra, with its forever black Shiva tear of mourning for the world. After decades of inflicting pain because he himself had been its victim, Meredith was beginning to have hope of something greater than group punishment. Naturally, his defenses against redemption were at the ready. You remember that? Our old tour bus, named for our trippy hippie episodes? Do you remember that documentary they did on us for Channel 4 that caused a protest at the TV studio in London? So much for vaunting our transcendental inclinations, she encouraged. Unhelpfully, Astridia's broken inner dictum suddenly switched to wake-up call. Gods, Chandra, you sound like such a ponce, she inserted. Transcendental inclinations indeed. Fucked up drug haze, more like. Fat lot of good it did us too. I seem to recall being banged up when I died that time. She stopped short, looking stunned. She actually did remember that. Being Morag, then being held captive, with the criminally insane, entirely imprisoned. She shuddered visibly. Maya wasn't having Chandra being addressed like that. Even if delusional, she deserved their respect at the very least. Maya was losing her rag now. So what if she sounds intelligent, or poncy, as you so sweetly put it? It's the end of the fracking world, bitch frack. You got anything better to contribute? Clearly not. Ms. Monosyllable fucking the dust. Jeez. Her voice was thick with unspilled tears. It had just occurred to her that she loved Chandra more than she loved herself, or life, or, I'm surprised you're human at all. Yeah, I'm surprised at that too, concurred Astridia, entirely unfazed, and meaning it in a very different manner. Perhaps I'm not. She's got a point, you know, soothed the soul-gatherer. Sages too see with equal eye the learned, humble Brahmin, a cow, an elephant, a dog or outcast. Actually, I don't, snapped Astridia. I'll take the quadrupeds over the buys any day. And so too would Morag have spoken. Secretly, she realized she was beginning to conjoin her psyche with that of her soul's past, but she was too proud, too punk to admit to anything so progressive just yet. She didn't wish to seem sappy or half-informed. She wouldn't give them that pleasure. Chandra despaired. The whole thing was useless. She would never get them cohered in time. Somebody in a nearby group was singing, very melodiously considering the circumstances. Come, you lost atoms, and to your center draw. Ye rays that have wandered into darkness wide, return, and to your sun subside. And that, thought Chandra, is precisely the sort of encouraging sentiment with which she ought to be lulling her magical crew. She hoped, for the singers' sake, they had a less feisty rabble to attempt to deal with on Ascension Day than did she. What could she do? She had to get her soul group back onto Om wavelength, the mantra of positive dissolution. She recalled her earliest lessons in the dome. She who utters the single syllable Om, which is Brahma, remembering the divine as she departs her body, she goes to the highest goal. They really had been priming them for this moment all along, she reflected. She'd better not go blowing it now at the cosmic crux. Lenoir, still parked on the ground, was slipping in and out of his enfeebled husk of a body, sporadically gazing into the fuzzy sky. It was very red. Sunset or sunrise? Set, it had to be. There were significant-looking cloud shapes in it, but he was sick to the core of so much symbolism. He was glad they were all together again, but he would far rather be back at the ghetto with Sana and a nice cup of tea, watching the fashion shows. "Help!" he appealed faintly from the ground. Maya swooped down, eyes full of hope and love, and gently stroked his mess of matted nearly hair. On second thoughts, there'd be more feeling in his cheek. She touched it. Electric. Her auburn braids fell over his bare shoulders, a silken caress that smelled of home. He suspected that his own Barnett may be a mess by now, which disturbed him. He would like to be looking his best for whatever it was that was going to happen. Responding to the jolt of energy, he tried to sit up, clutching one of Maya's arms for support. This was vertiginously difficult. Death deals quite a blow to the physique, and naturally, the damage gets worse by the hour. All of them but Lenoir realized it was quite possible that he would now have to be transferred to another vessel. Because of his deep vanity, none of them would mention this in his presence. Not in a million years would Lenoir voluntarily inhabit any form that wasn't abjectly exquisite. Of the dead and dying options currently available, none would come anywhere near to meeting his decadent aesthetic standards. "Here, have some Amrita," suggested Chandra, inadvertently ushering in unpleasant memories of his last night alive. Despite this, he allowed her to dribble it across his parched, cracked lips. It tasted fabulous. He took a few minutes to allow the drink to work its charms, then turned to Meredith with utterly uncharacteristic hatred in his eyes, among other dark emotions. "You killed them. You killed them. Even Kathmandu, who you said you liked. Even Beltane, who would have died for any one of us. Good people. Beautiful people. Our own Kindercovey." The Grim Reaper didn't miss a beat. So? So they were our friends. So they were getting in our way, ruining the game. They were trying to help us. I'd told them I wanted it to stop. They were giving me rehab, which you had no right to undergo. It was my turn, my decision. Meredith gazed coldly down on him. Lenoir wondered what he had ever seen to love. Although it was true that he still looked pretty sexy, like an even more apocalyptic, rabid Iggy Pop. Astridia clearly thought so too. She was gyrating her hips at him in a manner that left pitifully little to the imagination. By fluke, or by something more capricious, about the time of Lenoir's revival, her trance enhancer had switched its mode to insatiable lust. She had every intention of luring the Pandro-slayer away from the throng for a good punishment. The other three eyed her suspiciously. It would have to be over their dead bodies, except, of course, the couple would no doubt prefer it that way. "I'll never forgive you." Lenoir's voice was a welter of pain and resentment. "Sana." The best of his sistren. "Good, as I'll never forgive you either. So we're even Stevens, Lady Deadlocked, aren't we, Sugar Puff?" This was all too much. Worried for them all, Chandra retrieved the bottle of water Zafkiel had given her, sprinkled it on her fingers, then flicked them over the warring boys. With a hiss, it transported them instantly to the inner realms, where they would find guidance, like a spirit guide in the Peyote Desert. "Now, that's what I call holy water." Astridia grabbed the bottle before Chandra could defend it, and took an almighty swig. Dust billowed wildly as she hit the ground. "Right, looks like we're the only two still conscious." Chandra took Maya's hand in her own, traced the skull birthmark on its back with her fingertips, felt for the lifeline. How are you doing, sister? As a matter of fact, despite the radiant smile she bestowed upon Chandra and the vast love and desire she felt for her, the nagging, unavoidable issue on Maya's mind at that precise moment, as on many others, was the welfare of that inimitable chimera, Arch. The mere idea of him being forced into auto-cannibalism by her midnight jaunt was more than she could handle. She felt sure that Arizona and Atlanta rivers would have more pressing issues on their minds than her little one's dietary schedule, and that's if they'd even noticed she was gone, which was unlikely, what with the announcement and all. She cursed herself for not having alerted them before she went out. But it had been spontaneous and was only ever meant to be a saunter round the block. This thought clouded her in a deep depression. Chandra, having second sight on the emotional level, noticed it instantly. In the dome, full-on magic tricks were seen for what they usually are, cheap effects which did no good because everyone thought you were cheating anyway. The purpose of miracles is to dispel disbelief, the angels had explained. Flashy marvels, deceptions, betrayals of confidence create swirling micro-hells all of their own. However, Chandra could do better than those. She could use some of the unspent energy built up over years in the dome to bring the mountain to Muhammad, the real, furry, hungry mountain. Besides, if you can't break your own rules at the end of the world, when can you? Chandra cast her will into the ether, invoked a certain fetch who she knew was keen on helping the ill-fated chimera, and, after just a moment, whipped the purring snake cat out from under her tattered Magicore t-shirt. Maya shrieked with joy. "Hello," squeaked Arch in surprise. I trust you had an enjoyable walk?" Astridia came round, propped herself on her elbows, pouting, but secretly she was glad he'd been rescued. Maya took Arch into her arms, tickling him under the chin until he was laughing and purring frantically. "This sucks," Astridia drawled. "I'm blowing this joint. Meredith!" "Not so fast!" Chandra intervened, feeling like a cop in an old-time gangster movie, or rather, in the theatre of the absurd. "We have urgent business to attend to." The water babies were surfacing now, and Lenoir was gazing at her like an admiring but dying mole. Surely there should be a shootout at this point. She stifled a giggle, difficult, as the psychoactive chemical atmosphere was making them all extremely high. To the horizon, and back again, folks were beginning to collapse into hysterics. It was utter bedlam. A stampede of howler monkeys and hyenas would have made less noise. She had to concentrate. The repercussions of failure were unthinkable. She must find an alternative body for Lenoir, lest his soul beat a retreat from the ruined carapace of his current half-dead one. It was incredible that he'd re-emerged at all, but it couldn't last. Shock factor expires fast, taking its adrenaline with it. What could she do? There were numerous corpses in sight. People were exiting their physical vessels left, right, and center for a cosmic smorgasbord of reasons. Something for every taste. But would Lenoir ever be persuaded to enter a body he deemed inadequate? Beauty had always been his steadfast, possibly sole rule in life. This would be the ultimate test for him, the real karma burner. Each of them needed to overcome their life vice. Each was reliant on all of the others succeeding in this. The alternative, she reminded herself, was annihilation by Asura for every one. "My Magicore friends, frenemies and foes," rallied their Aquarian priestess, as she used to on stage. "Do any of you realize precisely why you're here?" Time to gather herself up for the task. Orchestrating this rabble was not going to be easy. Silence. "Take a look around. What do you see?" They looked. Throngs of bodies convulsing with pain or laughter, often both, delirious, hysterical. Among these were rings of 5, solid cells amongst milling atoms, some holding hands, others with their foreheads pressed together so that they looked like a human teepee against the final horizon, some chanting, some silent, all of them focusing on the center point of their particular circle, all of them acting very strangely indeed beneath the bloody sky. "Why is the sky so blue?" asked Lenoir dreamily. Chandra nodded in the direction of a towering male with glowing skin, the color of strong green corn, and a staff in one hand who walked amongst the people like, Maya thought, a king, his backdrop of old summer billowing behind him like a sail, trailing blue skyscape. "Dig the hat," snickered Meredith. "Actually, it's a crown," Chandra responded reverently, unaccustomed to sarcasm after so long in the crystal dome. "Though admittedly, a rather unique one. Old style. Do you recognize him yet?" Chandra hoped the visual clue might help them recall their group invocations, to spark again the spirit of Magicor. "Is he some kind of pharaoh?" he reminded Maya of Lafils. "Or—" They all watched the radiant being. Everywhere he went, grass and wheat sprang up where previously the earth had birthed only stones and bones. Chandra and Astridia long ago had seen live crops and verdure before. Maya, Meredith and Lenoir never had. All five were mesmerized. The light followed where he walked. His gait had the appreciative quality of one who has not ventured forth for a very long time. His stance was distinctly paternal. Then Maya got it. "Osiris," she murmured, awe-stricken. "They've brought him through." She had no idea that her willing suspension of disbelief had just freed her of the life vice of cynicism. She was, almost, ready to take flight. Graciously, he took his place in the sacred triad with Isis and Horus, which, with the addition of Set and Hathor, became an astral pyramid. Beneath the ground, Anubis, Tahuti, and Nephthys, rendered visible thanks to a square of glass-like translucence forming at their golden feet, awaited some invisible cue. The human atoms that had come together to make the molecules to create the cell vehicle to bring them forth, ascended like a flight of swans. Another set of souls was invoking the Numen and Numina of the seven rays in all their Shiva Shakti brilliant blue, in order to gather up the higher souls. Some other gyrating covey tried to gallop themselves down an astral hill to a hag-black All Hallows copse, reeking of giddy slowthorn and the mandrake-breeding gallows. If properly assimilated, if soul osmosis is the outcome, then light meets with darkness in the super-eclectic chakric fizz of perfect ascension. Or so claimed the manual that Meredith was flicking through for clues. One way no longer worked all on its own, apparently. Several philosophies combined were, at this point, the only potential ladders out of the death pit. His head ached horribly. Somebody handed him a peace pipe. Such objects were suddenly circulating the field in all-embracing numbers, chilling the tribes, the many pentagrams. He took a deep toke, felt the sweet green relief that seeped into his brain lobe by lobe, and after a few more seconds, none of it mattered at all. In the middle of most of the circles was a semi-materialized entity, the epitome of their interaction, the point of light, so to speak, which reminded Lenoir of that fateful night's entertainments. "Are they holograms?" he asked, after a moment adding, "I don't feel too good." He was lying on the ground in an elegant cinematic pose, tattered silver skirt fanning out over his tiny feet, looking like the Little Mermaid when she'd spent too long on land, and wishing he had his dear black brocade parasol to hand. Very inconsiderate of Meredith not to have brought it along, the most essential of his accessories, more like a walking stick in import. His skin was getting ruined. "My life lust is frail, I fear," he announced languishingly, running a trembling hand across a forehead so white that the black hair plastered to it by the heat looked like cracks in porcelain. Chandra, of course, was frustrated, borderline panicking. Their continued obtuseness was difficult to take, so close to the end. Thank goodness that Maya, at least, seemed to be semi-conscious. She tried to be patient with them, coaxing, the way the angels used to be with her, but there were still the mudras and moves and asanas and mantric musics to work through, and Astridia, no longer spellbound by Osiris, began sighing and thrumming her foot rudely, sending little billows of dust into the instruments. Her arms were folded, and she clearly wanted everyone to know that she was very bored indeed. This was because internally she was experiencing an epiphany of Magicor memories, but she was damned if she'd let anyone know before she had it all sorted in her own reeling head. "Your rhythm's terrible," exclaimed Chandra, suddenly noticing. "What's wrong with you, woman?" "She's got a broken trance enhancer stuck in her ear," Maya explained, just the faintest touch of carp in her voice. "It's doing her head in." Meredith laughed provocatively. "Well, that explains a lot." Astridia actually blushed. These memories were letting emotions in other than anger and vengeance. They hurt. I can probably help with that. Extracting the device, I mean, she added with the faintest glimmer of a wry smile. In the dome, everyone was adept at psychic surgery and hypnotic amnesia. No way. I don't want any of your new age bullshit. Thank you. You lot never did much for the outside world when it could have actually helped. Too busy levitating and wanking around with your own chakras to bother with the millions of animals suffering under the evolutionists and mankind in general. Why start pretending to care now, yoga girl, just when the whole shithouse is going up in flames? Chandra lunged for her ear, regardless. Like one of those persistent Goan ear cleaners she had encountered in the virtual India zone of the Aquarian Dome. "Get off me!" screamed Astridia, furiously battering her assailant, but a sudden silence deafened her pleas. Chandra swiftly bathed the madwoman's ear in green antiseptic light, and after just a moment of deft exploration, held the tiny bloodied chip out for them to admire. She should be considerably more useful now. Astridia lay on the dust-covered astroturf, dazed and half-deaf. The sporadic gaps of between-sound were shocking to her. She felt her Shakti shrivel and die, the unique motivation that had propelled her to be who she was. Suddenly, she was just a very tired clone, surrounded by thousands of authentic and glowing individuals. Even the 2 days dead ones had more individuality in them than this plastic, fantastic quintuple princess had ever managed. She wished yet again that she'd never been produced. She was nothing but a pointless yet annoyingly sentient Evo splinter, an anguished fifth of gratuitous test tube overpopulation. Much of Astridia's vitriol dissipated at that moment, evaporating in pure exhaustion, in the understanding of ego insignificance. Gradually, her grounding vices began to disperse. "I'm going to need help with Lenoir," Chandra demanded of them, staring especially at Meredith, he in whose eyes Lenoir's vanity was most lodged. "Meredith and Astridia, help me fetch that corpse from over there." She indicated the one that most resembled Lenoir's current body, in that it was half-starved and male, and, well, such were the sole similarities. Lenoir's exquisite beauty would have to go on hold for now if he was to survive long enough to ascend. He looked up suspiciously, using the last of his strength to get a glimpse of the body Chandra wished to prepare for him. His eyes widened into saucers of horror. "But he's so ugly! Oh my god, he even has a monobrow, and his nose is all smashed in! I can't possibly be corked up in that!" Meredith and Astridia dumped the body unceremoniously at Chandra's feet. "You have no option," looking him directly in the pupils, fishing within for whatever humanity and love for his Magicore friends might remain. "All of us are condemned unless you make the switch. Your old body is nearly kaput, Lenoir love. Besides, it's only temporary, just as all bodies are, remember. This one will be yours only for the necessary transition, and then you can have whatever form you want on the next level, I promise. Help us, Lenoir, I beg of you." With the last of his energy, he looked to his friends, all 4 of them, felt love, and made his choice. He was going to die anyway, may as well do it martyr style, and risk his aesthetics for the sake of all 5 of their immortal souls. It's the apocalypse, so why not live dangerously? He nodded at Chandra. So mote it be. A gust of breath promptly exited Lenoir's pretty lips, and Chandra was aware of the delicate firefly of his soul hovering between the bodies, mustering its resolution. Chandra built a bridge of light between it and the less dead corpse, saying, "Lenoir, I know you can hear me. If you bear any love for any of us, for Meredith or Maya or for me, if you have any loyalty to the past and to the progress of your own soul, in the name of everything we tried to achieve with Magicore, please, dear one, accept this humble body as your own, for this short time, so that together we can do what we've always been intended to do, and afterwards ascend." Lenoir's light wavered with doubt. He had begun to merge with the new body, and it felt like heavy cold fat slapped on his soul, like he was drowning in offal. Chandra glared at Meredith. "If anyone can help him along here, it's you, Aspen, you, Meredith," she prompted. "You need to persuade him that there's more to Lenoir than fetish, flounce and frills, that you'll want him whatever form he takes." Meredith's thin mouth twitched. This was the ultimate test for them both. If he could control the cruelty in his own soul, if he could convince Lenoir that a graceless body, and boy, was it a clodhopper, would never compromise the exquisite texture of his essential being, that he, Meredith, would still crave him even encased in that blunt-nosed, splay-fingered hulk of humanity, they might all be saved. Perhaps he could change Lenoir's traumatized perception of Meredith himself in the process. He'd never intended to build a temple of horror in his heart. It was the effect of prison and of other unspeakable debasements he had undergone as various centuries child, teen, man, enfeebled old geezer. When Lenoir had beheld the corruption he harbored and fled screaming, Meredith had been genuinely cut to the quick. He'd thought Lenoir was the one thing he could rely on in a dissolving universe, the one person who would love him through literal hell and high water. To compromise a love like Lenoir's, he must be beyond vile at core, he reasoned. His cheeks flamed again with shame and regret. For the first time in many centuries, the soul that was Aspen Meredith set itself the task of overcoming brutal desire and finding love enough in his constitution to share with another. Chandra watched him tuning in, rocking Lenoir's old body lovingly in his arm, then moving towards the foreign corpse and stroking its face, trying to kindle Lenoir within it. Astridia emitted a groan from her crashed-out post-op state, then dozed off again to Chandra's relief. It was essential that Meredith not be distracted by his sister in cynicism and sarcasm. From where she stood, separately, arms upstretched in classic priestess posture, trying to channel as much energy down to them as she possibly could, she knew she'd done as much as she was able to aid this part of the operation. The rest was entirely down to Lenoir and Meredith fighting it out on the inner planes. She could feel the heat of the exchange shimmering all around them. Suddenly, driven by genuine regret and nostalgia for their long shared past, Meredith kissed him lovingly. Lenoir's new set of incongruously manly lips began to respond. Maya's over-analytical mind, meantime, was switched onto overdrive. Now that Arch was with her again, safe and sound, she could forget her mundane concerns and attempt to fit the all-important psycho-spiritual pieces into place. She sifted back over all that Cadet had shown her, his magic, his illusions, possibly not so unreal after all. The ambience of the field was not unlike that of Cadet's mansion, shimmering with the palpable thinness between numerous realities, 7 veils gradually shed by some sublime Salome, life spiraling into a cosmic dance of endless possibility. This was the way she and Chandra had felt all those years ago in her parents' house with Gargi, innumerable presences, incalculable connections. Yet, why is it all so comical, so chaotic and farcical even, she asked of Chandra, the only one who seemed to know the score, as she took a breather from resuscitating Lenoir. Humor, responded Priestess Chandra with an immaculate raised eyebrow and a wink, is what separates humankind from animals. Not that animals don't have a sense of fun, of course they do, but in the human psychic toolbox, a sense of self-parody is just as important as chalice, incense, or wand, actually more so. Those who can't see the cosmic joke, those who take themselves too seriously, become trapped in mental prison, far worse than being physically incarcerated. Ascension requires a comedic aspect to balance out the tragedy. Look at the Grecian muses. They promptly did, as the 9 sisters were dancing around a Wiccan maypole not far away, their musical laughs and witty comments visibly enlivening the doomed. Their sister Thalia, the muse of comedy, is just as essential as all of the others. Indeed, without her, the concept of inspiration would be 1/9 incomplete. That's more than 10% to comedy. Recognizing the veracity of this insight, Maya's belief in it all being for a purpose returned redoubled, and she couldn't give a stuff that it was the end of the so-called world. It was the beginning of the next phase of existence, and she had Chandra to experience it with. It was bliss. Arch chowed down on his 3rd bowl of manna. Meanwhile, observing these sugary cameos, Meredith tried to frown, and Astridia clucked her tongue and was about to say something withering about the synth foods Maya usually provided for him, when she lost all heart for it. Arch was a dude. He'd even hugged her hello. He seemed to know more about her past lives than she did. Besides, he couldn't help having been created any more than could Astridia Spark herself. Both were the product of modern science, of dogged genetic engineering, and both needed to eat from time to time, unfortunately. Chandra watched on, instrument in hands, trying not to regret that every single one of these deeply contrasting elements were necessary to bring their own particular deity through. Responding to their weird call, more sound check than performance, as so very graciously she had done way back in their Magicore days, the goddess materialized at their center. But she came clad as Parvati, Shiva's peaceful consort, so as not to terrorize and devour her devotees on sight. Besides, many others were also calling to her. What each group received, if indeed they received anything at all, was the aspect of the deity most relevant to them and best suited to the ends at hand. The last thing Meredith and Astridia needed was more virulent, incinerating Kali energy to tip them beyond the apocalyptic pale. The several thousand manifestations of each god form would then group together and merge into a conglomerate, a spiritual mean average. After all, what was being brought into form here were the gods of mankind on Earth, and on Moon and Mars and Satellite, but let's not split hairs. Perceptions varied wildly. Chandra nearly fainted with relief. The newly encapsulated Lenoir actually did faint. Parvati opened her lotus bud mouth and laughed like soul-spitting thunder. Rain fell as needle teeth all around them, piercing their skins so that instantly they were slicked in blood and riven with bouts of epilepsy, unpredictable and aphasic. Her skin grew black, her posture crouching, knees apart. In her now 8 clenched hands, she carried whips strung with human heads, and these wrapped themselves like living pythons around the 5, their eyes bulging with asphyxia until their breath suddenly failed and they began to ascend. Kali screamed with glee. Her black skin paled, her expression flashing to one of glowing compassion. The festoons of gore became garlands of exquisite, aromatic saffron flowers. A delicious scent of honey and cardamom brought them back to consciousness, where they discovered themselves cradled in the all-encompassing lap of the Divine Mother. Confused and bemused, but indubitably loved, they lolled a while in the capacious skirts of one of millions of manifestations of Devi, the sublime goddess. When they'd first arrived, the Field of Fives reminded Chandra of Glastonbury Festival, which the band had attended together most years until the 2000s, and one glorious gig time actually played. Everyone was experimenting with everything, or simply perceptive and excitable enough to trip off the mere experience. And anything possible to be believed is an image of truth. The British weather had been glorious the summer that Magicore were billed, and how happy they'd all been, throwing their tinder stick torsos around to the pixies. The creature in the sky got sucked in a hole. Now there's a hole in the sky, and the ground's not cold. And if the ground's not cold, everything is gonna burn. We'll all take turns. I'll get mine too. This monkey's gone to heaven, and performing their own wild Magicore hymns and invocations on the pyramid stage. Best of all had been the green field, a sort of epitome of conscious living, a gathering of tribes with nature actively present all around. Most of the visitors were urbane, so the fields seemed like countryside, and excepting the huge influx of humanity, indeed they were. The festival venue, Pilton Farm, is fairly remote by UK standards, even from Glastonbury town. Because it was so hot that year, most revellers slept outside their tents, the skies showering their dreams with stars, many holding hands, a sort of early group death in a state of nirvana. Veggie burgers and scrumpy for breakfast. Somebody was handing out leaflets on Ascension. The instructions, Chandra recalled, included veganism, transcendental meditation, and the use of mantra for the revving up of one's Merkaba, the spaceship of the soul. The gods sometimes have us practice for the big events. All of this came back to both Chandra and Maya, and to some extent to the others, as they watched the apocalyptic scene unfold. The memories were comforting. They demonstrated that life on Earth is often a prediction, an analogy. Everywhere around the field, deities were landing, some as expected, many more with surprises up their sleeves. 5 of the sisters of the second son had accidentally brought through Lilith, whose image as anti-mater they had inadvertently fed and fortified through their intense hatred of that very principle. They were equally unhappy to discover that their own messiah, Le Fils Cadet, was in fact an aspect of Horus of Egyptian and Thelemic law, that his allegiances were somewhat distant to those he had previously professed. "I never lied to you," he assured his legions of disciples, waving at Maya across their indignant heads. "I simply didn't argue. A prophet is a prophet by any name. Divinity exists whatever appellation humble humans choose to use. Jehovah, Osiris, Jesus of the Cross, Huxley's Pukong." The sisters of the second son fell to their arthritic knees and crossed themselves, but the savage charisma of Le Fils Cadet was so great that they accepted the impostor into their theology, and besides, it was far too late to go switching sides now. Harpocrates sniggered into his golden sleeve, scattering hubris and spittle. Glowing armies of devas arrived, fortified with Amrita, to do battle with seething masses of lugubrious, tusked and horned asuras who had, they felt, many old scores to settle. "Brighton Rock," somebody yelled. Gangs formed, fought, scattered. Mosh pits swirled into being like whirlpools amid the gyrating crowds. Individuals surfed the hands and heads, sometimes floating, more often sinking like stones. Inside the dome of the latter-day Aquarians, the angels were lining up their charges with meticulous lists of precautions in shiny, finicky detail. Safkiel was wishing Chandra, of whom he was secretly fond, the best of luck. He knew that she would need it. He was glad he'd given her the holy water, and that she'd used it well. It had done Meredith whole worlds of good, though she didn't know it yet. The god of the atheists arrived, channeled by 5 evolutionists who were, they claimed, merely experimenting. And when he arrived, he flatly refused to believe in his own followers. He wobbled before them, blank-faced, grey-bodied, no more than a half-sentient pillar of protoplasm, in fact, reminding Maya of the globulous flow of the river of life. "I just wish you were real," he whined. "But, scientifically speaking, you are merely a manifestation of my inability to accept my aloneness in the universe." He wasn't even being malicious. It wasn't in him to be. Consequently, those lost souls paled to grey. The field of fives was vivid with living avatars and archetypes. The humans, on the other hand, were fading fast, or rising high. "What's going to happen now?" asked Lenoir, nervously winding the silvery strips of his ruined skirt around his clumsy, blunt-nailed fingers. He'd plundered as much as he possibly could from his old corpse, and was totally present once more, delivered back into this foreign body, for what that was worth. He gazed giddily down at his simian frame, his ravenous bulk and unwieldy dishevelment distressing him greatly. "Does anybody have a sewing machine about their person?" he ventured. "Or even just a needle and thread?" He heard a laugh, and he could have sworn it was Beltane's. Yet again, Meredith and Astridia were fucking in the dirt. Neither looked as if they were particularly enjoying it. Probably, they could think of nothing more useful to do with themselves, while they processed the revelations still secretly creeping into their respective souls. At least Astridia's rhythm wasn't so manic this time. Suddenly, Meredith stopped short. "What do you want, old man?" he growled, hairy eyeballing a silver-haired gentleman who'd materialized by their side. "If you're looking for a grampy ride, mate, you've picked the wrong team." Astridia followed her lover's glare, then jolted upright. "Mr. Govind," she gasped, endeavoring to uncoil from Meredith and cover herself up. "Oh my goddess Gaia, is that really you?" He looked like a Hindu saint, serene and kindly, a gentle smile hovering around his lips, his pale eyes hooded like those of the venerable humanoid bird Garuda. "Surely you didn't think I'd allow my best warrior to face the end unaided, did you?" he reprimanded gently. "No, like Vishnu, I come bearing the nectar of immortality. You may hate yourself, Morag Astridia, but I know how truly your heart bleeds for our animal kin, and I recall the years you worked your fingers to the bone for our causes. No good deed, no matter how small, ever goes unheeded." His gentle gaze beamed into her. Then, looking at Meredith, nor does malice manifested ever pass unnoticed. He paused to assess the wiry reaper plower of his star disciple, and yet there is elevation to hand, change already unfurling within. "Holy the Bop Kabbalah, man," retorted Meredith, barbed wire skein of sarcasm to deflect his embarrassment. But it failed to conceal the tremor in his voice, his need to be included, the love in soul particularly for Lenoir. His sensibilities hummed. "Every living creature, Yes, even you, Scorpionic Sir, encapsulates a spark of the divine. Together, we form a sacred flame, this being part of the consciousness of the solar logos, a chakra in the body of the creator-creatrix. Despite the dissipation apparent in our aeon, none of good salt shall be lost. He gazed proudly on Astridia. Already our dear animals have ascended. Very soon, the new way forward shall become clear. Despite the illusion of suffering on earth, God is love, and love is the ultimate cosmic law. His voice vibrated in the shimmering air, dabbing golden light on the foreheads of all who heard it. Trembling, Astridia allowed her former guru to put his arms around her shattered, skinny cat shoulders. She leaned forward in surrender, breathing the orgone and prana and chlorophyll of him. Tears of joy and pain, of sheer exhaustion, fell like summer rain. Meredith too felt pulled towards his heart's true desire. He stepped away from her, and the carnal link between the two tough cookies was forever broken. They'd only ever been showing off anyway. Meredith wasn't even into women. It's crazy how far people will go to deny their essential truths. He'd forever been running from his love for Lenoir. Even at the end of the world, such things matter, perhaps even more so. Don't worry, you shall remain friends, Govind crooned amusedly. Then, more seriously, Astridia, would you allow me the pleasure? And he put out his palms facing hers so that they could fully integrate. Chandra watched from a distance as global hero Gabriel Govind upgraded his Chila Astridia spark, ready for ascension. He even seemed to be involving Meredith in the exercise, helping him to break through his layers of self-defense and self-sabotage. Goddess bless the greens, thought she. Had Meredith forgotten about the game? Lenoir thought so, and though part of him was glad of this, another part most certainly was not. Meredith, Astridia and Govind were doing some sort of meditation together, apparently perfectly oblivious to Lenoir. Chandra and Maya, meanwhile, were performing a magnetic mergence ritual with their own hands. He could see the flow of love energy pulsating from palm to palm. Faye Lenoir, flop-handed and forlorn even in this new, uber-masculine shell, felt utterly dejected. The comely goddess sidled over to him, her red and gold sari a sumptuous flow of colour and texture, such as the Pandros would have died for. He underwent a fresh stab of loss for Sana, Beltane and his posse. Her huge, beautiful eyes were warm black velvet beneath an elaborate many-gemmed bindi. Her skin emanated the sweet-scented comfort of a warm, cradled sleep. She was truly, darkly radiant. She looked into Lenoir and smiled. Her parted lips revealed the 1,000 needle teeth. She plucked one from above, then whipped a single hair from her voluminous tresses, united them, and quick as you like, stitched his skirt back up for him, complete with mermaid tail, one of his favourite tropes. There, as good as new. Her dulcet voice, fresh breeze of the gods, caused 100-odd of those in the vicinity to turn their heads, entranced. Thank you, breathed Lenoir, scent spirals of heavenly cardamom infusing the vicinity. We like to repay our worshippers, she smiled in tones of ghee and honey, whenever we can, for the energy they provide. No god form can survive without the belief and thought investment of fragments of material consciousness, and that would include you, Chella darling. But I've been scatterbrained, superficial in this last life, cried Lenoir with shiny new integrity. I don't deserve. Nonsense, my child. In your life as Shade, you did much to revive our worship, to spread it in the Western world. Your musics brought many to our temple doors. It is for this reason that we will work with you now, all 5 of Magicore. Across the sea of straining faces, an ineffably calm, mountainous blue being with live serpent jatas was gliding their way, picking his moment, Lenoir felt. My consort, she confirmed. He was smoking the mother of all chillum pipes, from which kaleidoscopic green-scented smoke arose in bonfire quantities. Holy ash, Vibhuti, pervaded the air, battling with the manna falling like snow over the kinder-hearted of the Christians there gathered. Everyone around him began to feel closer still to universal dissolution. And it all started with a big bong, Meredith chimed, deeply tickled, and thus liberated from his self-imposed misery, he smiled. It was beatific. Lenoir took his hand. Chandra emerged from her Maya trance and assessed the skies, now cervix pink and taut as a yak skin tent around them. 5 minutes till rebirth, if the latter-day Aquarian meditating mantrix were not mistaken. Time to let herself go. 5 minutes, she screeched. Pointless assessment as tempers contracted and flexed, but she was no longer bothering to control her mind or emotions. The earlier sight of Meredith and Astridia in flagrante delicto, and the way he'd treated sweet Lenoir, even if he regretted it now, had cured Chandra of her most annoying emotional addiction, however. Empathetically, Maya Estelle squeezed her hand and smiled, Boudica assured of victory, while Chandra briefly extricated her own to yank herself out of those ancient leather jeans once and for all. The air, acid cotton wool, felt better on her pins than he ever had. Her whole aura was lighter and brighter. She knew that on the next level, whatever it might bring, she would be free of unhelpful vice forever. The umbilical cords which united the five were about to be cut. They would then be at liberty to retie or untie themselves forever. Even their matching skull birthmarks were visibly fading. The high level of joviality in the field belied the terror of the throngs there gathered. Those who weren't crying, tearing at hair, gnashing their teeth, and so on, and the orthodox religions particularly were reverting to subconscious programming, those of a more feisty or unique cut of the jib were laughing wildly. Many were doing both, or all, tripping out on gallows humour, hysteria fringed. Some were making music, to which others danced apoplectically, entranced. A piercing Ravi Shankar-like sitar wove threads of fluctuating timbre through the tents. Heavy bong drum beats thrummed shamanic souls home to tribes long lost. In his lowest, slowest, most sarcastic voice, "Holy the bop apocalypse!" drawled Meredith, spiritual gusto on the up but trying to hide it, old habits dying hard. Still, they were all permanently melded. Life in the latter days is replete with paradox. Through total self-abandonment, it was possible to inherit all. Somehow, the five were holding hands now, final festoons of glowweed woven about them, fluorescent megaboa, the pentacle of consciousness that was Magicor had become an intrinsic part of everything, and vice versa. Shade Lenoir sighed heavily, gazing across the ring at his forever love. For the first time in aeons, he was entirely free of Aspen Meredith, yet the five of them were more bound than ever. The circuitry between them all was palpable. Even Morag Astridia was beginning to look at peace. The news from Govind had been salve to her soul. The animals were saved. She had no worries now. Her compassion had been genuine, complete. She allowed herself to be held by the sacred pentagram, the human soul group. They came two as one. A coruscating roar attracted them, a sound not dissimilar to that of a wildly appreciative audience. Across the field in a cloud of thick-folding, curving translucent black like a murmuration of starlings, came a host of the ascended. The thrash-tastic musics of Magicor accompanied them in flesh-melting waves and hits. I myself am heaven and am hell. A madman at the helm materialized from the billowing flock. The five were surrounded, perched upon, overwhelmed. A wave of dissolution, perchance, of absolution. It's the souls of all those we raised up through our spells, our musics, Chandra realized. The rapt, the inculted, the birds of Rhiannon, the spellbound, come to carry us away. Her voice rising to an ear-splitting crescendo. The ascended. And suddenly, even to Morag Astridia and Aspen Meredith, karma made sense. Magicor took to the pyramid stage amidst the uproarious applause of 1,000 sunburned bodies and souls, with all of their feuds and fevers, their convictions and maledictions, their soulscape sun-drenched beaches and eclipses, their flourishings and festerings, perfections and misshapen forms, their harmonies and miseries, their silent dawns and their stinking chemical sunsets. Evo Hebinar, and the soul group that forever is Magicor, was back on form, invoking, convoking, provoking the gods, if these would not come willingly, and their voices were splintering stained glass and celestial mead. Curtains up, and let the play commence. Not the end.